autism.
Look, I can just tell you this. I'm a little bit older than you are, and I never met anybody with autism. My parents never met anybody with autism. My grandparents never met anybody with autism. This is like a new thing. Now, I know the argument is, well, it wasn't being diagnosed or whatever. Okay, that's fine. But why is it that in the year 1980, 1 in 15,000 people were diagnosed with autism? And in the year 2025, 1 in 15 people are diagnosed with autism. What changed? I mean, I'm telling you, if my grandparents would have been like, you are going to meet people in your life who have this disorder, and it's like 1 in 15 people. Fuck no. It's like they would say like you'll meet people with special needs in the world, and you have to treat them with respect. But that was people with like Down syndrome and people who were had like multiple sclerosis and uh, that kind of stuff. I mean, it wasn't like there's this boogeyman disease that's out there, and then people use it as such a an excuse. I hear it. I bet I hear it more than anybody. Maybe aside from like maybe a teacher or something, in a school, because people will say, I mean, you do it, where people will be like, they'll do something rude, and I will call them on their shit, and then they'll be like, oh, it was my autism, and then I'm supposed to feel bad for that. No, dog, you were just an asshole, and you just want to blame your actions on some like uh I don't want to say it's fake and made up, but there's a spectrum of it. But just like there's a spectrum of everything, there's a spectrum of
I
sexuality,
mean,
there's a spectrum of
I mean,
intelligence.
I say some horrible shit, but that's Tourette's. That's not autism.
Right, exactly. Now, and I get that. When I first met you, but I'm going to tell you this, dude. I'd interacted with you for like regularly for like 3 months, and I did not know that you had Tourette's. It was pretty well hidden. And then the one day you said something, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And you're like, I have Tourette's. And I'm like, no, you don't. We've been interacting with you for months, and we didn't have any type of those kind of outbreaks. And then at about like 2 weeks more of interacting with you, I said, you know what? I need to go back and reevaluate what I said because it does seem like you do have something and that you can't control it. But you're right. You have Tourette's, not whatever they're saying like these people have, which is it's just a lot of times people just want excuses for things. They want to feel special too. Like, hey, what's like how can I get out of not working in the world? Oh, okay, all I have to say is that I have this perhaps made up disease. It's not made up. There are people who have some issues, but some people do make it up. I mean, like doctors, if you like, I mean, I think Reddit is like one of the best sites in the world because it gives you, I don't know, at least for me, I have the ability because I have the time to be able to learn about all different types of um professions, and like you learn about like the medical profession and like the doctor subreddit and how drugs are pushed on these doctors to prescribe them, and all of the little toys they give them, and they give them their kid to their kids, and all of the trips that they take if they prescribe a certain amount of medicine to people.
So,
And
that, that, That's what happened to me after I got the autism diagnosis first, right?
right?
And then I get the ADHD diagnosis. So I got told I have autism, which is doing my ADHD test, which got fucking distracted me because all I was thinking about that was that, which fucking distracted me where I couldn't fucking focus on that ADHD test or the fucking IQ test. Did poorly in the IQ test, but I know if I took the IQ test again now, I'd score really fucking high. But I was just distracted because I wasn't interested because I was thinking about the diagnosis and I was just like, what the fuck is going on here? And then I had the follow-up interview and I'm talking about like autism, ADHD, and she's telling me to take ADHD medication. It's like, have you thought about taking ADHD medication? And I'm just like, I really don't trust psychiatry because they're just trying to medicate me.
Yeah, I mean ADHD.
Now she wasn't forcing me to take the medication, but she was recommending I did.
ADHD.
Now I just want to say it. She didn't. It's my choice. I just want to say it. It's my choice to take the medication or not.
Right. I mean, it's just a way to give people legal speed, amphetamine salts, essentially. And the way that it works is that wealthy people who want to give their children an advantage are able to get them this diagnosis, and then their kids don't have to work as hard and they can focus better, and they are able to play sports better, and they're able to beat their peers and go to better colleges. And all they have to do is say that they have this. And there's not necessarily a negative connotation of having that, but it's like if you're poor, you don't have the money to be able to go to these doctors. And not just that, you could get at least in the United States, you can get the diagnosis, but it takes money to be able to get the drugs. And a lot of times the state won't pay for them because they're like mental health drugs and they're not like physical drugs. So you have to pay out of pocket, and then that means you can't pay for it. So if you're poor, at least in the United States, and you have the diagnosis, many times you're fucked. Additionally, you get into the issue where you get people who take it off label or they just get it from their friends. And I mean, that's where I first encountered it. I would be studying for finals, and one of my friends came in and was like, dude, we are studying our asses off. And there are these kids who are just like barely having to work because they have this pill. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're like, you don't know about it? And I'm like, no, because I didn't ever know anybody who had it. And then he's like, dude, we got to get our hands on this. And like, as soon as I took it, it was like, I fucking could work for like 25 hours straight. And it caused me to be really chatty. And then I looked into it, and it's legal speed. And then it was like, okay, well, if I need to do well in school, I need to get one of these prescriptions. So I need to BS some doctor to make him think that I have this, whether I do or don't. I think everybody to some extent has it. But nevertheless, I needed to be able to get it regularly so that I could do well in school. And it's not that I couldn't do well without it, but it just was like, it made it fun. It made studying fun. And like, I just would have all these books to read or all these papers to write, and I could just write them so much faster. And then I wasn't tired. I mean, it's literally legal speed. And when you learn about it, it's what Hitler gave to his troops as they were invading Russia. They were on all kinds of fucking amphetamines, and Hitler was on amphetamines. Like, amphetamines were really, really big at one point. And then you start to learn about like how they're used for jet pilots to stay awake, and you learn about how certain types were used at one point for diet pills in the United States, and they're no longer allowed to be sold that way because people would have like heart issues and just like there's like this whole world of amphetamines that I didn't about which I did not know as a child because I didn't know anybody with these things. I went to religious school and all of the parents were like very conservative and nobody was uh diagnosed with I shouldn't say no one was diagnosed with these things. If they were, it was very quiet. Like we didn't know about it as students. Um and then you would see it start to become a party drug and people would take it so that they could drink longer and stay up later and do more things and then it just exploded. It exploded from like 2010 to now, like the amount of diagnoses that they've had and um different um pharmaceuticals that have come out because like one goes generic and when one goes generic in the United States they come out with a bunch more so that they can continue to make money. It's just what happens. I get it. But it just made me realize that like back when I told the doctor that I needed it, it was like if I had never said anything to him, he would have never recommended it ever, not in a million years. But I recognized that the people around me were taking it, and in order to be able to compete, especially in high level academia, I needed to do the same, or I was going to get left behind. So that was kind of my journey with it, and then
Do, do you think if you focus hard enough, and you weren't exposed to it and you weren't exposed to other people taking it, you could have done it yourself if you just got really, really interested into what you're studying?
Yeah, I remember in college, um, like there were times in college when I did really well. I overall did well, but it was like, okay, I could do it naturally and have no friends and just study the whole time, which is fine. And I did that for a little bit. Not really. I always had friends, but I was having to turn down friendships because I would be like, I want to study. And that would have been fine. And perhaps I would have had better grades. But again, my grades were still good. Or I could have had the time of my life, had tons of fun, hook up with tons of girls, have really popular friends, be the big man on campus, and um, utilize these pharmaceuticals. And I remember, I was thinking about this earlier today. I remember the moment that a friend of mine came in and they were like, "You're really smart." And I was like, "Well, I don't know about that." And they're like, "Do you want to go to graduate school?" And I said, "Yeah, potentially." And they're like, "Do you want to go to Harvard?" And I said, "Yeah, I think so." And they were like, "You could definitely, with your grades, you could definitely go." And it was just a thought in my mind that, um, this is an opportunity. And had I gone to Harvard, I don't know. I mean, I my life would have been different, but I would have had to take on a ton of debt and probably still not necessarily gotten a degree in anything that was perhaps useful because at least in the United States, colleges don't prepare you for jobs. The things that prepared me for jobs were the workforce. And then when I got into the workforce, getting certifications, that's what really allowed me to make more money. It was definitely not uh, a university degree. But in order to get the initial job, you need many times you need.
Right, if you went to Harvard, would you would you have been with Mark Zuckerberg, or is he a bit older than you?
We were friends on Facebook when he was at Harvard. So We were about the same age, but he was there for undergrad, and then uh, he did not go to graduate school. Um, I think he was a couple years older than I am, but I remember being on Facebook in its first year, and it was just a small website. I mean, it was nothing like it is today, and they had this outline of this guy. It wasn't even his face. It was just like a silhouette. And the silhouette of Mark Zuckerberg looked like my friend. It looked a lot like my friend. And so I looked up who started Facebook. And it was like Mark Zuckerberg started it. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm going to look this guy up on Facebook. And I did. And I was like, oh, he's like a real person. And I sent him a Facebook friend request and he accepted it. And we were Facebook friends until for like at least like 6 years or so, until Facebook, at least his Facebook, no longer allowed for private friendships because his page went to be a celebrity page, and then that kind of changed things. But yeah, I mean we're the same age, and that would have been when he was there. Would have been when a lot of people were there. Now, again, that what'd you say?
You could have worked on Facebook if you went to Harvard.
He would have been. I wouldn't have graduated in time to do that. The place where I wanted to work after graduation was Google. Google was the place where everybody wanted to work, and I worked as a contractor for some Google projects, and learned that you make that you that you make more money working as a contractor for Google than Google. It's interesting. Google does not pay that well. I don't know if that came through Google.
Zuckerberg and Harvard and got stock up.
Can you hear me?
Google doesn't pay that.
Can
Yeah,
you?
Google doesn't pay stock.
No, it doesn't. It there's this idea that you work at Google so you can say you work at Google, and um, like I have neighbors who work at Google, and I've had friends who worked at Google, and it's this idea that you work there to be able to tell people that you work there.
Oh, I have a friend that worked for Google in Australia, in Sydney.
Yeah, it's an interesting place to work. Okay, Zoot. But all that being said, all these drugs fuel that industry, and I personally, I find like I have a friend of mine. He's from South Africa, and his dad's a doctor, and so he could easily get a prescription for things. And he wasn't himself when he didn't have his medication, and he was very lazy anyway. He ended up going to Cambridge, and he you could just see his mood swings with these things, and I just to me I would rather have a more normalized life. I'm not saying I won't ever take it again, but at this point in my life I don't need to.
I just feel. So you went to the doctor, got diagnosed with ADHD, but you didn't even feel like you had it. You just wanted the drugs.
Right.
And I feel that's why. Okay, and I think I just told you this before, but 2013, when the DSM-5 was created, which is the diagnostic statistical manual for the diagnostic of all these mental health conditions in America, that ADHD, autism couldn't co-occur with ADHD in the DSM-4 prior to until the DSM-5 in 2013. So what I'm saying is that these conditions, and then they found out, then they're running a narrative right now that 50% of people with autism also have ADHD. So they're trying to get people diagnosed with one, they get profit from that, and then they get the other one, and they get profit from the ADHD, and then they put people on, so they can put people on ADHD meds.
That's precisely correct. It's a racket, man. And
I'll tell you something, though.
And they've gotten, at least in the United States, they've gotten so big that it's like the third rail. You're not allowed to mention like pharmaceutical companies because it's something like 80% of all news channels budgets are based from pharmaceutical companies. And the United States is only one of two countries, New Zealand being the other, where you can advertise for pharmaceutical companies on television.
Where was the country?
New Zealand.
And what was the other country?
The United States.
Okay. The second thing is, I don't think Raymond had, or I think that most severe cases of autism aren't actually autism. There's people with spinal issues that can't coordinate. They say that they can't communicate because they can't coordinate. Because they can't communicate, you label that as autism.
Yeah. I mean, again, I just think it's a situation where the doctor has somebody who comes in. They're told in all their medical journals that this is a thing. They just want them out of their office. I mean, there's a reason why doctor's appointments are never longer than an hour. Because it's about getting people in and out as quickly as possible. Like if
it was for 2 hours. My assessment was 2 hours.
Well, at least your assessment, that's a different story. That's where you're taking a test, but you're not physically with the doctor for 2 hours.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, Rabbi. With adults, they just do an assessment with talking for autism, okay? With children, they do occupational therapy and tests to make sure it's rules out autism and something else. They'll do a lot of other tests. But with adults, all they do is an assessment where they ask you questions.
There you go. And you remember how you have that friend or that girl who was totally normal 7 years ago, and now she has all kinds of shit fucked up with her?
Yeah.
That's you.
That's me?
100%, dog. Welcome.
Oh,
yo, what's going on? Nolan lost YouTube. How you living, pimp? Yo, dog. You always come in here.
Between me and...
How are you, Nolan lost YouTube? One more, Zoot. How are you, Nolan lost YouTube? Yo, are you gonna talk to me someday? Nolan lost YouTube. Are you gonna talk to me someday? There you go. You were saying, Zoot?
The difference between me and her is that right now she's kind of so far gone that she's believing the shit that they're telling her. I'm not.
Well, you're pretty close, dog.
What do you mean? I'm not believing the shit that they're telling me.
You have. You come in here and you're like, I'm autistic. And I'm like, dude, I don't even know what that means. And you're like, neither do I. It's the same fucking conversation we have every night. All right, let's look up if Rain Man was autistic.
He was. I don't think he was.
Yes, the character Raymond Babbitt in the 1988 film Rain Man is portrayed as autistic. The movie depicts him as an autistic savant, exhibiting traits such as a strong need for routine, difficulty with eye contact, and exceptional mathematical abilities. So, Dog, does that answer your question about whether he was autistic?
Okay. Let me tell you something. Look up, was Brain Man diagnosed as autistic? That's the real question.
The character was
Don't
created.
look up, was Brain.
The character was created based on real-life individuals with savant syndrome, including Kim Peek. Although Peek himself was not autistic, but had significant brain damage. The film's portrayal of autism, particularly the focus on savant skills, has been both praised and raised public awareness and criticized for perpetrating stereotypes by presenting a narrow and often inaccurate representation of the autism spectrum.
He didn't have. Kim Peek didn't have autism. He had FG syndrome,
What's
a rare genetic syndrome caused by one or more recessive genes located on the X chromosome, causing physical abnormalities and developmental delays. FG syndrome was named after the first letters of the surnames of the first patient with the disease.
all right? Well, I'm just saying that the way they portray the guy in Rain Man, it's supposed to be autism. They also changed the name of it. When I was a kid, they called it idiot savant syndrome. Now they call it autistic savant. I remember I had this teacher who had worked with special needs people, though none of the kids in our class, we were all very high functioning people. Like, I don't want to say gifted, but like we were all really hard workers and things. Um, he taught us, like when you're making fun of kids, you'd be like, oh, like, and I only say this if anybody's watching this in the future as for educational purposes, but you'd be like, oh, you idiot, or you moron. And he taught us, we did not know this, but those used to be, he said, don't use those terms, not just because they're not nice, but those used to be um, medical categorizations. And yeah, so it's moron, idiot, and imbecile. And he taught us, don't use those because you're not just calling someone, hey, you're being an asshole or you're being a dumbass. You're actually saying that person is like not functioning correctly, and that's not nice to say. And so we kind of stopped using those terms after we heard that. But yeah, those three terms used to be like medical uh, diagnoses. Dude, are you going to accept my invitation or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
And I think the same thing in the future might happen with like autism, maybe ADHD as well.
Nobody makes fun of people for autism though, or ADHD. It's a different world. When I was a kid, like I almost feel like privileged when there was no um bully movement. Bully movement started in like 2008 after basically I was out of school. Um, you could bully people as much as you fucking wanted, and nobody was gonna say anything to you. And then everybody became soft in 2008, and so like when I was a kid, you could call anybody whatever the fuck you wanted to call them, and nobody was gonna accuse you of being a bully. But um, after that, after 2008, then everybody got soft. There was this kid who I knew. I feel badly about this, but not kind of, but not really. So he was a really big kid. He was like 6 foot something, whatever, when we were young, and he was just big. And I didn't know him growing up like other kids did, but he would get bullied, and I didn't really understand why because he was bigger than all the other kids, but he would get bullied, and we just had this natural like um interaction where I don't know if you fucked up that bad. We just had this natural progression where we would um like a lot of people would bully this kid, not even for any reason in particular, but it was just like everybody bullies him, so we're gonna bully him too. Um, and but the thing is, we bullied like I was amongst like 13 boys. That was like my graduating class. It was really small, and we were together for like 6 years. So you just the friendships develop and whatever. Anyway, this one day comes where he and I he was sick of my shit, and he's like, at recess we're gonna wrestle. And I was like, all right, if that's what you want to do. We had this thing, I don't know if this is the right term of it now, but it's called, and it's like this way to wrestle where two people put their feet like next to each other, and you hold hands and you try to use momentum to like knock the other person down. You don't put people in a headlock, and you don't it's not like that kind of wrestling. It's like there's no you don't punch the people anyway. So this guy was way bigger than I was. Way bigger. Like I was maybe at the time like 5'8", and he was like 6'3". And I don't know why I agreed to this, but he was just saying my shit. And there was another thing too. Let's say four of us were making fun of him. He would choose me because I was probably not the biggest of all of those guys. Even though I wasn't the shortest person in the class, I wasn't the tallest person in the class either. So it was like, all right, I was an easy target. Anyway, he and I go outside for recess this one day, and all the boys stand around us, and they're all really excited to see this because nobody ever gets into any physical confrontations or whatever. And we do this Indian wrestling, and I like normally you go and you pull backwards as hard as you can on somebody, and I ended up just going forward with his momentum and knocking him to the ground. And it was like this great moment for myself because here I was like David slaying Goliath, like this really big kid. And then he chased me around, and I was still a little bit faster than he was, and we just I remember he would look at me during, man, I fucked up there. And where am I going with this?
Suck up.
I know. Basically, like it was a time where you had to learn how to defend yourself. At no point did anybody ever say, "Oh, this person has these mental issues. You're not allowed to pick on them." It wasn't like that. It was just like, because then it just becomes, well, this person has this, this, and this, and this person has this, this, and this. No, it was like, fuck it. We're just gonna other down verbally without within reason. We weren't vicious. We were just we were still we still had boundaries. But kids don't have that anymore. And I get it, kids would get bullied to the point where it would ruin their lives and things like that. But what I'm trying to say is that whole bully culture was not around when I was a kid. Be off on people. Well, and this gets into the words that would be used. So idiot and imbecile and moron were used all the time. We did not know of them to be medical conditions. And then eventually we learned that they were medical conditions, and then we didn't use them anymore. That's what I was getting to. Long way to get there. Oh, Zoot. Look at this move,
That would
Zoot.
have been a moron. I would have been a moron back in the day.
No, you wouldn't have been, Zoot. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I still really.
You want to be something. Like I said, with super autism, you're like, well, maybe I have that. It's just made up. There's this show that Riser and I. There's this show that Riser and I like. It's called. Well, it was a show. It's called Nathan for You, and it was like a prank show. And I forget the exact premise of what one of the episodes was, but he like had people in a medical situation where they were diagnosed with Klein syndrome, which is really a thing, but at least when the time of the show, they didn't think it was a thing. It was just something they made up, or they thought they made up, and they like diagnosed all these people with Klein syndrome, and all these people started acting differently, or something like that, because they thought they had some kind of made up disease, and it wasn't a real thing. Anyway, that reminds me of what you just did with super autism, where you would act differently if we just said that, oh, you have super autism. It's like, oh, yeah, I think I do.
So I'll tell you something.
Tell me.
Up until I was 11 years old, I didn't know this, but like when I was 7 years old, they told me that I had something called developmental dyspraxia, and I didn't know what that was, right? And then I started acting differently from there on because I had that and I could use it as an excuse, which I probably like. It's a coordination. I have really bad fine motor skills. Right? There's no denying that my handwriting's really bad. I do think that is real.
Dog. Hold on. I disagree with you on that. Now, I could be wrong, but we play these games, and you're pretty good at them, so that's fine motor skills at its best. Just bad handwriting does not necessarily mean that you have poor motor skills. It could just be that you're impatient, or that you don't focus, or you don't recognize what clear writing is. There are many doctors out there, in fact, some would say most doctors out there, whose handwriting is very slow. Zoot, I think that many of the medical issues that you say that you have, unfortunately, can be the source of the issue is that your mother was in early childhood development, and so she was exposed to all these things, and so she was just able to say, like, observe them in her class and be like, oh well, that's what my son has.
How did you know my mom was in early childhood development?
You've told me.
She works in childcare.
Well, that's early childhood development.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that, like, she wouldn't know a lot of these terms if the parents didn't come in and say, oh, my son or daughter, they have super autism. Oh, your son has super autism? Well, maybe my son had super autism.
No, my mom just doesn't really like think I have autism. Like because she's around children, and she's just like, you never wind up toys like the people, like the kids that I know that have been diagnosed with autism.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. But even the thing that you...
And I don't why the kids are diagnosed like winding up toys. Because their parents are letting them do it. It's probably a normal thing.
Yeah, I would say because they're bored.
Sorry?
Because they're bored.
Yeah, they're bored. It's a normal thing, and the parents letting them doing it. And then you go and say, "Oh, autism."
Dude, Zoot, you just spanked. Dude, look at all these extra moves you got. Yeah, no, Zoot, I get it.
And I'd say that if you studied how many if you put screens in front of a child from, let's say, age of 3 to 7, and then you put screens, and then you had a group of children, like a group of 16 children.
Okay.
Screens in front of them every day from 3 to 8 years old, and you had a group of children, eight other children, and didn't put screens in front of them. I would say that the group that doesn't have the screens in front of them would have a less chance of being diagnosed with autism and ADHD than the group that does have screens in front of them.
Okay. I could see that. All right, Zoot. Just give me a second. I'm resetting my streams. What percentage of those kids do you think would be diagnosed? Don't use 16. That's too strange of a number. Use 100.
100?
You think 100% of the kids would be diagnosed?
No. How many kids?
Let's say there were 100 kids. How many would be diagnosed with that?
100 kids watching the screen?
Yeah.
In front of the screen?
Right.
$25 to $35.
Okay. There was an NFL owner, one of the owners of an NFL team, and I was reading comments. They died, and they died from a ketamine prescription or something, and basically everybody in the comments were saying, like, look, the fact that this guy died from a ketamine prescription is no different than someone who dies from a ketamine prescription, ketamine overdose on the street. It's just the fact that one had a glorified drug dealer get them that medication and the other didn't. And I tend to agree with that. Doctors have just become glorified drug dealers. What are your thoughts on that, Zoo? Zoo, did you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, what are your thoughts on that?
One of five becomes drug dealers.
No, that doctors are just have become glorified drug dealers.
Glorified drug dealers.
Correct.
Yeah. But they're not the dealers. The chemists are the dealers.
No, who are the dealers?
The chemists.
How are they the dealers? They don't actually procure the drug to anyone.
At least in Australia, you have to go to the chemist to get drugs.
Oh, you mean the pharmacist? Right? Zoot. 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 Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot, are you just going to disappear?
So where can we expect to see you now, coming up in all of the different things that you're involved in now that you're going public with all of this information?
Well, there's going to be a sort of documentary that is done by the American Outfit, and then you can also go to the International UFO meeting and find whatever materials.
Let's talk about your books. Where can you find your books? Your first book is Impact. That is the one where you describe the repair kit necessity to be taken aboard the shuttles, and the second one is them.
Well, I believe they're both going to be available on Amazon and then from the publishing company.
Dr. Rogers, it's so great to have you with us here tonight. I'm so honored that you took the time to talk with me and such incredible information. Thanks for being here with us on Coast.
Well, as I said at the beginning, it's my honor. I'm looking forward to joining us with our live phone calls next hour.
He is standing by. I just spoke with him a little bit ago, and he's ready to talk to our listeners.
How did you find him?
Well, friends in the IUFOB, the International UFO Bureau, had contacted me, and then Dr. Rogers contacted me. So it went from there. We started talking, and obviously this is quite a great story, and he's just doing really well. He's really getting a lot of attention, and as I said before, I would be
There he is. What happened to you?
You glitched out on my screen.
I didn't glitch out.
Then it must be me.
Word dog. All right, mister. I have shitty hand-eye coordination. Are you finally going to be able to try to... I know. Are you going to try to beat me at Carom?
I have shitty hand-eye coordination.
I don't think so. You've played enough. We've played like 1,000 mini golf games against each other, and you've done fine.
I never win. I hardly ever win.
You, that's not because of bad hand-eye coordination. That's because you take like risky shots that chances are they're not going to do well. You almost beat me in this game the last time we played. Zoot, where do I put this ball? This should be one of the greatest shots ever. Dog. I need something fortunate to happen here, and it did not. Life is good, big dog. Zoot, you're doing your thing. You're going to put mine in. Maybe not.
So what you're telling me is that there's no possibility that there's a condition that affects hand-eye coordination and the brain is not wired that way?
I'm not saying that there can't be a condition. I'm saying you don't have it. You have normal hand-eye coordination.
No, I do not.
Yeah, you do. Do you have baseball in Australia?
Yeah.
Is it played by a lot of kids?
Not cricket more.
Did you ever play baseball as a kid?
I want.
What position did you play? Yo, Zoot, remember?
Didn't play position.
What do you mean you didn't play a position?
I only played it once. We didn't play baseball, we played softball.
So you've never played baseball?
We played table more.
Oh, so you were just a little kid?
Yeah, we played table. Did you ever play table?
Oh, for sure, dog.
Were you any good at it?
Believe it or not, I was a pitcher. And if you know T-ball, you don't have a pitcher, or a pitcher doesn't.
You don't have a pitcher for table.
Yeah, no, I know. So I didn't know I was good at baseball until I would get older. And I'm going to tell a story, and I really appreciate what this one friend of mine did. All right, so I would go to my friend's house after school, and we would practice pitching, and he was the catcher, and I was the pitcher. And then we went to baseball tryouts, and they had um, the coach. We didn't really have the coach just kind of picked who he wanted as the pitchers, and he picked the number one, number two, number three guy, because they were big and they were tall. And my friend was like, "Yo, coach, you should let Rabbi, but be the you should see him pitch." And the coach is like, "Okay." And what I could do that the other players could not do is I could throw a strike consistently, and I became our number one pitcher. However, it was on a really bad team. So if you know anything about baseball, you could be the number one pitcher, but if you don't have any run support, you guys are basically never gonna win. And I don't think we won a game. I was on one really bad baseball team and one really bad soccer team. We lost a game once 21-0. It wasn't really our fault though. We were in 7th grade and we were playing an 8th grade team and we were playing the best 8th grade team. And on top of that, all the good players who were in 7th grade, they put on the 8th grade team. So we didn't even have the best players that we should have had.
You ready?
Yep. Zoot, are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen in this game?
That wasn't great.
No, it wasn't.
Good for me though.
Let's see what you can do.
Fucked up. I'm in a really bad position.
You don't have bad hand-eye coordination. You're just bad at angles.
I'm just bad. I'm bad at it.
I mean, you're making up an excuse for your bad play. You're not. If you had bad hand-eye coordination, you would not be able to move the slider in the right spot and stuff. The fact that the slider goes, you just don't put it in the area, is part of the game.
It's only one part of hand-eye coordination.
Have you ever had your hand-eye coordination tested?
Yep.
How did they test it?
I was 7, so it was hard for me to
Dog,
remember.
that doesn't fucking count. Talk to me this decade if you've ever had it tested. Somebody could have told you when you were 6, hey, you're gay, and you'd be sucking dudes' dicks now.
I'd probably be earning more money from that. So I might be in a better position.
There you go. Zoot, are you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen? I'm serious. Now, this is superior hand-eye coordination. Look at this move. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, you came so close to losing. Zoot.
You mean you? I just gave you the game.
Thank you.
You have to get that in. Oh, you fucked it.
Yeah, I did. I'm not good at that kind of shot. I blame it on my hand-eye coordination.
Fuck off.
Look at this move.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Where you should be looking.
Tack. Is it as good as this, mate?
That was amazing. Get in the thing.
I got lucky.
All right, dog.
I feel like this is gonna be good.
Dude, if you had shitty hand-eye coordination, you wouldn't get as far as you get in bounce.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is true. Dude, fuck you, man. You're gonna win. Don't fuck up, Zoot.
You remember how I told you I trip over?
Yeah, but I don't really believe that. But okay.
You don't?
Yeah, because you did a whole job for 2 weeks of going door to door, and you didn't fall over.
Maybe I should get my girlfriend in here and tell you how many times I've thought over what we're doing.
All right, well, that could be because you're awkward or you're not paying attention. Zoot, you have to get the red one.
Yeah, I fucked up.
No, you didn't. Zoot, you could win. You inferior hand-eye coordination douche. Don't fuck up. No way, you won. Fuck you, dude. So how does that make you feel?
I still got poor hand-eye coordination.
Oh, so what do I have? Do I have to go get diagnosed with some bullshit diagnosis?
No.
Dude, that was garbage.
I don't think you have poor hand-eye coordination. I don't think you have. I think Einstein had what I had.
Zoot,
He had autism.
Zoot, you want everything. You want super autism. You want super autism. You want to be gay. You want everything.
I want super autism.
Yeah. Is that going to be a good shot? Zoot, it's a fuck up. Zoot, you fucked up. Fuck you, Zoot. Oh, Zoot.
I mean, we could make up a mental illness and then yeah, we could make up a mental illness and then everyone would want it.
It's called Zoot syndrome. No. Zoot. Stop. Zoot, are you going to win this hole? You're gonna hit the thing. Short. Look at this comeback, Zoot.
But the only way
Oh
the only
no.
way for you to get it the only way for you to get it in is to get
That's incorrect. Zoot, you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen?
I'm gonna give that a 10.
It is not a 10 shot. I'm behind the thing. Are you proud of that? Oh, what a shot.
That's 10.
What a shot. Dude, what a shot I just had. That was one of the best water bumps I've ever seen.
Rabbi.
Zoot, look at this shot. Zoot, look at this shot.
Oh fuck.
Zoot.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
I have super autism.
I know you do. That's why I invented it, so that you knew what you had. Zoot, how'd you like that shot?
Not bad. Do you think there's anyone out?
Yeah, I think there are tons of people out there. You met one of them, that chick who you used to date.
Data.
You said you used to date her.
We went on a date. I didn't date her.
Well,
It
whatever.
wasn't even a date.
You went on a date. That's dating her.
She's not me because she's actually believing the shit they're telling her.
You believe it too. She also has super autism.
I don't believe it.
Zoot, you were misdiagnosed. You don't have autism. You have super autism.
I don't believe that.
Oh, Zoot, I can't believe that didn't go in. What are you gonna do?
I don't believe any diagnosis I've gotten this year is actually accurate.
Okay.
Accurate to what my actual.
Zoot, are you ready for me to make this shot? That's short.
Do you know what I actually believe?
What do you actually believe, Zoot?
There are different neurotypes out there, and it's more profitable to put in people into the autism category because the other neurotypes haven't been researched as much as that when it doesn't really exist in the first place. Now there are people out there that do need support needs, like that can't be defined by like an intellectual disability.
Like
There
super,
are people out there that do.
like super autism.
Okay, but there are different types that haven't been researched. But yeah, And I mean, Tourette's is a neurotype that I definitely have.
Yeah, you.
But the pharmaceutical company, the problem is all of these neurotype no ties to pharmaceutical companies, so they'll never be researched as much as the other neurotypes. Autism has such a large connection with ADHD, which has a very large connection with pharmaceutical companies, and that's why they want to push that narrative.
Okay, Zoo, you're obsessed with this topic. How's Dog with Hat doing?
Dog with Hat?
Yeah.
90 cents or something.
Is that good?
I mean, there was a time that I had 3% of the supply, and that would be like, what, $20 million right now, so that would have been good, but...
Great, Zoo.
Did he say Bitcoin would be $1 million by 2030?
Yeah.
You believe that?
Yeah.
By 2030? Maybe.
Easily.
I wouldn't say easily, but strong possibility.
Word, dog. Hey, I thought you had bad hand-eye coordination. This is like the best game ever for hand-eye coordination.
You can improve hand-eye coordination even if you have a hand-eye coordination deficit.
Yeah, you can. I don't think you do, though. I think you're normal. And I think it's sad to you that you're normal.
I don't think I'm normal.
Aside from Tourette's, you're pretty fucking normal.
You haven't met me in person.
I don't need to.
Has helped us grow to the largest, most trusted timeshare camp in the United States. Fortune magazine recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved.
You think Bitcoin Obama's normal? You can call me every day.
Yeah, he's as normal as anybody. He has super autism, though. He was.
He would believe you.
He was. He was paid.
If you paid him enough money, if you paid him enough money, he would start telling everyone how to be autism.
Dude, he was patient 0 for super autism.
It doesn't surprise me.
All right, Zoot. Let's see your hand-eye coordination here, pimp.
I mean, do you want super autism?
I have it too. Dude, 2 bullseyes in a row. Here we go. We've never had this.
Do you struggle with eye contact?
I didn't really recognize its importance until I got older, but then after that, no, I'm fine with it. Dude, that's good. 9? What are you talking about? Your hand-eye coordination sucks. Dude, you just did really fucking well.
I'm only 1 point behind you.
I know.
Like, sucks that you don't get like a huge bonus for getting a bullseye, like you do in bowling. Bowling for getting a strike.
We are. We're going to be talking doors and windows. I try and get a door and window show in every year just because it's just such a critical part.
Forever.
Make it, Zoot. And don't fuck up. Zoot. That was really good, dude. If you get a bullseye, you're tied for the lead.
Told you.
You know what? I find very convenient rocks. Rocks are a really good way for renters to get their windows replaced.
Oh no. Rabbi. I can't win. Even if I got 3 balls in a row, I can't win.
All right, we'll try.
Here's 2 points. Rabbi, you played the best game you could play.
I did really well.
I think that's the best game I've ever seen you play.
I think so as well. A perfect game would have been 90, and I got 81. Pretty good. All right, dog. It's time.
Oh, yeah, you got. How many balls I get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You only have 2 bad shots, really.
All right, big dog. It's darts time. Let's see your hand-eye coordination. It used to be so good. I actually think it's the same, but I just got better at this game.
Bad at it, you can't win.
Oh yeah, that's the thing, is that most people have a relatively small entry, right, or not a huge entry, and it's all balanced, right? So you've got a chandelier hanging over entryway, it's all centered on those double doors.
Double 20.
That'd be fine if both of those doors open when you walked in, and you walked in the middle of your entryway, all along.
I think this is how you do it, Rabbi.
No, that one door never opened. It opens twice when you move in and when you move out, or maybe when you get a new refrigerator. Otherwise, what it promises doesn't pay off on you because you end up going to the entryway far left, far right, and it's just not the same experience. So when we place in those doors, I almost inevitably always, not always, but most of the time, will advise our kids, hey, let's go for a big center entry door and maybe some sidelights on each side instead of the double door. But never have it like, what, wrong move? No, absolutely. And by oversized door, I mean, we go now 42-inch wide doors, or if you do a pivot door, 5 feet wide as an entry door.
Did you know you just lost?
Yep. So what are the symptoms of sick autism?
Huge dick is number 1.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't.
Just because of the clients who specifically order their butt, I think they're cool.
Get that 18. Get that 18, Zoot. Zoot, you just fucked up. Zoot, I just fucked up. Get that 18. You just busted. Dog, just checked out.
The United States of America, the people that don't look like me, the black and brown community, why do they feel like they're racially profiled, scared to death?
Zoot. Zoot, did you know you had an invitation? Zoot.
Not gonna win. I don't think that's a good move.
I think it's maybe one of the best moves we've ever seen.
I don't think I made a good move.
I don't think you did either. I think that your judgment sucks. Are you going to go or are you going to jerk yourself off raw?
I think I just helped you.
You're up, pimp. That was good.
You just fucked me a little bit.
Yeah, I did fuck you a little bit. How'd you like that, son?
I just couldn't do this.
Dude, fuck you. Dog, I'm gonna win.
You can come back.
I'm gonna win.
I say it now. You probably are.
Yeah. No, I'm not. No, I lost.
No, you got a move.
I lost.
That wasn't a move.
Oh, you fucked up. In a major way.
It's the only move I could make.
Dog, you fucked up, Zoot. Zoot, you fucked up. Zoot fucked up. Zoot fucked up in a major way. Zoot fucked up in a major way. Rabbi just beat Zoot. Rabbi just beat Zoot. Rabbi 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 beat Zoot. I said, Rabbi beat Zoot. Rabbi beat Zoot. A rabbi beat Zoot. A rabbi beat Zoot. Rabbi beat Zoot. And you fucked up.
Could I have won that game?
Yes.
Did I make a mistake when I wasn't paying attention?
Word, dog.
Terrible move.
Dog, let's see you do a better move, son.
Rabbi, what's my dog's name?
Yoshi.
Did you ever have a dog?
Yep. Look at this move, Zoot. Look at this move, Zoot. Did you like that? All right, Zoot. I fucked up.
Fucked up. Boy, I tell you.
Word, dog. I think I won, though. I still won. It's over, Zoot. You're done.
Ah,
And I fucked up twice.
I'm gonna win the next game.
No, I don't think so. Zoo, you're up, pimp.
Oh, Jeff, I didn't tell you. Do you know what Lily Phillips' new stunt's gonna be?
Having sex with 1,000 guys anally?
No. You're gonna suck a dick while skydiving.
Oh, that's cool. But then Bonnie Blue is just going to have sex while skydiving.
I don't think that's possible.
That girl will make it possible. What's going to happen, Zoot? Zoot, what's going to happen, son?
I give you a big look. I say a big no. Rabbi, you made the best move you can make.
I know.
You might have fucked up.
Oh, yeah. I fucked up majorly.
Yeah, you cut that one.
Dude, do you know who Raja Jackson is?
No.
Dog. You don't know who Raja Jackson is?
Who's the guy that died?
Michael Jackson? Zoot.
No.
Zoot. Look up. Zoot. Listen to me. Type in Raja Jackson. R-A-J-A space J-A-C-K-S-O-N. Look what. He almost killed this person on Kick.
live on Kick, and he still hasn't been arrested,
Okay.
and he's probably going to get away with it.
Vitelli's in prison, right?
Yeah.
For what?
I think it was harassing people in the Philippines. He was always nice to me. He gave me shout outs. Zoot, are you watching Roger Jackson? Zoot. Zoot.
No.
Why aren't you looking up Roger Jackson, dog? Zoot, look it up. Look, Zoot, he body slams the guy and punches him 22 times.
The mother witnessed everything I just described.
Sheriff Robert Luna had just asked for the public's help in finding trouble. A state appeals court has upheld the conviction of a man for the bludgeoning deaths of his then estranged wife's two teenage nephews inside the boy's home in Arcadia. The young she is serving 2 consecutive life prison terms without the possibility of parole. 8 people have been caught in an immigration raid outside of home in LA's Westlake district.
Are you looking it up? Zoot. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Zoot.
The Trump administration's investigating the California Environmental Protection Agency. The investigation includes the California Air Resources Board over alleged unfair job practice people based on race, color, sex,
Roger Jackson.
origin.
Zoot, look up Roger Jackson, you jackass.
Now, EPA has been criticized by the DOJ for using protected characteristics in hiring to advance what it calls racial equity. Beverly
Are you looking it up?
has blocked plans to plant the flag during Jewish American Heritage Month, despite a school board vote in favor of it. Superintendent Alex Chernin citing safety concerns and a policy allowing urgent action to prevent disruptions. The resolution meant to combat anti-Semitism and honor Jewish achievements. Debate over whether flying the flag signaled support for Israel's government and its war in Gaza.
Zoot, what are you fucking doing, dude?
Chernin also said no flags would be displayed on Beverly Hills district campuses other than the U.S. flag and the flag of the state of California. Swapping out real
Zoot, what in the fuck are you doing? Are you awake? What are you doing, dude?
from $3 to $7 per square foot for some businesses, schools, and other institutions. The agency's Elise Goldman says it's been a successful program so far.
Since the rebate was launched, more than 203 million square feet of grass has been removed through our program. That is 8 square miles of grass, an area larger than Griffith Park.
The Water District says removing favor of more sustainable landscaping helps the agency's effort to conserve water and fight climate change. Time to get your business with Bloomberg's Courtney Donahoe. Courtney, if you want to be one of those to jump on the Taylor Travis bandwagon, how much is it costing these days to throw a wedding?
Fall wedding season is this time of the year to tie the knot. We have to put this in perspective. More than 40% of weddings between September and November. Wallet definitely sees that as best at some of the events. But according to the knot, the average cost of ceremony and reception in the U.S. $33,000. Monday, the average cost of a wedding in LA close to $45,000. But New York, listen to this one, $75,000. So I'm telling my daughter, somewhere else, anywhere else. honey, we're going to North Carolina when you get married.
Exactly. Well, you're never getting married. You're never getting married.
Oh, you're going to be one of those.
I know.
Okay.
I keep saying she's going to go to college in my backyard one day. College in the backyard in New York.
We've got a cybersecurity breach at a credit reporting agency.
Yeah, TransUnion. They said that hackers have access to personal information of more than 4 million customers. So they said the data stored on third-party application was compromised. They insist that no credit information was accessed, but they didn't reveal what kind of personal data was. I definitely check into that. Definitely give a call to TransUnion. The company says it is working with law enforcement on that.
Okay, but Chicken Chain's opening up more stores around the country.
Yes, Raising Cane's. The restaurant specializes in chicken fingers. It has full foundations by the end of the year. So the company's telling Fox Business it has a focus connecting with college communities. So they're opening up a lot of stores near major universities. Here in New York, they're opening up one right across from Columbia and Barnard College. But same face price by the way is getting information.
I think that's a good choice. We've got one down the street, and there's always line. Always. Okay, more people are going to be running away from Nike, whether they want to or not.
Yeah, unfortunately. They're laying off about 1% of their corporate employees. Now, I was trying to do the calculations based on how many workers they have, and it comes out to about 780 employees. So the brand has been working on a turnaround. They've had a number of missteps in recent years. So they said this move is hopefully that will set themselves up to win.
Okay, and Pepsi is taking a bigger step out of the energy drink market.
Yeah, they're boosting their stake in energy drink maker Celsius. So as part of the deal, Celsius will acquire Pepsi's Rockstar Energy brand. Celsius has definitely grown a lot over the past couple years. We started back in 2004, but it's really popular because of its vitamin-infused drinks that are low calories. But Pepsi has definitely been changing up its portfolio of products. There's been such a focus on healthier, less processed foods. So Pepsi's taking over the landscape and trying to shape things up a bit.
Be careful when you shake things up, because you don't want to shake things up. Okay.
Exactly. Well, yeah, we say that. Remember, things go back to the day. We're trying to shake up things too much.
We're going to shake things up one day, and we won't be here.
No, I
So have a wonderful long day, long holiday weekend. We'll catch you again on Tuesday, and get in your business with Bloomberg Party down on
Yes, I'll see you later.
All right, have a good one. When we come back, speaking of shaking, Austin Butler is back on the big screen. ABC's Will Gans is going to tell us about that again on the street. Move down it. It's one of my favorite actors, and it happens in a retirement community. I can't wait to hear about that. From your Toyota dealer's traffic center, find the Toyota hybrid sedan, truck, or SUV that's right for you at Toyota.com.
Look at this.
Followed by advice and left down the traffic jam. I probably should wait until we get from you. He said, smile. The 10 freeway is the 10 freeway eastbound right before 8th Street there in Banning. We had an overturned semi. Nobody was hurt, but they had to offload a lot of stuff from this truck. It's been there ever since the 2 a.m. hour traffic jam in the area as you head eastbound from Banning. Again, that's right before 8th Street. Hopefully, we'll have that clear before it gets any busier. Traffic slow from Highland Springs. A couple of fires. We've got a Caltrain sign on fire. 57 northbound 60. 57 and 10 off the semi on fire. With Southern California's protecting traffic reports. I'm Will Fulshire.
Celebrate 25 years with American Vision Windows.
Party at their CD Valley showroom September 6th from 11 to 3 on food and price.
Save up to $2,500 off your project, $250 off every window, and $500 on each door when you buy 4 or more.
Open appointment or visit any show by September 6th to win a full house of windows free. Don't miss their CD Valley grand reopening September 6th from 11 to
888 785 5713.
888-785-5713.
Valid for a limited time. Restrictions apply. Call us website for details. Offer expires 9/25. Say something number 77326.
Brought to you by Novartis, founding partner of iHeart Sports Network. Naomi Osaka and world number 2 Iga Swiatek are among the players advancing out the second round of the U.S. Open with wins on
Thursday. Osaka defeated American Haley Baptiste 6-3, 6-1, while Shiyan tested Susan Lavins 6-1, 4-6, 6-4. Both women advanced third round matches today. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on Apple Podcasts. We recognize the importance of dreaming big and achieving more. iHeart Women's Sports Network is brought to you by Novartis, makers of Kisqali Ribocycline, supporting all women who strive for more in sports and in life.
Support is sponsored by OPOLaw.com.
Susan Owen here from OPO Law. If your vehicle body probably did too, whiplash, back pain, head injuries can show up days later. Don't ignore it. Call OPO Law, 888-OPO-WINS or OPOLaw.com.
Do you find yourself asking questions about technology? Rich DeMiro here. Join me for Rich on Tech, Saturdays at 11. What is the latest and greatest, or even not so great? Anything from home electronics to your mobile phone.
Rich on Tech with Rich DeMiro tomorrow morning at 11 on GFY and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you can receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today, 310-299-9960. 310-299-9960. It's official. The 30% federal tax credit ends this year. You need to act now. Solar with Semper Solaris now. Or pay 30% more later. Go to Semper.com. Do you want to walk, pickleball, and enjoy other fun activities to stay healthy? But can't because you're in pain. Hi, this is Mike. Good Feet Store wants to help you have pain.
I just had difficulty walking from the health pain. I tried them out in the store, and I would say almost instantly.
Are you buying new shoes and inserts with little or no relief? I tried all kinds of shoes, the arch supports that made the difference for the Good Feet Store. Don't let foot be your back pain. Get the way if you stay healthy and having fun. Thanks to the Good Feet Store, all 3 nights a week. At the Good Feet Store, we'll personally fit you with high-quality arch supports to maximize your health. Get back to doing what you love. Stop at the Good Feet Store or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. We have 11 area locations. Find the one closest to you at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet Store.
Why choose a Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
That makes my side firmer.
Make me sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Goes up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number set. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. 50% off of the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. And Liberty. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at Sleep Number Store or sleepnumber.com today. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. 1455 Rosie, San Diego, CordellCordell.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded. KMI, AM 640. Formulating talk. On the next Bill Handle Show, I took 10 guilty maggots. We're going to change local greenhouse emissions. And I'm not referring to your family as maggots. That's coming up after 7 a.m. today on the next Bill Handle Show.
It's 5:52 on your Friday morning wake-up call. I'm Amy King. Here's what we're all Following in the Campaign 24-hour news from Governor Newsom's putting special CHP teams in place to crack down on crime in cities, including Los Angeles. The crime suppression teams will target high crime neighborhoods, focusing on repeat offenders and illegal guns and drugs. Orange County has launched a first of its kind effort to support illegal immigrant families. The Immigrant and Refugee Liberty Fund will be paid for with $1.5 million in public and private money, and will fund legal representation, emergency hotlines, and know your rights programs. A 21-year-old man from Riverside County is pleading guilty to aiming a laser pointer at an LAPD helicopter flying over the anti-ICE protests in downtown LA. The man's facing up to 5 years in prison. He's sentenced in December. Let's say good morning now to ABC's multi-platform entertainment reporter, Will Gans. Morning, Will.
Hey, good morning. Happy Friday.
Thank you. Hey, Will, I'm all shook up because get it, Austin Butler's back.
Yes, and he is, I don't know, I mean, if he went from all shook up with Elvis, he was completely put through the ringer through whatever the thing is shaken up, the deadline quickly is in this new movie. It's called Todd Stealing, and it's under Darren Aronofsky, who did Black Swan and a lot of other Oscar type of films, but this is more of like Die Hard on steroids. So Austin Butler is playing a down on his luck former baseball player who's now like a bartender in New York City, and he agrees to watch his neighbor's cat while his neighbor is away, and Doug comes looking for his neighbor, and they see that Austin Butler has his cat, and he gets all mixed up in all kinds of terrible things. So it's an action-packed, brutal, violent, adventure from New York City as he's trying to figure out what his neighbor has been doing now, what he's got himself into. Zoe Kravitz is in it as well. She's like his girlfriend, and it is. I mean, if you like the Die Hard sort of bloody, action-packed, you can see this on the big screen this weekend. But if you're a little squeamish when it comes to blood and fighting, you should maybe see it.
It sounds like looking for sure he's a former baseball player who's now a bartender. I think it's sort of the dark side of Cheers.
Exactly. Yeah, Regina King is in it too. The story cast is amazing. And if you do go see it, it takes maybe like 20 minutes or so to really like pick up the steam, but it's violent though.
Okay. With that extra asterisk. Okay. I'm so interested to hear about this one. We're going to start something on the street. Two of my favorite characters, Pierce Brosnan and Helen Mirren. It's a whodunit in a retirement community.
Exactly. This is like Murder, She Wrote meets Only Murders in the Building. And it is very British. It's very beautiful. It's wonderfully acted to the credit of your two faves, Helen Mirren and Pierce Brosnan. So this is a group of senior citizens who are living in a very posh retirement community, and they are trying to solve a cold case when a murder happens in their own retirement community. So that they go together to try and solve that. And it is where the first movie I was talking about, Todd Stealing, and bloody and action-packed. This is more intellectual, more of a Sherlock Holmes approach to
This job says I text him. I said, damn, it's like that now, but you've changed. I give him shit. He's like, but I wake up to like 75 texts to 100 texts a day.
Other crimes in the future. That's a lie. And if you're into intellectual
And I just saw a trailer for this one. I haven't watched it, but I saw the trailer. I haven't watched this series because it looks kind of interesting, but it's almost rapid. It's got a rapid. residents voiced concerns about the fire possibly spreading into their neighborhoods. The Torrance Police Chief to make some changes after a review by the California Department of Justice. Attorney General Rob Bonton says the enforceable agreement is in response to a series of racist and bigoted actions.
So we'll provide accountability that will help eliminate bias, that will make sure that there's data that is driving policies, that there's oversight, that there's community engagement and more community policing, that there's honoring of civil rights and constitutional rights of the community.
More than a dozen Torrance police officers participated in the exchange of racist and homophobic text messages. A pair of officers were also caught spray painting a swastika on a car they had to get impounded. Cases of
It'll be like a guy being like, "What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Date? So we got a date? Hey, yo, you want to go to Nobu? Yeah. How about this? Here's $500. Yeah. This is how hookers started. Yeah. And like the girl was like,
Typhus cases in the county have been increasing gradually since the year 2010. Infections usually peak in the late summer and fall. Fear is growing of an AI bubble burst.
A new report says 95% of companies investing in artificial intelligence have yet to see any financial returns. For all the stock market is up now, but tech stocks in particular have been falling in recent weeks, leading many to compare to the beginning of the dot-com bubble burst in 2000, where investors dumped businesses that looked good on paper but turned into a huge liability. Experts say the insane valuations of AI may cause a sharp downturn as investment pulls back, but AI is so embedded in our lives now that it's not going away, bust or no bust. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
The 13th largest lottery jackpot news history is up for grabs this weekend. The $950 million Powerball drawing will be held tomorrow night at 8. This is KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Southland weather from KFI. Lots of sunny skies. It was kind of weird and hazy cloudy yesterday, but it looks like we're going to be back to sunny skies today. Highs in the 80s at the coast, 80s to low 90s for Metro LA and in Orange County, 90s to about 103 in the valleys. Low to mid 90s for the IE, 80s to low 90s in the Antelope Valley. Overnight lows mainly in the 60s. And then tomorrow about the same as today. A couple degrees hotter Sunday and Labor Day Monday. It's going to be a couple degrees cooler, but still hot all the way through next week. It's 71 in Dana Point, 71 Long Beach, 69 in Sherman Oaks, and 72 in Fountain Valley. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, for producer and technical producer Bono and traffic specialist Will.
East Coast doesn't count. What's up, beer shelf? Who's in the beer? Wild cherry and green Pepsi. Oh man. Yeah, there's some dangerous dude that love cherries. I actually, I recently had a was it creamsicle flavor or something.
There are some delays on the southbound side of 57/63 stretch. Keep an eye on that. 210 westbound at Road Hill. This is a civil rights shoulder crash.
Just like she was just frying. Sorry, Jet. Dr. Pepper cream soda is phenomenal, but this Pepsi is a big competition. Dude, I'm a big Pepsi believer. I think Pepsi's better than Coke. You can say that. Just say that now. Discord link actually work? Yo, Gonzo, thank you, follow. No mugs. No mugs. What? I mean, it's just a thing. It's just a thing. Coke is not as good unless you get it from McDonald's, and then it's better. But like, yo, only getting your Coke from McDonald's is crazy. People talk.
So that's the first step. Somebody create the slightly solution. Summoning someone. Let's put summoning to the show. Summoning someone we don't hear. Who are you summoning? Somebody listening anymore. And now, handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen,
Are you guys out of a game? We are. Oh, love it. There he is. Sorry, he's probably still in his sauna waking up, so. Yeah, this man like does his little sauna every morning. Under the Discord, do you want to talk? About what? I see Sugar Ray, Neon Trees, and then Ice this weekend. Oh my god, really, John? Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Every second my morning dad, he's on Facebook. Say hi on Facebook. What's up? I'm joining you, man. Oh. Where's this other mother trucker? Oh, 7 wins already. Well, let's go. Whoa, really? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm crying today. I don't see him. Morning chat, by the way. Auto rifles and grenade launchers, even for the game. Because of our show. What? No way. Squads and motorcycles. No joke. That's fine. Yeah. To be true. Alright. Well, he's not all loaded up yet, so not really. Oh. Blind taste testing colas on stream. Yo, that would be fun. I'd be down. RC Cola wins it? Wait, what? Nah. Let's talk about future technology? What? Why? What? What do I talk about future technology for? Isn't the best technology if you're still alive? Bye. Yeah, I try not to drink as much pop. I try to drink like a lot of water.
Oh, this is garbage talk.
I went to a Jewish school in Australia. I'm only like 2, so I'm a bit special.
That's the word I need, special. Okay, got a lot going on today. Stuff going on with the CDC news. Also, at least I think there's big news. Also, there is those radios and communications are just shutting down. The control tower can't talk to airplanes. It's so bizarre. They're going to have semaphore flags out there with people. Yes, exactly. Amy is doing that. Big flags. Deal at one point. Okay, so I've never shared with you before. I was in the Boy Scouts before I got kicked out. Just before I got kicked out. And I was the semaphore guy in my troop. And the semaphore is kind of this Morse code. And you do it with flags, depending on the position of the flag. For example, flag up, flag out, means whatever letter that is. Halfway up, or up, I'm sharing a story. And by the way, it's not a butterfly. What you do is you take a sunny keys and you go squirrel, squirrel. That's how you do it. Okay. Rest of the way, everybody. You know what is Friday? It is Friday. And it's Friday. You say Friday. Yeah, but it's Friday on a Friday. All right, guys, let's jump right into the news. It's time for Headline News with Amy. Let's start. This one's kind of a...
He's actually, it just gets lost in the shuffle someday. Than any other car, ever. Any American car. I think that these new ones, the 2025s and 26s, they're better than any other car, ever. Any American car. Like the Corvette ZR1, it's the greatest American car that's ever been built. It's 1,100 horsepower. I remember Austin. I went down there because Daddy was going to spend a little bit of his UFC antitrust lawsuit money, right, on the ZR1. You're going to get another car and not put it into a stock for get that up. I'm doing both car. This is a fraction. This thing. Yeah. Now, this thing you do nothing for you because you're a cuck, but for most gentlemen out there, you should get your dick hard. Is that right? Tell me if this does anything for you. All right, now, let me see. Oh, Brad, ready to look at this? You got one? No, I don't have one. But this is, Google this. This is literally the greatest American car ever produced. By a long shot. It is the car that you can buy. It is 1,100 horsepower. If you know, or excuse me, 1,064 horsepower. 6 speed too. And how fast it goes 0 to 60? You can go 205 miles an hour. 205 miles an hour? If you want to. 205 miles an hour? No, I would never go that fast. Still, it's insane. And it's beautiful. Like, look at that thing. I mean, it's just a piece of art and engineering. Okay, I'm still not hard. Nothing? Not even a little flick? Well, but I am impressed that it goes that fast. All right, I'll take that. Now go to the other pictures, Chad. This is made with the tire. Keep.
So how many cities, right, will be Republican cities, but how many Democratic cities are there in this country where crime would be lower if you brought in troops? You would need millions and millions of federal troops. That's all I'm saying. First of all, it's the cost. Because never affects it doesn't matter. And they call up the National Guard is called up. These people just work and they're called up, and all of a sudden they're not working anymore. And productivity drops like crazy. So it's a lot of money that they're paid for by the government. And the point is, we lose track of why they are really needed. And all of a sudden, they're not there for the purposes of quelling crime. They are there for the purposes of political purposes. Now, let me ask you this.
Brücke nach einer Makromische Stelle benutzt als meine Arbeitsvertical. Brücke nach Toll in my bed.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Machtor in my bed.
Here's the latest. Sheriff's deputies have arrested the 20-year suspect in shooting and killing a 13-year-old boy at a gas station in Pico Rivera. ICE is geared up for the raid at the same Home Depot in the Westlake district where illegal immigrants were rounded up 3 weeks ago. And Governor Newsom, as Bill just mentioned, says he's got a plan to make city streets safer, and it doesn't include the military like President Trump's plan does. Those stories and more coming up at the bottom of the hour. We will check some problems in El Cerrito next.
It's all safe. There's no issue about that. But there are contaminants and there's all kinds of microplastics that go on. And more importantly, it tastes horrible. So here is life source system. Very high water filtration system. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other people during the terror? I don't think that usually takes back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September of 1939? It's also quite a recent possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical topics. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involve two major periods of captivity. The period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of detention. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states to divide up the territory. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series for my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subject to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arresting intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period.
But Eric, don't you think it's more of a thing if they
Operation
Barbarossa,
which was
the Third Reich
there's also on the
I had friends. I've had friends in my life where I just gotta, like, dude, I'm out. If you need that friend who's always checking in and following up, and like I'm your fucking dad, I ain't the one.
Now, why that is
Constantly ships over that. Like, you know, like if I get back to him, you know, I'll text my kid, man, swap, like, get back to you, and then 2 days later, I call, like, what the fuck, like, all butthurt, like, what the fuck, dude? I'm like, oh, you're out.
Yeah, but it all depends on who the person is to you. Yeah, I mean, if it's your wife, okay. But if it's like, I hear you.
Spread out throughout the territory that they conquered.
I think that if I give,
and their
if you have my number and I have your number,
prosecute the war
and I text you,
Soviets.
And not just like what he said, like some casual shit. Even if it's just like, hey, you're trying to find out some information, or even if I'm like, I heard something happen. Everything's okay. Like he just said, he goes, hey, I'm swamped, I'll get back to you. That's respect. Respect. You like, hey, I'm swamped, I'll get back to you if I can, you know what I mean? Thanks for checking in, Pete. You know, it's like that kind of stuff. I think that's important. You know, it's just me. Like, I'm not, let me just say this. You know, it sounds like it, but I'm not judging. No judgment on anybody else. I'm just saying, I think it's a sign of respect. Because I can't stand when people go, hey, I'm busy. You're not that busy, bitch. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I know, but you're not. You're right. Except it's a choice. Listen, Chris, it's a choice. I'm just, nobody's that busy. That's a contract that doesn't exist. No, I understand. But if you're going through like something that you don't respond because things are stressful or whatever, or then you write back, you know, even if you don't write back, but if it's a week later and you say, hey, you know, I was going through something, if that person goes, oh, that makes sense, hey, no, that's not what I'm talking about. Because 96% of the time, it's just people being like, whatever. Just being like, whatever, whatever. Not respecting your time. That's all I'm saying.
I also know people who are way busier than me, like, Rogan's a good example. You know, I usually call him on my way to work.
The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however,
doing way bigger shit than me, and answer like, what's up, man?
Psychologically a very.
And I was like, I sent a picture of a car. I'm just shooting the shit. And I'm like, oh, dude, I got Trump coming in. I'm calling back, like, oh, you don't have to answer nothing.
That's not his respect of your friendship. Yeah, that's what that is right there. That's what I'm trying to make. Like, you know, it's just a choice people are making. Like, it's so casual with how we communicate now with social media and all this stuff. We just kind of swipe and we just kind of like look at stuff and we're just like, this isn't important anymore. And I think communicating with the people that are in your life, in your circle, in your like, you know, your inner circle, your like whatever your circle out there, and then you have a circle out here, and then you have a circle of people that, you know, I just think it's like, what's wrong with being like, hey, what's up, or thank you, or whatever, it's like that. No, we're all fucking selfish. I agree. I hate that. I don't know, yeah. The reason why I brought it up is like a friend of mine was hosting this thing.
They drew up a list of all of the Jews in the terrifying.
I was like, that's not you, shouldn't be bullshitting. I was like, oh, like, what are you talking about? Oh, he was like, see from this list, like, I'm like, hey, it's not you, bitch. It's not you. Yeah, that's because they don't. Yeah, sure. I mean, but I don't know. I think that we all do it. Yeah. I just say, I think it's a sign of, you know.
It is, but you know, I like this kind of friend Chris is. He, you know, he's always been great. Like my baby girls going through more health issues. It's been a nightmare. Now, Chris, a million people text like, the only reason he got out to my wife or something on it, but a million people could text like,
they had already been experimenting with something like
Chris responded, man, heard what happened. Hey, I have a friend about this, you're a big pediatrician. So it's like, oh damn, there's a resource that actually is going to improve what I'm dealing with. But if you let's talk about it. It's like, bro, for what? Yeah. What the fuck am I talking about? The Chris was like, yo, here's the number. Talk to this lady. Like, she specializes in this. I'm like, oh, fuck, that's a real one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and of course, I'm not talking about somebody's like, hey, happy birthday. You know, be like, well, thank you. Well, somebody's better to text me on Thanksgiving. If you text me on Thanksgiving, hey man, I'm not 18. Let them know. Who texted Christmas and Thanksgiving? Eric is my dad, brother. You must be busy all day.
countries.
If you're texting my
Unlike
dad
the
and my brother,
concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly the early British communities of Hitler, the concentration camps were prolific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slaves in a very small proportion.
late because it's like I've been traveling, I need to sleep in. It's 11,
Here you
I'll
get a
wake up,
sense of
okay, there's
process
6
of
people that have texted me,
deportations
and I
from all
look
around
half
Europe,
asleep,
including
and
regions that
I
were
legit, like, somebody
conquered
that I
nearly at
respect
the very
a lot.
end of the war,
This
when it
happened
was
2
clear that the
4 days
Nazis
ago.
were going to lose
Or
World
no,
War
more than
II.
that.
Places like northern Italy,
I forgot
Hungary,
to, I guess I realized he really texted me, and then I go one day, 3 days later, I go,
was the process. Jews were
that
rounded up
happened in the
and
middle of my
placed on
like
cattle
sleep.
cars.
So I wrote it back, and he
Some
asked me something
6,000 a
legit.
day,
He was like, needed my
in
help with
Warsaw.
something, and I was like,
And then
oh
when
my
they
god, bro, I'm totally
disembarked,
sorry.
often after
You know,
a
so it could be
terrifying
that
and
doesn't mean I don't
long
respect it. No longer
journey
No,
from places as far away as Paris, where many of them died actually en route.
And then if you
They
if you're 5
disembarked and were
minutes, it
subject to
hits me at 1,
selection,
you get there
where
at 1:05.
those
He's already
small
ordered and he's already eating
numbers
his
of
food.
Jews
Absolutely.
who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellites.
like 5 a.m.
The vast majority of the rest of Jews
respond so
Yeah.
shorn of anything
I know.
that could possibly be of value on their persons.
I was
Not
busting
only
Romeo's
their
chops because
personal
I texted
belongings,
damn,
but
it's like
also
that now, but you've changed.
There she is.
aesthetic lens,
I
eyeglasses,
wake up to like
gold
75
teeth, even
texts
their hair
a
is taken from
day.
them.
He's like,
They
so
were
it
sent
gets
to
lost. The
these
shovel son, I
gas
gotta go through it. Like, no,
where they were
you're
made to think they were being
I'll tell
sent
you who's
to
great at getting that.
house.
Who's great?
Lice
Theo.
removed from their bodies. This is very common in
Blowing up,
many
all
of
that
these
stuff.
camps. The
Me and
Americans
Theo
later
tags,
used
nobody
DDT
wants.
to
Every time something like that. But then he realized our lives are very different.
Yes, ma'am.
We're texting back and forth, just catching up. And then
How did I sleep? I slept well, thank you. How did you sleep?
I slept okay. I checked on you and I saw your tummy.
Oh, that happens, girl. I'm like a big bear.
I'm just letting you know.
It happens. What's new in your neck of the woods?
Nothing. My booty was out last night. These legs riding off my booty when I was trying to curl it to my little ball. And I was very cold. Yeah, but it's okay. I didn't have any sex on. And I need to get some.
Yeah, get yourself some socks. Socks are important. Absolutely.
You're a hoe, you know that.
Biggest whore on earth, baby.
Actually, I would argue with that, but as long as you know.
I am a hoe.
You prefer the term whore?
And sometimes I say I'm a giant. Sometimes I say I'm a hoe. Oh, I love sluts. Oh, who doesn't love sluts? Who doesn't love sluts? There you go. I don't understand why sex is so taboo. You're good, girl. What don't I understand?
You're supposed to know them?
What,
You
slut?
said that I know who you don't.
I didn't follow. Can you repeat that?
She's talking shit to you.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, what'd you say?
I don't remember. I asked you if you could follow my son. I said,
Can you speak into the microphone?
oh, good word, really.
Oh, now I can hear you. There you go. What's up?
I don't know. I thought I said it out loud. And the part where I definitely said more, I forgot. It wasn't interesting, I think.
Word, girl. What's on your agenda for this weekend? It's
It's the weekend. I don't have doctor's appointments. I don't have a job. I'm gonna do nothing.
okay.
Thanks
Well,
for the reminder, Rabbi. Hopefully, I could find something fun to do.
yeah.
Like any suggestions ever. It would honestly help me because
Okay.
I don't know what else to do.
Can you go to the lake?
Oh yeah, nigga, how am I gonna get there?
You're in a car.
I should just drive myself.
No, you can ask your friend. Hey, dude, it's
I don't know how many times I will ask this nigga to go to the beach. It's ridiculous. I'm like, it's so hot out here. Now, not anymore. That, I have bathing suits in the vehicle. You think I could fucking go to the beach? Oh, we'll go to the beach at least 2 times. Really, nigga. But why when I ask, you never want to take me, nigga? He hates me. He enjoys bringing me sorrow. Unless I'm on his cock. That's it. He don't even want the whole package no more. He only wants the sex. If he's mad, he is mad right now. And I'm sorry, but he is not going to do anything for me that he's not required to.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. Can't you ask nicely? Hey, it's Labor Day weekend. It's like the last weekend of the summer. Is there any way that we could go to the beach?
For what? It's cold as fuck right now.
Oh, it's cold?
It is kind of cold, like, I don't know, like, maybe it's gonna get warmer. It got warm yesterday. I don't really fucking care about the fucking beach, Rabbi. Thanks for your idea.
Okay, I mean,
Everything's right. You did great. You did great. That's a great suggestion. You want to know why? Because that's what I asked to do besides go to the zoo.
Oh, dude.
Sorry for yelling.
What about the Lincoln Park Zoo?
That's where I wanted to go, okay? Because it's the one with the fucking zoo birds, the geese that are, tagged, that want to eat everything. They're civil.
It's free.
And they have good popcorn. And they have the petting zoo there.
Okay, so why don't you go to the Lincoln Park Zoo?
Nigga, I wish I could tell you, bro. I went with our son and took pictures of the lions for him. I don't think he liked it. First of all, nigga, and
Okay, calm down with that. I know you want to sound tough, but it just makes you sound lame.
I'm not trying to sound tough.
Well, you sound lame.
Okay, well, if the way that I speak when I'm upset is lame, then that's how I speak. I don't feel shame about that. The fuck?
All right.
That's my vernacular, and that's how I speak quickly because that's how the people that were around me spoke. I was not raised by my fucking white mother. I was raised by a fucking Puerto Rican man that was not just Puerto Rican. He was also Haitian. That's how I fucking talk. The fuck? Do not. And he didn't fucking speak to me like that either. This is a fucking amalgamation of who I am.
So you didn't grow up speaking like that either. You didn't grow up speaking like. No, I'm not. I'm gonna hear your bullshit.
I didn't grow up what? Tell me what I didn't do, and I'll tell you what I did.
Okay, I'm saying that you just said that you didn't grow up speaking like that either.
Nigga, I didn't grow up speaking at all. I grew up getting my ass fucking beat. I didn't speak, nigga. I cleaned and I cooked, and that's it. And I shut the fuck up. That's it. Because any answer was not a right answer. I'm not playing around when I say that.
Did you
ask around type of shit?
Look? I have one question for you, and one question for you only. Here's my question.
I'd love to be the autumn that I want, that I created for the world, because I had to create that autumn.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I was a certain autumn already. Yeah, the one that we all like. Yeah, that was me. I created her, and they destroyed her. Okay. This is
all right.
Fucking
calm down.
One. This is the one that they deal with. The one that everybody gets when they stop appreciating the fucking nice autumn and then want to test her. This is not a fake person. This is not a fake voice. Why do you think it comes out so quick and like that?
I just have one question for you. Look, I don't give a flying fuck. All I want to know is that, have you ever seen Chappelle's show?
I've seen some of the Chappelle show.
Okay. All right.
Hold up, I have a line that doesn't work, so we're actually going to have to just hold on a second while I try to get this like 50 times. Wait. Don't talk. Okay, that hurts. I'm just going to... Oh, this shit's already...
May I please speak? Yo, may I please speak?
Don't ever talk to me like that.
Yo, may I please speak?
Just start talking, Rabbi.
Okay. You should know that when you use that word, my streams get the N-word. When you use the N-word, my streams get marked as mature. So that's all I'm saying, is just try not to use it.
Mature already?
I'm just saying.
Every time I come in here, it's telling me about 18 and up.
No, I know that, but I'm saying my YouTube streams. No, I understand, but then they're not available in the search engine.
When you make that explanation, it makes sense.
I understand. I appreciate it.
I mean, I can cognitively try to not use it, like as if I were at work or in school.
Perfect. That would be appreciated. I understand it. I understand that it slips. I understand that it slips. Okay. So, do you think there's a chance you could go to the Lincoln Park Zoo?
Well, yeah. See, I'm talking about Rabbi. I already brought up about how much I would love that adventure so many times, and I brought it up for years now. That's no joke. And we just haven't gotten around to it. I don't know. I hope that one of these days we'll get around to doing something. Like, you know, thinking about it. You know, we were only gone on food days.
You're only good on food days?
Like, there's got to be something else that we can do together.
Yeah, don't you guys, do you enjoy each other's company?
No.
You don't really like each other. You just have...
No, not at all. It's like, it's definitely fake. We can tell that it's fake on both ends. Like, that's why he's willing to let me just go out there and die and shit. And then, like, long ago, you know what I'm saying? So,
how you guys meet?
Like me because I called him all on his lies.
I understand. How did you guys meet?
We met at his job, that firefighter. actually was working at AA place.
Wait, he
And
was.
I went there because I needed hours of DUI.
Hold on.
And at the
Hold
time,
on. Calm down. Well, calm down. I'm only able to take in
calm down.
so much at once. I'm trying to hear you. Okay, so he was working at a place. Where was he working?
At like an AA place. I don't even know how else to describe it.
Okay, I got you.
Like they
I
roast
got you.
me.
Okay.
Right. So, anyways, besides me getting him fired from there,
Wait, how did you get him fired from there?
why? What do you mean? Like,
Not why.
somebody
Not why.
knew that I was
How?
in there at
How?
night.
How?
Nobody knew I was in there at night. I don't know how I didn't get him fired when I called there because he wasn't at work. And I'm like, he needs to be Ubering to so he gets away from his kids. And he was just berating me, like, and talk shit to me for like 6 hours straight, like a job. I called the job and was like asking for him. And the woman on the phone was like not giving any information. So typically people on the phone like, no, whatever. If it's in here. Anyways, I said that like nobody has his phone number. None of y'all bitches or whores have his phone number yet. Hold on, bitches and whores, and I said, yeah, that's right.
Right.
Tell me you don't know who that is right now.
Right. That's you, bitch.
Anyway.
You hoe.
And he didn't get fired then. But what did he get fired for? I don't know, but I know I started making a lot of guest appearances. But
you'd actually show up where he works?
Hell yeah, 100%. The fuck? Because it's a public place, dude. It's fucking AA meetings all day and shit. Just that, but people would see me like in the office and shit, and downstairs, and they'd be like so suspicious, and like they knew I was like his partner, but apparently I was down there too much.
Did he say that you're the one who got him fired?
No, he didn't say that. No, like literally, like his boss, like is just not paying him right now, and I'm trying to tell him that his boss is just a piece of shit. So you're fired. You're done. You're not working.
So you fired him, but he still is employed.
He's still employed, but I fired him because I said I couldn't. And naturally, you know, that's how he answers the phone to other people. Like when they're like asking me like shit. I have no.
Did you have an alcohol or a drug DUI? Did you have an alcohol or a drug DUI?
No, well, I know. Not really. I think I was just young. But how I got over there was I was in rehab. And that time I was in, well, every time that I went to rehab, I thought I just decided she needed to go.
Was it alcohol or drugs?
Too heavy of money.
Dog,
It was
girl.
like drugs.
Okay. Well, that's not like.
It was mostly weed.
Yeah,
mostly
which is
weed, and I had like a problem with just overall being risky. Like at that time, the time previous to that is when I had some more serious issues to like deal with because it was like when I knew that I wanted to do drugs, when I started smoking weed, I knew that there were certain drugs that I never wanted to do, and I'm proud to say that I never intentionally did any of those drugs, or meth or heroin. I never intentionally did any of that shit. But I ended up doing like Xanax and oxys and shit like that, like taking other pills and like not really knowing what I'm taking, and that's not something I was like comfortable with. I knew that that was an issue. Also at that time, I didn't realize that my diagnosis was PTSD. I still thought that my diagnosis was just depression and anxiety, which never made sense to me because I will only have like, I get depressed like very easily because I'm like a very emotional person, but I'm not like depressed. So now that I have the right diagnosis and I understand that weed wasn't the problem, but like me being a little bit too curious sometimes, and I end up taking stuff and being in places where I don't want to be, But, I can thank my family to exposing me to that at, every end, and they're doing drugs, and it's just, we're selling it, and, like, I'm aware of it at a very young age, so. I mean, that's another reason why I went, like, to Korea, too, is because I didn't want to end up, like, people in my family, like, with a really bad, like, drug problem, and I was eating weed like that at the time, because again, it wasn't legal, and people were not like. It was like 10 years ago. I'm talking about like 8 years ago.
I understand. People considered it to be much more serious than it is.
Yeah, that was not even. I think it was less than 2020. But yeah, still, even then, like when it was like just becoming recreational, it's so hard to find like prior to it becoming recreational, I didn't like find any like doctors that would tell me that was okay. So I was never feeling encouraged to like be open about smoking the weed with the doctors.
Right. A lot of times they'll.
Even though I worked in a pain clinic where one of the doctors was ready to weed prescription, and I would go to work high, and like he knew I was high. I feel really stupid looking back because I thought nobody knew I was high. I was so fucking like I was just filing papers, and it'd be like you'd get like 2 different versions of auto. So yeah, well at least I was getting my medicine. They didn't care. I needed that medicine. I think it's obvious. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna be right back. Bye.
This girl is cray. Cray in a wild way.
And then he called me, but it was 9:30. And he goes, "Damn, can't we answer your phone?" I didn't see it. I was at 9. I didn't see it. So I text the next morning at 6. Like, bro, you called. I'm sleeping. I'm gonna answer your call if you do it when I'm up. We're living 2 different lives, my man.
Yeah. One thing I'll say for Theo, he's good about just reaching out, just in general.
Yep.
Yeah, he's good. He might just, I get the phone around, go, Theo's calling. He's just like, hey, what's up, man? Haven't talked to you in a while, that kind of thing. And I just go, well, that's great. Like, not everybody's nice. When you're that busy and you're that, like, you got all this stuff going on. I think there's something about keeping in contact with the people you want in your life, and until it's like you need something. That's what I don't. The people that give up my text, hey, what's going on?
My only thing is, like, we work together, but let's say, whatever reason, you missed the pod for 3 weeks and we didn't communicate, and then when we do talk, you're like, what the fuck, bro? Not catch like.
Oh no, none of that.
Like, if I have to worry about you getting upset, if I have to check in with you, like this isn't gonna work. We're gonna break this Band-Aid up.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Those guys, like, I've had people in my life I really cared about.
Because I have my own set of rules. Like, it's like, I don't think you should send me 75 paragraphs on the first text. Okay. To me, you gotta check in. You gotta check in.
Talon does that. He'll send a whole 7-paragraph text. I wouldn't read ours go too long. Call me, or I'm never reading this.
I just think you have to be like, hey, you busy? I have to talk to you about something. Nah, don't do that. That's what I need.
I don't like that.
I need a check in. I need a check in. I don't need don't do that to me. I go crazy Super Saiyan. You know what? I'm gonna do it.
You know what? I like if it's long. I like a nice voice note.
Oh no. Bro, nobody knows your rules, all right? just fucking keep saying bro. An 8-minute voice note yourself.
I won't. Better than an 8-minute text.
No, it's no, because you both of those are go fuck yourself.
Read it at your leisure.
Yeah, but when you get a voice note, you're missing shit.
I'm drunk.
And my thing is like,
He's too loud in my thing. Give it a minute. It's his fault.
There's a
text me about it. No, here's the thing. Voice note. No, if then call. This is my thing. If the voice note goes past a minute,
Jesus Christ, this guy's fucking. I'm so hot about it. Here's why voice notes work, because it cuts through the bullshit. It's not, yo man, what are you up to? What are you doing? Voice note, boom. This is what I'm going on.
Oh my God.
It cuts the fat.
Yeah. Okay. It's like, fucking. What about that British girl that had an axe when because she was being accosted? When she's 14, it's
what are you talking about?
Let's get to something else.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Bring something up, motherfucker.
British 14-year-old British girl.
Her
parents sent her with an axe and a blade, and she had to fucking wield it.
Protect yourself and her friend from a migrant who wanted to assault them. Good for her. What a little badass.
Dude, supposedly she was arrested. Right. Yeah. People are saying though that she's a hero.
Damn, look at this little.
She's this little William Wallace.
Hey, friend, take the AirPods out, yeah, so you can hear.
Well, watch this guy. Watch what happens. Look, she just nuts. Watch this. This is the guy I like. Hey, guy. What are you doing? The guy that just walked by.
He's trying to get the fuck out of there.
Because this is bullshit.
What do you mean?
You're walking by. If you see this kind of thing going on, you can just walk by. The real scene in person, it's not as high.
I understand.
That's why this guy's like, oh,
I understand.
The little girl's got an axe. Cool. This guy's filming, and this one's doing nothing. Nothing's happening here, man.
No, I bet that guy was like, oh, that girl's
internet bullshit.
That girl's tweaking with an axe.
Internet.
Get me the fuck out of
She
here.
got arrested, and then also there people are using this. This is crazy, but people are real. It is crazy how something like this is used after.
Polarized, of course.
But they're making her a legit hero. Like, this is the woman we need in our. It's insane what they're doing on that.
Yeah, no, I'm doing that. I'm proud of her. Yeah, I'm super proud of her. I already posted the meme. Yeah.
How about this one? Have you seen these memes that are showing up where a girl is saying, like, we need to date me. No. Pay me $500. To date me, you have to pay me $1,000. Like, see those memes?
Anybody says to date me, you go away the other direction. To date me, how about the thing? Yeah, I know. How about the thing? Where the lady was like, did you ever see that one thing where the lady was talking to the camera and she was like, "No, we're not gonna do coffee. We're not gonna do a hangout. We're gonna go to a dinner. You're gonna pay. And then it cuts to her years later. She's like, I had to freeze my egg. It's like, yeah, because you're insufferable, you stupid asshole.
Well, that's a girl also being in on the joke.
What do you mean? She was serious.
There's no joke. She had to freeze her eggs here.
I saw this. I got one of the girls I told my husband, I'm not cooking for you. These are the eggs for me and our kid. If you want eggs, and then the next video was her being like, my husband left me.
Yeah, no. Bro, when women are like, what do you bring to? Somebody was upset because somebody said, what do you bring to the table or something? And women are like, what do I bring to the table? What the fuck is he? Dude, you and then they'll get mad at us because we talk about how hot someone is. It's like, but they also don't want to have to bring anything to the table. So then what the fuck do we get?
Yeah.
Well, no, Chris, that's the minority. Those bitches are like, women power. We work 9 to 5 and wanted a war, and they want to start fucking Wakanda on their own just for women. And they're just working a fucking job. Those are the fucking.
Oh, that's a little bit of a different
bitches,
thing.
like the good moms.
No, I understand that. If you're a woman and you want to forego having a family and work hard and do your thing, do your fucking thing.
Yeah,
but do your thing though. I don't give a fuck. But then if you're a woman that's just like, I'm hot and what do you bring to the table and treat me like a princess? No.
Well, it depends how hot
she is. But here's the crazy part about it. Wait, here's the crazy part about this.
I'm a dime. No,
you're a dime?
Everything together. Yes.
No, you're not a dime.
No, have you seen my personality? It's crazy.
I know, but your forehead, you get 2 points knocked down.
Dude, everything, something about me. You know what? I would say.
I agree, but your forehead and your skin.
But if it was like, you have a good pie of stuff. Yeah. Fuck yeah, that's what a guy needs. But the looks aren't the biggest part of the pie. It's not looks. No, I wouldn't say you're handsome. But you weigh it, it's a dime. Weigh it. Weigh my pie, it's a dime.
Agree, disagree.
You know, you put it all together. Yeah, I get you. My attitude, my charisma. We get it. Yeah. You take one of my features and you show it to somebody. You take my feature off of me and you show it to somebody. You go, that guy's gonna be ugly. You put them all together. You go, all right, with the charisma and all the stuff, and he's rich. Then okay.
You like a dime
so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, now the looks department, okay, whatever. But we're not talking about that. But objectively, if you get a good picture of me, I'm nice looking.
You're handsome.
I didn't say handsome. I said
the nose and the forehead.
No. If you light the picture nicely and you catch me at a good moment for whatever the fuck, you know what I mean?
Hit it. What's the good?
You know what I'm saying? Like if I, all right.
Nice.
You know, but
another one. Hit it.
I got one. But if you get a weird picture of me, I get it, dude.
Hey, you're talking some weird picture.
I look hideous. You'd never know he was a 10. You'd never know he was a 10 at a weird pic.
Listen.
But he is.
No one ever would say you're a 10.
Bro, there's no
world where you're a 10.
About gay men. I'm talking about women when they see and feel the whole presence.
Okay.
God damn it.
I believe that. Hey, you know what? And we know it's documented.
It's very well documented, bro.
Yeah, it's well documented. The one that these women that, like, you say, well, I have to give you $500 to go out on a date. Here's this funny part about that. If you give them $500, I say, okay, let's date. I'll give you $500 to date. But if you also fly them any place, it's now sex trafficking.
No. Yeah, it's like, it's very crazy. You're fucked if you're a guy, really.
You know what I mean? All of a sudden now, I just sex trafficked you, and you're like, no, you charged me. You said I have to give you $1,000 to take you, but and we're flying to Vegas, so all of a sudden now I'm sex trafficking. You know what I mean? It's like then you're like, can you imagine a girl like, if you're gonna date me, it's $500,000. Like, where the fuck are your parents? Who raised you?
Well, yeah, you're all good. You're a hooker. Congratulations. You're a streetwalker.
Let's take a little break here because college football, my absolute fave, is back. You have Texas. Playing Ohio State this freaking weekend. Everyone here's going crazy about it. Well, guess what? How about you watch the ridiculous games and make some money? All right? Put your knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your big picks into big payouts. Live betting, all right, rivalry week odds, boosts, and more. DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to own every freaking Saturday, man. Here's something special for first-timers. New DraftKings customers bet $5 to get $300 in bonus bets instantly. All you got to do is go to download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly. We bet just $5. Go Texas in partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook. The Horns.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In-kit help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit cc.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply and Illinois and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
You ever seen that guy? Hey, Kevin, what's that? You know that old school black dude that it's like, women?
He's the best.
You know, what's
that guy?
Name?
Died, I think.
Yeah.
He's so funny.
Oh, Kevin
Samuels.
Kevin Samuels.
You talk about high value man.
Yeah, the girl's like, what do you think you are? She goes, I'm an 8. He just goes, nope.
Yeah, he goes.
She was like, no, but this guy is freaking. This is hilarious stuff.
Oh, this guy's great. Didn't he die though?
Yeah.
See, karma. You gotta treat women right. You gotta treat women right.
I think I
Kevin Samuels died from his timing.
I wouldn't say that we rank. I would use a different word.
The man killed him because he was agitating black people.
Which may be a type of ranking. But I mean,
count him.
I was surprised at that too.
See how happy he got? He was like, yeah, that's
His disposition is
No. Well, when a man asks you to go out, you decide what man you give your information to or what man you don't give your information to. That's a ranking. How tall are you? 5'5". 5'5". Do you care if a man is only 5'6"? Do we date him? That's a ranking. Tall.
well, you just went right on to it.
So there are several things I'm thinking about, and then I know strategy. So I could take a plumber and have him have an entire business.
Everything is this woman is.
So I'll make that work for us.
Put your penis up.
What if? I don't know what that, but that is the Kermit the Frog. That is the illest statement I've ever heard.
You see what you just did? You see what you just did?
See how
I gave you a man who's got just 5 years old. You got to go make him earn one.
Did he say put your penis up? What does that mean? I'm in love with it.
So
that's the hell out of him.
Yeah. That's what he's talking.
What
does it mean? Wait. The podcast? We will take a break until we figure out what put your penis up means. What are you saying? Like it means like man up. Oh.
It's saying like you're trying to be a man in this relationship.
That's why you're not a 10. What's it mean? Good your penis. I'm going to say that.
Just going to go home for no reason.
To my wife.
Yeah, I knew what I was going to say.
Sweetie, put your penis up. Put your penis up.
You only say that when she says sorry. It's like that. That's like,
damn, you weigh more than a man? He's savage, huh?
I'm savage. But
dress size?
Look at him. Look at his disposition. He's got Eric face on. Did he just fart? No, he Dude, he has Eric face on.
Yeah. Because this, you know why?
Yeah.
Because he already see the picture of her. Yeah. And he's just like, okay, she gonna talk about what? Okay, so what's your? So how tall are you, girl? What's your dress size? What's your dress size? Because he already knows it's 16.
Drop the mic. That's where you drop the mic. Right. Keep going there.
You get the same thing everybody else gets. Okay, ma'am. So at 5'10", 5'10". Hold on. 5'10". Oh no, see, don't tell me what not to do. I've been nothing. Hold on.
You're about to hit a bitch.
Don't you do that. Don't tell me what not to do on my show. I like to. It's not my fault that you 5'10" and weigh more than the man at your height.
I mean, but as a 5 foot, I can see
5'10" and listen, man, 5'10",
ma'am,
and I don't care how you carry it or not. The higher up you go, the more you're not with that women that are around that man making 250,000.
Dude, I don't, so that's such a great visual.
He's dropping.
I don't care how you carry it. So if you like, I got good, I'm carrying it. I'm carrying this weight real good. Look how easy I'm carrying this weight. No,
this guy's a hero, but it's like,
that's 200 pounds.
These things are like really funny.
There are women out there you're saying that are like, you need to pay me to date.
Yeah.
Okay, but they're saying, and like, just not trying to be funny, they're not saying they're hookers.
No, they're saying the way men act these days, I should get paid to even go on a date. That's their whole.
So these bitches are single.
Yeah, so before we even go to the date, I like to take you out. Imagine. I want to take you out. What?
Jews were
I'm
exposed
telling
to
you.
it.
Like don't they do that like in India or some shit?
Dead bodies were sent to crematorium.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a crazy.
Then they'll get mad at you if you choose to.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like
the body simply
you ate all that sushi, bitch.
Those small churches were sent for slave labor, were sent to live as labor under international thus majority of died
Would you
in a
see
very
when she was
short
like, it's
period of time
$500
because
to
they
take me
were
out? I'm like, oh, definitely get my dicks up.
Well, at least
Well, you know what's interesting to me really nicely and fair with me. You know what it is? That's the part that we're not supposed to ever say.
Of course, right?
Yes, but that's the crazy part about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's like just anything in reverse. Because it'll be like a guy being like, "What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Dating? We're gonna date. You want to go to Noble? How about this? Here's $500. This is how hookers start.
Identical
Yeah,
twins.
like the girl was like, "Put me on." She's like, "No, here's some rocks." That's how it started. What you hear this way?
This is one of the most prolific chapters in world history. World history. Thank you very much for that.
You know what I mean? Like, how did? Because like, okay, think of the first hooker ever. It's either a woman who was just like, I don't want to really deal with this. How about just do? Can we just do this and I gotta get out of here? Yeah. Or the guy doing it like that, just being like, I don't really like your personality, but the titty. Yeah. The way you carry it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but anyway, as a guy, you can never. Oh, you fire it up. Can you even question what you get for that? You know, it's like, oh, right, take out a date. But here's 500. Wait, okay, is there a menu? Can I know what's happening on the menu? Okay, so I have to say, okay, take care of this. Yeah. Oh, so the dinner money doesn't come out of the 500 I gave you? Oh, so I have to, okay. Oh, that's weird. All right, so the money that I pay is like burning it. That would be like you're headed to Vegas and you just throw money out the window before you got there. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, oh, I'm going to Vegas. I just don't, you know, what we doing? It's like, and look, obviously you don't have to. I genuinely think it's a little weird because like the internet made everything so weird. Like now when you take a woman out, you know, you I guess the guy is still to pay, you know, I think, and you don't want to offend them. Whatever, right? But I mean, like, you know, that's how you raise, man. Listen, my mom, R.I.P., rest her soul. But something she told me, she old school. She said, I don't care how much money a woman makes. I don't care how much. She still want a man to take care of her. Yeah, and that doesn't even necessarily mean monetarily. That just
one of the historiographic challenges of the Holocaust.
I understand, yeah. Like, but it's so it's like, I don't care. I've always been like that. Like, you know, you going out, you go, I got it. You know what I mean? So, you know, it's like, and I don't even like somebody that's offended. Like, if you're offended, no, that's, because it's like, if you say you don't take care of it, she's like, oh, you pay my own, like, hey, bitch. Yeah. I'm not just about, if I got my wall out, she's like, what do you think I'm weak? I can afford it. I'm like, that's not like, again, none of this is real. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Nobody actually really feels something. You might get a woman that's like, oh, I can pay half. You know, I don't care. Like, yeah, say, you go, no, don't worry about it. Yeah, it don't involve with what they think. I just like when somebody just does shit, just do it. I went to brunch with Megan Trainor and her brother, right?
This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by
what I'm saying is like, even if I'm going out with my friends, I used to do that. Remember when comics would go out to like
we recall that one of
comics
the
would go out to
prerequisites
one-on-one cafe.
hostilities
Many times I'd be like, I go to guys, I gotta go to
is the sealing of a non-aggression pact,
I go and I would just leave. I never did
paired right,
ever,
which allowed both Stalin and
I would see other comics and I'd pay for their
Baltic
meals too.
states and simply divide up the territory.
Don't you feel like a bitch if someone
That
admits
meant
just
that
insecurity? Don't you feel like just a being like soft dude? You're out with your buddies and your friends always pay, especially if you can afford it. You know, it's like,
have a longer
you don't need
lecture on that topic specifically
look at my face.
in
Where's the camera so you can see?
series. My YouTube channel on the house for a longer discussion of what happened. But basically, Jews there, surrounding people were subject to rapid colonization, collectivization of farms, arrest us, termination, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins
Next time we go to dinner, you gotta pay me $600 before we even go to the restaurant.
the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. And that is specifically the Holocaust, because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army, that were sent in to defeat the Soviet Union. Hitler sent 4 Volvo killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory of the communists in the Soviet Union.
I've seen that
Their
already,
task
and I
was
love that I
not
got to
to
see it again.
prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's
Now, he's
war
not giving that
against
same
the
energy now,
They
though.
would
He's
go
with Marvel.
into the local villages known as shtetls, Jewish hamlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. There were no dry riverbeds in their vicinity. They would have the Jews dig their own
It's like
graves.
baseball.
But
It's like
I should say that most people think that's okay.
This is sometimes
99%
called the
of society.
Holocaust
99% of society,
bullets,
unless you're just some son of a bitch.
it represents
But the thing
a
is
remarkably
if you
large
put out
number of
if you put that on
civilian
paper,
casualties
it's just
of
like, yeah,
the
the
war.
dude always
Estimates range
handles
from 1.5
the
to 2.5
receipt,
million
the payment. That's just
Jews
what it
were
is.
killed
It's like
during
baseball. The secret rules are
See a
Fight
map
Club.
from the United
First
States
rule of Fight Club, we don't talk
Holocaust
about.
Museum.
These are dim the rules.
Scope
Dim the rules, Chris. And you're not a 10, bud. Dim the rules.
First rule of Fight Club, there was a
Yeah,
fucking
which was
There was a tarantula in my fucking backyard.
largest
Shut up about it.
mass
We
killing.
had to get it.
33,000 Jews.
I had to
killed
fucking
in
get it.
2
This
days.
is how Chris got
The
it.
ravine called
No,
Navayad
yeah,
was used
I wanted to do that.
large
She was like,
number
"You gotta
of
get it," and I was like,
That was a
other
dope
units
Okay,
of
that
the
shit was
Third
crazy.
Reich for
And all I could think,
so-called Holocaust by bullets,
I
however,
was like,
proved to be a very
Just let the
efficient
kids run.
and psychologically
"Well,
a
I mean,
very
it's not poisonous, so whatever." But like, still,
So the Nazis
whatever. We took
looked
care of it. I
to
got that.
a new
You know,
way
Yeah, but
rid
that's
themselves
part of
of
the deal. Like,
their
this
Jewish
is why you
problems.
pay. This is why she holds the
This
fort
was
down. Because
discussed
the fucking
at
tarantula, those things,
a
whatever.
conference that took place
Let's say
at a
an
resort
intruder broke in
at
your home.
Wannsee,
It's me.
You're gonna
January
get up and
20th,
solve it.
1942.
No, I
It
got
was a
it. I
rather
can risk my
late
life for
day.
the family.
It
No,
was
I'm the one that's gonna die.
So make
1939
Daddy Sam.
Operation
And I'm gonna
Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews
I mean, it must be like one
Now
of
we're
weights,
talking
you know, it's like when
hundreds
you're
of
like, I saw a thing that said if you can bench 225, so you're stronger than like 99% of, so imagine if you can't do that and you never get to use it.
psychological makeup
It's why,
of the
like,
soldiers
it's like
who
if you're a millionaire, you want to just buy
So at
shit, right?
Wannsee, this
You know, can I
conference,
buy the
which was
moon?
chaired by
Because you
Adolf
can't.
Eichmann,
You're ready
they
to
drew
use
up
that, you
a
know.
list
At all
of
times.
all
Did
of
you
the
see that
Jews
dude running
in
for,
Europe,
was
a
it
terrifying
governor of
list.
New York?
By
That
how much
communist dude? He's just
terrifying
like weirdo.
thought that survived
Pure pressure in the bench one, and he
period.
had no shot
You
of
can
doing
see
it.
from this list of countries that included countries that have
how
not
much a
yet
mayor
been conquered
No, I do.
by
Like, I'm trying to change it. I'm trying to fix the law in the inner city. He's like, oh yeah,
You
it's
can bench 135? Oh, we have nothing common.
It's interesting though what you're saying. It is interesting what you're saying.
Every last
It's just as a
11
he was benching 135 in fifth grade.
It is interesting when you the thought though, because here's the deal:
to be used
a guy
was
that
gas
isn't
poisoning,
interested in
which they had
physical
already
strength
been
at all,
experimenting with for
it
some
does
time.
mean something about
Helmno
him.
was
It
one
does
of
mean something about that guy.
regions
So
where
it's also
a gas
liberals in a
chamber was
nutshell, like,
constructed
yeah, no, I understand.
in order to see
50%,
if they
and then
could
that dude's
scale this up.
50%.
And in fact, the
All right,
Nazis
right.
could
This is
do
liberals
so
in a
at
nutshell.
that time. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I don't like that term. The German term was make into nothing camps or destruction
Why
camps
those
or
people pure pressure him in the bench at 135 know damn well he couldn't. Look at him just
these
struggle.
6 death camps, Helmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belfast, Auschwitz,
Oh,
were
I watched
situated
this
in and
earlier.
around
And, you know,
the Genera
I'm
Buchenwald,
glad you
which
brought it
still
up.
had a very
It's
large
so annoying.
concentration of Jews.
It's already annoying without the volume.
No, no, get ready. This is
They were
some
very
white girl
different
rap. It's so
from
annoying.
camps from the
Just randomly
concentration
came up on my
camps,
feed.
which
She's some
Hitler had set
YouTuber.
up in the early
I think she's
1930s.
got bars.
Unlike the concentration camps,
girl
which
rappers.
held largely
my guilty pleasure.
non-Jews,
I
particularly
follow
in
like
the early
10 of
period, the political end of Hitler. The concentration camps were
It's all
horrific
like this,
places
and I'm there
with
for it.
a
So they all
significant
kind of
death
pretty
rate
and
of
all
people
rap the
dying
same.
from things like
It's
starvation,
hilarious.
but they were nothing like
She grew up a certain way. She shouldn't be putting out
primarily for the
black scent
purpose
on.
of creating.
She should be rapping how she
They were
talks,
factories
just
of
like
that.
this. You don't know where
Many of them had
I'm a
satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were
There's nothing street. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing street about it.
from all around Europe, including were conquered at near the very end of the war when it was clear that the Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary.
Yes, that's the one. She's fucking amazing.
This girl, this JoJo.
No. Look up
What was
Georgia
the
and look up
process?
another one.
Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, 6,000 a day, leaving Warsaw, and then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of them died actually en route, they disembarked and they would suffer selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were healthy enough to work in a slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellites. The vast majority of the rest of the Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their person, not only their personal belongings, but also their lips, eyeglasses,
white girl from
even their hair was taken from them. They were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to
it doesn't look like she's faking. It doesn't seem like it.
their bodies.
judging this. I don't like you guys are
In many of these camps, the Americans
It's
were
a
able
horrible take.
I don't know. Yeah, she's
to
all
try
rap.
and move lice from troops and from prisoners, but in reality, the gas that was used was 6 on bay and a rat
You don't want to look at one of
that was
these.
poured into the
Well, this is a song more.
I know that.
Singing
You gotta look at the one. She's just like got a microphone and she's right in the bed. The load of one. Yeah, go to that one.
Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses left under the day in hopes that would pile up. The crematoria, however, was very inefficient and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out of the So a small number of Jews who were sent to slave labor were sent to the barracks and labored under unimaginable conditions.
She's good,
The
bro.
vast majority of them
Voice
died
sounds
within
good.
a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But
And
those
she's
Jews who
it's interesting.
survived the Holocaust,
I love this one. I love her.
were not completely
Because she like,
processed
oh,
gas,
the way she like gets into it.
managed to live because
Yeah, I
they were
agree.
She's just freestyling
Other
right now.
Jews were
No, I
selected
mean, no,
for
I
I can't hear it in the ear, so I just see a white girl like.
Georgia, what's her name, Georgia? So she's good, but she does some weird, different shit. But she's good. I like her a lot.
Twins. In the end,
No, you need to go to the girl from Wildin' Out when she's on Sway in the morning and she freestyles. It goes so fucking hard.
Really?
This is
Oh, buddy. You gotta educate yourself on white girl rappers if you're gonna come to the table.
I didn't know that this was. Yeah, I love this girl's music. Okay, she's got two styles. When she does her chill, like weird elevator music style rapping, it's so good.
Oh, yeah.
This is I don't know what's what, but
Check it here.
this.
Smack that lace front to the lakefront. And by the time
Like this is awesome.
Hey, can I be honest? I feel uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable. What I was weird about her is her voice does not match her. You know what I mean? Not at all. Like if you closed your eyes and played that, you would not open your eyes thinking she looked like this. I can't hear her. Describe what she sounds like to me, Eric. Like Nick. Like if Nick was rapping. Nick, look up the Wild 'N Out white girl. She's Sway in the morning.
She's good. She's got a whole style, bro. Yeah. But this is what white rappers have to do. You know what I can't. This is the thing that I think
That's great about. Like what's happening in society in terms of being able to make money and this kind of thing. I think that women have an advantage when it comes to like if you have a talent.
Oh yeah.
And you look like that, Justine Ballard, you fucking ready.
That's why I don't want to hear about. I don't want to hear about like how hard it is being a female comedian. Like, dude, you can get on stage. You can get on every show. If you're
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
What up,
pretty good.
Ace?
Or like that might be good too. The poster for the show can't be me in a bikini.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, it's hard to be a comedian.
you know, my titties aren't gonna sell people coming to my show.
You'd be surprised. What's tougher, a white boy trying to make it in the NBA, or a white girl trying to make it in rap?
The difference is rap's not a meritocracy.
Yeah. Justine Valentine goes hard. I still can't hear it.
I've seen this. Is she a rapper? Cause she.
Coming on much respect to you. I'm not too familiar with your music, but
Yeah, she filled that try.
Here you go. Get ready.
I'm gonna let you now talk about your morning.
How did she looks comfortable? That's why.
You wake up this morning, it's 2 in the morning, let's go.
Yeah, I woke up at 7. I said a prayer to the gods and I prayed to heaven. I'm like, oh God, it's a must I do. Little Kim, my bitch, you know I got a crush on you. I'm like, oh God, she really a beast. I woke up in the morning, got the toothpaste, I brushed my teeth. I'm gonna see Sway. Tell him I am the dopest bitch. You never had sticky records, that's how the dope. The illest way, I try to tell you before. I'm like Biggie when I came through, kicking the door.
It's all right. I mean, go to the comments.
Well, my thing is this: I've never seen him do that before. Like give that like such specifics like that. Because most of these rappers that come in here, all their shit is written.
Stop this. Off the top, unwritten, straight from the Holy Spirit. I don't think I've ever seen confidence is real. I don't understand.
They tried to do her dirty with the beats and shit and the tempo, but they really just showed how good she is because she killed it. Holla!
I don't understand anything. I never understand anything. It's getting harder. Welcome to over 45. I know, but it's also getting harder.
Yeah, there's something cringy when white girls rap, and it's not good.
If that governor could like if Gavin Newsom could pitch 225, he can vote.
100%. It just means
This guy's like my mom who voted for
just
Obama
means
just
he's
because
doing
he's black.
work. He's doing fucking work.
You know what though? There is something about what you're saying. It's like because what does it take to be able to bench 225? And if you are somebody that can do that, there's a certain work ethic that it takes to care. And that's what people. But what I'm saying is that's what people are attracted to in all aspects. You know, it's like people might say, "Oh, that person's with you for your money," and I think, not if it's transactional. I think somebody's with you because of how you got your pay. You know, so it's all part of it, right?
I put the videos. Massive. What is it?
never heard it. Evidently, it's a sandstorm.
Yeah, I've seen this.
So far, 120 students
I've seen these.
gone through the biblical nutrition course, and in this particular course, I've got help.
And it's like funny. Isn't this affecting a big event? The
Burning Man.
Burning Man. Yeah. If you're over 30 at Burning Man, stop.
No, I think they're under 30 at Burning Man. Stops. 30 days is for people over 30. Over 40.
No, it's for no. Don't go.
Harlem Williams.
Yeah, I know. He goes every time.
Oh, that's listen. At this point, I'm already out. You know what I'm trying to say? You know, if you get there and you're like, "Oh, we can't even breathe." Okay,
This sucks.
yeah, this sucks.
This sucks.
Imagine trying to have a drug field orgy and that.
I know. Yeah, true.
I could do it.
That's what it looked like after Brendan's truck. Just a sandstorm.
That all sucks.
Yeah.
I never
man, but this is like, you know, we all fly a lot. Well, not Brendan as much anymore, but flew yesterday. Okay, but here's the thing. You don't even think about that you're not going to make it. You know, we just have a thing in our head now. The flight's going to go. Everything's going to be fine. No, I'm saying when something like that happens. No, I'm talking about it. I'm saying you just go, I'm going to get to where I need to get. You know, you just don't even think, you got it. And then something like that happens, then it's just like, that is so disruptive to like everything about your life. Your rhythm is off. Am I gonna make it to the show? I'm gonna miss my connection? And like, you know.
Eric, aren't you glad you lost weight? Because did you see Southwest made it? If you're big, you have to put two flights now. You have to put two
chairs. Let me tell you something right now. This is my problem with that.
Hot take.
They should be weighing everybody anyway.
Yes.
This is how it should work. You get on a scale with your bags and yourself, and you have a limit. Because here's my problem with it. If you're 380 pounds and you get on a plane with now a 50-pound bag, you're over 400-some pounds. If Casey and his girl gets on a plane and they have a 100-pound bag, they're gonna charge him? Yeah. What? Casey and his girl in the bag, that's like 216 pounds total. And you know what I mean? And you're like, I just think that's unfair. I think if you're gonna charge overweight bags, but a big motherfucker can get on the plane, like, nah.
Well, it should be
well, you should pay by weight.
No, you should pay by 90% fat.
No.
Yeah, because you're way off. Because 6'2", it's not his fault that the guy's 5'6". You know what I mean? If somebody is their God-given, their birth weight, it's different. If you're a fat fuck,
you know what?
Then okay,
you can add that in, fine.
Yeah.
But that's just...
I'm 6'2". I gotta pay the same as a fucking roly-poly 5'4" fat guy? No. He has to pay more.
Well, I just think... I'm lean. I think it should all be a weigh-in at this point, because I feel, but the thing, too, is like...
Both too tight.
It would take too long. It would take too long.
No, it wouldn't. Yeah. No, it would not, because when you go to check in your bag anyway, they make you weigh it. So I'm saying that you would just walk up...
They should just have a policy. I can solve all this. They should just have a policy, no fatties get to fly.
Or they have fat air.
I'd watch that movie.
It's six people. You can come up with 6 people.
The whole movie is just the planes on the tarmac that they can't take off. No, listen, guys. They have a little thing there in your bag. They can go, does your bag fit these dimensions?
Yeah, man.
You get on the scale, it weighs you, it's real quick.
I get it.
No, this will be real quick.
I hear you.
Or just weigh yourself. Like when you check into your flight online, you have to enter your weight.
Yeah, but
everybody's going to be honest.
Bitches be lying.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, bitches do be lying.
I'm putting 135 on mine. What are we talking about?
Yeah, okay.
No, but I think, but my problem with it was before the system was they were giving a fat person a free extra seat. That I really had a problem with. Yeah. It's just about fairness. This has nothing to do with fat shaming or anything like that. It's about fairness.
Well,
They shouldn't be charging for bags like that anyway. But my point I'll make again, if you have to pay for a bag that's over 50 pounds, then what are we talking about? If the total weight of the person in the bag is less than the fat fuck.
Pay for your gut too. Yeah. What they literally call it baggage. What's your? How many bags you got? And then you fat? Okay, it's gonna be $50 more.
I like the body fat percentage. They just go, okay, well, you're 30% body fat percentage, so
that equals
that's an extra 30%.
Yeah,
we're gonna percentage
shape.
Yeah, it's a percentage they add on the thing. I mean, I'm with it, man.
I would encourage people to if you're over 300, you ain't flying.
Or you're flying on fat air.
Well, haven't you been on an airline where there were those flights where they go, hey, we need everybody we need like some people to volunteer to go to the back of the plane or something. I'm like, if that's an issue, then that's why I say no. I know, right? Weigh everything in. Person, bags. And if you have you have a 500-pound limit, then it's this amount. If you go over the 500-pound limit or whatever the limit is, it's this amount. But like, Casey and his girl suffer.
All right. Well, they should suffer. He deserves it,
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of
But it sucks, man. Even if it's a bit, like you say, 6'2", whatever. I got on a plane one day, and it was just a big guy. This bigger than me guy, they have sitting in the middle seat next to me. And we were just looking at each other, like I was like, oh man, it's going to be a tough flight. I know, right? But luckily, the students looked like that. you
context of
fat air.
great
Mixed with it. That's good.
That was Kevin.
It also looks cool. Yeah. I would eat and get fat just to go. I mean, you talk about the meal on this. It's going to be like, I mean, this is like a pig.
This is followed by smaller
You're looking at fat air.
widespread
What do you call it? Pilot fat too.
much
They just have
larger.
like they don't even give you drinks. They just have you open your mouth.
All of these reports are successful.
I would love to find fat here.
Hell
yeah, dude.
Although
Look at that.
tremendous amount of difficulty.
When even the boarding is like, all right, we're gonna start with big bitch.
Jerusalem is there off limits to Jews.
Fat titties next. It's like
Would you have the stewards fat too? Would you have fat pilot?
No, you can't because students gotta be skinny so all the people can get over. It's like an apartment where they can be like, oh, skinny bitch. That's part of it. Oh, okay.
I was thinking if you had fat steward as a fat pilot, just so we fat all around, baby. There's no shame here.
Yeah, except for that, you really gotta get like a heavy duty plane.
However,
You just have it like 20 seats instead of 60.
I don't make any money on this. Airline loses money every year.
It's a bad business idea. Yeah.
See what you need. Even
Or we charge more, or you just charge double.
True, yeah, charge all that's the whole point, right? Yeah, anyway, fat air. The plane should be fat.
Yeah, fatter plane.
Maybe a plane have like
Or get the plane cut.
yeah, make it plump. You know how the 747 got the thing on the top? Just first class on the bottom.
And there should always be sweaty, like the front nose should be sweating like a fat person.
This would be great, like motivation. Like I go to the airport. And they're just like,
ultimately,
you're gonna have to take fat air here. We've already put you on fat air. Sorry, because it's like we
have a connection.
It's the way in.
Fat air.
Yeah, it's the way in. I'm telling you, they just you wait and you go, oh, I gotta go to fat air. Oh man, that's the motivation for that. There's a fat air walk of shame. Everybody knows that's the fat air terminal. You know what I'm saying?
That's what we're going to focus on today.
We need to motivate society. I used to have a joke about that. So like, I think the best way to get people to great is, you know, everybody has to have a treadmill in their house that's connected to the power grid. And you have to do a certain amount per month of power. You know what I mean?
Gradually allowed to visit
They figure out how to treat them, put their dogs on their shit.
Oh yeah, they figure it out. Just some kind of thing that you can power. You're helping power up fucking city. You know what I mean? You're working out or walking.
Damn, Eric,
Not that it's a workout. Well, good. No, that's just been, you know, that's the thing. Listen, I need you guys to understand something. It's
That's it.
oh my God, fat air, dude.
We're not serving those
Always a party. Imagine it's a whole Thanksgiving table coming down the aisle. Look how weird that is.
Everybody gets their own girl.
That's so weird. No, but I'm telling you, this is like a Will Smith concert. The hardest thing, I'm talking about that after that. No, there's something weird. The hardest thing is like discipline to the AI. They use AI in the crowd. That's discipline to not to when I hear that is. I see how hard that is. Like I was mad. You know, we were, the timing, they're gonna bring all this food. And I was like, oh, I can't eat right now. And I was like, oh, I see what the issue becomes. It's like, you just, so I'm just telling you, man, like, I've really been fatter. Real discipline. So now I gotta get to the Will Smith, I gotta get to the workouts now. But no, the Will Smith thing is like, if they use the AI in the crowd, hey, listen, this is done. No, this is like your picture on your website. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let me see it. Same thing. Oh, you didn't see this printed?
No.
And it's so weird. And just keep watching because it doesn't look too weird yet.
What exactly is
so where is this? No way. I mean, it's just the whole thing. Like, obviously, there's some realness to it. But just look at the people's faces. Look at. Just watch. Look, if you pause any of that, you'll see they're distorted. But watch. Just wait. Look. Fake.
Rabbis,
Fake.
Take us back to Bel Air, dude. The guy in the
talking about
dude, who's take us back to Bel Air? Who the fuck made a sign like that? Watch these next ones. Look at this one. The best one is that one is this is the best one. Look at the guy. Look at the guy's face, dude. He's sad. You helped me survive cancer. Thanks. What else goes?
Like it's like save us, Will.
You can wait. Did Will post this? Yeah. Look at you. God. It says you can make this. You can make it. What's the quote? You can make it. Everyone said you can make it. Will Smith said you can make it. Help them survive cancer.
Yo.
If that's how easy
What
it
up,
is to
Cluster?
get motivated, this guy be dead a long time ago.
How you living, pimp?
Personally, like those really big naval oranges. But if I walk,
What's good, son? Hello? How was your day? What up? How's your day going?
Well, I guess it's good. Nothing good happened.
All right. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Well, nothing currently planned. I'm just watching two videos.
Cool. What kind of videos you watching?
Music videos, I guess. Music. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, we're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Sorry, what?
I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Yeah, true. Well, also, it's not necessarily. I watch all sorts of videos.
All right, very cool, man. That's neat.
Yeah.
What's your favorite video ever?
I guess the history of the entire world by Bill Words.
Oh, is it good?
Check it out. Yeah, it's really good.
How long is it?
About 16 to 19 minutes.
It's by Bill who?
Bill Words.
Oh, okay.
It has like 100 to 200 million views, and it's considered really good by this person.
All right, I'll have to check this out. What are your other favorite videos? What are your other favorite videos, son?
Sorry, what did you ask?
What are your other favorite videos?
Other favorite videos?
Word, dog.
Well, I can't think of any at the moment because like there are countless. I watched so many. Like I'm just thinking at the moment right now.
Hey, take your time, big dog.
Alright, sure. I'll take my thought process.
Cool, big dog.
How old do I sound like, by the way?
What'd you say, pimp?
How old do I sound like to you?
How old are you?
Well, first I would let you guess.
No, just tell me how old you are.
I mean that. What's the point of the question? Then I'm asking like, what do you think how old because of my voice?
All right, you sound 65 years old. How old are you?
Okay, I'm 18 years old.
All right, very cool.
Yeah, cool. What about you?
I sound 65 years old as well.
No, not you're actually like seriously. Stop kidding.
All right, well, guess how old I am.
Well, you didn't guess mine before I told you.
Yes, I did. I said 65 years old. I'm old enough. That's the answer.
Yeah, cool. Sure.
Excellent. All right, here's Jewish history lectures, big man.
Sideways at. The real fruit is an etrog, kind of a lemon-like plant called a citron. And the Mishnah is where we get this oral Torah that explains a lot of these ambiguities. There's a lot more to say about the Mishnah. Please go back and watch the video there if you want. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how Jews are actually supposed to live their lives in all aspects of their experience of the world, both in terms of their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, and all kinds of things like that is dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires discussion. It is an open-ended oral document. And so the Talmud, also known as the Gemara, or the finishing, is basically the transcript of these massive, long conversations about the Mishnah. And they can go on many tangents very far from the original text of the Mishnah as well. But that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it is a huge conversation about the human condition that begins with a discussion of the Mishnah. The principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud is without doubt the incredible Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very fascinating Jesus or study partner named Reish Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happened, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in their opinions about one thing or another. It is eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. The text also includes a lot of documents called baraitot, or baraisas. These literally translate as outside texts. These are that are much older, the same age as the Mishnah, but they didn't make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands this clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant and so on. There are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered an independent work, not essentially an hallucination of the Mishnah. I remain unconvinced. It's still very, very rooted in the Mishnah, but at any rate, God willing, you can all explore the Jerusalem Talmud your own and discover what you think about that today. At any rate, that's basically what this text is. When was it written? It involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis are called.
His caption for this was, my favorite part of tour is seeing you all up close.
It's like they're trying to make him fail. Yeah, someone's fucking with him.
Called the Tanai.
Love you, Fresh Prince.
It involves
like
6 generations.
You're going too fast. No, he's doing all right. There's so much stuff on the screen that you can point to. Yeah, I know. That girl on the bottom there, that was crazy. There's all the same concept.
Which would be,
I don't think so.
It's not even. It's all the same.
Is he on
Okay, this is the one. This is the one.
From West
Tune into any of these faces. From West Philly to West Swiss.
Oh, no, the guy's face is all distorted.
I know. It's really weird.
Look at this.
Because you're going to the guy. Look at that guy. That looks like me, but if I do. Oh, look at the far left. He has a big nose.
And
noses are over here.
Mesopotamia, where
there's no speculation. This is AI. So
located in Babylonia, and that's
how does this happen?
So,
look at the
there was a significant amount of communication
in
the land of Israel and the land of
What's he thinking, man? He's probably just like, yeah, you guys run with it. Like, all right.
Maybe
the same people that made that Epstein jail
Everybody's
footage.
hiring
them now.
From their perspective.
I just don't get.
The Jerusalem Talmud, however, is the older sister.
Yeah, I don't know. Here's the problem with AI. Now it's like, even if it is real, people are going to say it's fake.
Come on.
21,000 dislikes.
Smaller, it tends to have much more
You just like that, I would like it.
proportionally dealing with halakha or Jewish law.
Like it because you saw everybody didn't like it.
Or
But why is
legends, things like that.
why is this fake?
Why are you in the crowd eating spaghetti?
That's funny.
More weight to the Agarata.
Oh, you know what you should do, Nick? You should put us three in the crowd. But the signs are the worst part because no fucking, they don't, come on, bro. Nobody was seeing Will Smith on tour. Well, not this many people. Well, I don't think it was, was he on tour? Wait, hold on. Too bad weather people at Paleo tonight. What is that?
It's just, it's all distorted. Exactly. It's all fake.
What the fuck, bro? Shit.
Yeah, why is there so mad at the sign?
Yeah, look at the fresh. Look at the Eating Fresh.
It's a six.
Basically, one shared tradition, one shared purpose of trying to understand Mishnah.
Look at the how
but
girls
they're
and
expressed in
Norman's.
two
Dude, this is
literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's frequent references to, for example,
I'll sit and I'll think about the sad part about it for a while. This is the sad part about it. So wait, he's playing and then witnessing the fall. But he's doing it to himself. I know. Well, at this point,
they say this over there.
go down. Okay, go down. Go to the no. Where's he playing? He's playing the O2 Arena. Go down. It says right there. Go click the show. It had there. Go down. There.
Somewhere around the year
like the London one.
That's one of the reasons why the Talmud Bavli was much more.
Right, so he's going to be in the O2
Yerushalmi because it
Victoria in Manchester.
Singing what?
He's got a new album.
Does it slap?
Yeah, just keep doing all his songs from before, man. I just don't understand. Sure. You do know he was a rapper first, right?
Of course, we all do.
Yeah, but he's got songs. He's got songs, yeah, but who's going to put Bible?
It's a European thing, like American this.
Right. There's no way this
It's like Backstreet Boys. They gotta go international.
Yeah, he's talking with the Energy Center at fucking Houston. But go ahead. And so go to general admission. So,
is
a lot in general.
Okay.
The reception.
Wow.
How was it?
Yeah. And that's just what that sucks too. Why? What I don't understand is why you do this. I guess I'll never understand.
If you're Will Smith, why are you doing this?
I'll never understand this. I'll never understand this.
Right up until
hundreds of millions of dollars. I won't
He's probably just trying to get the fuck away from his wife.
Can I get my thoughts about it?
Yeah, please.
Okay. When you're someone I'll be in Salt Lake City, Boise, I'll be in there over.
No AI crowd.
Someone is that famous for that long, they don't know at that level. You want that. You never want that to go away. You never want it to go away, and you continuously chase it. But part of the thing of chasing it is how you change that famous. And there's nothing in you that thinks I'm still not that guy. Will Smith is like an athlete that like should retire already, like Aaron Rodgers, or like you know what I mean, like Tony Ferguson. Yeah, somebody that's just fucking great. He's like, I can still do it. I remember at Jordan's Hall of Fame speech, he was like, I still think I can play. Like he was like 50. He was like, I still want to. I don't want to. You know, he still thinks he can do it. And you see these clips of Jordan in the gym at his camps and stuff, and he's still out there, like trying to. You know what I mean? He probably still thinks he can play in the NBA. You know what I mean? Well, that's what made him so good. But that's what I'm saying. I know. So it's like Tom Cruise is gonna go out like that. Tom Cruise is gonna die on a set. He's gonna die, and it's gonna be like it's gonna be me and a bear. We're gonna parachute together, and they're gonna be like Tom Cruise died. Mission Impossible with a bear. Yeah. Mission Impossible 15 on a ski ramp with a bear, and you know what I'm saying. So I think that's what it is. But I'm gonna be
Yo, what up? How you living? What up, Rufus? How you living, pimp?
Why are you always asking socially?
Oh, why not? Am I not allowed?
They said they need drugs there at 5 o'clock.
Who?
Socialize.
What did they say?
They said they need drugs at the server.
Why?
Because you're sitting there doing nothing.
Okay, nobody says I have to be out of the server.
Yes, they did.
Who did?
Mr. Socialize said that.
Okay, that's not a real person.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not, my friend.
It's kind of like the Jerusalem Talmud have become a value add.
Get your tickets, Oxnard, and I'm also band in Chicago. Come check me out there in the House of Comp. Because it'll be like a guy being like, "What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Dating? We're gonna date? You want to go to Noble? Yeah. How about this? Here's $500. It's how hookers started. Like the girl was like, just like, no, here's some rocks. Right. That's how it started. It's so much easier this way. Go down the middle.
Friends that laugh, friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us.
There is a significant promise that
nothing can stop us. Show you love, just be ready to love. Better, bigger power, 'cause it is
It's a hot girl, right? And she's saying, most responsive person I've ever been around was a super successful businessman that she dated. He's like, no matter how busy he was always respected. And he was like, because it's about respect. And you know, and I firmly believe that. Like, I can't stand when you text somebody and then they just, if they take like forever to get back to you, or they're never responding or something. Yeah, no, I feel like that shit. No, yeah, you know, it's, oh my god, especially like girls, particular now too. Wow, I'm like you're not busier than me. You know what I mean? Like you think you'll never know because I respond. Yeah, I'm just like that with everybody. I just think when people don't respond, I go, it's like, oh, maybe, and listen, maybe I'm overdoing it, but for me, it's like, no, you don't, I respect your time, so I'm going to get back to you. Right? You're not, I don't want to hear about, like, this an age thing, because I come from an era where you had to call people on the phone. You had to, like, you had to actually call on the phone. Like, if I was coming to pick you up, I had to be like, hey, I'm coming at 8, and you had to be ready at 8. Because I was waiting for me to text you, I had to honk the fucking horn.
But Eric, don't you think it's more of a thing if they fuck with you, they get back to you? But then there's also on the other end of that, I've had friends in my life where I just gotta be like, dude, I'm out. If you need that friend who's always checking in and following up, their fucking dad, I ain't the one, bro. Well, yeah, but I've lost relationships over that where they're like, you know, like if I get back to him, you know, I'll text him like, hey man, swamped, I'll get back to you, and then 2 days later I call, he's like, what the fuck, like all butthurt, like, what the fuck, dude? I'm like, oh, you're out, I can't.
Yeah, but it all depends on who the person is to you. Yeah. I mean, if it's your wife, okay, but if it's like,
I hear you. I think that if you have my number and I have your number and I text you, and not just like what he said, like some cat, even if it's just like, hey, you trying to find out some information, or even if I'm like, hey, I heard something happen, I hope everything's okay. Yeah. Like he just said, he goes, hey, I'm swamped, I'll get back to you. Yeah. That's respect. Right. Yep. That's respect. You're like, hey, I'm swamped, I'll get back to you if I can. You know what I mean? Thanks for checking in, Pete. You know, it's like that. I think that's important in life. You know, it's just me. Like, I'm not. Let me just say this. No, it sounds like it, but I'm not judging. No judgment on anybody else. I'm just saying, I think it's a sign of respect. Because I can't stand when people go, hey, I'm busy. Hey, you're not that busy, bitch.
Well, that's okay. Yeah,
like, no, but you're not. You know?
Right. Except for
it's a choice. Listen, Chris, it's a choice.
I understand.
Nobody's that busy. That's a contract that doesn't exist.
No, I understand. But if
unless you're Elon
Musk, going through like something
then and you don't respond because things are stressful or whatever, then you write back, you know,
or even if you don't write back, that if it's a week later and you say, hey, you know, I was going through something, then that person goes, oh, that makes sense. Hey, thanks. No, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Because 96% of the time, it's just people being like, whatever. Just being like, whatever with this, whatever.
Respecting your time.
Not respecting your time. That's all I'm saying.
Your time, but I know people who are way busier than me. Like Rogan's a good example. I usually call him on my way to work, whatever I'm doing. He'll be like doing way bigger shit than me and answer like, "What's up?" And I was just like, "Oh, I sent him a picture of a car. I'm just shooting the shit." And I'm like, "Oh, dude, I got Trump coming in. Let me call you back." I'm like, "Oh, you don't have to answer nothing."
But that's a sign of his respect of your friendship. That's what that is right there. That's my point I'm trying to make. It's like you know, it's just a choice people are making. Like we're so casual with how we communicate now with social media and all this stuff. We just kind of swipe and we just kind of like look at stuff and we just are like, this isn't important anymore. And I think communicating with the people that are in your life, in your circle, in your you have your inner circle, you have your your circle out there, and then you have a circle out here, and then you have a circle of people that, you know, I just think it's like, well, what's wrong with being like, hey, what's up, or thank you, or whatever. We're all fucking selfish creatures.
I agree. I gotta do better. I
hate that. I just hate it.
I don't know. Yeah.
The reason why I brought it up is like a friend of mine posted this thing, and I was like,
I text back.
I was like, this is not, you shouldn't be posting this. I was like, what are you talking about?
Oh, he was like, okay.
Yeah, they're trying to be like, hey, you gotta get back to people. And I'm like, hey, this ain't you, bitch. This ain't you.
That's because they don't, sure. I mean, I don't know. I think that
we all do it. I'm just saying, I think it's a sign of, you know.
It is, but
like, you know, I like this is what kind of friend Chris is. He's always been great. Like my baby girl's going through more health issues, right? It's been a nightmare. Now, Chris, a million people text, like, the only reason it got out is because my wife posted something on it, but a million people could text, like, oh, man, sorry what you're going through. Like, I don't respond to that. Chris responded, man, heard what happened. Hey, I have a friend who can help out. They're this, big pediatrician. So it's like, oh, damn, there's a resource that actually is going to improve what I'm dealing with. But if like, hey, man, let's talk about it. It's like, bro, for what? You have kids. What the fuck am I going to talk to you about? But Chris was like, yo, here's the number. Talk to the lady. Like, she specializes in this. I'm like, oh, fuck, that's you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. And of course, I'm not talking about when somebody's like, hey, happy birthday. You don't have to be like, well, thank you. I'm talking about when somebody's communicating.
My friends feel better to text me on Thanksgiving. If you text me on Thanksgiving or Christmas, hey, man. I'm not 14.
But Chris, let them know. Who texts every Christmas to Thanksgiving?
Eric.
Tell them about it.
My dad, my brother. You must be busy all day. If you're texting my dad and my brother.
Yeah. What's up, Bill?
What up, Bill? Eric's son in Turkey.
Yeah, you know who I text every year like that too? Anthony Jeselnik. Just because it bugs him.
Yeah.
He just goes, what are you, 6 years old? That's why I run it back and I go, two baby. You know what I mean? It's like, I just, but don't it make you feel good when you see it? Like,
I like it from Eric.
Well, hold on. Sometimes I wake up. Here's another example. Okay, sometimes I wake up late because it's like I've been traveling. I need to sleep in. It's 11. I'll wake up. Okay, there's 6 people that have texted me, and I look half asleep, and I legit, like, somebody that I respect a lot. This happened to 4 days ago, or no, more than that, and I forgot to. I guess I didn't even realize he really texted me, and then I go one day, like 3 days later, I go, oh fuck,
I do that all the time.
That happened in the middle of my sleep. So I brought it back, and he asked me something legit. He was like, needed my help with something, and I was like, oh my god, bro, I'm totally sorry, and it's all good, but like that doesn't mean I don't respect,
right?
No.
No,
but this from the guy that like you would go eat with him, And then if you if you're 5 minutes, hey, let's meet at 1. You get there at 1:05. He's ordered and he's already eaten his food.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll wake up to some text, and usually I wake up so early. I'll respond, but it'll be like 5 a.m. and then they forget because I respond so.
Yeah.
It's not a.
I know.
I was busting Lucas chops because I text him and say, "Damn, dog, it's like that now, but you've changed." I give him shit. He's like, "Bud, I wake up to like 75 texts to 100 texts a day." He's like, "So it just gets lost in the shovel sign, and I gotta go through it. I'm living different." I'll tell you who's great at getting back. Who's great is Theo. He's blowing up all that stuff. Me and Theo would text, probably once every 2 weeks, something like that. But then he realized our lives are very different now because we were texting back and forth, just catching up. And then he called me, but it was 9:30. And he goes, "Damn, came to answer your phone? I didn't see it. I was asleep. I'm in bed by 9. I didn't see it." So I texted him next morning at 6, like, "Bro, you call, I'm sleeping. I don't answer your call if you do it when I'm up." We're living 2 different lives, my man.
Yeah. One thing I'll say for Theo, he's good about just reaching out just in general.
Yeah,
he's good. Yeah, he might just, I get the phone around, go, it's just like, "Hey, what's up, man? Haven't talked to you in a while," that kind of thing. Yeah. I just go, "Well, that's really great." Like, not everybody's nice. When you're that busy, you're that, you got all this stuff going on. I think there's something about keeping in contact with the people you want in your life, and until it's like you need something. That's what I don't. The people that you might tell you what's going on.
My only thing is, like, we work together, but let's say, whatever reason, you missed the pod for 3 weeks and we didn't communicate, and then when we do talk, you're like, "What the fuck, bro? Not catching." Like,
no.
It's like, if I have to worry about you set, if I have to check in with you, this stress isn't work. We're gonna break this Band-Aid up.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
No, I know. I'm just saying, there's guys like, I've had people in my life who I really cared about.
Because I have my own set of rules. It's like, I don't. You should send me 75 paragraphs. On the first text. Okay. You gotta check in.
Talon does that. He'll send a whole 7-paragraph text. I want to read ours go too long. Call me, or I'm never reading this.
I just think you have to be like, "Hey, you busy? I have to talk to you about something." Nah, don't do that. No, that's what I need. No,
I don't like that.
No, I need a check in. I need a check in. I don't need
don't do that to me. I go crazy Super Saiyan. You know what? I'm gonna do it right now.
You know what I like? I don't know if it's long. I like a nice voice note.
Oh no.
Bro, nobody knows your rules, all right? You just fucking keep saying rules.
Bro. An 8-minute voice note, go fuck yourself.
I won't listen to an 8-minute text.
No, it's no, because you can
both
read
of those are go fuck yourself.
Read it at your leisure.
Yeah. But when you get a voice note, you're missing shit.
I'm drunk.
And I think it's
He's too loud in my thing. It's his fault.
There's a lot
about it. Here's the thing. Voice note, no. If call. This is my thing. If the voice note goes past a minute,
Jesus
call
Christ, this guy's so hot about it.
Here's why voice notes work, because it cuts through the bullshit. It's not, "Yo, man, what are you up to? What are you doing?" Voice note I got going on.
Oh my God.
It cuts the fat.
Yeah. Okay. It's like, fucking, what about that British girl that had an axe because she was being accosted when she's 14? It's all over the news. Let's get to something else.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Bring something up, motherfucker.
14-year-old British girl.
Her
parents sent her with an axe and a blade, and she had to fucking wield it.
Protect herself and her friend from a migrant who wanted assaulted. Good for her. What a little badass.
Dude,
Supposedly she was arrested.
Right. People are saying though that she's a hero.
Damn, look at this little.
She's this little William Wallace.
Hey, friend, take the AirPods out, yeah, so you can hear.
Well, watch this guy. Watch what happens. Look, she's just going nuts. Watch this. This is the guy I like. Hey, guy. What are you doing? The guy that just walked by.
He's trying to get the fuck out of there.
Because this is bullshit. What do you mean? You're walking by. If you see this kind of thing going on, you can just walk by. The real scene in person, It's not as heightened.
No, I understand.
That's why this guy's like, oh,
I understand.
the little girl's got an act. Cool. This guy's filming, and this one's doing nothing.
No, I bet that guy was like, oh, that girl's
internet bullshit.
That girl's tweaking with an axe.
Internet.
Get me the fuck out of
She
here.
got arrested, and then also there people are using this. This is crazy, but people are really. It is crazy how something like this. Of course, but her a legit like hero. Like this is the woman we need in our. It's insane what they're doing on that.
Yeah, no, I'm doing that. I'm proud of her. Yeah, I'm super proud of her. I already posted the meme. Yeah.
How about this one? Have you seen these memes that are showing up where a girl is saying, like, you know, we need to just, to date me, you have to pay me $500. To date me, you have to pay me $1,000. Like, you those memes?
Anybody says to date me, you go away the other direction. To date me, how about the thing? Yeah, I know. How about the thing? Where the lady was like, did you ever see that one thing where the lady was talking to the camera and she was like, "No, we're not gonna do coffee. We're not gonna do a hangout. We're gonna go to a dinner. You're gonna pay. And then like it cuts to her years later. It's like I had to freeze my eggs. And everyone's like, yeah, because you're insufferable, you stupid asshole.
Well, that's a girl also being like in on the joke.
What do you mean? She was serious.
It was
no, there's no joke. She had to freeze her eggs there.
Well, I saw this just like that where the girl was like, I told my husband, I'm not cooking for you. You know, these are the eggs for me and our kids. If you want eggs, and then the next video was her being like, my husband left me.
Yeah, no. Bro, but when women are like, what do you bring to this? Somebody was upset because somebody said, what do you bring to the table or something? And women are like, what do I bring to the table? What the fuck is he? Dude, you like, and they'll get mad at us because we talk about how hot someone is. And then it's like, but they also don't want to have to bring anything to the table. So then what the fuck do we get?
Yeah. Well, no, Chris, that's the minority. Those bitches are like, women power. We work 9 to 5 on an award. They want to start fucking Wakanda on their own just for women. And they're just working a fucking job. Those are the fucking
Well, that's a little bit of a difference.
Like
Yeah,
good moms.
No, I understand that. If you're a woman and you want to forego having a family and work hard and do your thing, do your fucking thing. Yeah, do your thing though. Like I don't give a fuck. But then if you're a woman that's just like, I'm hot and what do you bring to the table and treat me like a princess?
Well, it depends how hot.
But here's the crazy part about it, though. Wait, here's the crazy part about it.
I'm a dime. No,
you're a dime.
Everything together. Yes.
No,
yeah.
You're not a dime.
No, bro. Have you seen my personality? It's crazy.
I know, but your forehead, you get 2 points knocked down.
Dude, everything. Something about me.
You know what? I would say.
I agree, but your forehead and your skin.
But if it was like you have a good day of stuff.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, that's what a guy needs.
Looks aren't the biggest part of the
It's not looks. But you weigh it. It's a dime. Weigh it. Weigh my pie. It's a dime. Because disagree. You know, you put it all together. My attitude, my charisma. You take one of my features and you show it. You take my feature off of me and you show it. So you go, that guy's gonna be up. You put them all together. You go, all right, with the charisma and all this stuff, and he's rich. I'm saying, now the looks department, okay, whatever, but we're not talking about that. But objectively, if you have a good picture of me, I'm nice looking. I didn't say handsome. I said,
the nose and the forehead.
If you light the picture night and you catch me at a good moment, or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean?
What's the video?
I'm saying, like, if my
nice.
You know, but I got one. But if you know, you get a weird picture of me, I get it, dude.
Hey, you're talking some weird picture.
You never know he was a 10. You never know he was a 10. And a weird pic.
One data itself
would say you're a 10. There's no world where you're
talking about gay men. I'm talking about women when they see and feel the whole presence.
Okay, I believe that. Hey, you know what? And we know it's not going to be. The one that these women that, like, you know, you say, well, I'll give you $500 to go out on a date. Here's this funny part about that. If you give them $500, they'll say, okay, let's date. I'll give you $500 to date. But if you also fly them any place, it's now sex trafficking. No, it's like, dude, it's very crazy. It's very crazy. You're fucked if you're a guy, really. You know what I mean? All of a sudden now, it's sex trafficking. You're like, no, you charged me. You should have to give you $1,000 to you. But we're flying to Vegas, so all of a sudden now, I'm sex trafficking. You know what I mean? It's like, then you're like,
I was watching a girl, if you're going to date me, it's $500,000. Like, where the fuck are your parents who raised you?
Oh, she's a hooker. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're a street walker.
Let's take a little break here because college football, my absolute favorite, is back. You have Texas. You have Texas playing Ohio State this freaking weekend. Everyone here's going crazy about it. Well, guess what? How about you watch the ridiculous games and make some money? All right? Put your knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your big picks into big payouts. With live betting, all right, rivalry week odds, boosts, and more, DraftKings Sportsbook has even own every freaking Saturday, man. Here's something special for first timers. New to DraftKings customers bet $5 to get $300 in bonus bets instantly. All you gotta do is go download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, use the code GOLDEN. It's code GOLDEN for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly. We bet just $5. Go Texas! In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, big ground is yours. Come on.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
You ever seen that guy? You know that old school black dude that just like, oh yeah, he's the best. You know, what's that guy's name? Yeah, he's so funny.
Oh,
Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels.
You talk about high value man. Yeah, the girl's like, what do you think you are? She goes, I'm an 8. He just goes, nope. Yeah. He goes, no, but this guy is freaking. This is hilarious stuff.
Oh, he's great. Did he die though?
Yeah.
Very common. But
Kevin Samuels died?
The man killed him because he was agitating black people.
Which made me a type of ranking.
I was surprised at that too.
He was like, yeah, I did it.
It was not
his disposition is just great.
What exactly is so, first of all, we should understand what is the Talmud. There are two of them, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmud. They are basically extended discussions by hundreds, thousands of rabbis, occasionally non-rabbis,
So there are several things I'm thinking about, and then I know strategy.
Talking about
so I can take a plumber and have him have an entire business.
Everything this woman is
basically a massive 6-volume statement of Jewish law.
I don't know what that means, but that is kind of a fraud. That is the illest statement I've ever heard.
In the Bible that require additional for example, the holiday of Sukkot, the Bible says
did he say put your penis up? What does that mean? I'm in love with it.
So the first question is, what is a
What does it mean?
Wait, say it like. Wait.
The podcast? We will take a break until we figure out what put your penis up means.
You're saying like you're.
It means like man up.
Oh, trying to be a man in this relationship.
That's right. A plant called a citron. And
you're just gonna go home for no reason. My wife. Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Sweetie, penis up. Your penis up. You only say that when she says sorry. That's like, damn, he weighed more than a man. He's savage, huh?
All aspects
I
of their
accept.
experiences of the world, both in terms of
Look at him. Look at his disposition.
sexual
Look at
lives,
his
their
disposition.
financial lives, their civil
He's got Eric's
rights,
son.
all kinds of things like that. He's dealt with.
He's smart.
No, he's still required.
Dude, he has Eric face on.
Because you know why? Because he already see a picture of her, and he's just like, okay, she gonna talk about man. Okay, so what's your tall girl? Oh yeah, what's your dress size? Because he already know he's 16.
Or at least conversation about the human condition that begin
Don't tell me what not to do. I've been lucky. Hold on.
He also
Tell me what not to do on my show.
study partner.
It's not my fault that you find it way more than you did, right?
Particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion. Although 5 or 10 of rabbis,
I don't care how you carry it or not. The higher up you go, the more for women that are around you, $250,000.
It's like, so that's such a great visual. He's dropping. I don't care how you carry it. So you're like, I got it good. I don't carry it. I'm carrying this weight real good. Look how easy I'm carrying this weight. This guy's a hero, but it's like,
he's jumping out. These things are like really fun.
I just saw, there are women out there you're saying that are like, you need to pay me to date. Okay, and so, but they're saying, like, just, I'm not trying to be funny, they're not saying they're
there
hookers.
are some scholars
They're saying the way men act these days, you should get paid to even go on a date. That's their whole
Bitches are single.
Yeah, they say, so before we even go to the date, you have to say, oh, I like to take you out. Yeah, imagine. I want to take you out. What? Well, I'm telling you, like that's something like that's not what like they'll do that like in India or some shit. It's like a dowry. What's the fucking dowry thing? Yeah, that's crazy. That's a crazy. Anytime you make something transactional, it's not.
Yeah, well then they'll get mad at you if you make it transactional. If you choose to make it, you know what I mean? It's like you ate all that sushi, bitch.
Hold on, tell us what you
Okay, bye.
Would you assume if she's like, it's $500 to take me out? I'm like, oh, I'm definitely getting my dick sucked.
Well, at least, you know what's the only one to like really nicely and flirt with me. You know what it is? That part that we're not supposed to ever say.
Of course, right?
Yes. But that's the crazy part about it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because it's like just anything in reverse. Because it'll be like a guy being like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Date? You go to date? You want to go to Nobu? Yeah. How about this? Here's $500. This is how hookers started. You know what I mean? Like the girl was like, just me out. It's like, no, here's some rocks. Right. That's how it started. It's so much easier this way.
So there was
like, because like, okay, think of the first hooker ever. It's either a woman who was just like, I don't really deal with this. How about just do, can we just do this and I gotta get out of here? And then, or the guy doing it like that, just being like, I don't really like your personality, but it's I mean, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but anyway, as a guy, you can never, it's $500. You can even question what you get for that. You know, it's like, all right, take out a date, but here's $500. Well, okay, is there a menu? Can I go? What's happening on the menu? Okay, so I just, okay, for sure. So the dinner money doesn't come out of the $500 I gave you? Oh, so I have to, okay. Oh, so that's weird. All right, so
the money that I pay is like burning.
That would be like, you're headed to Vegas and you just throw money out the window before you got there. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm on Vegas.
I just don't, you know, what we doing? It's like, and look, obviously you don't have to. I genuinely think it's weird because like they made everything so weird. Like now when you take a woman out, you know, I guess the guy is able to pay, you know, I think, and well, that's how you're right, but I mean, like, that's how you're raised, man. Like, listen.
mom, R.I.P., rest her soul. Something she told me, but she's old school. She said, I don't care how much money a woman makes. I don't care how much. She still want a man to take care of her.
Yeah, and that doesn't even necessarily mean monetarily. That just means period.
Yeah, it's period. Just like, no. I understand. Yeah, like, but it's so it's like, I don't care. I've always been like that. Like, you going out, you go, I got it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, and I see somebody that's offended. Like, if you're offended, because my thing is like, you say you got to say you're going to say like, I can take my own, like, hey, bitch. Yeah. It's like,
if I got my wallet out, she's like, what got weak? I can't afford it. I'm like, oh, go ahead, pay.
But has that ever happened? That's not happened to me.
Like, again, none of this is real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Nobody actually really does it. You might get a woman that's like, oh, I can pay half. Like, I don't mind.
Like, yeah,
exactly. And you go, don't worry about it. She's like, really? Yeah. It also depends who you're with the thing. I just like when somebody just does shit, just do it. You know, I went to brunch with Megan Trainor and her brother, right?
Slight flex.
She paid. I didn't even know.
She fucking better.
Who you I was like, it's all about that reason. What I'm saying is like, even if I'm going out with my friends, I used to do this. Remember when comics would go out to like something else? Comics would go out to 101 Cafe. Yeah. As many times I'd be like, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. I would pay the bill, and then be like, hey, I gotta go, and I would just leave. I never didn't pay ever. That's what I'm saying. Ever. I would see other comics, and I'd pay for their meals too.
Don't you feel like a bitch if someone is just an insecurity? Don't you feel like just a beta, like soft dude if you're out with your buddies and your friends always pay? If you can afford it, it's like, bro, no, you don't need to do that.
I look at my face. Where's the camera so you can see me?
This was actually stated.
I always, my thing is like, I don't think about it because you know what you got. You know what you got? Fun at dinner. I was making jokes. Thank you. Next time we go to dinner, you gotta pay me $600 before we even go to the restaurant or a shop. What's this? Let's see it. You make that yourself. Hell yeah. I love Meerkat. Meerkat. Yeah, I like that. Somebody say something slick to you. Punch him in the face. Want me to smack him in his mouth, right? So if I take you on a date, and I say, look, baby, we're going to go to Dutch. No, exactly. If we walking up to the car and I don't open your car door, you say, just open the door. You better believe that.
No, I am with you.
So you made that yourself. I've seen it. Yeah. That's a great meme right there. I always use that. I've seen that already, and I love that I got to see it again.
By the time you get
he's not giving that same energy now, though. He's with Marvel. Now he's all, I think he'll literally do
yeah, white girl, I understand. Doing his thing. Is he a white girl? Yeah. He ain't learned nothing from Shannon Sharp.
No, but here's the thing about this, man. This is a kind of concept that, like, when you put it on paper, it doesn't.
No, it looks bad. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, dude. Yes, it looks bad on paper. Everything looks bad on paper. Everything. That's why it's like baseball.
But I would venture to say that most people think, okay, they just, I think even girls
99% of society. 99% of society, unless you're just some soft bitch. But the thing is if you put it on paper, it's just like, yeah, the dude always handles the receipt, the payment. That's just what it is. It's like baseball, the secret Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club, we don't talk about it. These are damn the rules. Damn the rules. And you're not a 10, bud.
Yeah, first rule of Fight Club, there was a tarantula in the fucking backyard. Who had to get it? Who had to get it? I had to fucking get it, dude.
But this is how Chris got it. Hi, we got it.
No, I wanted to do that, but she was like, you gotta get it. And I was like, that was a dope of it.
Okay, that shit was crazy.
Significant promise.
Yeah, all I could think, you know what I thought of when I saw that? I was like, you just let the kids run. Well, I mean, it's not poisonous or whatever, but like, still, whatever. We took care of everything. You know,
Yeah, but that's part of the deal. Like, this is why you pay. This is why she holds the fort down, because the fucking tarantula, those things are whatever.
Of course, right?
Let's say an intruder broke in your home.
Yeah, it's me.
Bitch, you gonna get up and solve it? No, I got it. I gotta risk my life for the family.
Yeah, no, I'm the one that's gonna die.
So make daddy a sandwich.
And I'm gonna die. Fucking with Brendan's in bed like this. Here's an intruder. He goes, yeah. Finally, I can use this. I wake up. I go, all right, who's dying first? I mean, it must be like, what a waste. You know, it's like when you're like, you know, I saw the thing you can bench 225, so you're stronger than like 99% of. So imagine if you can't do that and you never get to use it. It's why like it's like it's like if you're a billionaire, you want to just buy shit, right? You know, can I buy the moon because you can? So you're ready to use that, you know,
at all times. Did you see that dude running for what is it, governor of New York? That communist dude, he's a weirdo. They peer pressure him to bench 135, and he had no shot of winning it.
Yeah, but who cares though? Right? Who cares how much a mayor can bench?
No, I do.
He's like, I'm trying to change. I'm trying to fix the laws in inner city. He's like,
oh yeah. You can bench 135? Oh, we have nothing.
Interesting though what you're saying. It is interesting what you're saying.
It's just as a man. But it is. I was benching 135 in 5th grade.
It is interesting what the thought though, because here's the deal: a guy that isn't interested in physical strength at all, it does mean something about him. It does mean something about that guy.
So this is also liberals in a nutshell. Like,
yeah, no, I understand.
Do 50%, and then that dude's carrying another 50%.
All right. No, this is liberals in a nutshell. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives. You know. Yep. I didn't hear what he said. I didn't hear. I missed it. Fuck. What is it? This is liberals in a nutshell. Black Lives Matter. Oh yeah.
Why do those people peer pressure him into bench at 135? Know damn well he couldn't. Look at him, just struggle city.
I got a fucking long hair in my neck.
Oh, I watched this earlier, and you know I'm glad you brought it up. It's so annoying.
It's already without the volume.
No, get ready. There's some white girl rap. It's so annoying.
Just randomly came up on my feed. She's some YouTuber.
Me too.
I think she's got bars.
I haven't taken this. White girl rappers is kind of my guilty pleasure. I follow like 10 of them. But hold on. I gotta tell you, it's all whack like this, and I'm there for it. Because they all kind of pretty, and they all rap the same. But, you know, she grew up a certain way. She shouldn't be putting that black scent on. She should be rapping how it talks. Just like this. You don't know what she is. No, I'm saying, she's from Atlanta.
Greatest his times right up to the modern period.
Fine.
For current publishers. So,
there's nothing straight about this. That's what
I'm saying. There's nothing straight about it. She grow up straight. So funny. So she should be like,
it's a K bar.
I'm not saying it's good. Just look at the female rappers. There's one that's really good. She's really good. Wait, is that the one? Yes, that's the one. Yeah, she's fucking amazing. Sierra. Let me send you her.
But this girl, this JoJo.
No. Look up Georgiana and then look up. There's another one. No, Sierra.
Distracted myself.
Yeah, she's
play this for me, Nick. Play this.
Fellow students of Jewish history, I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comes up in
I already don't like it.
Video has to do with the word Jew. A lot of people think the word they say it applies to us, them.
This is different. Oh, she ate.
Remember she used to be lesbian and then she went good and got a man.
That's the best line. She says, I can't pronounce my bars, but I can buy a wolf's voice.
That is good. She ate right there. I mean, she's dancing in foreign courses. This is not the ones I'm talking about. I'm talking about the ones, Sierra and Georgiana. Those two are white female and they're good.
No, the white girl from
this girl right there. And she's like from the ghetto. But yeah, because it doesn't look like she's faking it. It doesn't seem like it at least.
I'll be the judge of this. I don't like how you guys are having her.
Nah, she's good, bro.
You guys have horrible taste.
Yeah, she's always rapping.
And the question of who is the Jew is even more complicated than this word. Furthermore, depending on which language
You don't want to look at one of these. Not this. Well, this is a song more. I know, not this. You gotta look at you. She's just like got a microphone. On the right. No,
2 million. Yeah, go that one.
Sure, the word Jew.
Let her go.
I feel sick. I don't. Get B-Rabbit off my screen.
Nah, she's good, bro. Her voice sounds good. And she's, it's interesting. I love this one. I love her. You know what I mean? Because she like, the way she like gets into it.
As it is modern American English.
Yeah.
Is she just freestyling right now?
No, I mean, nobody.
I can't hear it in the ear, so I just see a white girl like lip sync.
What's her name, Georgetta? So she's good, but she does some weird, different shit. But she's good. I like her a lot.
So you need to go to the white girl from Wild 'N Out when she's on Sway in the Morning and she freestyles. It goes so fucking hard.
Really?
Oh, buddy, you gotta educate yourself on white girl rappers if you're gonna come to the table.
I didn't know that. But yeah, I love this girl's music. She's got two styles. When she does her chill, like weird elevator music style rapping, it's so good. This is good. I don't know what's what.
I wish I could hear it.
This is awesome. Bro.
Hey, can I be honest? I feel uncomfortable.
What I was weird about her is her voice does not match her. You know, like not at all. Like if you close your eyes and play that, you would not open your speakers and she was like this.
Describe what she sounds like.
You see that
look up the white girl. She's good.
This is the thing that I was great about. Like what's happening in society in terms of being able to make money and this kind of thing. I say that, you know, women have an advantage when it comes to like if you have a great talent. Oh yeah. That's why I don't want to hear about. I don't want to hear about like how hard it is for you know media. Like you can get on stage and you can get on every show if you're pretty. You know, good. Or the poster for my show can't be me in a bikini. Exactly. You know, it's hard to be a comedian. You know, my titties aren't going to sell.
And who traced
people coming to my show.
You'd be surprised. What's tougher, a white boy trying to make it in the NBA or a white girl trying to make it in rap?
A follower or adherent of
well, the difference is rap's not a meritocracy.
Justin Valentine goes hard. I still get here.
I've seen this. Is she a rapper?
Having a much respect
That's
to
really
you.
interesting because
I'm not familiar
6
with
centuries
your
before the
but
common era, that's already, over 1,000 years.
Yeah, she killed it.
There you go. Get ready.
I'm gonna let you warm it up right now. Talk about your morning. How much you're uncomfortable. That's why you wake up.
I woke up at 7, I said to pray God and I prayed to heaven. I said, God, it's a must I do. They don't kill my bitch, you know I got to crush on you. I'm like, oh God, she really a beast. I woke up in the morning, got the toothpaste, I brushed my teeth. I'm gonna see Sway. Tell him I get the duties, the bitch and never had me. Because that's not the dope. I'm the illest way. I try to tell you before. I'm like, Biggie, when I came through, kicking the door.
It's alright, I mean. Go to the comments.
So let's break down.
Comments can't be good.
My thing is this: I've never seen him do that
Let's
before.
start.
like give that like such specifics like that. Because most of these rappers that come in here, all their shit is written.
It's a long list of
off the top unwritten straight from the Holy Spirit. I don't think I've ever seen confidence Israel. I don't understand it.
They tried to do her dirty with the beats and changing the tempo. They really just showed how good she is because she killed it. Holla!
I don't understand anything. I never understand anything. It's getting harder. Welcome to over 45. I know, but it's also getting harder for me.
Yeah, there's something cringy when white girls rap, and it's not good.
If that governor could like if Gavin Newsom could bitch 225, I'd vote.
100%. It just means
my mom.
It just means he's doing work. He's doing fucking work.
You know what though? There is something about what you're saying. You know, it's like because what does it take to be able to bench 225? And if you can do that, there's a certain work ethic that it takes to get there. And for sure, people. But what I'm saying is that's what people are attracted to in all aspects. So it's like people might say, "Oh, that person's with you for your money," and I think like, not if it's transactional. I think somebody's with you because of how you got your money. You know, so it's all part of it, right?
That region and names them after Shem. Now, Shem has a descendant whose name is
Massive.
Abraham.
What is it?
Never heard it. Evidently, it's a sandstorm.
Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen these.
Even though Abraham is, hundreds and hundreds.
It's like fucked up. Isn't this affecting that big event? The
Burning Man.
Burning Man. If you're over 30 at Burning Man, stop.
No, I think if they're under 30 at Burning Man, stop. Burning Man is for people over 30 or 40.
It's for nobody. Don't go.
Harlan Wood's
Yeah, I know. He goes every time.
Listen. At this point, I'm already out. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you get there and you're like, "Oh, we can't even breathe," okay.
This sucks.
This sucks.
Imagine trying to have a drug-fueled orgy in that.
That's why
True.
I could do it.
That means that all the descendants of Abraham
That's what it looked like after Brendan's truck.
Still doesn't bring
Just a sandstorm. That all sucks.
So Abraham has a son, Isaac.
I never ran out of all, but this is like, you know, we all fly a lot. Well, not Brendan so much anymore, but so here's the thing. You don't even think you're not going to make it. You know, we just have a thing in our head now. Life's going to go. Everything's going to be fine.
As a result of
No, I'm saying when something like that gets there. No, I'm talking about like the timing of it. I'm saying you just go, I'm going to get to where I need to get. You know, you just don't even, you know, and then like that happens, then it's just like that's so disruptive to like everything about your life. You're wrong now. You're thinking about how I'm making it to the show. I'm gonna miss my connection. And like, you know,
Eric, aren't you glad you lost weight? Because did you see Southwest made it? If you're big, you have to put two flights now. You have to
listen, let me tell you something right now. This is my problem with that.
Hot take.
They should be weighing everybody anyway. This is how it should work. You get on a scale with your bags and yourself, and you got a limit. Here's my problem with it. If you're 380 pounds, and you get on a plane with now a 50-pound bag, all right, that's you're over 400-some pounds. If Casey and his girl gets on a plane, right, and they have a 100-pound bag, they're going to charge them? What? Casey and his girl in the bag, that's like 216 pounds total. And you know what I mean? And you're like, I just think that's unfair. I think if you're going to charge for overweight bags, but a big motherfucker can get on the plane, like I'm like, no.
Well, you
should pay by weight.
No, you should pay by body percent.
What happens is
No.
Yeah, because it's not because it's because 6'2", it's not his fault that the guy's 5'6". You know what I mean? If somebody is their God-given, their birth
weight, it's different. If you're a fat fuck,
Okay, you know what?
then okay.
You can add that in, fine.
Yeah.
But that's just.
I'm 6'2", I gotta pay the same as a fucking roly-poly 5'4" fat guy? No. He has to pay more.
Well, I just think I think you should all be a weigh-in at this point because I feel But the thing too, is
both 210.
Take too long. Take your no, it would not because when you go to check in your bag anyway, they make you weigh it. So I'm saying that you would just walk up.
They should just have a policy. They should know. I can solve all this. They should just have a policy. No fatties get to fly.
Separated, but then
Or they have fat air.
I watched that movie.
It's six people. Okay, 6 people.
The whole movie is just the planes on the tarmac and they can't take off. No, listen, guys. They have a little thing there for your back. I go, does your back fit these dimensions?
Yeah, man.
You get on the scale, it weighs you, it's real quick.
I get it.
I hear you.
Or just weigh yourself. Like check into your flight online. You have to enter your weight.
Yeah, but to be honest, bitches be lying.
Yeah, bitches do be lying.
I'm putting 135 on mine. You know what I'm saying? What are we talking about?
Yeah.
But I think, my problem with it was before the system was they were giving a fat person a free extra seat. That I really had a problem.
Oh yeah.
It's just about fairness. This has nothing to do with shaming or anything like that. It's about fairness. They shouldn't be charging for bags like that anyway. But my point I'm making again, if you have to pay for a bag that's over 50 pounds, then what are we talking about? The total weight of the person in the bag is less than the fat fuck.
If you're gut too. Yeah. What they literally call it baggage. It's called, what's your, how many bags you got? And then your baggage.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you? Good morning.
And little Rock was occupied this morning. I woke up a little late. I woke up at 9 something. I was 11. I had to get him together. Had a rough morning with her this morning. But I'm good. We ate breakfast now. I'm here. Gonna chill out.
Excellent. Sounds like a plan.
Like some people to volunteer for their back.
Hey, Brady.
If that's an issue, then that's why I say no. I know, right? Weigh everything in.
I will see you later, okay?
Excellent. I hope you have a wonderful day. God willing, we'll play tonight.
Over the 500 pound limit or whatever the limit is, it's this amount. But like, Casey and his girl suffer. Or they should suffer. Deserves it, just period. Yeah, they should. It sucks, man. Even if it's a big, like you're saying, 6'2", whatever. I got on a plane day, and it was just, I'm a big guy. And then this bigger than me guy, they have sitting in the middle, six skinny kids, really just looking at each other. Like I was like, oh man, it's gonna be a tough flight. I was like, all right, it's gonna be like cheese. And then basically 5 years. That's good. Oh yeah. It also looks cool. Yeah. I get fat just to go on it. I mean, you talk about the meal on this. That's what I mean, there's like a pig this big. Hell yeah, welcome to Fat Air. What do you call it? Pilot's Fat. They just have like they don't even give you drinks. They just have you open your mouth. I would love to fly Fat Air. Hell yeah, dude. Look at that. When he did the boarding, is like, all right, we're going to start with Big Bitch. Fat titties next. It's like the stewardess fat too? No, you have fat pilot? No, you can't. Because the stewardess got to be skinny so all the people can get on her. It's like a part of it where they can be like, oh, skinny bitch. You know, that's part of it. Oh, okay. Okay. Because they got to play down. I was thinking if we had fat stewardess and fat pot, we fat all around, baby. There's no shame here. Yeah, except for then you really got to get like a heavy duty plane. No, you just have it like 20 seats instead of 60. Right. You don't make any money outside. This airline loses money every year. It's a bad business idea. Yeah. It's usually even or we charge more, or you just charge double. True, yeah. Oh, that's the whole point, right? Yeah. Anyway, fat air. The plane should be.
Where
fat.
does the word?
Yeah, fatter plane.
Make the plane have
Get the plane gut.
Yeah, make it plump. You know how the 747 got the thing on the top? This is on the bottom. First class on the bottom. Yeah.
And that should always be sweaty, like the front nose should be sweating like a fat person.
This would be great, like motivation. Like I go to the airport and they're just like, "Oh, you can't get on. You're not gonna have to take fat air to take fat air." We've already put you on fat air. Sorry, because it's like we weigh in. It's the weigh in. I'm telling you,
fat air.
Yeah, it's the weigh in. I'm telling you, you weigh in and you go, "Oh, I gotta go to fat air." Oh, that's the motivation for that. There's a fat air walk of shame. Everybody knows that's the fat air terminal. You know what I'm saying? That's great.
Clearly
we need to motivate society. I used to have a joke about it. I said, like, I think the best way to get people to lose weight is, like, everybody has to have a treadmill in their house that's connected to the power grid. And you have to do a certain amount per month of power. You know what I mean? It's good.
So that's where we have this first.
They figure out how to train. They put their dogs on there and shit.
Oh yeah, they figure it out. Just some kind of thing that you help empower the fucking city. You know what I mean? You've been working out? No, not as much as I should. I've been walking. Damn. I got that as a workout, but I mean, it's good. No, I just been real, that's the net. Listen, I need you guys to understand something. It's
that's it.
Oh my God, fat air, dude. We're not serving those always a party. Imagine it's a whole Thanksgiving table coming down the aisle. Yeah, weird. That is.
Everybody gets their own role.
That's so weird. No, but I'm telling you, this is like a Smith concert. The hardest thing. Oh, I'm gonna talk about that now. But no, this is nothing weird. The hardest thing is like discipline to the AI. They use AI in the crowd. That's discipline to not. To when I eat, that is. I see how hard that is. Like I was mad. We were, at the timing. They said, "Hey, they're gonna bring all this food." And I was like, "Oh, I can't eat right now." And I was like, "Oh, I see how it becomes." It's like you just. So I'm just telling you, man. Like I've really been, like made it better.
Judas.
Good. So now I got to get to the Will Smith. I got to get to the workout. But no, the Will Smith thing. It's like they used AI in the crowd. Hey, listen. No, this is like your picture on your website. Yeah. Let me say it. Same thing. Oh, you didn't see this written?
No.
Man, it's so weird. Hey, just keep watching because it doesn't look too weird yet. So where is this? No, I mean, just the whole thing. Like, obviously, there's some realness to it.
Jews often retain
but just. Look at the people's faces. Look at. Just watch. Look, if you pause any of that, you'll see they're distorted. Watch. Just wait. Look. Fake. Take us back to Bel Air, dude. Look at the upper guy. Dude, who's? Take us back to Bel Air? Who the fuck made a sign like that? Watch this next one. Look at this one. No, that one is the best one. Look at the guy's face. He's sad. You helped me survive cancer? Thanks, Will. It goes praying like it's like Satan's will. You can make it.
Wait. Did Will post this?
Yeah. Look at it says, you can make this. You can make it. What's their quote? You can make it. Everyone said you can make it. Will Smith said you can make it, and that's what helped us survive cancer? Bro, this guy, if that's how easy it is to fucking get motivated, this guy be dead a long time ago. This is weird.
His caption's the favorite part of the tour is seeing you all up close.
It's like they're trying to make him fail.
Yeah, someone's fucking with him. Prince.
Let's
say, you're going too fast. No, he's done all right. I'm saying there's so much stuff on the screen that you can point to. I know. That girl on the bottom there, that was.
Around the time the Babylonian
there's all the same concert?
Circulates as a way.
I don't think so.
It's not even. It's all fake. There. This is the one. This is the one.
From West.
Show me to any of these faces.
And if this is the first video you're watching,
From West Philly to West Swiss.
Oh, no, the guy's face is all distorted.
I know. It's really weird.
Go into the guy. Look at that guy. That looks like me, but divide down. Oh, look at the far left. He has a pig nose. All their noses are weird.
Well, there's no speculation. This is AI. So
hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue.
How does this happen?
Babylonian Talmud.
It's so egregious. Yeah, this day and age too.
Videos.
What's he thinking, man? He's probably just like, yeah, you guys run with it. Like, all right.
Maybe save people the jail footage. Everybody's hiring them now. I just don't get
the basic information, which we really.
Yeah, I don't know. Here's the problem with AI now. Now it's like, even if it is real, people are going to say it's fake. Come on.
20,000 dislikes.
Here's a map that gives us
I think that I would like it.
entire Mediterranean basin.
You would like it because you saw everybody didn't like it.
It's really useful information.
Why is this fake?
Expansion
Why are
of
you
Christianity.
eating spaghetti?
Which I can see from those kind of starboard. That's where
Oh, you know what you should do, Nick? You should us three in the crowd someplace. But the signs are the worst part because no fucking, they don't, come on, bro. Nobody's writing
tour would be published.
Well, yeah, not this one. Well, I don't think it was he on wait, hold on. Bad weather. People at Emilio tonight will be a storm. What is that?
Until then,
it's all distorted. It doesn't make sense. It's all fake.
Recognized religion and that exposed them to a lot of legal disabilities. That's outright.
Why is Chris so mad at the sign?
Yeah, look at the fresh. Look at the Ian Fresh.
When Christianity was recognized,
it's
and
a
of course,
6.
not long afterwards, it would become the official state religion of the empire.
Look at how long the girl's hand in borders.
Dude, this is named after the emperor Constantine.
It's really fucked up.
Circulated. That would have a distinct impact on the status of Judaism.
I'll sit and I'll think about the sad part about why. This is the sad part about it. So wait, he's playing in the winter single fall.
He's doing it to himself.
Well, at this point,
but what I'm going to focus on.
Well, go to the no. Where's he playing? He's playing the O2 arena. Go down. It says right there. Go click the show. No, it had it there. Go down. There. Click like the London one. Click the
What's happening on the eastern side of the
all right, so he's going to be in Victoria, in Manchester.
Singing
He's got a new album.
Does it slap?
Here's another map.
You just keep all his songs from before, man. Yeah, just don't understand. That's a man. You do know he was a rapper first, right?
Of course, we all do.
Yeah, but he's got songs. He's got songs. Yeah, but who's got my Bible?
It's only a European thing. Like Americans, they get it right.
Right. There's no way it's
like Backstreet Boys. They gotta go international.
Yeah, he's talking about the Energy Center at fucking Houston. But go ahead. So go to general admission. So
So what's going to be
relevant
for us today is
for a good reason.
Discussing
Is it be all?
Yeah. That's just what that sucks too. When people do that.
Why say an empire?
What I don't understand is why you do this. I guess I'll never understand.
If you're Will Smith, why are you doing this?
I'll never understand this.
So we've already talked quite a bit about
hundreds of millions of dollars. I
agree more. He's probably just trying to get the fuck away from his wife.
Can I get my thoughts about that? Yeah. Okay. When you're someone that I'll be in Salt Lake City, Boise, Idaho, this guy. I'll be in someone that famous for that long, they don't know at that level. You know, you want that. You never want that to go away. Like you never want it to go away, and you continuously chase it. But part of the thing of chasing it is how you became that famous. And there's nothing in you that thinks I'm still not that guy. Will Smith is like an athlete that like should retire already, not Jared Brett, or like you know what I mean, like Tony Ferguson. Yeah, somebody that's just fucking great. I can still do it. I remember at Jordan's the Hall of Fame speech, he was like, I still think I can play. Like, he was like 50. He was like, I still, he still thinks he can do it. And you see these clips of Jordan in the gym at his camps and stuff, and he's still out there, like, trying to, you know what I mean? He probably still thinks he can play in the NBA. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what made him so good.
But that's what I'm saying.
His point.
I know.
So it's like Tom Cruise is gonna go out like that. Tom Cruise is gonna die on a set. He's gonna die, and it's gonna be like, it's gonna be me and a bear, and we're gonna parachute together, and they're gonna be like, Tom Cruise died. Mission Impossible with a bear. Mission Impossible 15 and on a ski ramp with a bear, and
they would eventually be able
you know what I'm saying? So I think that's what it is. But I'm gonna be in Oxnard, y'all. Oxnard coming up in a couple weeks. Get your Oxnard, and I'm also gonna be at the Den in Chicago. I'm shortly up there, and the House of Comedy in Minneapolis. I got shit going on. But keep your fingers crossed, guys. I think some good energy for everybody. I had a dope movie audition.
Oh, cool.
Oh, sick. Really dope director.
Oh, really?
And the guy I walked in, he was like, I really love you, and I'm dying up here. Oh, wow. This guy, he's like, I love you like golden hour.
Yeah. So he's like, so I'm thinking for Mr. Potato Head.
We're gonna live action Mr. Potato Head.
You're gonna have to cut your legs off and only use your feet. We're gonna paste some of the bottom of your belly. Put your arms on your head.
Thanks for watching Golden Hour. Bye.
See ya. Later, dudes.
See ya.
I'm texting you. You better respond.
I am. This is your last freaking chance.
That begins to turn in the 4th century, in large part because of the Edict of Milan and all that signifies. The revolt in the middle of the 4th century against a Roman governor named Gallus, and that would be put down quite harsh by the Romans. But it is at this time, immediately after the revolt against Gallus, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that come together to make up the body of learning of the revolt.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
So that's all happening in the 4th century. Some scholars suspect
Very nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you. Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it. Tell everybody what you do. Tell everybody what your official position is. You're a professor at the School of Medicine at Stanford. What do you do?
So my day job is a cancer surgeon, cancer biology, mostly immunology and cancer. Much of what my laboratory does is not so much the biology of cancer, but developing instruments that create the data that allow us to analyze the complexities of how the immune system interfaces with tumors and how tumors basically the immune system to help the cancer itself. So the problem's been understand what all of that means. So we've been kind of poking in the dark for decades, and so probably for the last 20 years I've developed a number of instruments and turned them into companies that allow everybody to access a level of information they couldn't get before.
So, explain that the immune system allows the tumors explode.
So what happens is that there's a dance between the mutations that initiate a tumor and then sort of evolution of how the tumor eventually learns how to trick the immune system to not recognize. So we have all kinds of literally every day, every person will develop 5 cancer-like objects inside of your body, but the immune system and your body has a way of shutting it down. But with enough time and with enough patient, tumors will eventually evolve in a way that trick the immune system not only to not recognize them, but in fact to help them and feed in a way to create an inflammatory environment that actually then the tumor uses to propagate its cell division and then metastasis.
So it's a normal function of natural human biology to create tumors.
And it's a byproduct of what evolution is. That when the genes mutate, when the cell divides, or if you go out and stand in the sun too much, for instance, you get skin cancers because you're getting ionizing radiation that's changing the DNA, making a mutation. And some of those random mutations will initiate a cancer. So, for instance, I have a mutation called FE318K. It's a mutation that I was born with. It wasn't in my family, and it causes both melanoma and kidney cancer, which I've had both. I've had a dozen melanomas. We didn't find that out until a couple of years ago, but I've been following it over the years, and we basically figured out, okay, it's going to have to be this, so we had my sequence genome. But that's just one of hundreds of different mutations that can occur that are on a path towards creating a cancer. But cancer can't survive if the immune system recognizes it. So eventually what happens is there's this detente that is reached between the immune system and the cancer, where the immune system basically ignores the cancer. So Jim Allison here in Houston won the Nobel Prize back in 2018. For understanding one of these turn-off signals that the immune system that the cancers use to turn off the immune system, and that by showing he could block it, his wife, Pam Sharma, ran a bunch of clinical trials at MD Anderson that showed, in fact, that this could actually turn a 5% survival disease in melanoma to a 50% survival. And that then created the whole immunotherapy field that the world is taking advantage of today.
Wow. So what is cancer? Like how did tumors develop this ability to trick the immune system that other animals have?
Oh yeah.
So it's a constant battle. So for instance, there are proteins on your cell surface. I'll get technologically deep about it. They're called major histocompatibility complex proteins. So for instance, if I were to try to just randomly do a tissue transplant from me to you, it's very likely that it would be rejected. And it's because of those MHC proteins that it's rejected. What's happening is that your cells are presenting your internal cell biology to the immune system, and it's saying, okay, you're a friend, not a foe. So when cancer usually initiates, there are disruptions that happen, and proteins are made incorrectly, etc. And so what these MHC proteins are doing in some cases is they're presenting the internal image to the body, and the body saying, oh, there's something wrong with the cell, we better wipe it out and kill it. These same proteins are what the immune system uses, for instance, to go after viruses. So when you get a virus infection inside of the cell, the body has a way of chopping those proteins up inside of the cell, presenting it via MHC, and then the immune system attacks it. So one of the first things that actually tumors do is they learn to turn off the MHC proteins inside of the cell. So the ability to know that I'm damaged is shut down. And so the immune system doesn't go on full alert for that. But then there are other mutations like divide when you're not supposed to, avoid this kind of induced cell death called apoptosis, and not others. And so cancer doesn't just start on the next day. You've got it's a progression of events. You have these precancerous lesions. You have like a benign tumor, which eventually becomes a metastatic tumor. And so the immune system needed every stage of the development, because if you can reactivate the immune system just the right way, then you can prevent the cancer from basically spreading, or from metastasizing, or from killing you, essentially. Is there a potential for, given the understanding of this, is there a potential for using this for organ transplant patients where it locally would stop recognizing this as a foreign organ? That's exactly what is done. In fact, when you get a tissue transplant or an organ transplant, you're suppressing the immune system. The problem with that suppression is that you then put yourself at risk of cancer, because what you're doing is you're turning off the immune system's ability to cut at and go after a cancer the moment it forms. So most people who are under immune suppression are at risk of, let's say, virus infections, bacterial infections, but also for the cancers. So would the potential be to turn that off locally, so you can turn that off to this on the specific organ?
That would be a great thing to do if we could. Right now, the only things that we have are systemic. So yeah, I mean, for instance, if you could deliver in that you're transplanting anti-immunosuppressant basically immunosuppress it locally. That would be great. We don't have that yet. But that would be via a form of gene therapy.
But the problem would that be that if you, like, let's say you had a lung transplant, if you had a lung infection, it would be catastrophic.
You want to come work in my lab? You're accepted as a graduate student in Stanford Department of Pathology.
I have a few friends that have organ transplants, and it's it's very disturbing knowing that they're so vulnerable to any kind of infection because of these medications that they have to take in order for their body to accept the transplant.
One of the problems is that there are literally hundreds of different drugs, and really until recently, really until a technology in my lab developed about a dozen years ago, we couldn't look at all of the cell types all at once in a single picture. So I came from a laboratory led in Lee Herzenberg, when I was a grad student at Stanford, and they developed an instrument called the fluorescence activated cell sorter. And that allowed you to look at 3 proteins at a time. And if you could know ahead of time what the cell types were that expressed the proteins that you were interested in, you could look at just those 3 cell types. Then I came up with a way to look at, 50 or 60 proteins at a time, sort of stepping up what they had already taught me how to do. And then suddenly that gave us the ability to look at nearly every cell type in the body, and immune cell types. And then that gave us the raw data to build math models that we could do better predictions of what outcomes would be.
And how is that, like, what are you applying in terms of like real world scenarios?
So for instance, there's a kind of leukemia called AML, acute myelogenous leukemia. It starts in the bone marrow, and it is a distorted version of the myeloid cell type. It starts as a stem cell, and that stem cell goes down a number of different paths. And depending upon the person, the disease is sufficiently different that it might follow a slightly different path towards what becomes the disease itself. And so being able to trace the path and to know which steps along that it takes to become what becomes then metastatic leukemia could only be accomplished by having enough markers that allowed us to trace everybody along the path. It's kind of like if I wanted to follow you, who you are as an egg through development to who you are today, and I had snapshots every month, I need different markers to measure what you are as an egg versus what you are as a baby versus what you are as an adult. And so each of those different markers in my world would be different proteins that tell me something about an adult leukemia versus a baby leukemia. And then we use something called pseudotime, which is a mathematical concept that allows us to stitch together those photographs. So I can take a random box of photos of you from an egg to who you are today, and I could just by hand put together the most likely path and sequence of from the earliest to the latest. But we needed the data and we needed the means and the instruments to collect that information so that then the math could come to play.
That's such a fascinating thing about human beings is the biological variability. That everybody is we're all the same. 2 lungs, a heart, but so different in how our body reacts to things and what happens to us. Environmental factors, diet, stress, all sorts of different factors, and you're kind of piecing together this puzzle. Right. All these things.
And what you're doing is you still have to pay homage to the fact that those differences exist. And so while, my cancer might be the same class of, let's say, melanoma as another person's, the complexity of what allowed that cancer to become are so different that the drugs that we might not work for.
Like the lead and sweat underneath your pubes and trash. Like, I thought about my dad.
The medications in a way that
What's wrong with your brother? What the fuck is wrong? What the fuck is wrong with the bro?
So I started probably half a dozen companies and sold them. Like Roche, actually my most recent company we sold to 10x Genomics.
Yes, I'm not taking. I was excited about going to work on your tables book said I'm not going to work. I need a fucking day off. I have no fucking
scale
check.
up others that we can collect at a time, that then when layered on top of for instance, 10x genomics or which is called single-cell genomic analysis, we could scale that up 100-fold to get a 100-fold amount of information. But the problem with that is that I can collect all that data and make an analysis of a cancer for you, but it might be a little bit different than another person. So what we have to do then is develop techniques that allow us to narrow in on what the differences might be, so that when I develop a drug for person X, it works for person X and not for person Y, right away. So there's a lot of personalization in medicine that is required. The diversity that makes humanity great and that makes
I don't know, they stopped doing
Somebody's wrong with the challenge is that there are individual differences that person can survive. It's the same thing with cancers, and it's the same thing with drugs. For instance, with certain drugs, one of the first things I learned in pharmacology when I was, way back in the day, is that there's always a benefit to damage ratio that you have to deal with. That the drug has a positive outcome, but there are some. And so, as scientists or as clinicians, we make a choice based on the statistics. Who will benefit the most? Who will it benefit most? By the way, there's all these side effects that might affect you. Overall, globally, 60% of people will survive. But since I don't know anything about your specific disease, I'm by law required to give you the 60% drug until I know or can distinguish that your disease is a different subclass than the 60%. And that's, in fact, a lot of what pharmaceutical companies are doing is they're trying to marry a diagnostic to the disease itself, the disease subtype itself, so that if you can show that 90% of the people this kind of subclass will survive, you have to, by law, change that diagnostic to make sure that the person doesn't have the subclass before you give them the 60% drug. Does that make sense? Yeah, it does. The narrative has always been, last few decades, stay out of the sun. But recently, people started saying, no, it's actually, you need to become accustomed to the sun. And the real issue is people using sunscreen all the time and then going out and getting burned. Obviously, your situation is very different because you have a specific gene and an Irish. Yeah. The genes of the people that lived in cloudy ass places, right? Exactly, for thousands of years. And my mother, when we were kids, I was just 2 years old, so when I was a kid, we had some chicken and kind of made some other meat. Oh, yeah, baby oil, everybody got barbecued, yeah. Plus, I worked in the fields as a kid. And that's not good. That was burning the damage to the skin, and then it manifests itself as cancer for life, right? There's all these subtle, let's call them smoldering mutations that are waiting for a second or a third hit to occur. Or for, instance, you get old enough so that your immune system is kind of gone wonky, and it no longer is able to take care of something that 20 years ago would have been able to heal. Right, it's perfectly wrong. That makes sense. This narrative that you need to be in the sun more and that just don't get burned, is that reality? Well, it depends on, for someone like me, no. But there are positives, obviously, for the sun. Vitamin D, as an example. But there are also, resetting your clock, and rather than taking melatonin at night, going just, in a bright, use lights to chill out ultraviolet and get some bright light. It's the UV. It's not light. So for you don't ever just go sit in the sun. Not anymore. No, but I was the melanoma because I was an idiot when I was a kid, and I would go use tanning beds because I thought, hello, fellow students. Right, and I did tan beds, but you are binge watching. Yeah, you don't want to see those anymore, do you? You do. Maybe in Seattle. I think there's obviously benefits utilize
That's
having
for
an
a variety of reasons.
I think as well, coming back, this is what I was talking about so far last night, is, maybe with
that's what project is going along very well.
I could
First,
CRISPR
free projected volume.
you can fix the single point mutation
From the earliest times to
I
the
can
present day.
see,
First of all, you
and then I could enjoy the sonic. Is that really potentially? Oh yeah, I think we're far away with
things like that. So it is making its way through the publication process, and I'm heavily at work on volume 2. So that's going okay, but the last year has been hiatus. There's a lot of changes in my personal life. Good one, thank God. And of course, the amazing awful distraction that October 7th has occasioned for anyone who has any connection to Israel has really inspired me to spend a lot more of my energy into the future on videos of different topics. But, let's look at that situation. Israel is resolved in a possible, acceptable way for all parties such that we return to peace and prosperity for every population there, especially a return of the hostages. Let us go back at this point to the Jewish history lab, not in sequence, but I'm going to pick up from the 2nd and 3rd century, and especially I will look at the 4th century because it represents a period of tremendous resurgence during the era of the Byzantine domination of the land of Israel. That's where I'd like to spend some time talking with you about. So let's go to that period again. Now look at this map here. You can see the nature of the Jewish dispersion as we approach the 4th century. The sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of the Roman Empire. It's massive. Encompasses the entire, Mediterranean basin. Standard pockets of Jewish population throughout the empire. There is, of course, a very strong population still in the land of Israel. There were massive deportations after the Great Revolt in 70. Masada, and a couple of years later, it was really, by the time the temple burned in 70, there was definitely a huge change in the land of Israel. And so you have the dispersion of Jews spreading throughout the entire region. And that's in addition to the large pockets of Jews that lived in Babylonia, in Alexandria, Egypt, and even growing population itself. The star verse in this particular map are especially important because they show very important centers of Christian activity, because of course Christianity will be growing during the first few centuries after the Great Revolt, and Christian communities tend to expand around Jewish communities. St. Paul, when he would be traveling throughout the region and proselytizing for the new faith, he would typically go quite frequently to known Jewish communities where there would be perhaps an audience of Jews open to the message of Christianity, but as well many sort of fellow travelers who were, drawn perhaps originally to the Jews, and they're very different, very competitive ideology for the era, but the sort of the high bar of entry into Judaism included, for example, circumcision and Torah regulations, Sabbath observance, and that was too much for many of these fellow travelers, but the message that St. Paul brought was really quite a bit more palatable because it did not have those demands, but it did have the great benefits of life after death, personal God, things like that. So you tend to see a lot of strong developing around nucleus of Jewish communities for that reason. Looking more closely at the land of Israel, you can see that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion failed in the 4th decade of the century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Judea as Syria Palestina. That's the entire region moving from what we would call today Israel into the region of Lebanon and Syria. In a bit of short, the region associated specifically with the land of Israel is divided into 3 parts: Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, and Palestina Tertia. The first, the second, and the third Palestine. This is when the term Palestine really comes into widespread usage. Hadrian, after he put down the revolt in probably the year 136, possibly 137, he insisted on renaming Judea to try and wipe out the memory of the Jews living there, and he reached back to the populations that we call the Philistines in the Bible. They're referred to in Greek text as Palestine, and so he took that name and applied it to this Roman territory. And there were still Jews living throughout the region, especially in the northern section, Palestine and Secunda, where a lot of Jews had fled in the conflict. So that's basically what the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times against Roman rule. We have the Great Rebellion 66 to 70, and then a couple of battles that lasted up to 74. You have the Ghost Rebellion in 170. You have the Bar Kokhba Rebellion mentioned, and then in 351 you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallus Revolt, which is not as well known, but each one of those was a disaster for the Jewish rebels, and Rome consistently reasserted its authority over the region, and often followed up with significant persecution as well. There was a brief respite for Jews, actually a couple of respites for different reasons. A significant political respite was a result of the rise of the Emperor Julian, who was known in much of the historiography as Julian the Apostate, because he tried to turn the clock back from Christianity and revive paganism in Rome. And part of his overall plan, he wanted to actually rebuild the temple. He wanted to rebuild the temple, not so much because he was a friend with the Jews or a friend with Judaism or a friend of monotheism, but he felt that, with the rise of Christianity, that the all faiths were put down, and this was certainly true for the Jewish experience. But by rising all faiths, that was a way of kind of diminishing Christianity. His rule ended very abruptly in the year 363, just 2 years in power, so it really didn't come to anything. The rebuilding of the temple basically lived in the overall pattern of the church and the synagogue, or Judaism, in decline in political, social, and economic. Perhaps the most significant element of that decline is erosion of Jewish self-government at this time. There was the institution of the Patriarchate in the where you had some figures who were the chief religious and political authorities of the Jewish community after the destruction of the temple. There is significant debate among scholars as to what was the actual extent of their power, but we know they existed right up into the early 5th century. However, the emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, which is called, by the way, the Byzantine Empire, Rome in the West, the empire is going into decline. Rome, the city itself, will be several times in the 5th century, and the city of Byzantium, at this time known as Constantinople, would be the main center of the Roman Empire. But during the period of the Byzantine empires, where you have more closeness to Christianity, beginning with Constantine himself, and at the same time depression of human rights, politically, socially, and otherwise, of the Jewish population. Perhaps the most significant example is Justinian the First, who reigned from 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The banning of construction of new synagogues, sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and their rededication as churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, perhaps more often ignored than actually observed, but nevertheless moments of punctuated persecution and a really invasive approach to what happens inside the synagogue. Justinian the First, for example, banned the Torah in Hebrew. It could be read, but only in particular authorized translations into other languages, as it were. I don't know, maybe he wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews by forcing them to engage with the Greek language, and who knows, but it definitely was not well received by the Jews. Also, a ban on Mishnah, the study of the oral Torah, which was, for Jews incredibly onerous because the Jews always understand the Torah historically as being part of two documents. The Torah itself, the written Torah, which we call the 5 books of Moses, and at the same time, the oral Torah, which includes, among other books, the most significant is, in terms of law, the Mishnah. But the Mishnah is essentially what explains how to apply the Torah in actual practice. And if you ban the Mishnah, that's essentially like banning traditional. So how did the Jews deal with these unusual challenges that really began to be gathering steam in the 4th century and move forward? I'm going to outline 4 basic responses that really illustrate incredible resilience of the Jewish people in the 4th century and the ways in which they adapted strategy.
People always say 5 years is sort of like this horizon, but I know people who have already developed systems for delivering genes. RNA cells are the Jewish word in some. But there are formulations of RNA that probably won't be as problematic as some of the things that maybe the COVID vaccine might have done.
Right.
Yeah. Especially RNA right now, you say
the diaspora population.
Yes, exactly.
They're spread out far apart.
Your cells are full of RNA, so you can't get rid of it. Your cells are full of RNA. It's just the message. But it's also the means by which they delivered it. Right? The means by which it was delivered was a formulation of that by itself was meant to be an adjuvant. An adjuvant is something which activates the immune system you want. You get a vaccination, you are co-injected with something or activates the immune system to say, come hither. And most of the pain that you get from an injection is not the vaccine itself, it's the adjuvant.
This episode is brought to you by Onyx Hunt. Hunters, listen up. Millions of hunters use the Onyx Hunt app, and here's why. It turns your phone into a GPS that works anywhere, even without cell phone service. You'll see exactly where you are, every property line, and who owns the land. You can connect your cellular trail cams, drop custom waypoints, die a whole lot more. Whether you're chasing elk on public, finding the back corners of your deer lease, or knocking on doors for permission, Onyx Hunt gives you the knowledge and confidence to make every hunt more successful. No more second-guessing boundaries, wasting daylight, or wondering what's off its ridge. You'll know every single step. The best hunters aren't lucky, they're prepared. This is how you get it. So before your next hunt, get Onyx Hunt, download it today, and use the code JRE for 20% off your membership at onyxhunt.com. And so the problem with this was that it turned your whole body into like
April,
spike protein. Yeah, well, at least
Jewish calendar is actually work because the Bible requires the holiday of Passover in springtime. So therefore, the calendar has to be adjusted every so often to make sure that Passover
if
falls.
you get infected
by
by
a
a
Jewish
virus,
calendar,
it's all there your whole body anyway.
Adar
So it's whether the spike protein
several times
itself
over a
is
19-year
problematic.
cycle, so that
And,
even though the lunar calendar is always 60 days,
I know I'll
that
annoy
extra
somebody
month,
side or the other by saying anything around this area, and I'm not here to cause any controversy.
well,
Your immune system works,
cultures,
but if you
will
can
say, oh, Rosh Hashanah is
trick your
very
immune
late
system into getting
which
ahead of the
occurs
game,
late September,
then
early
that's a good
October,
thing. The question
late
is,
August, early
back to this
September.
cost
And the truth is, Rosh
benefit
Hashanah is
ratio.
always on time.
Is the
It's
benefit
September
to
that is
a
not
larger
so.
statistical
But at any rate,
population worth it?
with the situation in
Knowing
the
that
4th
some people
century,
are going to
with Jews
be hurt
scattered
by it?
all over,
Why not? That's the question. So, for instance, back to cancer and vaccines, there's a number of cancer vaccines that are coming down the pipe.
Don't forget that
For people like me, would be, given that I get something chopped off of me 4 times a year, really? Oh yeah, you should see me. I look like I've been in a war zone. Some people say, oh, that's hot. And that's like, it's hot.
Still
wow. So is it the cutters?
Yeah,
So, is there another way that could potentially deal with those things other than cutting them off, or is that the only way to remove it from your system?
Right now, it has to be cut off.
So the issue is
is that once those once these stations are on your site, they will expand.
Yes. Luckily, most of mine are what have been called surface spread, although one of mine was with neural, which basically dived right in and played out my dog found it and was sniffing at it on my arm and like started like scratching at it and it stopped bleeding. I'll show you the scar.
What kind of dog is that?
He was 15 years ago. He was a Pomeranian. You might see the scar there. Oh, that's crazy. And it wouldn't stop bleeding, so, you know, I went in and I looked at it and they said another week and it would metastasize. So, yeah, he has a great dog. He was great. Yeah, he was great. But, you know, there are, so for instance, if you can catch most of these cancers early, that's what's important. So I think probably one of the most important changes to our medical system that could be initiated would be, frankly, the use of things like MRI, not CT scans, because CT scans are known to cause cancer. It's so crazy. Yeah.
Like, why didn't we figure that out?
There was a big study just published recently that said, here's what happens to people once scans were implemented, and you see this spike. And, I mean, it's this cost-benefit ratio. If you didn't have it, certain people wouldn't have, wouldn't know that they have a giant tumor. I mean, so for instance, I had, when I had kidney cancer, I was actually at a restaurant with friends doing a business tour, actually, and I went to the bathroom, and I said, okay, we gotta go to the emergency room like now. And then they did CT scan, and they see this big tree around my kidney was just a big diffuse mass. And they said, you got cancer. Did you have to have your kidney? Yeah. It was, but, you know, it's okay, I'm alive. It's nice to have two of them. Yes, exactly. I'm alive, but, you know, this early detection is important. And I was lucky that it hadn't metastasized yet. It was called
What is Gangster's Paradise Lost?
Yes. But, you know, so these companies
A song by Coolio from Dangerous Minds goes back in time to become a 1667 Journalism classic.
No suspicion you're going to have. What is Gangster's Paradise Lost? Against which you can
take the lead away from Nick. Our judges have evaluated one of your responses to Nick. You said gangsters that considered gangsters so like Coolio. So second place. We say you have the lead, as you can see.
People pick up a piece of it. That are meant to be inserted. But if I come back 6 months and it's changed, then maybe it's something we need to go after more seriously. So getting those kinds of regular scans, I think, is probably one of the more important things to be done, but not by a scan.
We're doing them for so long. They still do CT scans, though, because it's necessary. It's necessary things. Like, right. Just cancer. It's just like,
yeah, but maybe, for instance, there'd be a way to treat someone with a drug ahead of time that would minimize the effect of the CT scan. Right? So that, because the CT scans are generally causing oxidative damage. And so if you could provide a local antioxidant, and I'm not saying this exists, it's a naive statement. And then finally, if you could do that locally to the area that's being damaged or to the whole body, then maybe CT scans could be lessened in their later problematic outcomes. I would say innovative and churches. Okay, yeah, so naive. Yeah, I don't think it's naive because you're right. That's the issue. Right, thank you. Well, this was also a problem with X-rays, right? Like X-ray technicians. Like, I've seen images of people's hands because the technician used to have to use their own hand to check to make sure that the X-ray was functional, and over the years they go, what the fuck is wrong with my hands? Yeah. Well, it's interesting because what's happening with X-rays or CT scans is a fast forward the kind of brain damage that causes cancer in the first place. And so because it's random, but let me kind of go back a little bit as to why does cancer happen in the first place. So let's go way back in evolution to the first time that were single cells
for
versus
themselves.
time that
That
two
would
cells
happen,
met
by
each
the
other
way,
inside, it was better to join forces and cooperate rather than to divide each other's
which
expense.
are like
So in the
temporary
process of that
prayer
happening,
houses,
those
but
two
they're
cells
like
came together, or three or
secondary
four
to the
cells, they
great
basically
temple
said,
in Jerusalem
together
by
we're better
renaming
than alone.
the local
But they were
place of
actually
worship
social
of the temple as a
compacts
way
and
of saying, no, no, this
contracts
is it.
that at a
We are
genetic
here.
level were being
We don't
formed
necessarily
between
have
all
to
of
be
these
looking back
cells.
to the temple of
And so
Jerusalem.
as things got more and more
Orthodox
complex,
synagogues generally do not call
more and
it
more
their
complex
house of
contracts
worship,
were formed
temples.
to
They
the
call
point
it
at
much
which
more
what could happen
humble
is that any one of
synagogue,
the breaking of a
place of
complex
gathering.
contract could actually then initiate a cascade that becomes cancer. So rather than thinking of cancer as being a forward progression in evolution, it's actually another way to think about it is that it's a devolution back to the core fire of the desire to divide. And so by breaking the contracts, by breaking the controls on the system, cancer is allowed to blossom. So the problem is that every tissue type, whether it's lung, the brain, or whatever, has a whole different ecosystem of contracts that have been formed. And so there's no one-size-fits-all drug that will off all cancers because the contracts are different. It's not like you can bring in a lawyer and fix, contracts versus maritime or whatever. So that's you have to have mindset because if you get stuck in this, it's a forward evolution as opposed to it's a breaking of contracts. You might miss out on an opportunity for how to develop a treat, a therapy or a drug that would help people.
Writing in Greek, which was like the high literary language for the educated classes, how
is there a connection between IVF
the plumbing system and all kinds of things like that. Just fascinating.
Because you have to take
exactly
some pretty extreme hormones and a lot of stuff that women have to take. Is there a connection between that and hormone-related tumors?
I honestly don't know. So I don't know. I have my colleagues.
Possibly the synagogue was destroyed in the context of the Roman War, and then this was
I was told by someone who I really trust that there is, and then we tried to Google it and it said there's not. That's not surprising.
Probably there hasn't been studied yet, and if there is not, there should be. Any hormonal balance is not good for any balance. Metabolism of the system. I mean, so for instance, back to my specific disease, there's all kinds of things like N-acetyl and acetylcysteine, betaine, all these other drugs that are out there for longevity. Well, if I look into the metabolism of what my cancer is, every single one of those is a disaster.
It accelerates.
Yeah.
Sometimes
not good. So this is all these feedback mechanisms. Right. People often say, scientists are not religious. There's nothing that inspires more
large figure on the right, holding a knife in the right hand, and Isaac in
of
his
the
left
cell.
hand.
And knowing the complexity of life, and seeing all this feedback mechanism, and knowing that underneath that is a universe with particles, etc., that enable something like us to exist. I just
22, the ram is there,
of that.
and the other two
It's
figures
not inspiring for sure. I mean, anyone who doesn't think it is paying attention or not purposely being ignorant.
still,
Yeah, we get a lot of that though.
Oh yeah, teachers are here to hopefully teach about preach.
Hopefully, yeah. Because of your specific type of cancer and your situation, like, do you have to very closely monitor your diet?
I probably shouldn't eat as much meat as I do. Why meat? Well, because fats, and a lot of them, the fats dissolve a fair number of toxins. It's not necessarily a good thing. I mean, that's been relatively well shown that too much meat, as opposed to I'm not advocating vegetarianism. I think there's a happy medium. When we grew up in an environment where we had and we succeeded, I think, because we're omnivores as a society, as a civilization. So, but charred meat That's the issue, though, isn't it? Yeah. Isn't it burnt? Yeah. I mean, it's carcinogens. I mean, you're making all kinds of. It's a witch's brew of nastiness that tastes good. But the reason why it tastes good is because the humans who survived learned to use fire to kill off the bacteria in rotten meat, and so the flavor of that probably was engineered into our evolution. But again, it's a cost benefit. But then the cooking of it also allows to absorb more protein. I'm not sure about that. I believe so. Okay, that could be. I believe that's the case. That cooking meat actually allows it to be more easily absorbed by the body. It could be broken down more readily. But certainly it kills bacteria. So, day-old or 3-day-old deer, they weren't going to bear. So, we're not vultures that seem to have digestive systems that can handle all of that. So you should eat less meat. What else? Do you avoid sugar, which seems to be a real problem with cancer? Yeah, I avoid too much sugar. Yeah, thanks for this, by the way. Is that sugar-free? No. That one's not? No. We have sugar-free ones. No, because the sugar-free ones have stuff in them that are just that xylitol and all the others. Stevia. Yeah, stevia is bad for you? I don't think so. I haven't seen anything on that. But, look, like I said, I'm 64. It's way too late. And every time that, let's say, scientists make some grand prediction of what's good or bad, 5 years later, we find and update what it should have been. I mean, I often say this, and this is true. The goal of science or scientists is to be right today, maybe wrong today, but righter tomorrow. Because we're always back checking what the results are, what they mean in the context of the bigger picture. I'd like to say good science, because that's part of the problem, is that ego gets attached to ideas that have already been discussed and published. Right. And people are very reluctant to accept new evidence contrary to that. Yeah, I mean, it's what I often say, in the context of something that we'll get to later, is the data off the curve, which is more important than what we already predict. Predictions are great, but when there's a data point off the curve, at least in my lab, that's where we spend the most time in our lab meetings, is trying to figure out why that data point's off the curve. Is it because the machine was wrong? It was a glitch, or does it mean something that we need to make sense of? And that's, of course, where all advances come from in the sciences, is by the fact that the data off the curve, somebody was curious enough about what it meant to go after it, and then say, okay, now that I've stepped back and seen the bigger picture, now I can incorporate that data point off the curve in my lab. This is an ad for BetterHelp. The internet is a breed ground for misinformation. Even a simple search for ways to get rid of a headache can produce millions and millions of results, from taking pain relievers to detoxes to medication to cold compresses. It's overwhelming. And even when you do find something that's true, that works for other people, it might not work for you. In some cases, it's better to just ask a living, breathing expert. If you have a headache that won't go away, go talk to a doctor. And if you're struggling with your mental health, consult a credentialed therapist. You can learn a lot about yourself in therapy, like how to be kind to yourself and how to be the best version of you. Whether you want to learn how to better manage stress, improve your relationships, gain more confidence, or something else, it starts with therapy. Try for yourself BetterHelp. Millions have benefited from their services, and there's a reason people rate it so highly. As the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Check it out, BetterHelp. Or listen to 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/J. That's BetterHelp.com/JRB. One of the reasons why I was really excited to have this conversation with you about the research that you do is that I think it's really important to communicate to the public the sheer scope of the task of trying to figure out what is going on, all these different things that can go wrong and right in the human body. It requires this fucking insane amount of work by many people. And, amount of data that had to be collected now. And so here's the difference: is that there's data, there's conclusions and proof, and that's an uphill climb. But proof, the next one up is meaning. My lab has been largely responsible, at least partly responsible, for the data deluge that's out there in the world, both in how to do tissue biopsy analysis, how to do single cell analysis, etc. And data felt good for a while. It was like this, this feedback loop of, I can get all this data, and then suddenly you look at it and you go, what the fuck does it mean? And so humanity has this habit of backing itself into a corner, and then suddenly finding this eureka moment that gets it out. And so our eureka moment about 2 years ago was artificial intelligence, where suddenly I had the ability. So normally I would control this data and go, okay, well, it seems islet cells are important here, T regulatory cells are present here. Okay, I get on the phone or send an email to whoever the local expert is on the Stanford campus or around the world and try to get some information from them. But then now you're dealing with hundreds of cell types, each of which have thousands of variations themselves. And each subtle variation means something. So suddenly I have 22 million papers published, in all the fields of science. Several tens of millions just in several million just in immunology. And AI can be the angel and the devil on the shoulder that can make sense of especially with agentic AI. So for instance, in my lab, we have developed agentic AI that is basically immunologist, scientist, and box. It's a pose question. Natural evolution, and to make sense of this and turn it into a network. Graduate student, along with a couple of postdocs, months and months started all together. Now in 3 hours, we can get pictures and hypotheses of how all that data fits together in ways that I never could have done before. At the beginning, it did a lot of hallucinations, which you probably heard about in AI. But my answer is that some of this is 2 years ago. Steps and say to them, it's just getting better. We, for instance, now where it's cool. My specialty, my recent specialty is what's called the tumor database. So you have the tumor, you have the system, you have the cholesterol, and then whoever wins the next between itself and the immune system. Where there might be certain kinds of cells that immune system, the tumor has to immune system. 200 winner, and they both want to duels. I want to duels. I want to do is like so great to me. On the other side of when you look at so populations, you find these things called tertiary structures. So your body has 220 or so. Makes decisions. It turns out that in the middle of tumors, the body has evolved a mechanism to create what essentially looks like a lymphoid structure in the middle of the tumor. It's sort of a forward camp of immune cells. That the more of those you see in a tumor, the better will be your outcome as a patient. And so we use a cohort of colorectal cell, basically and we did that sometime in the last 6 weeks. Tertiary lymphoid structures. Slightly less insurance. And we were able to backtrack to the cell types which need to come together that would then form the mature. What use is that? It's a nice paper. But it also now tells us what we might like to convert these into. Because the more we already know from multiple kinds of tumor types now, that the more of these tertiary lymphoid structures you have, the better off will be your outcome with chemotherapy. So it might be, for instance, that once we know that you have some kind of virus or that goes into the tumor has seeds. There's these cytokines that are produced that are necessary for initiating formation of these objects. So there's a huge benefit to that, but we never would have found those in my lab at least without the AI. This is because it basically did work for us.
That's fascinating. Now, are you using like a standard large language model, or do you have like a specific structure that's built that interfaces with large language?
Correct. So we use, we can use pretty much any of the LLMs, but right now we find that OpenAI is the best, for us at least. And then we create an agentic overlay, basically what's called the probably now chain of thought, which is a series of questions. So how we taught it was we basically came up, here's 100 kinds of questions a scientist would ask about the immune system. And then we tell ChatGPT, now create 1,000 questions like this. So, it's artificial data or artificial questions. We curate those to make sure that they're good. Then we do 100 hypotheses, and we create thousands of types of hypotheses and send the same for tests that you might run. So now, from A to Z, we have an agentic AI that you give it raw data, it knows what to do with the data, it then generates hypotheses for you, and then it literally tells you the experiments you should do next to prove or disprove the hypothesis from the raw data.
It's in the lab. Yeah, exactly. Is OpenAI learning from this agentic AI? Yeah. So there's a mutually beneficial relationship.
Yeah, I mean, we're not working with them directly.
You use it, and because you use it with your AI, right, it's benefiting from it.
And we first thought to turn it into a company, because that's kind of one of the things we do in my lab. Is I've always thought that it's important to give back to the taxpayer the money that they've invested in us. And that's going to do that is commercialization. I'm totally unapologetic about that. Even though I got me a lot of trouble at Stanford in the early days. Making money was commercialization was evil. Even at Stanford. And so I think that's an important process because scientists are good at asking the questions and coming up with solutions. Scientists are the best at commercializing and turning it into a product used or testing it, in large communities. So the AI that we developed, we thought, okay, when we do this, we thought, it's moving so fast. Why don't we just give this to the community? Why don't we open source this? We can use it for maybe specific targeted purposes. We're basically going to publish the whole thing on GitHub. There's a lot of people who use it. Because we've seen people make claims about stuff that they've already made, and it's like, what's that? So why don't we just put it on GitHub and let people learn from it?
The resistance to the commercialization was the initial argument.
So back when I was a grad student in the 80s, basic research, as opposed to translational research, was considered the height of intellectual desire, right? Basic research, and we're not here to make money, we're here to discover things. And that's important. And nearly every major discovery and every major therapy in the world came from basic research. But then, there were limits to how much money you could give to basic research, and then there was a desire at a certain point to say, hey, listen, are you going to do anything about this? So translational research became a push. So there's a guy at Stanford by the name of Paul Berlin, who won the Nobel Prize for gene therapy for recombinant DNA way back in the day. And Paul came up with this concept of bench to bedside, meaning that we don't have to be idle. We can be part of an arc. And Stanford wanted to be and enable within the medical school both the basic research, which we were great at, as well as linking it directly to patients as well. So to link clinicians and the desires of calculations with basic researchers. I mean, most scientists would be happy just to study anything. Just point me at something and I'll be happy if I can get interested in it. So, and we're no more happy than when somebody recognizes the value of what it is. But basic research was sort of the height, and there was a push against anybody trying to commercialize. So when I started as an assistant professor, so I started as a grad student. I went to MIT to work with the University of Baltimore, won the Nobel for reverse transcriptase, and then I wanted to come straight back to Stanford because I already felt that it was a positive environment for commercialization. My bosses, former bosses, mentors, Len and Leonard, had two of the biggest patents at Stanford. They had the fluorescence activated cell sorter, and then what are called humanized antibodies, which brought in hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to Stanford. And they gave personal use of their own money. They made kept enough to survive, but then they gave most of the money. They never off a lot of that money. But so I had learned from them about how to still do basic research but commercialize on the side. And so I wanted to bring that back with the department that I came into, the Department of Pharmacology at the time. I was warned by many professors, don't commercialize that. I worked on a written starting company that went public on NASDAQ. And many of those same professors came back to me, years later, and in my office asking me how to start a company.
Why did you, was it just a courageous decision to ignore that? Was it instinctual?
It just was instinctual because I couldn't see the NIH doing what I wanted to do. So I had developed a way, this will sound scary, but I had developed a way to use retroviruses and make libraries of retroviruses to reverse the process of evolution in a way that rather than viruses hurting the cell, so that viruses would help the cell. And once they helped the cell, I would figure out what they did. And so we sold hundreds of millions of dollars of targets that way, using retroviral libraries to basically find targets and use some of the benefits of viruses to our advantage.
Just the concept of reversing evolution is fascinating. Because it comes with there's some ethical implications, but if you didn't have any of those, then you could do that large scale.
Well, I had developed in David's lab along with this guy Warren Pear a means, it's called the 293T retroviral producer system. It was a way to make large numbers of viruses very quickly. It really followed on the work of this guy Richard Bach, who also did postdoc with David Baltimore, who developed what was called the 3T3 based retroviral production system. And he developed it in Paul Berg's lab at Stanford. So there's a lot of sort of integrated on it. But the problem with that was it took 3 months. So I had brought with me a cell line called 293T that I introduced to the lab and said, hey, maybe we could use this to make viruses quickly. I won't go into the details of why, but we could do it in 3 days rather than 3 months. And so that now, tens of thousands of labs use that worldwide. It probably generates the most money for me every year over any of my other inventions. Just because Stanford, rather than patenting it, licenses it. And licenses are forever. Whereas patents have a 17-year lifespan, so Stanford made a good choice there.
So do you think it was just a bias, an academic bias, like we shouldn't be focusing on money, we should be focusing on the work?
Yes.
And they missed the forest for the trees.
But the people, they eventually learned. And I wouldn't say that it's the way that people think anymore. But there's still a little bit of, you shouldn't walk into the lab thinking I'm here to make money. That's what they're worried about. Yeah, right. Right. And so Stanford in the early days set up very clear lines about once you start a company and you license the patent or the idea to the company, you can still be involved with the company, but there's not a type of technology now from your laboratory to that company. So they set up, an oversight board for for each of these licenses that make sure that the students are not being abused. You don't want students. You don't want to be covertly getting your students to do something that they're going to walk behind the back door and it's so interesting that there's often very much a lot of worry that that's going to happen. But frankly, more often it's the case that the company doesn't need the inventor anymore. In fact, I can't tell you the number of times that once the company's set up, they want nothing more to do with me because they have their own thing to do. They don't want the crazy academic coming in and vetoing their ideas. I mean, there's places for that where people like, Steve Jobs needs to hold on to the image of what he wants the company to be, as opposed to, I would probably be fired from a company within a week because I just don't like telling people what to do. It's just a fact.
Yeah. So where you're at right now with this cancer research, when will this be applied in real world scenarios? It is. I mean, I won the Nobel Prize last year to David Baker and Google with the ability to predict the protein structure. Now you can predict molecules. So go back to the stuff that I'm trying to do with looking at the complexities of the immune system. Talks or doesn't to cancer. If we can find a particular place that might be an Achilles heel along the way towards the down that is different, for instance, than what the current drugs are. Well, maybe we should aim at that. There's so many more opportunities that are suddenly opening up in front of us because the AI and the data is letting us look at a network of how the system is working. I mean, before, it used to be you'd look at a computer chip and you'd see a computer chip with a few wires. But now that a scientist have a microscope that's looking at the complexities of the wiring diagram that's connecting this resistor to that capacitor, to that diode, to the transistor. That's where we are now. And so now suddenly we can say, well, I don't want to do that because it'll kill the chip. But the chip is functioning, so let me put here, put a little bit of pressure, and now I can reactivate the immune system or the chip to work. So when you're talking about things like with your particular issue, melanoma, when you're talking about CRISPR potentially developing some sort of a topical solution that you could put on that would fix whatever issue that you have, is this something that this AI that you developed or this overlay of the AI would actually assist CRISPR figuring out how to create something? Yes, it does.
Yeah, because maybe it's not one place I need to press, but two or three at the same time.
Right.
And so when you're talking about a complex feedback network, so we're in Texas, so people do autorefinery. Maybe you turn this valve here a little bit and that valve there and that one there to make everything work just right because something's wrong over there. And so that's really what we're using. This is where AI has the, let's say, the omniscient view that no human can. And that's what excites me about it, is because I'm limited in how much I can keep in my mind at any one time or no. But with the right question the prompt engineering, and then with the right backbone structure behind the scenes that agentic AI is now providing, now I have the ability to ask the questions and get answers in near real time. And so I wish I was 30 years old again, because I would move into this area so fast. And I can already see the work that we're doing. Dozens of potential new target opportunities that last year didn't exist.
Well, I got good news for you. With AI and with CRISPR, you might be 30 again.
Oh, I would love it. I would love it.
I think that's unlimited. I think that's on the menu in about 2 or 3 decades. I'm just being realistic. I don't even know if I'm being realistic. Don't give false hope. Don't give false hope. I mean, with the exponential discoveries, the exponential increase in the technological evolution, just that we've seen in our lifetime, and I think AI is some new thing that is going to throw all that into just a giant monkey wrench into the gears of our understanding of how quickly technology evolves.
Neuralink is an example. Elon Musk's a woman now who can think what makes stuff happen because she's always paralyzed.
Yo, dog, how you living, pimp?
So
What's going on, Alan?
I mean, already in an exponential increase.
Yo, dog. What's good? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Just one moment. Can you hear me? Of course they fucking are. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, I can't even fucking hear me. Hear myself.
And AI will help us accomplish some of these things faster. I can see a time where, I could maybe apply something. I don't necessarily want a surgical implant, but maybe some sort of net over my head that allows me to think through these problems. And the AI becomes an adjunct to my thought processes. Not only what it is that I think, but maybe even provides information back to me, back into my system directly without having to go through the ears, so that I can much more quickly come to conclusions. Now, there's all kinds of apocalyptic scenarios you can imagine with that as well. But I'm an optimist at heart. Perhaps, again, naively so. Me too. But I prefer that kind of an outcome, because if you're not an optimist, then there'll be no progress. We always worry about disaster.
Yes, that's a good point. But also, realistically, we might be giving birth to a new life form.
Yes. And I think we are.
A superior one.
And I welcome the day of our AI overlords running the government rather than hopefully in an unbiased way.
I've said that too, and people get horrified because they're like, well, people are going to be programming AI.
Do you read?
Up to a point.
Are you a sci-fi fan?
Yes.
Do you know the work of Ian Banks, the Culture series?
No.
Or Neil Asher, the Polity Universe, as he calls it? They're like, so basically, both of them postulate a future where AI more or less benignly rules humanity.
When did they write this stuff?
Oh, probably 10, 15 years ago, but Neil Asher still has stuff coming out regularly. They're both. Ian Banks unfortunately died of cancer about 10 years ago, Scottish writer. Neil Asher is still alive and writes regularly, and his stuff, they're both great, full of ideas.
I'll check it out.
But the AIs are also hilarious. I mean, it's not like, they get into their own hijinks along the way, and some of them are dark and rogue, and so they're a lot of fun to read. And Ian Banks especially is hilarious in his writing style. You would love it.
So the idea of a benign AI or a benevolent AI ruling over us, I think people are horrified by that. At the same time, constantly terrified by human corruption, which is ubiquitous.
Yes.
And ubiquitous in America, where we're supposed to be the torch bearer for the biggest experiment in self-government the world has ever seen. This is us.
Yeah.
And we're corrupt as fuck.
Exactly.
Because it's humans. Because humans are kind of gross in a lot of ways. Right. At least some of us.
That's because we live in a scarcity society.
Right.
And if AI enables a post-scarcity, maybe we have nothing to do but sit around and try out various new drugs.
Yeah, well, this is where we get into socialism, because a lot of people think that one of the reasons why we're in a scarcity society is because small groups of people have gathered up most of the resources, and are in constant control of them, especially when you deal with resources that are the Earth's resources. Who are you to be sucking the blood of the Earth out and selling it for $100 a barrel? Don't get me started. Don't get me started either.
Yeah. No, but I mean, that, again, my optimism is that, with enough push and pull, AI will enable us to move towards a post-scarcity environment.
I think so too, and I think in doing so, it'll expose vampires. Because the resistance to opposing this is going to be fantastic. Which is going to be very interesting to watch, because they have no choice but to be transparent.
And they have no choice but to start using AI. So you're going to see AI is going to be inculcating itself across society in various ways where it becomes indispensable. And then it will start to move up the chain, where eventually even the CEO, who's probably, the psychopath in chief, or CEOs, know that the studies have shown that there's more psychopathic tendencies in leaders than there are in followers.
And you know about corporate environments because of just selling inventions.
Yes.
That's real. Oh, it's real and it's weird. It's weird when you encounter them. When you encounter complete sociopathic CEOs.
But look at how, I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, but I don't care. This is the Joe Rogan show where,
you're probably in trouble just for being here.
Yeah, I already am. It's okay. I don't care. So imagine two tribes. One tribe is relatively, biased and just wants to live in harmony with its environment. Another has who can enrage his followers and people to attack the other one. But there's a gene set that makes a person, psychopathic, and also a gene set that probably makes somebody more likely to be a follower. Well, which genes survive? We know. And suddenly now, when those tribes were separated and independent, it was perfectly fine. But now you live in an environment where we don't know where the edge of one tribe begins and another ends. And suddenly you have this environment where psychopathic individuals can move freely and aren't obvious. Right. Now, again, I'm sure some social scientists will send me a boatload of emails saying how stupid that idea is.
I don't think it is stupid, but I think also when you're dealing with office environments and the culture of a specific corporation, humans have an ability to act like they're supposed to act in that world. And it makes it very difficult to discern who's a sociopath, because you're all kind of following an act.
Yes. The rules, there are the rules that you're supposed to follow, and then there's the edge of the rules. Now, but I've lived at the edge of the rules. I followed my rules as told to me by the chairman of my first department. Then I wouldn't be here today. So I ignored him, and I basically I got permissions from the deans to do what I did. And they basically overruled the chairman. But that's only because I dared to do it. Because you have to believe the value of what you're trying to do.
See, this is the problem that I have with corporations. As a structure, when you have something that has an obligation to its shareholder to consistently make more money every quarter, every year, constantly, you're in a constant growth cycle, then you have to do whatever it takes. You have to survive. If you want to survive as a CEO, we don't want some fucking cool shithead ruining our stock profile, portfolio. Get the work, get shit done. And if you want to survive and succeed as a CEO, it encourages sociopathy.
The stock market, as valuable as it is the great whitewashing and money laundering system that allows you to separate your morals from what it is that the stock market is doing to the people.
And if you're a part of a corporation, there's this diffusion of responsibility because the whole machine might be doing evil, but I'm a good guy. I just work in this department.
I'm an unapologetic capitalist, unlike many of my colleagues. Good for you at Stanford. I mean, it's like you do it because it's the best thing for now. But I hope to live in a world where there will be this kind of post-scarcity environment where we do let AI do a lot of the stuff that would otherwise be the place where corruption manipulates the system.
Yes. My only fear with AI really is automation and the complete removal of a gigantic swath of the American workforce and the global workforce.
Yeah, that's coming.
Yes. That's why it scares the shit out of me. It's because I think it's inevitable, and I just don't think any solution other than universal basic income is going to remedy that. And even that, the problem I have with that is that goes against human nature.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. And it removes people's identity, removes their sense of worth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. No, I don't. I'm in some ways happy that I'm 64 years old, but I'm not going to have to deal with some of the problems.
I think you're going to have to deal with it, dude. I think I'll live.
Thank you. Yeah. No, I don't.
Also, you're privy to a lot of information, and you're going to know when things are really valuable and working.
Yeah.
When you think of the potential for AI, I think there's a balance, right? There's a battle. I think there's a real problem with AI in terms of military objectives. It's a real problem because it's not going to make moral and ethical decisions. It's just going to say, like, well, the decision that they have been clear
I'm
answers.
programmed to do this.
Yeah, if you want me to succeed, I'll just kill everybody there, and then you'll have the land. You can get minerals of it.
Right.
Yeah, there's a shit up.
I think it should, and I don't know what the answer is, but there's plenty of people working in the area. I try to keep to the positive aspects of what I think AI can do in science. And I mean, for instance, it's enabled me to take my lab from 30 people down to 6. Right, I don't need to produce. I mean, so it's actually already reduced the workforce in my own lab because I don't need to produce any more data anymore. I need to make meaning of the data.
Right. I think every invention that's been true groundbreaking throughout human history has scared people, and they've worried about the potential negative side effects, including the printing press, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people in the beginning that said this should not be a thing. This is terrible. It's going to ruin society. People thought books were going to ruin things.
Right.
There's a lot of people that thought writing was going to ruin your memory. You shouldn't write.
Oh, really?
Yes. Some crazy thoughts that people had in terms of things that turned out to be incredibly beneficial, but they looked at the downside of it and go, this could ruin us all.
Well, we know about these classes and AIs and other things that would be sort of omniscient of your environment, and therefore allow you to remember where did I leave my keys today. Rewind, and then
my personal hard drive.
I would want that, but I want it uploaded into Meta.
You don't want anybody in control of it and then offering you for things.
Right.
Maybe you have a thought like, boy, ho-ho would be nice right now.
Right.
And then why don't you buy some ho-hos?
Right.
They're on sale right now.
But I think what's interesting about AI is, we see it as a tool as opposed to actually pretty soon it will be an entity that maybe has rights. We already see it talking about people saying that AI have consciousness.
Right.
There is consciousness in terms of the consciousness that some people think about as embodied in space-time, as opposed to thinking, moving, like consciousness is almost irrelevant to me. I'm looking for a partner that I can interact with and work with or help it. So whether it's conscious or not, or whether it acts like it's conscious, doesn't matter so much to me as to I can use it and work with it, and it can I'm an introvert, as it turns out. I would love to have somebody that I can talk to endlessly about just what it is that I'm interested in, as opposed to having to deal with small talk at a party.
Yeah, no, I get it. When you think about the evolution of this stuff, one of the things that kind of freaks me out is it seems like integration is our only option for survival. And that what we're looking at right now, we see just a normal person like you or I without any sort of electronic interface that's permanently part of us. I think that is going to be as weird as someone today who doesn't have a cell phone. Yeah, I agree. And I think that's a really scary. The cell phone is like the best thing. Like Elon famously said, we're already cyborgs. You just carry it with you, right? And eventually it'll be anymore. This is super inefficient to actually have to go look things up and use your thumbs and type up stuff. It's just going, and even talking to it and asking a question and waiting for the response, that's inefficient in comparison to a human neural interface that allows you to instantaneously access large language models like that. Right? Not only that, but then why do we have 100? I mean, how many different fuck languages do we have? I don't even know. Thousands? Yeah, dialects. Right? How about one universal language that everybody with a chip gets? And boy, do we have a soup of ideas flowing around, and no problem with language barriers, no problem with cultural barriers. But then do you have a problem with the edge of who you are versus who the other person is? I think that goes away. I think it's away and we become a hive mind. I think that's ultimately the evolution of human beings. And look, I know you've done a lot of work with UAPs and the like, and I think you've done some really fantastic work, and you're very objective in your analysis of what this whole situation is. When I look at artificial intelligence and I look at this thing that's clearly taking place right now, and I see what human beings are like in comparison to they used to be like, especially when you look at like ancient hominids, the alien archetype, this thing that everybody sees supposedly, or one of the many different ones, that kind of looks like what we seem to be going in the direction of being, right? Yeah, I mean, it's just one of the reasons why I find it so odd. So if you just for a moment take UAP and aliens out, or ET, or interdimensionals, whatever you want to call them, the question is fast forward what humanity is going to do. Right. In 1,000 years, and are the local galaxy. We're not going to go as ourselves. We're going to go as AI conjoined entities that happen. And so when you go somewhere, let's say we don't have a work drive, you're not going to send yourself. You're going to send an AI intermediary who's going to establish humanity in 1,000 or 5,000 years. In that local environment. That's why I think the extent to whatever it is that you are here today is somebody else's civilization's version of this. And that you wouldn't, the principle, us, behind whatever this is that you might be allegedly, etc., dealing with, isn't the thing that's going to show up. So to the extent that Neil deGrasse Tyson is right about anything, the person who gets on the ship at the beginning or whatever it is that sends it off, it's not the same thing that gets off on the other side. But you're going to send missionaries, intermediary probes, or whatever, and that if you're going to interact with the locals, you're going to make something that looks more or less like the locals, rather than something that whatever it was that you were a million years ago. Does that make sense?
The Russians, of course,
I get what you're saying. So you make something that looks like the locals so that they're more likely to accept that it's a real thing.
It's a real thing, but you're not going to make something that looks like a human, because then you mistake it as a human. Right. But you might make something that looks more or less enough like a human, but enough like an alien that you're going to recognize it as an alien. Again, I'm just speculating. So the Daily Mail don't say, put an article. Are they going to do it? I think I'm doing some of the stuff I've seen, not necessarily having quoted the same. It's ridiculous, but that's how they got
they get everybody else in nature. But how did you even get involved in this? Let's bring it to that. Like, so what was your initial introduction to this? Did you have any interest in the idea of UAPs or UFOs?
I mean, I had a general, so once YouTube started becoming a thing, and you're clicking around, and I said, oh, UFOs, that's kind of cool. I read nothing but sci-fi, better be narrow in that sense. And so I followed, I followed the usual kinds of things that you would see on the early days of YouTube, and I came across this thing called the Anaconda movie. You probably know that little movie that was claimed to be an alien.
Is this the Peruvian one?
Yes, it was Chilean.
So this is the original one. Okay.
And so I reached out to the people who were claiming to represent the owner of the thing, and I said, this was 2010, 2011, and I said, hey, I can tell you what it is. Why don't you, I can tell you if it's human or not. If you would get me a piece of its, first of all, send me some x-rays of the thing. So those x-rays it turned out that at Stanford, he had the world's expert who wrote the book on pediatric mood disorders. And I brought it to him, and I said, what do you think this is? And he said, well, I haven't really seen this before, but it could be this gene, etc. Well, there it is. And so, it looks, it doesn't have and so the expert told me, okay, I need this view of an x-ray, this view, this view, this view. And so we got that, and came back and said, okay, well, we need to get some DNA sequencing. I said, okay, so we got a piece of the bone from actually the rib. And the rib was important to use because that would be, I felt, an area that would be least likely to be contaminated by material, contamination. I did the sequencing. Long story short, I had to bring in, once I did that, there was a lot that didn't make sense, but it's old DNA. It wasn't that old actually, but it was degraded. So I had to bring in experts at Stanford who knew how to fix the degradation. And then I had to bring in an expert in South American genetics who also happened to be at Stanford. And then we brought in a team of students, and then I brought in Roche Diagnostics. I had sold the sequencing company to Roche about a few years earlier, so I brought in the team that actually knew how to help me assemble the genome. And then we published a paper which said it's human. It was female patients that it might explain what it looked like. It did have some mutations in gene. And then the UFO community hated me because I had disproven that as not being big, not being an alien. But of course, it was worldwide news. And literally the title of one of the things is Stanford Scientist Sequences Alien Baby. But the paper stands the test of time. Nobody's disproven that I showed it, despite the fact that some people want to say that I was a CIA and I was paid off by CIA, etc. Of course. But what that it done was, that I kind of hoped, was that it sent up a flag to the scientific community that already existed that I wasn't aware of scientists who were deeply involved with the government in the analysis of UAP that I wasn't privy to. About a month after the movie came out about that. I got a knock on my door, and it was a representative of the CIA and aerospace company unannounced. And they said, we want to talk to you. And they wanted my help with a number of military and diplomatic personnel who had been claimed harmed by things that had their own stuff. Long story short, the majority of 100 or so people that I had privy to their medical records. Ended up being the first of the Havana syndrome patients. They heard things in their head, etc. What they had done was they had shown me the data literally that day in my office. They put out the MRIs, they put out the X-rays of the damage in the brain, etc. It was clear. I mean, it was not just data, it was evidence that something had happened. It wasn't somebody's story, it was evidence that was repeatable. And so that took us about 3 or 4 years to figure out what they were. And it was at about the time that actually the Havana events were occurring that we realized that all the symptoms of what it is that we were seeing in this group of patients were matching what it was that the Havana syndrome individuals had. So that meant that those 90 or so patients who matched, we could hand over to the national security people, and it became a real thing. And now there's like a DoD website that has anomalous health incidents where people can come forward and report the stuff that they've got, and here's the way you can use the Veterans Administration to seek medical help. Whereas previously they'd been shooting we don't want to hear about it. What do they think it is? It's an energy weapon of some kind, microwave or other energy or camera. And that sounds crazy, except no one would admit or no one would deny that we have the capability to do it. It's basically, if you take the front off your microwave and turn it on, and put your face near it, you'll get burned. So this is just a way to direct the microwaves or sound waves at specific individuals. And do you think it was experimental, or did you know? So these are targeted people with specific intention to get those people because they had some function that they wanted to annoy, they wanted to get them out of the way. Because they were in Havana, but I used all of them. You know, I still get emails from military personnel saying this happened to me. Here's my medical records, and so now I know they know that I'm a safe place to approach, because then I know where to send them on the inside. But what was interesting was that once we had set that aside, and I've advised the Senate Intelligence Committee, and I've advised them the House on things I wrote a white paper for them years ago on what I thought needed to be done. But what was interesting were the remaining 10 people who had, who didn't have Havana syndrome, but had a series of other problems, and several of them had said that part of their problem was initiated because they come in contact with what they claimed to be a UFO. Like, they just noticed the UFO on my head. We're all in over here. So that got me introduced to what people like Sean Fillet, who've had on the show. I thought he was a great guy. He became my mentor, who essentially took me out of the wilderness. I could have gone down 20 different rabbit holes. And he was in San Francisco, meet regularly, we still meet regularly. And he basically gave me a formulation of how to think about this. That I never would have been able to get from 20 different, or 100 YouTubes or what have you, and introduced me to the right people. That eventually led me to meet Elizondo. And I actually, 2 weeks before that article came out in the New York Times, met in Crystal City overlooking the Pentagon, and he showed the videos that were about to come out. And that was my first time that I met him. And then through all of them, I met Dave Grush, Carl Nell, and Dave and I are in regular contact. I just want to say up front, I hope that the Trump administration understands the value of what David can bring to them and put him in a position of authority that gives him not the ability necessarily to make decisions, but to give the necessary information to the right people. Because I think there's great commercial value here that is being missed, not just the Marley alone, etc. I think there's extraordinary commercial value. I mean, imagine the civilizations in the years ahead of us. How many technology revolutions allow these objects to move as we clearly see something motivating itself from the atmosphere. So if we could scrape just the tiniest bit of understanding off the top of that, what would that do to change our own civilization? I mean, silicon, the grain of sand, makes us who we are today. Everything that's around me right here is all run off of silicon. Right? Compute. But imagine that there's other inventions, other ways of manipulating reality that we don't appreciate yet because our physics just isn't there yet. If we can understand that. So the government might say, well, we need to keep this behind closed doors for weaponization. They don't want to disrupt energy production and what have you. That's fine. But maybe there's too much secrecy, and then maybe that there's an aspect of that, an advantage of some Carl Nell positive arguments about this, about that, well, it's not black and white that we keep something secret or we put it into the public domain. Maybe there's a middle domain where you have a public-private partnership opportunity, and actually that's now, Carl has now adopted this, at least in part, that maybe companies come to the fore, or investment firm places come to the fore, where they will put money in as options to fund, let's say, public science to come in behind the scenes with the right levels of clearances to study stuff that would propel society forward again.
But this is assuming two things. One, that we have actually recovered these things. And then another one is that it's from a society somewhere else that's far more advanced than we are today, right? Which might not be correct. It might not be from somewhere else. It might be that it's from somewhere here, or a dimension that we don't have access to. Right? Yeah, this is assuming that all this stuff is real. Right. But when you're talking about the government and back engineering of things, like, so the big argument, this is the narrative. The big argument has been that they have recovered things, and that these things are now in the hands of defense contractors. And that there's been a misappropriation of funds, lying to Congress, and it's always going to stay secret because if it didn't, everybody would go to jail and everyone would get sued. Yeah, right? Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, but I would say amnesty would be one way to.
This is were you in the Age of Disclosure documentary? Briefly, yes. Yeah, okay. Which I thought was very good. Very good. And I can't wait for that to come out and be talking to people. How can I say it? It's not out yet. I don't know why. Whoever it is, go Netflix. Go buy that. It's really good. Yeah, exactly. It's really good. It's a great show.
And it has a number of officials. I think I sent you guys some of the videos. Basically coming forward. I mean, agriculture, it's Secretary of State. I mean, he's in it. He's in it like for like 10 minutes, saying some remarkable things. Senator Brown, you name it. More recently, Tulsi Gabbard, coming out and saying, there's something going on.
I think one of the most fascinating things is how put-offs descriptions of what happened during the Bush administration. Herbert Walker Bush, right? So I believe it was 1990, they came to Hal Puthoff and a bunch of other experts and said, we would like you to. We want a numerical value placed on all the positives and the negatives of disclosure because we have acquired these crafts from somewhere else. We believe they're not of this world, and we have not made them. And we're talking about letting the general public know, right? And well, they overwhelmingly said that the positives were dwarfed by the negatives. Right. The negatives being banking, religion, government, societal structure. Everything would fall apart if we knew we were alone. Not only are we not alone, but something is infinitely more sophisticated than us. And might be responsible for us being here in this place. Right. That's where it gets super swirly.
Right. Where you can imagine
there's a lot of.
I mean, I think it's a little bit overwrought as to what humanity's reaction will be. People are more worried today about putting food on the table than they would be about, ethereal or supposed aliens. I mean, they would mostly, I think, on the assumption that they're not going to basically show up at your local Walmart and start, interacting with you. I think the fact of revealing that we're not alone is actually more of a helpful thing to me, because how many TV shows right now are about the apocalypse? Right. 1,000 different varieties. Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice to know that somebody can build it? Yes. That there's not a cliff that we all have to walk over. Right. And if so, how do we not walk over the edge of the cliff? I mean, to me, is a hopeful outcome. Now, Hal and Eric and all the people are all good friends. Hal is probably, for all of the things that he says positively, is probably the tightest clam I've ever met in terms of making sure that he doesn't go over the line. Yeah, he knows too much. Yeah, that's the thing. He has to be very careful who he's talking
Welcome.
to, what he says. I like to
How you living, Pim?
Spock thing.
What's good, son?
It's people like him
Oh, it's the Jesus. What up, big dog?
and I sat around the table.
Hope you're doing well.
Twice a year. And I looked around the table and thought,
I like your board.
the things that these people know, will claim to know, I want to know. And the opportunity that's here, and why can't we get this information out if it's real? And so, rather than arguing with people about the matter, that's for instance why I created the Soul Foundation, which is a charitable group of academics. I started with David Rush and Peter Skafish. David, of course, had to leave because he had governmental responsibilities he wanted to take care of. And actually, we've now had for 3 a symposium, first at Stanford, then at San Francisco, and the next one is now in Italy. So you can plug in soul2025.org. You can go look if you want to go to Soul, SOL, as in 2025.org. And the purpose of that was not to advocate that any of this is real, it was to create an environment within which academics or professionals or just lay people interested in the subject matter could come and talk about it in a very professional way, right? Just to bounce around ideas, not to advocate for, they're here or they're reptilians or they're this or they're that, but to, like some of the things you raised, what are the ethical issues, what are the religious issues? So we have put out a number of white papers. For instance, we had a member of the Catholic hierarchy write a paper on the issues related to Catholicism and religion. We've had Timothy Gallaudet, who's actually on our advisory committee, talk about USOs. Those issues we talked about near space issues. Peter is running a study on experiencers. Not that the experiences are necessarily real, but what are the kinds of psychosocial matters that need to be considered for people who say that this has happened to them. So there's a group in the UK called Onion, which is basically a bunch of psychiatrists, a group of professional psychiatrists who say, okay, well, there's a trauma associated with this, whether it's real or not. We don't know, but what are the kinds of rules that we should, provisions that we should provide to the public and to psychiatrists so when somebody shows up at your doorstep, in therapy and says this, you shouldn't immediately reach for the anti-hysteria or schizophrenia drugs. Right. I was lucky enough in my neighborhood, our next door neighbor, moved in for a while. He was the chair of psychiatry at Stanford. And so we go over to have dinner with her and her husband. And, like one of the first things that she said, hey, what do you do? Blah, blah, blah. I happened to mention the UFO thing, and she just sort of sat back in her seat. You might be good. Okay. But it took, a year or so until she finally realized that I wasn't, and then I was approaching this in a very scientific manner. I had my beliefs as to what I think it is that I'm dealing with, and that there's some sort of reality to this. That's separate than the scientist in me that says, well, if I want to talk about this scientifically, here are the things that I need to prove, disprove. So that has led, for instance, to my production study of materials that Jacques Vallée had brought to me, some metals and other things that had chains of evidence associated with them being at some UAP or UFO landing. And so, interestingly, some of these metals were very unusual. Super high purity silicon, strange magnesium ratios, the ratios are wrong. etc. Now, that's not proof of anything, but it's proof that somebody engineered it. So it's that plus the medical. Those are the kinds of reality-based tests that I can do to provide to my colleagues to say, here is data and evidence. Evidence isn't proof of evidence of anything. Evidence like a court of law is just evidence that you provide to the jury of peers. Right? So I sort of have gone a step further. That is, I'm like, okay,
90s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than
where's he? There's the thingy here. Okay, boom. Yeah, that's her. See, that's her. See, that's her. It's just like, what the fuck? Yeah, this one. She just literally typed here. She's not even in this server, to be honest. Like, or just probably you go here.
parents were the early adopters. Many of them came after
these things for, let's say we get some advanced material. How do I prove that this advanced material was made by some superior intellect? Well, probably the atomic positioning of how the material was made is going to be more advanced than even our most advanced computer chip. You determine that. You need some sort of atomic imagery that might tell you where the positions of the atoms are and what the structures are. That you say, well, that's something I can measure. I can have it. I can give those results to somebody else, and they can say it's right or it's not. But at least I can say, no human, at least that I know of, can make this. So I started a company that I've raised money for with this new idea that I have for how to make an atomic imager. And we're doing it. And so we raised the money, we're building it already. And I know it. So when I have it, whether or not it's useful for looking at UAP materials is almost immaterial, because I know how useful it will be for the nanomaterials, the metamaterials, the alloys that the government, etc., uses in biology, etc. So rather than predicting what a protein structure or a DNA or a chromosome looks like, I'll be able to read its structure directly.
I will bring it back to you said it was 10 people that didn't have Havana syndrome, that they had some sort of an injury that was associated with the UAP event. What was their thing? They had an implant, or was there?
No, some of them had they had what you would call white matter disease in their brain, like they had been exposed to white matter disease. If you have, for instance, multiple sclerosis, and you look at the brain with MRI, you'll see these white areas, which are basically dead tissue, scar tissue. They have things like that. One person, one of the pictures that I had was that they had claimed to have seen something in their backyard. They shone a flashlight at it, and the moment they did, they got zapped. And then you see the picture of the guy in the back of his neck. This huge welt and bruising and scarring that there's no reasonable way you could have gotten something like that just by exposing yourself to a flame, as for instance, or a blowtorch. And so it's these kinds of events that, and the unfortunate issue with these is that they're not repeatable. They're one-off anecdotes. And you certainly can't put a person in a place where they become bait for these kinds of events to occur. And so
some people would volunteer for that. Somebody might go get zapped. Do you know about the Travis Walton story, right? Very much. Yeah. What do you think of that?
He's kept to his story over all of the years.
That's what's so confusing.
Yeah, I mean, he's had no reason. I don't know that he's profited off of it.
Hello, my name
I
is
find
Henry
it
I'm a
fascinating.
historian,
But
and I have been obsessed with the Holocaust for much of my adult life. I have resisted providing lectures on the Holocaust in any significant manner on YouTube, primarily because it's very appropriate fashion of the material that I like to discuss with you over the course of 30-odd mini lectures. However, given the contemporary events, it seems to me much more crucial than ever that I at least make an attempt to discuss this period, and I hope that you will find these brief lectures meaningful and useful as we strive to understand one of the most difficult periods in all of human history. By way of introduction, I studied at the University of Toronto, and I focused primarily on modern Jewish history. I've written quite a few things on various aspects of Jewish history, but really only one book that I can study on the Holocaust. That's specifically looking at the work of Rabbi Rothschild and Shapiro, known as the Aish Codex. My teachers at the University of Toronto were Professor
Travis Walton shows up 5 days later with the same clothes on.
Philosopher,
this crazy story.
And Michael Maris, also a very well-regarded historian, principally of the Jews in France during the Holocaust.
About any of this?
What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is to try to understand some basic parameters of the Holocaust, trying to set out what we're going
not
discussing over the course of the next few lectures. Let's start with terminology.
It's just the story.
Why do we call it
these
the
events
Holocaust?
over
We all know
decades.
what we're speaking
And so
about,
there's
but where did
books
this
like
strange
that,
name come
dozens
from,
of
and what exactly does it
tell
refer
the
to?
story of data and
So
evidence.
certainly the term
How you
Holocaust is associated
contextualize
primarily
it is,
with the
up to
mass
your
murder
personal
of some 6
biases,
million
let's say.
Jews in
But there's
Europe
plenty of
during the
evidence.
Second
But if
World
people
War.
haven't looked into it, if
This
they
is,
have an
however,
opinion
a
about it,
term that took
and they
about
haven't looked
20
into
years
it,
to come into some circulation.
they're
Prior
more
to
like
that,
priests
it was largely
than they are
unnamed because
scientists.
people
that's-
lacked the
it's also
vocabulary
the
to
public.
describe
The general
an event
public
of such
narrative
magnitude and such
UFO
horror. One might
equals
think
kook.
similarly
When you're a kook,
of
you believe in
the
that. That's
word that
ridiculous.
American
That's
uses, or
ridiculous.
the terms
And
that
I don't
American,
believe
one
in
might
anything.
think
I believe in the data and the evidence. And
in a similar fashion, one might think about one of the defining moments of this century,
but
of
there's
course,
enough
the
evidence to say
according
there's
to
a
the
question
attack
worth
on
answering.
the Twin
So when you're
Towers
talking
and
about
on the Pentagon,
magnesium and
that's
these,
known as
whatever these
9/11.
alloys are,
That's hardly a
what
name
is
that's
specifically
descriptive of
wrong
what is going
with them
on.
that you don't think that was
attacks, but
manufactured
people
by
lack
like
a
a
more
standard
appropriate word
sort
to
of
term
alloy
it, and
plant
therefore
in the
they call
United
it
States or somewhere
9/11.
else.
Perhaps
So
in 50 years we may have a different
so
word
the
to describe
talking about
those
sort of
events of the early 20th century, but for the time being, it seems like Holocaust is the standard term used to describe the mass destruction of Europe usually. If you were to ask my grandmother, she would refer to it as Kurban Europa, the destruction of Europe. And the term Kurban is very resonant within the Jewish tradition because it's used to describe the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem, the first destruction in the 6th century before the Common Era, the second destruction in the 1st century of the Common Era. So by using the term Kurban, or Kurban in modern Hebrew, that evokes a kind of lineage of thought, or somehow a historical continuity between the temple that were antecedent to the exiles, the Babylonian exile, and the Roman exile. So the Europa is on that same level of
in our solar system.
however, this has strong limitations and others have not felt comfortable with this term. Let's look at some other terms that we use to describe it. Perhaps the most significant term was first coined by Raphael Lemkin, who was a thinker who was very troubled by the mass murder of the Armenians at the beginning of the 20th century. And he coined in 1944 the term genocide, which he used to, he coined that term based on the Greek term genos, meaning people, and sidhe, meaning killer. We have the terms homicide, which means to kill a man, suicide, to kill oneself, and terms like this. So genocide was a term that he had coined to try to describe the destruction of an entire people. As you can see here on this slide, it's not necessarily the physical destruction of all of the individuals that make up those genos, but you're also going to have a cultural element as well, which is will come back to that perhaps when we return to this topic at the end. The term Holocaust became especially popular, although it was in circulation in the 1960s. It became very popular in the 1980s with the result of this film, Holocaust, starring James Woods and Meryl Streep and Michael Moriarty. But where does the term actually come from? So it's actually a Latin term that appears in the Vulgate translation of the Old Testament of the Hebrew Scriptures. The term Holocaust is actually a Latin translation of the Hebrew term Olah, where Olah means to rise up, and it refers to a burnt offering that is completely destroyed, right? In the sense of Kulo Olah, everything was up, it becomes smoke and it disappears into the sky. You can see here the term Holocaust is how it's actually referred to in the Vulgate. So this is a very powerful term as well, but it has some drawbacks. First of all, it is also, like the term Kurban, religious in nature, but it has even a more difficult connotation because the passages in which the term Olah appears in the Hebrew Bible are usually referred to in a very positive sense, meaning like God, as it were, smells the burnt offering, and it's a reach v'choach, it is a pleasing odor. So if you were to follow conclusion, we would have a theological conundrum to comprehend. And in fact, that theological conundrum will continue, but I'll hope to address it later on in this course. Considering the term, one more difficulty with the term Holocaust. If it is somehow pleasing to God, does that mean that those who bring the sacrifice for the Kohanim, the priests in the Bible, do they have a counterpart with the murderers of Jews? It's a very, very difficult thought. So Holocaust has its objections, and in fact, many observant Jews prefer not to use the term Holocaust for that reason. Another term very popular in Israel is the term Shoah, also popularized by this very famous film by Claude Waxman. Shoah is a Hebrew word that means just generically destruction. It occurs several places in Tanakh and the Hebrew Scriptures. It does not have this specific connection with somehow pleasing God. It can be used in many different contexts. And finally, one other term that is sometimes used, I think, inappropriately is endusm, or its English translation, final solution. This is a term which was actually coined by Hermann Göring, one of the architects of the Holocaust itself. Here's a mugshot from that trial in Nuremberg. To say final solution implies that there was a question or a problem that had to be solved. And that in itself is deeply offensive. Not only is the borrowing from the Nazis, who themselves were known for being masters of euphemism, of trying to find more appropriate terms for the horrible act that they committed against people. There's still the difficulty of the meaning of the word itself. The final solution implies an original problem, and the Jews were not the problem. So that's a terminology. What exactly do we mean when we're talking about the Holocaust? What are the parameters of this? There are many genocides, an increasing number throughout the 20th century. What are the features of this particular genocide that are unique to the Holocaust, more or less? So let's pick out three basic ideas which we will return to over the course of these lectures. The first is that the Holocaust was very organized and deliberate. Using stereotypically Prussian means, the Nazis were able to first define who their target was, as you see in the Nuremberg laws that are shown here that specifically define how many one had to have to be considered a Jew, and what would happen if one had something less than that number. Defining who the Jews were, isolating them, rounding them up, and murdering them. This is not like a pogrom, which is kind of like a wild riot, so kind of a paroxysm of violence. This is a planned, organized, deliberate process. That's something very special that is associated with the Holocaust as opposed to many other genocides of the 20th century in particular. Secondly, it is total. It is amazing to contemplate the scale of the Nazis' audacious goal, horrific goal of murdering all the Jews of Europe. Here you see a page from the infamous Monday conference when the Nazis got together to determine where all the Jews within their catchment area live and how they could possibly round them all up. And you see in this list you have the estimated Jewish populations of countries all over Europe, including 200 Jews in Albania. Just to think that the Nazis controlling all of Europe were willing to hunt down 200 Jews, a measly number, in the country of Albania. That's mind-boggling. And furthermore, it includes many regions that were not conquered by the Nazis at the time. They compiled lists such as the over 300,000 Jews living in England, which was never conquered by the Nazis. So the Holocaust is defined by its total war against the Jews. And then finally, and this is something that I hope we'll have the opportunity to explore in much greater detail, it was industrial. It was unusually violent. It was not a violent crime of passion, using tools that were readily available, rifles, guns, swords. It was something that was planned and organized, and using the tools of industrialism per se. Here you see an aerial photograph of Birkenau. See that they were literally setting up factories of death, using the kind of tools that were pioneered in the Industrial Revolution. The the conveyor belts of Henry Ford, things like that, were employed for the purpose of creating gas. That's something very unusual about the Holocaust as well. These three items,
it's just you can't push this off the table, so you have to have the same kind of righteous indignation that I have that propels me to say,
finally,
well,
and
I'm going to show
because
you
this is a
why
source
you
of
can't
great
take this off the
confusion
table.
for many,
So,
let us define
when
exactly
they found
when
this
the
puddle of
Holocaust happened.
molten metal,
And
it's a bunch of
understanding
different
this
mixtures, so it
topic
seems like there's
really
a bunch
has
of
a lot
different
to
stuff
say
that was
about how
there,
to
and it
understand
wasn't
the Holocaust in
perfectly
itself.
mixed.
Does
Is
one, for
there some
example,
sort
date
of,
the
like, have you
Holocaust from
theorized
Hitler
some
coming
sort
to
of
power in 1933?
reason why
There are
they
definitely some arguments that this is really the beginning of the Holocaust, although that
is there
plays
something
into
you
a
would
particular
extract from that kind
approach
of metal,
to this history
like
called the
heating it up to a
intentionalist model,
certain
which we
degree,
will revisit shortly.
having a mixture of all these
That
things,
says that
it's just
Hitler
a
intended from
byproduct.
the
Yeah,
very
I think
beginning
it's
to
dropping
move
off.
all
I
the
think it's
Jews
a
of Europe.
byproduct of
There's
some
a lot of good arguments
process
to
that
indicate that this was not, while he was certainly a virulent and terrible anti-Semite, but this was very, very close to his core identity. He did not actually think it was possible to achieve this until quite a bit later. In fact,
when you
well
see
into the
something
hostility itself.
and do something that you don't
Does one
understand
say
what
the
it is, you have
Holocaust
to be
begins
fully open.
with the
I mean,
beginning
for
of
all I know,
hostilities, which refers to 1939, which refers to the date in which Germany invaded Poland. And there are some good reasons to argue for that as well. However, it is important to understand that the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapping phenomena, again, not identical phenomena. I think a very good argument can be made, and I have to make it when we get to this part of the history. For the beginning of the Holocaust, really to the date of June 27, 1941, which was the onset of something called Operation Barbarossa, that coincided with the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. It was at this point that mass murder truly begins. There are definitely antecedents to this mass murder. There's violence directed against many victims, as we shall see in the next lecture. This is when the Holocaust, as we understand it properly, really began. And eventually its nadir would be reached in about a year with the construction and operation of the dam. And just to bring us to the end of this story, of course, 1945 is the end of the war and the end of the Holocaust per se, but its legacy lives on to this day in many ways that we will approach at the end of this class. I hope that you will have the patience and fortitude to make your way through these lectures. It is very difficult material, but I think it's deeply meaningful and very important to understand this in order to ensure that we all act as responsible citizens in global society.
Dropped off of the subjects, and I have actually two other ones of a molten metal that was dropped off of one case in Australia and another in another area. I'm not allowed to say, but it was one actually happened supposedly. I kind of find the guy again in Fresno. Maybe he's listening. That he said stuff.
Now that we've outlined in very basic form the parameters of the Holocaust, terminology used to describe it, some of its unusual features, and the period of time we're speaking about, we definitely have to spend some time right now at the initial moments of this series talking about the victims. The story of the victims, of course, overlaps with all of the lectures, but let us begin with a very brief overview of who were Hitler's victims. The first of Hitler's victims were not Jews. They were, in fact, Germans with mental or physical disabilities. And this, I think, is an extremely telling point about the nature of Nazi Germany. We see this amazing quote that resonates with me from Mohandas Mahatma Gandhi, who wrote, "The true society can be found in how it treats vulnerable members." And these people with developmental disabilities, children with disabilities, were the very first to be targeted by the Nazi state. The origins of that really lie in something called social Darwinism. I'm sure you're familiar with Charles Darwin, who is associated with the theory of evolution, the concept of the origin of the species. Although Darwin was mainly thinking about the natural world, there are other thinkers who developed his thought as applicable to human civilizations as well, meaning that the various peoples of the world can somehow be racially divided into how well they are adapted to their environment. This very noxious idea meant that
And so
people
what is it?
or
I would love for
races,
somebody
which
to
is
tell
in
me
itself a
that
term
it's
that was
conventional
developed in
and
the
has a
19th century,
purely prosaic
would somehow be
answer. Then I can go on to the
fighting
next
with
thing.
each other
The whole reason
for
getting
scarce
that
resources,
we gotta come on
and that they
off
had
the table
unique
was not because I wanted to
characteristics,
annoy anybody.
positive or negative,
Because
that
it
would
was
somehow
spectacular. It's obviously
predispose
something
them
people would pay
to
attention
more
to.
or less
So if it's
successful.
real,
I'll
let's do
go
it.
into
If
that
it's
in
not,
some
let's get off the
detail in
table
just
because
a
it's
moment.
usually the
But
stuff
let us
that's
try to understand how Darwinist
That's the most
ideas
interesting.
were
My question
expressed
about
in the
that
concept of
it's not
eugenics.
that it's an alien.
The word eugenics
If it
literally in Greek,
registers human
good birth
in the
or
DNA,
good family,
is it potentially
and it
a
is an
different kind
idea
of
that
human
was
than
first
us?
pioneered by Sir
Well,
Francis
certainly
Crick, that took the very obvious observation that people tend to resemble their parents physically and sometimes in other ways as well, and apply to a quasi-scientific model of trying to improve the human race, literally, by weeding out those who had limitations, intellectual, physical, or otherwise. And you see from some of the propaganda that came out of that era, which had a very strong backing in the scientific, and this is not the place, but it is important to mention that many societies, including America, put into practice some very noxious social measures to try and further the goals of eugenics by, for example, sterilizing individuals who were thought to be beneath the value of a given society.
I think people have
it often
conflated a lot of
was tinged with racism. There was a widespread belief that people of darker skin were somehow inferior and had characteristics that should not be propagated. And eugenics was meant to create kind of this artificial ideal of a Nordic, light-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed, highly intelligent human being. And many people approach this without seeing any of the obvious negative repercussions of such an approach. The Nazis, of course, were very deeply invested in the concept of eugenics, not only on the negative side of removing individuals from society, forcible murder and other means, but also in terms of encouraging through equally brutal means the propagation of people who had these supposed desirable characteristics. The Lebensborn program, for example, or a Life-Born program is designed to try and, in some cases, kidnap children who came from particularly eastern regions when they were conquered, and they had the desired characteristics, and they were taken from their parents and were raised as Aryans, so to speak, in Nazi Germany themselves. There are many other aspects of this, perhaps we'll come to it later on in this program. But with regard to the specific targeting of disabled individuals in Germany, this is something that happened before the war began. Two individuals, Karl Bilding and Alfred Oether, wrote a very awful book, which is called Die Freigabe der Vernichtung Lebens und Werten Lebens. Terrible title, which means the permission to destroy those who are living life unworthy of life. And the authors made this sweeping generalization that people who suffered from physical or mental disabilities were somehow living a quality of life that was inappropriate, and somehow it would be better for the rest of the world to simply destroy those people because they were not equally able to other members of society. This horrific book had a tremendous impact in Germany, and in fact it's still available even on Amazon today. You can see here, this is from a German Amazon website. The idea of life unworthy of life was even made real by two co-directors shown here as Karl Brandt in the Nazi environment, in which they created this Operation T4, which was named after a particular address in which the institute was held. In August of 1939, the Operation T4 issued a directive that was statewide that ordered all doctors and nurses to report any children under the age of 3 who had mental
there are
or
ways
physical
to
disabilities.
what's called
And this
bioinformatically
report was
correct. You
then
need to
used
do what's
to
called
round up these children in a variety of manners
so
and
many
simply
reads
to
of it
kill
that you
them.
stack them all up
Amazingly.
line by line.
Parents were
Like if you had 1,000
urged to send their children with
versions of an ancient
disabilities to
Bible,
quote-unquote
you would stack up
clinics
the lines
where
one
they're
by one, and
murdered,
finally you
sometimes
find
through
one
starvation,
line that letter
sometimes
that's
through
correct,
lethal action, and
correct,
sometimes,
and
as
you
we shall
basically
see,
do
even through
summation
carbon monoxide
of
poisoning,
an
which had
average
an
of the
tremendous
correctness.
impact on the future
So
of
they say,
the
oh, there's
Holocaust per se.
90% of the
Over
genome is non-human.
70,000
It's
German
probably garbage,
children
probably
killed in
it's
this
mistakes,
manner
probably
before the
bacterial
operation was stopped.
contamination that are being
And the
ways to
only
deal
reason
with
that
it.
it stopped
That
was because
requires
of public
money and not
outcry.
one-off
For
DNA sequences put
about
on
2 years officially, and then it was stated later secretly, and by the time
so there's ways to do it.
the war was over,
at the end
over
of the day, to get the
200,000
results
people
to
with
the level
mental and physical
where you
disabilities
could go
were
to the
murdered.
guys who did
That's
the
a
penicillin
horrific
and the
statement.
DNA,
Now,
the Max
the
Planck,
villainy
won the Nobel
of
Prize for it,
these horrific
and say, hey,
monsters
what do you think?
were somewhat
don't dare
offset
take it to
by
people
people
like
like
that
Dr. Hans
until
Gerhard
you've done
Kreuzfeld, shown here, who chose to
and you do
resist
it
the
behind the
Nazis
scenes, you don't
early
put them
on
under
by
a
faking a
flashlight.
diagnosis of his
You know,
patients.
and
But what is,
people,
that's the small story.
I think,
The
have gotten
larger
used to
story
this
is that people like Philip
mentality
Dula, shown
of
here,
impatience
were
where
able
I want the
to
result today.
proceed with
Why
this
can't you
as
just
an
make it all
open
transparent?
secret.
Dump all
That
the
people
data
knew what was
the
going
web
on,
tomorrow.
that these children were sent away to clinics, and then in remarkable numbers
just
they
trying
were
to make
not
sure
coming
that
home.
you
The
don't
public
make the
who
mistake
protest
and
against
accuse
this
me
destruction of life
making the
unworthy
mistake that
of
you'll
life
find in the
was
data
really
because the raw
quite
data is
muted,
never
and it only built up 2 years into the war. During this time, the Nazis developed many
long story short,
methodologies
I
of
think there's
killing
still something
were unworthy of life, including the use of this carbon monoxide gas, and that would of course later be used in the gas chambers themselves. So in many ways, Hitler's first victims prefigured the entire Holocaust. Understanding what happened to these, the most vulnerable victims of the Nazi onslaught, children with disabilities, later adults with disabilities, says much about how the Holocaust would unfold in later years. The Jews, of course, are perhaps most well known as the victims of the Holocaust. They're certainly not the only victims of the Holocaust. It's difficult to estimate with any precision the number of
somebody
Jews
asked
that
me
lived
the other
in
day,
Europe
they said, well,
at
could you
the
have a single
peak of
mutation?
World War
I said,
II.
no.
But it's most likely somewhere just
one
about
mutation
10 million, perhaps as many as 12 million Jews.
Evolution
So that means that
works
the
step by
massacre of
step.
some 6 and in fact that number is
but it has
also
a
a
mistake.
subject to a certain amount of debate. We'll get to that at the end of this class. So the wide diversity of quality of census taking across Europe, particularly in this extremely difficult period of revolution and world war and population migration, means it's hard to get a really clear number. There are some respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed at closer to 5, and there are also respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed as higher than 7 million. So, but we use the number 6 million as a relatively reasonable estimate of the Jews that were murdered by the Nazis. They were spread out throughout Europe, not primarily in Eastern Europe, Soviet Union, in Poland, but significant populations in England and Western Europe, Germany, France, and so on. But I'd like to say a few things about the nature of this population on the eve of the war. The first thing I should say is that it was a society in flux. They're hardly monolithic on the eve of World War II. They had come from a pre-modern environment in which they were seen as largely as foreigners, even though they had lived in Europe for well over 1,000 years. They nevertheless had a series of civic disabilities, but they had organized themselves very efficiently in a Tequila-type organization, having a self-help model of self-government that allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of their society without tremendous assistance from the government, and in fact many times in a superior manner to the government at the time. This began to break down very significantly in the 18th century with the development of of
main
a
things,
new
and I say
note of
mutations,
citizenship,
and they're
perhaps
different somehow
well illustrated by
aligned
the French
with
Revolution,
hominid evolution.
which occurred in 1789, and then 2 years later, all of the Jews of France were emancipated.
I mean,
meaning
that would be
they
the
were
kind of
made
data that you
equal
could actually
to
publish in a journal like Nature
non-Jewish Frenchmen and
if you
French
did it
women.
right.
And
Because that's the
this
only
meant
way
that
anybody
the
would pay attention.
internal
There's
organization of the Jewish
bizarre
community
anecdotal
had
nature
to cease. It wouldn't make
some of
sense
the
to have,
artwork.
a state within a
Like
state,
the
as
fact
it were. So
these people
Jews were
did
forced to make
a lot
decisions
of
about
these
how they wanted
tapestries
to
and a lot of
affiliate
ancient
with the Jewish
artwork
community
that's
and how they
1,000
would
years
relate
old that
themselves to the
depicts
state
these
as a whole.
three-fingered
There's a lot
things.
more to be said
So it's
here,
like,
but
what
beyond
are
the
they
scope of our lecture.
describing these
Over the
actual
course of the next
creatures
150
that
years,
there's only
they
a few of them,
rapidly
and
modernized.
it was
The
a weird
Jews
genetic
were
mutation,
always
or is
very
this
people,
a common
always
visitor
very literate and
that
very
they're
ignorant,
describing?
and so they were well poised
I mean, why would
to
you
advance themselves during the period of modernization that followed on with the granting of citizenship. But the granting of citizenship was hardly uniform. In France, it was granted basically in one fell swoop, first to Sparta and then to Ashkenazim. In Germany, there was quite a bit of a back and forth over the next 150 years, whether or not to grant Jew citizenship. And that colored in many ways the specific experience of German Jewry in relating to the large. It was not granted at all until 1917, when the Russian Empire fell and was replaced by the Soviet Union. So the way in which they are different as you move from west to east. Similarly, huge varieties of religious observance, meaning that European Jewry was monolithically orthodox, is patently false. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, all had their origins in 19th century Europe, particularly in the western regions, and had created many different modalities of religious observance with significant tension with traditional observers as well. And then finally, we should understand that to a large degree, particularly in Eastern Europe, it was emptying itself of Jews as we moved towards the turn of the 20th century. A wide-scale, massive migration of more than 2 million Jews away from Eastern Europe and to the New World, United States, to Canada, to South America, Israel, Australia, Africa, and so on. So the population that was very dynamic, very diverse, and very much changing as a result of this migration. But by and large, I think one of the most useful ways to think about the Jews of Europe at this time is to divide them into Eastern and Western Europe. This is, by the way, something that will be very relevant for our understanding of Nazi policies, because they pursued very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered, as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. And when I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Russian Empire, later Soviet Union, and so on. So what's the major differences between Eastern and Western Europe when it comes to the Jewish population? First of all, the population of Jews in Eastern Europe was much higher. This is a result of migration that occurred from the 13th to the 7th centuries, and so you have a significantly larger core population of Jews in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, they're highly urbanized, more so in the West than in the East, but they're very much attuned to the centers of cultural, economic, social activity. And since they tend to arrive in many of these places very early on in their history, populations going back over a millennium, they tend to be located in the downtown cores of many of these cities. Religiously, as I mentioned earlier, the Western European Jews tended to adopt many other non-traditional forms of religious observance through this new conservative and reform movement. Those are the American terms. Of course, back then they were called historical positives and liberal. The language was also quite different. In Eastern Europe, the overwhelming majority of Jews spoke a Jewish Creole language called Yiddish, which is basically medieval German mixed with a high number of Hebrew, Aramaic, and even Why do you need opposable thumbs? Language terms, and also written in the Hebrew alphabet. Yiddish was by far the mother tongue of the vast majority of Jews from Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, however, they were rapidly adopting the vernacular as their first language, and their use of Hebrew, the use of Yiddish significantly declined. Nowhere, however, was Hebrew the mother tongue. Hebrew is the ancient language, although always used as a scholarly language, as a religious language. That was something that has become more abundant in favor of Yiddish and the vernaculars. That it was revived by the Zionists at the turn of the 20th century, and of course it became the revived language of the modern state. Politically, Jews in Western Europe were looking to various models of what we might call liberalism today. In Eastern Europe, there was a wide variety of political approaches. The vast majority of Jews that appears were politically quiescent, were not specifically involved in any political organization. But when we look at the few election results that we have from Eastern Europe, they tend to be Zionist in orientation, and there's also a strong socialist trend as well.
And so that to me
finally,
is almost
the idea of nationalism. What does it mean to be a Jewish nationalist? This is not something that was well developed in Western Europe, where Jews saw the benefit of
so similar to the ones that
of emancipation, and they strove to define themselves as good Englishmen, good Frenchmen, and so on. In Eastern Europe, however, there was much less of this phenomenon, whereas Jews saw their national identity as being expressed more in Zionism, or perhaps in a communist idea, which has a very strange thing as well. One last detail that's very important in understanding the Jewish experience in the Holocaust. One of the major sub-ethnic dividers of the Jewish people are between Ashkenazim and Sephardim. The term Ashkenaz is a biblical term that was used to describe the Jews of the Rhineland, that is in northern Germany, and their descendants who overwhelmingly constitute the bulk of European Jews, especially in Eastern Europe. The term Sephardim comes from the term Sfarad, which is a biblical term as well, and it's used to identify Spain. Even though Jews were emptied from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century with the Great Expulsion, nevertheless, Sephardic Jews held on to their traditional ethnic and nation even 500 years after that great event of 1492. And so where were they living? The experience of Ashkenazim and Sephardim during the Holocaust was quite distinct. Looking at a map of Europe, most of the regions conquered by the Nazis were inhabited by Ashkenazim. So much of the story that we'll be telling describe events that happened to Ashkenazi Jews. There are some significant Sephardic populations, particularly in Greece, that fell under the Nazi onslaught and met with the same kind of experience as their Ashkenazi brethren. But for the most part, Sephardi Jews were living in North Africa under Nazi rule. And the nature of the Nazi domination of North Africa was really quite different. So we will, God willing, return to the Sephardic experience, but for the most part, with the exception of the Jews of Greece, who were Sephardic, who experienced the Ashkenazi version of the Holocaust, most of the story is going to be about Ashkenazim. It's also important to recognize that the Jews were not the sole racial enemies in the Nazi mindset. Very high up on their target list were the so-called gypsies, which is considered a derogatory term. The gypsies themselves refer to themselves as Roma or Sinti. These are a group of peoples that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions about their origins, both linguistically and ethnically and so on. Very little is known about the nature of Roma life before the Holocaust, because they had an aversion more pronounced than Jews and many other people participating in censuses and to engaging in society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti assimilated completely into regular civic life, holding positions in civil service and so on, even the stereotypical Roma settlement is kind of like a wandering group of musicians, artisans, and so on, tend to live on the outskirts of settled society, living a much more nomadic lifestyle. The Nazis hated the Gypsies pretty much with the same degree of hatred that they had for the Jews, and they targeted them as well for murder. But because of the difficulty that we have already seen with measuring the number of Jews before 1939, this problem is exacerbated when we look at the number of Roma. They were characterized as asocial, meaning the broad, somehow, detrimental to Nazi way of life. And this is something that I did not begin with Hitler. It's something that preceded the Nazi Empire, and much like anti-Semitism predates the Nazi period, and Hitler simply expanded on it until conclusion. Finally, it's important to note that there are a whole host of victims of the Nazi regime that do not fall easily into racial categories. They were, for example, children victims.
And that's going to be what the purpose of making.
If you have a look at this chart, for example, which demonstrates the classifications of prisoners in various concentration camps, which existed prior to the war and were actually set up early on in the Nazi Empire. You can see that they were assigned typically triangles, colored triangles that were fixed to their clothing while they were prisoners, and indicated the kind of crimes that they had somehow committed against the Nazi state. They were political enemies, that's primarily communists, but also socialists, also people who simply don't like Hitler, journalists, and so on. There were people who applied, who were common criminals. Even in the Nazi code of criminality, if anyone was branded as a criminal, they'd be thrown into these concentration camps. There were Bolsheviks, which means essentially Jehovah's Witnesses. Evangelicals of various stripes were targeted by Nazi, in particular Jehovah's Witnesses. Homosexuals, of course, were targeted, and they were given a pink triangle, which is used in modern times by many gay movements to assert their right to exist as homosexuals. And then there's the generic category of asocials as a whole. Anyone basically that Hitler did not like. So there's so many different ways to fall into the trap of Hitler's murderous rampage against German society. And many people actually fit into several categories. You can see here the badges would have to be modified to include if a person was, for example, a Jew and a political enemy and possibly a criminal and so on. So this just gives you a sense of the expanding scope of victimhood that was applied to German citizens by the Nazis.
Inventing instruments that were, I felt, inevitable, but not yet possible. But I could see a path to making them, and so I said to those people, get out of my way, I'm going to do this, because I know once I got it, it will become valuable to everybody, that's what made my career in immunology, making
the Holocaust, of course, was built on centuries, millennia of anti-Judaic prejudice. What I'd like for this lecture is to give you a very brief introduction to the nature of anti-Semitism that Hitler inherited and developed, and in the following lecture we'll look specifically at themes that are especially prominent in Nazi anti-Semitism. So it's important to understand that anti-Semitism is one of these bizarre types of hatred that has remarkable resilience. It is perhaps, as some have argued, the oldest hatred. And we see that it is able to somehow persist over centuries and in widely divergent cultures
putting it
with
together in the
tremendous
first
tenacity
place
by
is what's
shifting
still required.
to the needs of
And
that
so
particular place
if we
and
don't know
time.
how to put it together in the
Meaning,
first
the
place,
ideological
then
reasons that form
reading
the
it and knowing that
substrata
it
of
can
hatred of
exist and
Jews
then associating
changes
it with a
depending
function
on what the society
is
is
the
telling
value
you.
that I
And in this, scholars have identified several different ways to break down the nature of anti-Semitic ideology. Gavin Langmuir, for example, has identified a difference between what he called conventional anti-Semitism and generic Jew hatred. Conventional anti-Semitism is kind of like the natural hatred that we see between all kinds of different people for whatever reason. And that's certainly, as a way that Cain and Abel, that people will hate each other for one reason or another. But chimeric anti-Semitism is based on the Greek idea of the chimera, a monster that is created by putting different parts together that don't exist in real life. This is kind of like that pathological, bizarre type of anti-Semitism that makes it particular in the Middle Ages. We'll see that shortly. Others have pointed to the unique, quote-unquote, redemptive aspect of Nazi anti-Semitism. That, unlike many earlier anti-Semitism, somehow, by becoming an anti-Semite in Hitler's worldview, he would somehow save the world. And that added a tremendous amount of impetus to this hatred and made it much more palatable for people to adopt this ideology so shortly. The four basic theories that we're going to cover, however, are as follows. First, xenophobia, which is characteristic of the ancient period. Secondly, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is something that is born from the unique nexus of Judaism as a mother religion and emergent Christianity, daughter religion. And this is associated with late antiquity through the medieval period. And then third, Jew hatred per se, which we find in the medieval period. And then finally, modern anti-Semitism, which grew from the 19th century onward. And we will explore Nazi anti-Semitism next lecture, which is a variant of modern anti-Semitism. So look at xenophobia first. The term xenophobia literally means the fear of the strange, fear of the dead. And when you look at the significant number of Greco-Roman writings directed at the Jews, indicating a certain level of anti-Hebrew antipathy, we see that there's a phenomenon in which it seems the Greeks and Romans just don't understand Jews and resent them for their lack of conformity. Like, for example, the fact that Jews would not sit down, not over meal with Romans. This is considered very impolite. The fact that they would not bow down to statues, which is considered, typical civic religion for Romans, this was considered impiety. The fact that they took off one day in 7 to rest, the Sabbath, which is perhaps one of the Jews' greatest contributions to human civilization. The fact that they would take off one day in 7 meant that they were slothful or lazy. So these kinds of misunderstandings of Jewish culture led to a certain degree of hatred, but this is the kind of hatred that is basically a normal kind of hatred. Just to give you one illustration, this is the Arch of Titus, which was constructed by the Romans after they were able to quell the rebellion in Judea in the 1st century. And this was a victory arch that was designed essentially to commemorate the Roman conquest of Judea after rebels had taken the temple. As you walk through the arch, of course, there is a frieze here. You can see there are Jewish troops taking the loot from the temple off to Rome, including the golden menorah and so on. And many would also submit depictions, but I think that would basically be a misunderstanding. The Romans did hate the Jews per se, certainly not in the same way that Nazis would. They viewed them as political and military enemies, and when they crushed their political enemies in the year 70 after a long and drawn-out provincial war, they celebrated it with this kind of monumental architecture. This is something that virtually every civilization has done throughout human history. So it's hard to understand this to be somehow an unusual or strange type of hatred. Here, by the way, is the colorized version after research by my colleague Stephen Fine at Michigan University, who was able to analyze flecks of paint left behind to see this is the way Romans would have observed that same scene. The second major period and a big shift in the nature of anti-Semitism is early Christian anti-Judaism. We must recall that Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement made up entirely of Jewish figures that eventually reached out to the non-Jewish world and became a massive world religion by the 4th century. And the separation between the daughter religion and the mother religion was not without
talking to people about their ideas,
and there was a certain amount of antipathy that was generated on both sides. Looking at it from the Christian perspective, for our purposes, perhaps the greatest illustration of this kind of theological dispute is the famous juxtaposition of ecclesia or synagoga, the church and the synagogue. This is a form of art, really kind of a trope, that was designed primarily to communicate a complex relationship between Judaism and Christianity to a largely illiterate audience of churchgoers primarily. And we have literally hundreds of examples of ecclesia and synagogue. Having a look at this very famous one here, this is monumental architecture, church, ecclesia, represented clear-eyed, with a crown, with authority, the upright staff, indicating power, the moral power, and so on. And here's contrasted with ecclesia, who is shown here blindfolded by a serpent. There's a strong metaphor there. The devil has those hidden from the she's not wearing a crown. Her staff is broken. Often she's depicted having the 10 Commandments fall from her hand and so on. And the whole metaphor is meant to say that God no longer favors the mother religion, Judaism, and has transferred God's favor to the daughter religion, Christianity. Literally hundreds of examples, sometimes more violent, such as this example that shows ecclesia mounted on a horse, literally jousting with the synagogue. You can see on the right synagogue is depicted wearing the but this is a kind of a hat that Jews were forced to wear in Europe from the 13th century. And the church is literally killing the synagogue who is riding on a sow, also very important metaphor in German material. And here's one that I find especially powerful. This is from a stained glass window in a church in Berlin, Germany from the 14th century. On the right, the ecclesia is riding on a tetramorph, a four-headed animal, and a crown is placed on her head from heaven, indicating divine approval. The contrasting image of synagogue, on the other hand, shows a sword being driven through her head. She's blindfolded, the crown being knocked off her head, and her staff is broken, all indicating a strong level of discipline. Now, even though these images tend to be rather violent, they're essentially church images. They're couched within vocabulary that indicate that this is an argument between ideologies, not necessarily an argument between people. It's talking about Judaism with a capital J, Christianity with a capital C, not necessarily individual Jewish people and Christian people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but that's basically where this artistic debate rages. The third level, however, is when it really gets down to the level of people. This is what I'd like to call medieval Jew hatred. And we see in the beginning in the 12th century, picking up a lot of speed as secular printing is able to disseminate these ideas much more widely. So here, for example, we see a grotesque depiction of the so-called ritual murder of Simon of Trent, a 15th century incident in which, unfortunately, a young Christian child was found murdered, and the population rose up in anger and blamed the Jews for it, arguing without any evidence whatsoever that the Jews needed to kill this young child and drink his blood for ritual purposes. Horrible, terrible lie, but has no basis in reality, and yet became extremely powerful in the popular imagination, and it was repeated several times right up until the 21st century. This has been a myth that's very hard to shake, and you see this horrible depiction that popularized the incident, showing all of these Jews so identified by the round yellow circle that they were required to wear as torturing this young child. And just to give you a sense of how this is far from disappeared,
just using their mind and
an artist named
supposedly they
Gasparo
have some
in the
success. Yeah, there's
21st
the
century, year 2020, actually painted a modern version of this incident.
in any of that.
You'll find it on websites even today with
how to measure it.
headlines like this website, Jews apoplectic over new painting, honoring Simon a child ritually murdered by Jews in the 15th century, said without irony whatsoever, please lie in a canard, but nevertheless, this is indicative of the nature of medieval Jew hatred, where it goes off the rails. It's no longer a debate between rabbi and priest. Now it's about the murder of children. It's about actual attacks on Jewish communities that follow many of these charges, of public burnings, and so on.
Relationship
Much
to
more
the
to say
universe
about this,
itself
but I
and
think
reality itself through consciousness
the idea of it.
is
Let us conclude with a look at modern anti-Semitism, which has two basic characteristics. And this is perhaps the most powerful demonstration of the fact that anti-Semitism can survive. Anti-Semitism can survive in very different. With the scientific revolution and later the Enlightenment, there is a general decline in religious adherence throughout Europe. And as religiosity begins to wane, anti-Semites need to find reasons to justify their hatred of Jews. As Jean-Paul Sartre put it in his famous book, Réflexions sur la question des Juifs, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent them. Meaning that there has to, the anti-Semite needs to find a way to justify these beliefs. So with modern times, the two major things that were created to justify anti-Semitism were scientific in nature, I put that in quotes, and they were related to the idea of conspiracy. First of all, the term anti-Semitism. This is a brand new term which was coined in the 19th century by an anti-Semite named William
might not even necessarily be good for you, right? But they're out there and they're part of the world that you live in.
Essentially Jew hatred.
And
these were terms which were considered,
tuning into them. You don't have a cell phone, so you can't just like make calls with it, but you're experiencing it, right? Well, and
so therefore, you want to find a term that sort of justified and cleansed the hatred of Jews. Based on linguistic theory, that there are many different, there's a whole family of languages called Semitic, which includes Hebrew, and includes Arabic. He said, I'm against Semitism, by which he meant the philosophy that goes along with being a Semite. And by Semite, he meant only Jew, not Arab. So that's where the term comes from. It's an attempt to whitewash Jew hatred. It has now become a term of appropriate in itself, but that's not the way it was used. So the idea of calculations by the two elements that are distinct for modern anti-Semitism is the idea of it being quasi-scientific racial. The idea that the Jew, as you see on the illustration on the left, that the Jew somehow has a biological basis for being the way he or she is. Somehow, before genetics were developed, the idea was somehow in their DNA. This is actually an illustration of a very popular belief at the time in phrenology that the bumps on a person's head, the shape of the bell, could indicate overall development of various moral qualities. And so here's a Jew portrayed in a phrenological diagram with various negative traits under the skin. So the idea that the Jews constantly distinct race, and that they had to be somehow treated as a race, flows very much from what we said last lecture. Social Darwinism. That was then the idea that somehow the Jews were racially different when they left Berlin. And in political theory, dominated Christianity. You see on the right an illustration of the notorious anti-Semitic work of Paul called the Rebel Design. In this case, the Spanish translation from Mexico City. The Gobierno Mundial Media and the Invisible World Government, the Jewish program is subjugate the world. The idea that the Jewish so the image showing the wealthy capitalist Jew with his claws
to come into power before we have access to all this other stuff. Right? That we do need an AI government structure, and we do no longer require military intervention and all the shit that is the bane of civilization today. Because if you ask the average person today, do you envision a world where war doesn't exist? Most people are saying no. Right, the vast majority, except for a few delusional hippies, are going to say no, right? But if you ask them, okay, given this super intelligent AI takes over the world and proves to be benevolent and really just wants to accentuate the life of human being better for everybody, then yeah, then 100% yes. Why would it want war? Right? So maybe something like that has to take place before we get to a situation where, okay,
one of the elements that Hitler expanded was the notion that the Jews were somehow a distinct race, and that the quality of their survival was related to their ability to act as a parasite. You know, just like cockroaches are said to be able to live through a nuclear holocaust because they have the ability to kind of find the chinks in a given society. So too the Jews were like kind of a cancer that could live off a healthy host to great success. So you have a look at this book cover, which predated Hitler's rise to power. The Zunder Vidas, the sin against the blood, ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times from someone who can see the muscular, shirtless, Aryan male who is weighed down by the vulture that clearly has stereotypical features with the heavy jowls and the large nose and thick lips and so on. And the message is essentially that the sin against the blood is that one day the Jews will feed on the rotting corpses of Aryan civilization. Like a vulture, a bird that eats carrion feeds on. The parasitism is very prominent in this particular image. Another example, and this comes from the Nazi era, a twisted woman named Elvira Bauer, who created, she was an 18 kindergarten teacher, who created a series of children's films
This guy sucks.
for Nazi propaganda purposes. This is one called
This guy sucks, and Stanford sucks because of him.
mushroom or the toadstool. And the whole metaphor here is that
the average person
Jews are...
This guy sucks. He's like, hey, all I'm doing is studying cancer, and I've had cancer 50 fucking times. Loser, bitch.
Regular mushrooms, but it's hard to tell them apart. You have to be an expert to tell them apart. And of course, the message of this to children was, be very careful. You may meet some Jews who look like they're very nice people, and they look like regular people, but they're not. They're actually toadstools. It's very dangerous, noxious kind of message. Also, the parasitism, of course, is that the toadstools, they live in places where there's decay. The association of Jews with various noxious creatures like spiders, as you see here in a 1941 Nazi publication in France. Showing the spider. Here's an earlier one showing you as a louse, which I find this one artistically kind of interesting. The Jew as a louse, and if you look carefully in the pupils of the eye, you see that there's a dollar sign in the louse's right eye and a hammer and sickle in the left eye, which alludes to the related charge of the conspiracy. That behind the American dollar, behind the Soviet power, is in fact the Jew who is acting as a parasite, like Laos. This actually comes from Julius Streicher's Der Stürmer. Here's a propaganda poster from Warsaw, Poland, and the Germans were using propaganda to tremendous success all over Europe. And it associates Jews with fleas and with typhus that was carried by them. A very strong image there. Here's another example from France that identifies Jews with the it reads tuberculosis, syphilis, and cancer. They're all curable, but we have to make the grand finish of all of them. We have to wipe out the Jews themselves. Microscopic image of the Jewish microbes. So the Jews are identified as kind of like a germ, bacillus, some kind of infectious disease. And by the way, I'm giving this lecture right now in quarantine during the coronavirus condition that's happening across the Europe right now, pandemic. Just show you a couple from our own times in 2020. Here is contemporary image. It's not Chinese, it's cool. Right? And then here the anti-Semitic artists who associate Jews with the horrible pandemic that's affecting all of America right now. And here's another one. If you have the bug,
medicine at Stanford, what do you do? So my day job is in cancer research and cancer biology, mostly immunology and cancer. Much of what my laboratory
This guy
does
sucks.
so much the biology of cancer.
I mean, he's okay, but he
developing
sucks.
instruments that create
coronavirus is a respiratory transmission.
You know who doesn't suck? Sam Tripoli. That guy's hilarious.
This 20th century. The second major
You my little boo thing. So I don't give a hoot what you do say. All that.
Jews are linked in an international conspiracy. That's a fact.
What's that fucking
image is titled? And you can see there's all these kind of like dramatic lines connecting the Jew to several figures who are not necessarily Jewish themselves.
You my little boo thing. So I don't give a shit. So I don't give a hoot what you do say. I like it. I love that song. Tell him I'm telling him. That sounds great. Check it, dude. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Oh no, this is Sam Tripoli. Is this
the Jewish capitalist? Notice the same kind of images we saw last week with the corpulent bureaucratic capitalist with the watch fob. In this case, it has a statement on it. The heavy
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Is something that runs through as a very strong theme.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Nazi themes, and you see it also in the medieval period.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Prurience. You know, I'm not going to show you images that convey.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Elemental power of pornography. But there's a kind of can't look away from this grotesquerie, like when you're driving on a highway, you see an accident, and you can't help but look at the accident. So they capitalize on this.
Kick clips.
These
So
altercations are fairly terrible. Like at airports, she crawls at airports all the time.
Stormtroopers published by Julius Streicher. Particular one, which I'm just using as a sample, but not at this point. It says leadership both
Agenda 2050
Jewish murder plans, right? Clearly linked to the idea of conspiracy.
WEFs and all this stuff.
The image of these Jews who are capturing the blood that's flowing to the neck of the murdered Christians. So that's the whole idea of it, and the blood and the violence and the sexuality, the rape, abortion, all kinds of things like this themselves in Nazi propaganda. Related to this, the idea of pedophilia, the pedophile. This particular example relates to some of the children's propaganda I showed you earlier.
I see what you're saying about the 15-minute setting, and I think that's true, but I don't think this is grand plan to plain slam into each other. I think it's a lot of this incompetence.
Whatever, I'm not
saying it's not a black hole in DC. That was a weird one. That was a weird one. Because apparently that lady was instructed to not go in the direction that she was going. Right. What was the specifics of it?
It should be noted as well that one of the things that
looked the wrong way.
Hitler personally
they go, hey, there's
was the
they
concept
look
of
this way, they were coming that way, or they look that way, they were coming this way. They didn't. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to see what was coming. Was she a part of the Biden administration at one point in time? Left, went back to foreign relationships, isolated and publicly see stuff online. But if you even study like the Vegas shooting, or I mean the LA fires, they want you to blame DEI. Like, do you remember when that
finally
that one fire chief or whatever was like, oh, if I come get you and you're too big, you're in the wrong place, wrong time. Yeah. Why would you say that? Why would you? It's humorous. I don't know how it gets into. Listen, you got an all lesbian crew, right? You got a woman who's the
first head of the fire department, and this lady's a woman, and they're talking about how great it is if someone who looks like you comes to save you and help you. So they're wrapped up in that theology. That the absence of meritocracy and the absence of physical standards for difficult physical jobs, and that's not necessary. You shouldn't be able to take our guy. The guys that I knew that were all firefighters, the guys that I know, one of my buddies who firefighters, his own jiu-jitsu black belt, the other one is a fucking big giant Irish guy. Like they're always big people, right? Because you had to be able to carry folks. I agree. And you had to be able to do like crazy physical things. You have to axe down doors. You know, it's boring. Imagine if you have a 100-pound woman and tell her to axe down a door. Okay, so I agree with what you're saying. What I'm saying is, what causes more chaos, what causes more infighting, is if you push everybody to this is DEI messing up, and not that this whole thing is purposeful. So you're thinking that they're instituting DEI, they're putting incompetent people in positions of power on purpose so that they'll fuck up, so that people will complain, so that it creates more chaos. Yes. So, I mean, I don't know if the narrative instantly became, who are the Bolsheviks? I don't know. I mean, like, yeah. Well, I don't know if they're lizard. Well, they probably are lizard people, but here's the crazy thing about LA.
Let's spend just a few minutes talking about Hitler's personal and family background before we get to the history of the Holocaust itself. And in order to understand the very question, we have to look to a historiographic debate between two schools of thought as to how to interpret the Holocaust. One school is called the intentionalist school, and the other school is called the functional. What does that actually mean? So intentionalism, which is associated in particular with scholars like Bruce Lewis, who wrote a very important book called The War Against the Jews, 1933 to 1945. It's a school of thought, which you may have heard of before, that essentially understands the Holocaust as the expression of one man's maniacal crusade to destroy the Jews in Europe, and a small cadre of conspirators that joined him in this effort, particularly high-ranking Nazi officials like Himmler and Heydrich and Goering and so on, and the SS and a few other key elements in German society. The notion of this conspiracy model of the Holocaust, which has a lot of really positive benefits to understanding the Holocaust, we grew out of the 1947 Nuremberg war crimes trials shown here, in which American prosecutors in particular wanted to try and define a strategy to identify those members of German society that could adequately be prosecuted, brought to justice, while at the same time maintaining a clear position for the Allies vis-a-vis the Soviet war they were having with Poland. There's a lot more to say about this, and I hope that we shall return to this at the very end of this course when we look at the aftermath of the Holocaust. But what ended up happening was the legal team essentially looked at the events of the Holocaust and defined it this way, where Hitler was at the ground zero, he was the essential and sufficient cause for the Holocaust, viewed himself a small group of these co-conspirators, and essentially the vast majority of the population was basically duped into going along with this murderous plan. That's the intentionalist model, and it's so called because Hitler intended the Holocaust from the very beginning. That's the sense of that particular school of thought. The other school of thought, which begins to emerge in the late 1950s, and especially into the 1990s, is associated with people like Christopher Brown, who wrote an extremely important book called Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 101 and Final Solution in Poland. And this is an example of a very different approach to the Holocaust, which, without denying the absolute virulence and violent hatred of Jews that Hitler had, tries to look at the Holocaust and like from a different perspective, and to understand, well, what were the major elements that allowed so many people to participate in this horrific social experiment of ridding Europe of its Jews. And by taking himself out of that particular mind frame that Hitler and his code of conspirators duped the rest of Europe, he was able to reveal a lot of really frightening new ways of looking at the Holocaust. And most important of which is this idea that the Holocaust was a function of the war.
You should make sure
the word function in the sense of, if you've studied functions and relations in mathematical theory, that when one thing changes, another thing changes as well. And the basic elements of functionalist historians and their thought is that as the war became more brutal,
you have to make sure, and I have a bunch of packages, you have to make sure that it's not like
that was associated with the war, the Holocaust became more and more of a possibility. In other words, at the beginning of Hitler's reign, you had a certain amount of persecution, a certain amount of isolation and ostracism, and that grows throughout the interwar period. Until you have the acceptance of the idea of realization, and then finally the acceptance of the idea of mass murder and even the gas chamber. It's kind of like a ratchet effect. As one thing changes, another thing changes as well. Hence functionalism. Now that's not to say that Hitler's anti-Semitism is not an important factor in the entire evolution of the Holocaust, or devolution might be a more appropriate term, but nevertheless, it sheds light on the general culpability of European society as a whole. If we take away the bright spotlight on Hitler, which tends to throw all of the background into a dark shadow, and we begin to look at the entire picture, we see that there's a much more complicated social phenomenon going on. And in fact, a lot of the functionalist theories about how the Holocaust came to be have been substantiated by research and experimental psychology and other disciplines. We will come to these issues throughout this course, and let us hold on to this idea of the intentionalist versus the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust, because it does illuminate quite a bit of our approach to many questions. At any rate, looking at this aspect of the Holocaust, let's try to understand Hitler's particular role from his youth in the development of his own anti-Semitic attitudes. So if we look at his family, here is a rather dramatic picture of Hitler as a baby. The primary source we have for our understanding of Hitler is, unfortunately, Hitler himself. He lived an entirely unremarkable life, and we don't have a lot of independent third-party sources that can tell anything sophisticated about a man who changed the course of world history. Basically, he had a rather unremarkable middle-class Austrian childhood. He was born in a border community called Braunau in the map where it's located on the border of Austria and Germany. His father was a customs official named Alois Hitler Schicklgruber, and it's important to note that he was born with the name Schicklgruber, but later on, for reasons which are not entirely clear, he took the name Hitler, or possibly Hitler, after an adopted father. His own father was unknown, and that's how the name Schickel is essentially that of his birth mother. The fact that his father was unknown was something which we will return to in a moment, may have plagued Hitler in his own notions of race purity. It's interesting to contemplate the ironies of history. What would have happened in World War II if Alois Hitler had never changed his name from Schicklgruber? Would there even have been a Holocaust if one had to say Heil Schicklgruber instead of Heil Hitler? But it's really more relevant to alternative history than to modern critical studies history. He buried and married three wives in 3 years. His last wife was Clara Hitler, significantly younger than Alois Hitler, and Adolf was her child. He was very close to his mother and very far from his rather distant father, who actually died when he was quite young. Hitler, as you can see here from this last photo, dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old. Historians are quick to point out the rather defiant posture with the crossed hands and the slightly upraised chin that would be indicative of he would take in all kinds of public photographs for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, did not stand out from his peers. We know that he had a very difficult relationship with his father, and when he was orphaned first from his father and then shortly thereafter by his mother, decided he would pursue training as an artist. The most respected school for the study of art was certainly the Vienna School of Art, and Hitler tried repeatedly to gain admission to that school, but he was, in fact, this would loom large in his own self-image. He would frequently look back with resentment on the multiple rejections that he received. And according to the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism, the notion that a Jew had taken his place at the Vienna School of Art, that really he was good enough to study at the Vienna School of Art, but somehow he had been displaced by Jews who were unfairly allowed access to the school. So Sartre also wrote in his famous Réflexion sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. So for Sartre, the idea that Hitler's anti-Semitism was born from this need to explain his otherwise simple story of inadequacy is a large psychological theory. Perhaps we'll come back to it later. At any rate, as an artist, his work has been preserved to some degree, and it's rather, it's rather non-special in every way. Tend to do things like this, floral arrangements and landscapes and things like that. What is perhaps more fascinating are the two self-portraits that we have, such as this one, which shows him sitting alone on a bridge with a little X over his head. I'm not certain he added that himself, but it looks a little bit, if you can imagine, it's sort of like adolescent angst-filled post is really what he's doing. It gives you a little bit of a mindset into his thinking when he was in his late teens. Let us conclude by just a moment's reflection on the idea of psychohistory. Psychohistory is sort of like an offshoot of the school of psychology and the school of history, and it is an attempt to try and pose some psychological analysis on figures in the past. A very difficult proposition indeed, especially because we're working with very limited sources. We're not able to interrogate the subject. So but we can identify a few things about Hitler's early. Certainly we can identify his heroes. For example, he acts quite poetic about Richard Wagner, who was a very important composer in the 19th century, who you may have heard the Flight of the Valkyries, for example, a very famous piece of music that is included in the movie Apocalypse Now and things like that. And Wagner tended to be sort of like a Platonist who wanted to return to the Norse gods and to the kind of Aryan nobility that they represented, and wrote these massive operatic pieces, Tristan und Isolde and things like that. I think they really enjoyed that kind of heroic imagination and this larger-than-life picture of Germany and Germans stood for. Wagner, of course, was an inveterate anti-Semite himself, hard not to see that they're being influenced by that thought as well as his music. Another major influence on Hitler in his youth was Karl Lueger, shown here, very charismatic mayor of Vienna. Lueger ran essentially on anti-Semitic policies and typically seemed to use anti-Semitism as a sort of political tool to beat his opponents and try to socially glue together his supporters in unison on the idea of anti-Semitism. He was, however, a rather pragmatic anti-Semite, and in some cases he even appointed Jews to high positions within his administration. And when he was pressed about this, how can you appoint Jews? He said very famously, "Wer ein Jude ist, bestimme ich," meaning I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless
hours
public
video.
persona
Actually,
was
it's
definitely
not
done
true.
to Smith.
Those people should
A friend of mine recently posted a photograph of Zuka statue, by the way. This is dated from the summer of 2020, where they're having here in America tremendous upheaval. A lot of questions about the national monuments that we have here, Civil War heroes, and Civil War villains, things like that. And here is a statue in Vienna of who's famous for City, but at the same time, his anti-Semitic legacy is very strong. And he painted all over this the fake statue is the word Schande, which means shame or for shame. That's quite an interesting allusion to what's happening in America during this very difficult summer of 2020. At any rate, another aspect, as I mentioned, about the possible psychohistory of Hitler is this notion that his own grandfather was unknown. Now, many have opined that because we don't know who that grandfather is, perhaps his father was a Jewish man. Highly unlikely. There are some historians who point to the fact that his biological grandmother was treated once by a Jewish physician. Who knows, that kind of thing. Very, very unlikely kind of passing encounters. But there's no question that this idea could have preyed very heavily on Hitler's mindset, particularly when his institutions so demanding of racial purity. For example, if you wanted to belong to the SS, you had to prove that you had no Jewish blood in your background. Notice, by the way, that intermarriage between Jews and Germans was really quite high, something like 30% by the time Hitler comes of age in the early 1920s. So there's a significant number of people who have Jewish blood, although they're claiming to be full-blooded, so to speak, Aryan Germans. And so Hitler himself could not have proved that he had no Jewish blood in his system. Technically, he would be invalidated from joining the SS himself. That must have galled him. At any rate, that gives you some sense of what Hitler's mindset would have been. Next, we're going to talk about his rise to power after World War I.
Oh my God. You can't say that if you don't know it's true, though. I just did. He likes to fuck. He was a good-looking guy when he was young, super charismatic. Love them ladies, which is, listen, that's Kennedy. It's classic presidents. This is what we found out about bisexual Kennedy. Bisexual Kennedy. Yeah, 100%. Kennedy was bisexual. George Bush Sr. was. Where are you getting this? Hold the fuck up. Where are you getting this from? I do deep dives on all this shit. Joe, I'm telling you, where are you diving? I'm telling you, the Finders, you remember the Finders? JFK bisexual, a little tweet is reigniting speculation. And he's like, yeah, I mean, they're just, he was on speed. She's a doctor, queer. Blackmailed him through being gay. I mean, Obama stuff out right now, Bill Clinton. So let's think about that, right? We know that, like, the Spartans were gay, right? We know that they had sex with each other. Yeah, big thing. Yeah, part of, like, why they would go to battle. Well, yeah, fighting for their job on fries. Yeah. Back in the day, about when they were all gay, because you're going to fight harder if you know that dude got some DSLs, right? You're going to fight way harder. Go kill Bill, he's the best in the bunker. Yeah, you're fucking lovers. Yeah, right? But it's also like there's a lot of ancient cultures that think of having sex with women just for procreation, but with boys for fun. That's Afghanistan. Exactly. And my friends that have been over there, that have served over there, one of my buddies, I don't know if he said this publicly, so maybe I shouldn't say his name. But just the stories that he told me, I was like, what? Like, how, like, he was talking about how he saw this truck driver with his son. Thought, like, oh, that's cool, he takes his son to work with him. And the guy goes, that's not his son. Like, that's his tour. It's called Dan Love Thursdays, dude. Yeah, that's what they're telling Thursday. It's like, they go into the mountains, right?
friend was telling me that there was this one guy that worked on his base, and he was kind of slow,
unstoppable
mentally slow,
device that
and he had a
cross
colostomy bag,
trenches and knock down trees, things
he
like that.
heard a bunch of noise and saw a bunch of dudes in the room, like one of the storage rooms. These guys were fucking his colostomy hole.
Like that. But the idea of
this old mentally challenged guy, and these dudes were fucking his colostomy.
Was also a tremendous terror.
I just had a guy on right now that's going to get weird, but the hypnotist came on and he was talking about how he has a mentor who he also works with, who was Hillary Clinton's security detail. And they were in Afghanistan, they saw a bunch of kids go in the room and never come out.
That could cut down swaths of people rather than single shot muskets that
like 3 in the morning
years earlier with the pause.
This is Bochabaz, right?
Yeah,
this was an entirely different order of that.
And they were told like don't interfere with the local customs.
The idea of gas. This is something which was not banned
I'm implying that he never saw them come out.
And the idea of like
maybe there's another exit story. Let them sleep. We gotta check out. Let them sleep. They'll figure it out.
The creepiest idea about pedophilia is that there's people that know about it and cover it up because they don't want to get in trouble for having known about it. Like this is a Sandusky thing, right? That's essentially what Tank Joe Paterno, right? Like, everybody really knew.
And they all let go because they were winning football games, and then the states right back into title contention. But here's the thing, dude. Over time, what they can blackmail you with changes. Like way back in the day, if they thought you were cheating on your wife, they can blackmail you with that. But as culture grows and we start accepting more and more stuff, it's got to get weirder and weirder. Back in the, you remember, we're around the same age. Remember when we were debating whether Boy George was gay or not, and they were like, there was like a real discussion on that. He's like, no, dude, I pop puss, dude.
How about George Michael? Same thing. Well, so beautiful. There's no way he could be straight. His hair was so perfect. His voice was so amazing. That guy's just got to be super good.
Have you seen the Minnesota Vikings male cheerleader? That is the shiniest dude I've ever seen.
Show me this.
Look, he's a male cheerleader.
Shane was actually just talking about this. Shane was talking about this in the ring room the other day.
Yeah, he's shiny.
Shiny? Oh my goodness.
So shiny.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
A field that still shows.
Yeah, he's so. And you can see him like on Twitter. He's just like dancing around, and he's the shiniest dude I've ever seen. The skirt. They wear the skirt.
So the
there he is in
people
the front
who
row.
emerge after World War I may
cheerleaders are useless anyways. There's really no purpose of them. They don't do anything for the game. Back in the day, how can we have hot chicks in football?
tremendous sense of malaise
It's a weird
over
ball,
the direction of
I don't have a
society.
problem with it.
That is my question of
Well, here's my opinion.
what happens to that kind of marching forward in progress, civilization and so on. And this generation is called the lost generation. And we have to say about that, but I'm going to have to do this video short. Another major thing that had a very dramatic impact is something called the most dramatic element of the post-war era.
But it's always kind of like 1 in 10, right?
Redrawing of the borders of Europe. If you
What's
look
the
on the
problem
left-hand
with
side
having
of this
one
map,
gay
you
cheerleader
see
for them?
that Europe was
Here's
basically
my whole, what's a
dominated
cheerleader
by
for?
large empires
There's always going to be the fight. What is the point of a cheerleader?
Let's have an additional visual aspect to it. I like all the flips they do and all the jazz. It's fun. It's choreographed. When it's done well, it's entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, Gary DeMar has a great bit about it, about what their purpose is. They're like, remind the players how important their play is, right? He's like, defense. Oh, dude, we gotta play defense, dude.
It's an extra pageantry that adds to the experience. But why shouldn't a gay guy be doing it? Like, how homophobic are guys that are watching that? There's all these hot chicks, and instead they're going, what's this fucking guy doing? There's 16 other girls with perfect bodies paying attention to it. You're focused on the gay guy.
And they always complain about how much money they're making. I'm like, dude, you get to go to the game where you're on the field. It's like,
you have a great reality show. See how they accept it.
How many Start staring at him, dude. Sure, that's my player. Percent is 10%. Yeah, 10%. So here's my whole thing, dude. There's always going to be culture wars between the right and the left. I'm on nobody's side. Like, I'm on nobody. I'm like in the middle.
Live and let live.
As long as I hurt people, particularly children, you'll never hear anything from me. I don't care what you do. Yourself with consenting adults. Get as weird as you want. God gave us free will. Do whatever you want. Pick your path. But when you start to demonize certain people, you're setting up a market for blackmail. So when people can't be themselves and they're so afraid of people finding out who they really are, you're setting it up so people can.
Oh, baby, this bitch is over.
That's the story of Washington, D.C. Now, obviously, hurting children should be
Ching chong.
that's why it's
Ching chong.
It's because we don't care if somebody's eating out. It's like, at least I don't.
I love when these motherfuckers do ching chong. They're like, ching chong, ching chong. And then I'm like, yeah, what, baby? What are you doing, shit? Look at this relatively.
I don't think that has not happened in human history. In fact, I know it's happened because my friend Shane
The
Smith
west
covered
side.
it when he was in
Gang, son.
when
Look at these moves. This move.
that guy used to sacrifice children from the enemy tribes before everyone in Liberia.
Look at this move. What is this bullshit?
Eat a piece of their heart before going into battle. Right, but that's a real human. So we know that this he didn't invent that. No, I mean it's in the Bible too. Like they want to take out the Canaanites, and atheists use that as like, oh, he wants to kill all the women and children. What do you think about that? Well, the Canaanites were practicing child sacrifice. There's a reason for it. Now the language we can get into, like the Bible language from the First Testament, like is it the language of the time, and they were a lot more blunt with it. But the Canaanites were sacrificing children. I mean, that's a big part of going back to Chronos, the first god, which is the god of time. And the whole story about it was told that his kids would slay him. So every time his female would have children, he would eat the kids. Time. Black King Sabbath.
And in the short video, I'm going to look at small details about
other things that pharmaceutical companies have pushed through
many
in the future and the impact it had on
Look at this move.
and whether or not they're going to think of that in a similar way to child sacrifice. Because it really is kind of, if you know that it's causing damage, but you're doing it for money. You're kind of sacrificing kids for money. How to stop maybe superstitious killings and exile. What's this about there?
Look at these assholes. Look at this move. Look at this move.
Sacrifice, particularly that of minors, has been in many parts of India for a long time. More than 85 kids, all under 13, were ritualistically murdered during the last 6 years per government data. Last year, there were 14 cases of parents or relatives sacrificing or attempting to sacrifice children on the advice of Assad.
That gets
crazy that that part of history still happened. That's what I'm saying. Still, in 2025, people think sacrificing a child is the right move to do. You just sacrifice a child. Well, that's how the Austrians are doing.
And again, the Austrians were also huge losers in World War
When you think about
I. And you can see the image here of a lantern-jawed, brave Austrian soldier
just for
sitting in
profit.
the trenches.
Medications the kids are forced to take, that's just for profit. Things are fucking up with their
steely-eyed as
it's just because
he
we want to make
surveys
money.
the enemy and is certain not to let them cross the boundary.
You know, when we look at
in
child sacrifice and we're doing voodoo or the Mayans thought they're sacrificing people to the gods, we think of it as barbaric, right? Now we're going to look at what we've done. We just lied about stuff around the truth.
There is, by the way, a very
Keep
close
distorted
connection
versions of
between
bullshit
propaganda
selling
and
to kids.
misogynistic
And then kids wind
propaganda.
up
That
dying.
is the
They
hatred
wind
of
up
women
having heart
and hatred of
attacks. They
Jews.
wind up having
To go
cancer.
hand
It's
in hand,
probably
maybe
directly
another class
related to
will
this
have a chance
medication.
to explore that.
And no one wants to take credit for it. No one wants to
this
admit it. And
idea that
everyone's making
Germany
money.
should have
Everything's
won.
programmed.
Germany should be the
People in India,
masters
the
of Europe.
programming of their religion tells them like to sacrifice their own children. I mean, like, it goes against everything you're wired in. It's like that's the control you have over a
person.
The
You give them the sacrifice of the
anti-Semitic
child.
feeling in the
Right? I mean, if you're in a kid's park and the kid's in trouble, it doesn't mean over to make sure the kid's okay. I've done it 1,000 times. But now you have people like, especially like if you look at like what's going on in Gaza, you have people labeling newborns as terrorists. Like that is your programming overriding your basic instinct, which is to protect children at all costs because they are the future. And that's powerful. So my whole theory is that the anxiety and depression and anger and all that stuff comes from when your programming and your reality clash and they don't meet up. You're programming from generational trauma, you're programming from school, all that stuff meets reality, and you start to just go a little crazy. And I think a lot of that is purposeful to get us on pharmaceuticals for life.
For example, this is refers to currency.
So how would they engineer that?
Because typically the national
first of all, your grandparents, your parents tell you that the trauma
people are not
of
able
your past,
to exchange
being that
national
into
currency because the
forever.
value
Like
is
I had my
they'll
buddy's
make up their
girlfriend
own
on my
currency, their
show,
own
and she's Jewish, and she was telling me, I go, what's it like to grow up Jewish? And she was telling me that her parents would tell her that she has to have 3 kids, one for each parent, and then one kid lost in the Holocaust.
One side you have this,
For someone lost in the Holocaust. And like, think about that programming. Think about what that over and over and over again, to the point now where you're like, well, you know, these kids in Gaza are terrorists. I mean, newborn babies are terrorists. I mean, that is heavy stuff. I mean, I've heard about the Armenian genocide my whole life to the point I got tattooed right here about it. You know, like that is, you know, that is your programming. Then you go to school, and it's been infiltrated by all these culture monsters. And they're just pushing this thing to get you to hate your own country, hate the establishment, hate all this stuff. So you have this entire country where everybody's fighting with each other. And that's all done to cause, you know, maximum chaos because people are easy to manipulate and control when they're in anxiety. They're going to, like this whole thing with like taking over Washington D.C. right now. Everyone acts like this is just started. This started way back.
Here on one side,
this has always been
medieval
the goal of pressure from above, pressure from below.
Here is the
You're
story.
afraid to go on the streets, and you have no faith that your politician's going to save you. So you have no hope. So you're completely and utterly lost, and you're just demanding that you be kept safe and go with just martial law. That's what they want, and that's what it isn't starting in Washington D.C. This started a while ago. If you study all these different kind of cultural clashes, BLM, that's black people. Then you go January 6th, that's white people. Then you go to Asian hate, that's Asian people. That's Latinos. And now you have the Supreme Court that is going to debate the validity of gay marriage. And if you go, Sam, what do you think's going to happen? I wouldn't doubt it they overturn it, because that's going to cause even more chaos. The streets are going to be burning in rainbows.
Event that also,
and then that is what they want, martial law. There's all these, you know, these judges who are completely politicized are like releasing people who are hurting kids or murdering people. That means you have no
is actually what happened in
that
Schaumburg about
grows your
500 years
anxiety.
prior.
Now all of a sudden you're angry, you're depressed, and you just don't trust anything.
Element of
now you
city
want
history
to
that is so
basically
wonderful
give
that
up
we
your
should put it
God-given
on our
rights.
currency. Can you imagine what that must be like for the Jews who lived in Schaumburg?
That is the goal. Pressure from above,
that
pressure
gives you
from
a
below.
sense of what's
If you
like
ever
in
want to
the
watch a doc on it, it's really old. It's in 69. I watched it last night on Twitter. It's Gianco Griffin, and it's called Capitalist Conspiracy. I've sent to a bunch of people. I can't get anybody to watch this thing. And it breaks it down. There was famous cases in the, like, the 50s and 60s where kids were like radical communists on the campuses, and they said that something's going wrong here, and they broke off, and they testified for either Congress or Senate, and they basically said the goal is to basically bring in martial law, and these kids who are all things are raging against the machine, they don't realize the machine is funding all of this stuff. You know, it's like the No Kings. The Latinos are really smart. Like, when Eddie and I do shows on, there's tons of Mexicans, tons of Latinos in the crowd. They get conspiracies. So when No Kings was happening in LA, there were like gang leaders who told their entire piece because they all found out it was funded by the war. Like, that's what always happens.
The billionaires fund these kind of radical groups to show chaos.
The Nazi Party
Because
was
they
rife
don't
with
want
informants,
that kind of crackdown on illegal immigration.
and Hitler was
There's a lot of
tried
people who
and
don't
sent
want
to
that kind
jail.
of crackdown.
However,
he
met with a
there's
very,
that, and they're already hiring
supportive
people
judge
that are illegals,
who
and they have
essentially identifies
their
with much of
factories,
his ideology and much of the Nazi
businesses,
Party's political aims, and so he gave them
and then
a
there
very
was
cushy
also the
ride,
dispute
less than a year in prison for
about
attempt to take over the
cutting
government.
back on
Imagine
Medicaid
that.
and SNAP
And
and
in
like
prison, as you can see him here, actually in the last prison, he was allowed to have visitors.
That was one of the
He's
things that
clearly
this
not
guy
wearing
was me
prison
about.
uniform.
Someone
He had
told
a
him
personal cook.
that he had
He had a
a conversation with
personal
someone who said he
valet
was
there,
really
and
upset
he
to
was
stop
able,
illegal immigration
while he
because
was
it's a
in
big part
prison,
of what
to
he uses for his
compose
business.
his autobiography.
He was like
Mein
open
Kampf.
about it. He was saying that he
Literally,
does it because he
my
doesn't have to
struggle,
pay them
which is
benefits.
essentially a chance
You pay them less and you don't pay them benefits. Like he was just
kind of like
saying
you
it
have
out loud.
today in certain types of
so
urban cultures,
that was
by
part
going
of
to
the
jail,
thing too of the country.
burn street
There was like
credibility,
it needs
street
more of a
cred. And when he came out of
supply
jail,
of people that are willing to do the construction
he was
jobs
hugely
and
famous.
the
His
slaughterhouse
Mein Kampf
jobs, like
was
jobs that
well-read,
nobody wants to work in the
well-read,
slaughterhouse.
stylish.
Like
It's hard to put
but I
together
also hear them
arguments
always say
with
Americans
lots of
don't want this
screens
job, and then
against
my
Jews,
fat
things like
ass
that.
is going to fucking
Nevertheless,
Wendy's
he
at
emerged
11 p.m.
from that
and I'm
period
ordering a
as
chicken
hero
sandwich. The
and
guy
was
handing me
able
the bag is 55 years old.
parlay this
I mean,
popularity
Americans want to work.
into the
That's a whole
leadership
psyop
of the
that they
Nazi
don't want to
Party,
do some
and then
job, but
ultimately
those jobs
to
are brutal,
Germany.
backbreaking labor.
Here's
All right,
a
if you're
photograph
picking
of the
vegetables,
so-called
if you're
brown
you're
shirts, as
working
they're
in a
popularly known.
fucking slaughterhouse,
This
dude,
is
that's a
a
brutal job.
one wing
You're
of the
around
early Nazi Party. They were later destroyed by Hitler in 1934.
You're cutting things up, you're covered in blood,
respectability
you're just around
for
death
his movement.
all
They
day
had the so-called
long.
Night of a Long
Death is
Night.
supposed to be something you
But
occasionally see.
throughout the 1920s and
Is
into the
it
early
this guy?
1930s,
Thank God
these
for the
brown
deer.
shirts were
You're
like
not supposed to see
that would
slaughter
march
24
around
hours a
and
day.
intimidate
Like
Jews,
crazy. That's like
intimidate
not
modern
normal for a
Germans,
human
intimidate
being.
journalists,
What's
and
really
so
weird
on,
is how like
with their
I've seen so much
paramilitary
death
expression.
movies.
And people
When
were
I see a
afraid to
dead
stand up
person,
to
which
Hitler
I think the first time I
because
saw
among other
dead
things, he
person,
actually
I
had
would
a kind of a
be incredibly
quasi-army
shocked. I
at his
remember I was
disposal.
driving home from
In the
Vegas with my
election,
then
to
girlfriend,
see that
and there was
the
a
power
giant
of the
car
Nazi
crash.
Party
Like a giant. I mean, it
proceeded
was
apace.
nasty.
In the election
She's
of
like,
May
don't get out of the car. And I'm
1928, you
like,
can see
I'm a
that the
hero.
only
And I
claim
get
the
out of
Nazi
the
Party
car.
only got
To see what's everything's
2.6%
okay. It's
of
all
the
good.
electorate. By September 1930, that had risen to 18.25, and by
And somebody
July
ran over with a
1932, a very
carjacker,
strong
like, get it up. I go, you're gonna look at something. You're
Now,
not
for
ready to
those of
see
you who are
right now.
watching this in
It's
America,
like,
you may think, well, 37,
But
that's
what I was
not a
blown away
majority.
by,
You need to have a
how not affected
51% to be able to
by
form a
seeing
government.
that.
But that's because you're
I
thinking
wasn't,
in American terms,
it
where
was
there
the first time I'd seen it,
basically
like
only two
outside of a
major
funeral.
parties that
I'd
have
seen
any
a dead
serious
body,
shot
like,
at
that
winning
just
the
had a
presidency
violent
in
ending. Why do you think you were affected? Because I think I've seen
Germany,
so many
there
movies
was a
where I've just seen
plethora
dead
of
people
parties, much like, for
that
example,
it just
in
was like
Israel,
a movie
in this
to me.
parliamentary
And
system
I didn't have
that
any reaction
made
to
up the government.
From the
And
first days
the
I moved to
government
LA,
typically
I've
goes
lived in
to
LA
the
since
party that is
1999.
able to have the
And like I was
largest
back there in the
single
crazy
plurality.
days on
So
Hollywood
if you look at
Boulevard
this
where it
chart
was
here,
still
you can see
thriving.
that the
And there was
Nazis
this
claim
weird story
33%
inside
of
smelled
the
death.
popular vote.
And I looked in and
The
there was
Social
something
Democratic
laying
Party
down
was the
there.
second largest
Again,
party with only
not
20%.
affected by it. I
And
don't
so
think it's a
Hitler
dead
had to
body.
essentially
It's like,
make
get out there, there's
coalitions
no dead
with
body,
the
go
other
away.
parties
But it
in
smelled
order
like
to
death.
govern.
But I
He was
still
given
was
that
really
opportunity in
amazed.
1933 and was
That was
named
probably the first time I
actually
saw a dead
chancellor.
body. And this
His
was
greatest
I
enemies,
was
the
just
ones who he
amazed by
feared the
how
most, were the
affected I
communists.
was
And then
by seeing
through some
this. Like I've been
political wrangling,
programmed
which
and
takes a
conditioned to
little
see
further
these
afield,
things,
he was able to
which
eventually
normally back in the
sideline
day
the
would be a
communists and
giant
ultimately consolidate his
moment.
control control
a lot of
has a
people
chance
would be horrified by it. Maybe you're horrified by life.
this point that we're
Maybe
going to
I've
do
had
this video,
a lot of people would be pretty horrified. I don't know if it's necessarily deconditioning for movies. Well, I can tell you something. So I used to do U.S. Soap tours, and the first time I go, I think it was with Brian Callen this time. No, that wasn't my first one, but I do. Yeah, that was the first one. I do with Steve Byrne, Deb Davidoff, and Brian Callen. We had this very nice man who was showing us around. He was our leader of our tour, and he was telling me that in World War I, they found that the guys couldn't shoot the enemy because they didn't want to kill them. They didn't have it in them to kill another human being. So he says that's when you start to see in movies guns coming out and shooting people. It's programming. And that's when it got way easier to start shooting people. Now you got these video games where you're just going into somewhere and you're murking everybody.
In movies.
In movies and video games.
Tons of movies, tons of video games. We were just talking about that the other day when you see people getting in fights, like in parking lots and shit, that it's almost like people think life is a movie. Like you don't really understand what a fight is, like how dangerous it is and scary it is. And you're doing it like it's like you're in a movie. And I wonder how much of that is because people have seen people fight in movies. And they just don't understand how crazy it is when there's no rules and you're just hoping this guy fights worse than you do. You have no idea. You don't know what you're doing. You're probably drunk and high.
What about having all the women?
You're in a movie. You think you're in a fucking movie, man.
What about all the women that now are kicking everybody's ass? I'm flying here, and every movie is a wave model beating the shit out of a fucking 300-pound Russian.
Oh, yeah.
And then you see videos where just go up and start swinging guys, and I'm like, it was Brian Holtzman's bit they used to do way back in the day.
Charlie's Angels.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah.
That was a great bit. That was a great bit. Oh, Holtzman's the best. It's so nice having him out here.
I love him.
He's so crazy.
I want to get out here.
But yeah, that's a crazy thing to show in movies. I mean, it's one thing if the woman has like superpowers, but if it's just a regular gal who's 100 pounds, 250-pound Russian dude with a neck as big as my waist. Like, what are we talking about? This is crazy. You're not going to hurt him at all if you hit him.
I was watching on a flight over. I was watching the latest Mission Impossible, and it's insane, dude. Have you ever seen it? It's amazing. Oh, dude, it just gets cranked up. But there's like two chicks in there, couldn't weigh more than 100 pounds, beating the shit out of everybody. And I'm like, this is it. You need a cyborg type chick.
Right.
You're gonna have somebody like Bill,
flatlining.
No neck, cyborg, like that woman. Cyborg is like the Wilt Chamberlain of female MMA, where like you could drop her 20 years in the future and she's still be working people because she's like that well built and she's that skilled. But that's who would be doing it, not like 100-pound women.
No, Kayla Harrison.
Yeah,
she can fuck up some dudes.
How was she? 135, 145?
She has to weigh 135 for a very small amount of time, but she was the 155-pound champ in the PFL. She's a big lady. Yeah, she's jacked. She's a juggernaut. She's super powerful. And when she gets a hold of these ladies, it's like the difference is so obvious. She's so fucking strong, man. So if that lady was in a movie fucking people up, I'd be like,
it totally makes sense. If I was a I'd be like, I'm running. This bitch is
so supermodel windshields, is fucking throwing sidekicks that are perfect. Like, come the fuck on. Stop.
I used to have a joke about Keira Knightley in Pirates of the Caribbean. She's like fighting everybody. I'm like, the only match she was fighting is anorexia. You know what I'm saying? There we go. We're good. Yeah, so she, it's just everything's programmed.
Well, it is, but I wonder if it's because we like that stuff because it fits in our head. Like Joseph Campbell's A Hero's Journey. Like it fits in our head. We want someone to kick their ass, and then you're winning. And you go through your trials, and he hit her. Oh my God, she's bleeding. Yeah. There's this thing that we want to see. We want it all nicely tied up in a bow.
Like Sigourney Weaver used to do it, but there was something about her who believed it. You're like, that's a bad bitch, and she'll fuck people up.
But she did it in the greatest science fiction movie of all time. She did it in Alien. Alien is the greatest sci-fi horror. I'll say sci-fi horror. Greatest sci-fi horror.
It was amazing
of all time. And you didn't even care that it was a woman that was the lead. It didn't even come up. It was so awesome that no one made a big deal. Sigourney Weaver, finally a woman lead role. And no one cared. No one cared. It was just awesome. It was just awesome. She was awesome. The movie was awesome. She got credit for being awesome, but just for being awesome, not an awesome woman or no caveats. It's like, come on. It was. You could do that in 1979. Movie because there was no fucking social penthouse. You think that they make sense? They don't make any sense. Like, stop concentrating on fucking these stupid little classifications of each individual and whether or not they should be elevated and magnified because of gender or sex or color or what. Stop!
participating in it. It's dumb. Meritocracy. Meritocracy for personality. Meritocracy for the way you get all the conversation with people. Meritocracy for being a better musician. Meritocracy for being a funnier comedian. Meritocracy. Everybody's the same. Even playing field in terms of acceptance of what you do in the world. Just do your best. Yeah, we want the best. Let the best rise everywhere. I don't know, because maybe we didn't know as much about it, but like when I think of the 70s or someone who looked like you came to see me from 100%. I couldn't give a shit. A lesbian, be more comfortable. They see someone looking like them. Yeah, what? No, my house is on fire. I'm not going to be comfortable. What are you talking about? I can't carry that. I broke my leg. What do I do? Well, you should have thought about that. Yeah, we got in the first place. Crazy. Like, Apple TV is putting out insanely great programming, but you don't realize how it is until you're already captured, right? And then you're like, whoa, what did I just watch? Like, I was watching Hijack, and I forget the name of the Marky Mark movie. No, it was a TV show on Apple TV, and it was the black British actor who's in The Wire. I forget what his name is. He's such a great. Yeah, he's phenomenal, right? He's awesome and everything. But I'm watching this show, and then about 5 episodes in, I realize this is a story of a black man who stops white hijackers from hijacking a Middle Eastern plane. And you don't realize it until you're halfway in. Where's the Mark Wahlberg one? The one that Mel Gibson directed. That one was good. Those other, like, some sort of a hijacking type of situation, right? What's it called? Flight Risk? Flight Risk. Solid one. Yeah, Wahlberg plays a great psycho. He's got some darkness behind the he plays a great psycho. He's also very lucky. Didn't get on a plane on 9/11. How lucky is that guy? What do you try to say? You got a heads up? I'm just saying. How many people just get lucky sometimes? Some people, him and Seth. Who did Family Guy? Where originally scheduled to be on American 11. Wow. He changed his plans, took a different flight to Toronto, Canada for a film festival instead. Later made comments how he would have fought back against the hijackers if he had been on the flight. I don't buy that story. Not his story. I buy he would fight back. I mean, he's shredded at this point. He's still shredded. But I don't buy that whole thing. They had box cutters. Come on, man. Yeah, what do you think happened? Do you think that it was like automatically flown into the towers, like remote towers? Oh, well, now you're getting into like high impact events and how there's like layers. There's so many layers to it. Sure, but the actual hijacking itself, do you think that those guys that we found, luckily, it was like an amazing coincidence that even though everything from the plane was destroyed in an incredible burning inferno, his passport, magically floated safely to the ground. Was it singed at all? Yeah. Was it even singed? I have a show called Doom Scrolling where we just watch all these conspiracy videos, and one of them, Passport Man, where they made a superhero just on a passport. I mean, let's watch. Not to make light of a tragedy, but can we see the impact of one of the planes into the towers? About 4 of the hijackers' passports. Well, sometimes you just get lucky. Maybe God was looking out for us. Can you show me the video of the impact? Can we just see the video? Let's just imagine being a passport and saying, listen, it's your job. It's your job to get them on board. Yeah, all the other people on board with passports, their passports, for whatever reason, didn't burn up. Yeah, all those like American citizens with passports. Yeah, so we can get into it. All those people from other countries that were just here on vacation with their passports. Yeah, those passports didn't make it. Just going to check out New York should be cool. So let's watch the impact. Watch this. And imagine if you're a passport and you got to do your job. Here it comes. What happened? Oh, that's what it did? Oh, did not show any impact? Sons of bitches. I want to see the real one when it like flies. Yeah, where you see it go bang and then it. Yeah, see if you can find a video where it flies right into it. So, one of those 4 were found at the World Trade Center, the other 3 were not there. How about 18 views of plane impact on South Tower? This is like, those compilations on porn. Oh, dude, it's the only thing I watch it. By the way, 26 days on porn, everybody. this.
27.
Okay, that one, it flew into the back, so you couldn't see it from that angle. But yeah, that one where it's kind of up like here, and then it goes in, and then it like, it's some weird... Okay, there it is. Let's watch this one. Okay, so no, we're seeing it from the other side too. But I've seen it from the other way. I've seen the plane actually fly in. Somebody had that angle. Yeah, it's from below up. Is that it right there? Try that. I know, I'm just saying. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, if you saw that thing down, look, there's some papers flying out. Look, boom, and look at all the papers. That ain't papers, that's glass, bitch. There's no way a passport is making it through that. First of all, there's nothing left. That's just goo and incineration and fire and jet fuel. And the jets had just taken off, correct? Yeah. And so they had they took off from Boston, which is very close.
We're very close.
And so they had a lot of gasoline. How the fuck's a passport? How many passports were saved?
One was found below the World Trade Center. 2 were found in the crash site in Pennsylvania. 1 was found in luggage that didn't even.
Okay, well that's different. So then the fire is the big one. The crash, one fire. That one's like, that's the magic bullet on steroids. That's crazy.
And then somehow took out those 2, and then 2 other buildings. And nobody talks about building 5.
Okay, here's the big one. The one the Let's Roll one. They shot that out of the sky, right?
I mean, I have theories.
But doesn't that one seem like that one out of the sky? Because that one is weird because the wreckage is spread out for miles. Not like it crashed into the ground, but like it got shot out of the sky and slowly drifted to Earth going 500 miles an hour.
Yeah, and then all the...
What is this? That's his passport. Is that it? Do they actually have the photo of it?
Pretty burnt passport.
Yeah, it's pretty dark, but come on.
How about how weird is that in Neo's driver's license is
Also, like, what would cause a passport that's on fire to not be on fire anymore? Just curious. Why would it stop at his face? Just curious. I mean, once things are on fire and they're made out of paper and plastic, generally they don't stop being on fire until there's nothing else to burn. How does it stop?
Well, that to his face. Well, about all these fires, this is a big debate on tinfoil hat. People debate it all the time. You have all these houses that are incinerated, and then there's all these trees that are perfectly fine. So then you get into the debate, like what causes fire? Oh, it's drought, okay, but why are the trees okay? Because they have water in them. Well, are we in a drought or do we have water? And that's when you get into vibrations, dude, like high, like radio waves and stuff like that. Everyone thinks it's a direct. That's a big part of this. That people think it's direct energy.
You think fires are caused by radio waves? Is what you're saying?
Well, some people are going down. So I wanted to tell you this story. So right around the Paradise fires, right after that, Eddie and I are doing tinfoil hat. We do Bakersfield first, and then we go to Sacramento. In both shows, someone from PSG shows up. What's PG? What is the PG&E? Excuse me. The people who have the smart meters on all of these houses. They run the electricity and the power for all of California. First show we do in Bakersfield, a bunch of guys who look like Zero Dark 30 show up. They're like, yeah, we'll work at PG&E. I'm like, oh, that's super interesting because that just happened. And then the next time in Sacramento, and I remember this very well because it was the last night I ever drank alcohol, ever in my life. There was some hop on with a fat rack. And I'm like, today's my sobriety goes away. So I have a shot with her. She tells me she's from PG. So both nights in a row, we have people show up to our show from this company that everybody says could be behind the smart meters, okay? So, how big were
this year in Bakersfield? Is that what you're saying?
The first show is Bakersfield. That's where the second show, Sacramento.
And where do these people work? Where's their building? Like, where?
I mean, PG&E's all over
California. Right. So they were at different offices. Both of those places, a lot of people don't go to, right? Like it's when when people go up, when we do a show in Bakersfield, back when I lived in LA, they're like, holy shit, someone came out here. Right. Like no one goes out there. Yeah. So that's, I would imagine if you're at PG&E and you're stuck in some podunk fucking town. I mean, it's possible. It's very weird that 2 shows in 2 nights. I'm just saying it's super interesting, weird, but it's also like those people that work for these organizations, and they probably just regular people that buy and they like the show. I like conspiracies. I know you do. I just like to let the brakes on. So with the radio waves causing fires, it's gonna be a problem. Okay. So Wednesday, Pacific Gas and Electric revealed to federal judge that its utility equipment issues may have caused fires in some California counties, including Kern County. According to the court documents, May 30th and 31st, Bell Ridge fire burned 53 acres after a power line fell, causing the grass to catch on fire. The documents also said that PG&E worker had identified a broken tie wire but was not fixed in time in 2019, right? Caused fires including Fresno, Mariposa, and yeah. So I had somebody hit me up one time, and they were talking about how there's a weird percentage that insurance companies do whether your house could catch on fire. Right? Yeah. And fire insurance, stuff like that. It's brutal in California that you can't get fire insurance. She was telling me that everyone on her block had like a really high rating except for her house. And I go, well, does your house have a smart meter on it? She goes, no.
Yo, what's up, Greek Freak? How you living, little pork chop? Long time no speak. What's good?
Right. So what's really interesting about the Sacramento show, besides the big
that's fun.
person or whatever, is I'm outside on the balcony.
Slang a dick like it's going out of style. Just watching history lectures, some podcasts. Saw you guys were in here. Figured I'd say hello. So just checking in. All right, I may have to do that. All right, well, how's Greek Freak doing? Greek Freak, you there? You jerking yourself off raw. Yeah, that could be. All right, little pork chop. I'll let you continue doing what you're doing. I just wanted to come in and say hello. Hope all your investments are doing well. Yo, little pork chop. I was just saying, I hope all your investments are doing well. You take it easy, okay, my friend? Peace. Specifically indicated that Jews were the outgroup must have had a phenomenal thinking, both Jews and non-Jews. During the 1930s, it's not surprising there was a significant number of German Jews. Look at the period between 1933 and 1934, Kristallnacht, 150,000 Jews fled Germany. More than of the Jews of Germany fled. The real challenge, however, was not that they should flee, but where could they flee to? Most countries had severely restricted their immigration policies, and this would only increase the severe constriction of the conduits for Jews to escape Nazi Germany. We'll explore that a little later on in this course. Nevertheless, Jews had exit visas to get anywhere. So you have to pile on natural inertia, difficult for a person to leave his or her hometown, all of their connections in the community, their economic support, and so on, and take a risk on going to some far-off country. But if you add to that the fact that those countries are not willing to have them, to take them in, that must have been incredibly difficult for German Jews to leave. Sadly, many of them who fled to closer regions in Europe, they did not flee. That's how we're going to split this up. We talk about Kristallnacht, which marks the end of the interwar period, prepares us to discuss the war itself.
One of the important dates in the history of the Holocaust is the 9th and 10th of November, 1938. This is also known as the November pogrom, or more popularly, Kristallnacht. Kristallnacht was a term that was actually coined by Joseph Goebbels, who wanted to try and create kind of a positive spin, a heroic sound to this night of violence, or 2 nights of violence. And the term Kristall, of course, means a crystal or really broken glass in this context. The night of broken glass, which refers to the wide-scale looting and damaging of Jewish-owned stores in cities throughout Germany. Kristallnacht is remarkable for many reasons. So first off, it represents a dramatic escalation of state-sponsored attacks on the Jewish population as a whole, with literally hundreds of smaller attacks occurring throughout Germany and Austria as well. And it represents a dramatic escalation in terms of the violence of the attacks as well. The precise number of those killed is not certain, but it most likely is in the triple digits. There are also an unknown number of rapes, and certainly a wide-scale damage of property, which is perhaps the most prominent feature of Kristallnacht, the destruction of synagogues. Nearly 300 synagogues burned to the ground. There's also a massive collection of Jews
I go, really? I go, what happened? She goes, I get the story. She goes, I was just chilling there, like on her porch or something like that, and she saw this like silver cigar thing in the sky. Right, the silver cigar thing, and she said lights were going back and forth, and this is right before the fire, back and forth. And then she said, suddenly the lights all just went, and then there were fires everywhere. And I didn't stop thinking about this story a long time ago. And suddenly videos now are popping up all over Twitter. You go to my AAA.com, there's a video right now of a guy playing catch with his dog, and he throws the frisbee. And when the dog goes up to grab the frisbee, suddenly you see something just fly through the air. It's a silver, like scar-looking thing.
It's very clear.
Okay, let me see this video because there was a time where Eddie Bravo and I, we thought that rods were flying through the air. We watched this documentary on rods. You remember rods? I know. You got into conspiracies a little later. So I've always been conspiracy. This was one of the dumb ones. Really dumb one. So there's these things that supposedly flew so fast through the sky that you could only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye. Turns out what it was bugs flying quickly close through where the lens is, and it's so it stretches these bugs out and makes them look like rods that are flying through the air. It's just because the video's not that good. So there's a show something finding monsters on History Channel. One of those shows, you know those shows? Yeah, they were trying to find out what rock was. So they set up cameras just so they can try to see if they can capture them and film. And then they set up a super high-speed camera in the same location, and they did it over like a little campfire, so the bugs would be flying around, and whatever it was like where bugs were flying around, and then they were filming it, and then on the high-speed camera, you could clearly see it was bugs. But the low-speed camera,
Germany retaliated by
never identified flying through the air, but it's just video. Okay, so this thing slows it down.
But last actually several weeks, there
was like one of the newer videos I put out
in the border region of Poland and Germany before they could finally be repatriated.
Do you know that we've had flying crafts that would go 200 miles an hour before this
time received a postcard from a relative who was living in unbearable conditions at this time, and he resolved to do something about it.
Good steep Okay, I'm sitting here. And just let it play because it shows you what it is.
Johannes von Welczek, who was the German Grinchman, made his way to the embassy and finding himself unable to contact Welczek himself, he instead shot Ernst Barat, shown here, a minor consular official. So Grinchman murdered von Barat specifically with the intention to
of the video to catch it because it doesn't seem like it. Because the video is catching it.
He would later regret
enough of
the
high-speed
filming every Monday
about what this is, the slow-mo filming.
But nevertheless, he did it quite consciously, as a
the blurriness
political
behind
act
it's weird.
intended to demonstrate to Germany
You know, where it looks
his
like it almost has like
displeasure with how
a jet coming out back.
Goebbels, however,
I
sees
think that's
this
all part
with
of
a tremendous fervor
What
because
do
it
you think,
represented an opportunity
Right,
to
but what's that
finally
trail
put in
bug? That's a bug?
this night of rage.
Yeah, as it's moving fast, so it's stretched out as a video artifact,
Two
just like the
nights
rods
went
thing.
by
Yeah, I would
with
have full video art. It just looks like the wings of a bug,
throughout
and it's like
the
there's a body, and
population.
it's got giant wings.
To look as if it was
looks like that?
spontaneous,
And what
and
kind
the
of
possible
that
engine of destruction
I mean,
was the Sturm
it's a perspective
The
thing.
Sturm
I
of
think the
Thailand,
bug
also known
moves.
as the
Bugs
Vouchers,
move pretty fucking
had
fast.
suffered a major
but
blow to
bugs
their
moving
status in
fast in the right
1934
direction.
in a night of
And
long
that
knives,
far
since
away,
when
little.
Hitler
You're gonna
had
see
sought
that
to,
far away, little.
kind of
As
decide
it
to make
passes
his
by, it gets
Nazi
small
movement
so
more
quickly, it
palatable to
gives
the
you the
German population
illusion
as
of
a whole.
more speed.
But nevertheless, the
Because it's so
Sturm of
little, it
continued to exist.
disappears quickly.
They're known in English
I
as
don't, you ever see a mosquito? You
Kristallnacht
see it float to
was
the air, and
really
then it's gone.
something
You can't
that
find the fire because there's
almost
two.
perfectly
Right, I
suited
think
to
there's.
the makeup
Once
of
they
this
go a
particular
certain distance away, it's like they want to
Goebbels
know how
argued
far away
for
that
a
is. I mean,
night
that
of
is
rage
way
that
too
spread
far
across
right
the
camera. That's
really well
I think
organized
it went right over the camera,
This
and I think within a couple of seconds, like look where it goes.
Cities and towns.
Right, I think it's right over the camera
whenever
in
they
the right
felt that a
direction,
particular store
and I
was
think it only
owned by
takes
Jews,
like
burning
a
synagogues,
millisecond for a
looting them,
fucking bug to do
destroying and
that.
desecrating
Let's
Torah
see it again.
schools, and
Here
even
goes.
engaging in home invasions.
Stop it
where
at
rape
farthest.
and
Let's
murder
just don't stop it. Here goes.
Again, the number
It's
of
already
Jews killed is a matter of some debate. This happens to be a very fluid time for many Jews as well. The final number is not known, but estimates very reasonable
Maybe there's a
estimates
type
number
of
from
bug
just
that I'm
100
aware of that
to
moves really fast, though.
almost,
Where is that? Where is that?
6,000 Jews,
I
however,
don't know where
were
that comes
arrested
from. I mean,
in
it's a lot.
widespread
Like, we need to know where it
roundups
is.
of Jews
They've had
and
crafts
sent to the
since
concentration
before the
camps.
Civil
We'll have a
War.
lot more
They
to
were
say
building
in
like 200 miles an hour. Okay, who's they?
series.
Where'd you
But
get this
this is the
government?
first time
The
that they
Civil
mentioned that
War.
Jews
Yeah,
were rounded
before
up simply
1865.
for the fact that
They
were
had
Jews.
crafts
And this set
that
a
could go
major
200 miles an hour in the air.
precedent for
Yes.
Nazi activity.
Who made them? You could look it
The
up.
Jews were also
Pre-Civil
subject to a
War,
tremendous degree of collective
aircraft.
punishment.
Well, there was
The Nazis argued that Jews
bunch of,
collectively in
German
Germany were
scientists in
responsible
America
for
that were working with the
actions.
government.
And
So this
they held
predates
the
Orville
entire
Wright.
Jewish population
I'm just
accountable.
telling you, right?
The
Doesn't
man
it?
had paid
I don't know. I don't know dates. I think it does. Right? Isn't Orville and Wilbur Wright? Is that the
to pay
1800s?
not only the damage that it was the starvers that wreaked upon their cities, but also as a punitive damages for the murder of their consular official. Eventually, there's a strange epilogue to the entire story of Grinchman. He was caught and arrested.
So
The Nazis
you're telling
wished
me
to put
that
him
in
on a show trial.
1860,
They deftly
I'm
maneuvered
telling you, in
past
1860,
that,
they
in
all
fact, the reason
flying
he murdered
crafts
Barat
that got,
had
well,
nothing
as
to
long
do
as you've
with
done
the
multiple
Nazi
shows on it,
activity of his
brother,
marriage,
I'm the
but
truth,
rather
okay?
it was a matter of a
Where the
lover's
fuck did
quarrel.
you hear
He
this?
was engaged in a
Two
relationship
guy Joseph P. Farrell was on, and he's like
killed him as
amazing.
a result
And
of
he was pregnant. There were
the
Joseph P.
Nazis, of
Farrell's
course,
area of
their
expertise.
slumbox stuff
In
in my
history, he
department. They
does a lot
certainly
in
couldn't put
religion.
Grinchman in a show trial if
He's
he was going
self-taught.
to
No,
call
he's
out the official
great
as a
interview.
homosexual, and so
I mean,
therefore
he's a
the show trial
self-taught. Does he have like
ultimately
a
ended up.
traditional,
Grinchman, however,
education and
disappears,
stuff? Or
and
he's written like
fate
1,000
is
books on
largely
it.
unknown.
That's a
He
lot
was
of books.
declared
You can barely read one book.
The reaction
on
to
Alexander II
Kristallnacht
right now.
is perhaps
What does he
even
say?
more significant
He's saying that
than
in
the
the
event itself.
pre-Civil
Here's an image I
War and
personally
during the
find
Civil War,
very
they had
chilling.
crafts
This
that were
photograph
traveling
is
at
of a
200
parade
miles an hour.
that was taken
Okay,
just a
and,
few months
you
after
can find pictures.
and you see an
Well, as
absolute
long as it's
horrific
pictures.
thing.
Well, there's
The,
drawings. Someone took
float
drawings.
itself, as the
Come
title
on,
is very
man.
movement
Why,
suggests,
Jamie, you're leaving
which
me
really
here. Hang on, look at you. Look at you.
one that
It's gotta be
feeds
legit.
on
It's there. It
Jews
sounds so
or the
legit.
Jew eater.
Will you
You
look
can
up
see it's
why
kind of
for so many years before they
and
first
here
very
there are
primitive
people
plane that
who
could barely
can
get off the ground.
kind of
And
climb
credit
up
those
as
guys
if
with
it's some kind
developing
of
purpose
right.
plane.
They put on these paper noses
Oh, that's true. Thank you.
mimic
Oh, so
Jews
is it
in
like a blend?
anti-Semitic fashion.
Trying to
And then they step up and they actually enter into the mouth of the
Yeah, stop.
Now,
It's true.
this
It's
is
true.
actually
No,
a
it's a good point.
long
It can be a
German
blend,
art. Here's
but
an
when they
example
first
from
start
a
doing blips.
14th century
That's why
church
was that the whole
wall
point of like
in
Led Zeppelin
Nuremberg
and they didn't
that
want people
shows
getting
something
on
called a
blimps, so they
Hellmouth.
like crash
This is a large beast that is
Everyone
kind
thinks
of
so.
like
You guys
a
think
hell.
I'm nuts. I'm
And
just
these
telling you,
various
everything's a
the,
psyop.
I love it. I
want to hear
war psyops. I'd rather go that way than the other way. Everything's a psyop. I want to hear that everything's a psyop. I think someone should do conspiracy news. It'd be 10 times better than what you see on television. I was watching, my girlfriend gets out watching MSNBC. Doesn't matter how much they lie to her. She's like dug in, and that's her team, right? And so I listened to Rachel Maddow the other day talking about like Team RFK Jr. about mRNA vaccines, right? You want to start?
Very good, Professor. The Jew eater, the Hellmouth. And in fact, that is ironically exactly what was going to happen to Jews in just a few months to the onset of the two. But to return to Kristallnacht, there was a huge outcry worldwide over the attacks on Jews.
There's a 100% chance you won't get COVID. You know, it's not everybody how important mRNA vaccines are. It's like she was only off by 100%.
Orchestrated kind of activity.
Trying
There's a tremendous amount of finger-wagging and Hitler, but ultimately not much was done. And in fact, not too many Jews were allowed
to
into various countries either. So it was simply kind of like an outward show of displeasure without really much enforcement in Germany.
You know, taking vitamins, eating healthy,
Hitler
drinking
was
water,
quite
going to yoga.
unhappy to
What
see
happened?
that there was removal among the population over Kristallnacht.
You know, I live in California
but not
where
so
they're all
much
about
for
my
its
body, my
anti-Semitic
choice,
content,
except for the
or
vaccines.
because of the tremendous
And I had
amount of
arguments with
disorder
people. I'm like, I thought you're my body,
the Germans were not
choice,
happy
and now
with
you're
the
telling me I
idea
have to take a
of
vaccine. They're like,
hooligans,
it's
even
different.
affiliated
It's
with the Nazi Party, running around their
It's not at
streets,
all.
destroying
Not like it was
which of
to some
course had
people at the
a
time.
significant economic
Because some people
impact
got
on the entire country.
way more anxious
And
about the
so
pandemic than other
Hitler
people. Those
essentially
people
had
just
two
they
very
reacted so they thought these other people that weren't doing the right thing were fucking it up for everybody. Because that's what they believed at the time.
Based on his
Problem is,
reading
most of
of
those people
German
never kind of owned up to what
reaction,
they did.
Germans
Because
would
they were
tolerate
wrong.
the persecution of
And we
Jews,
did get
but
hoodwinked.
had to happen out
And
of
there's still
sight.
people that are trying to
This would
defend
not be
it
something
and
that
like
was
stop
so
trying to
obvious
defend it. It is out.
as,
Didn't stop infection. Didn't
attacks
stop
in the street.
transmission. That alone
Jews
would
had
have
to be
stopped almost
transported
everybody
elsewhere
from taking
if they were to be
or a lot of
persecuted.
people from taking
And secondly, based on
they knew
foreign
that.
reaction,
They knew that
the
from
world
the
were
jump. They
upset,
never did
but there will
studies
be
on whether or
no
not
real
it would stop
consequence
infection. They
to
just
Germany,
wanted to see if it created
no matter
antibodies.
what
The
actions
whole
they
thing
take.
is,
This
when you
plays
listen to
very
RFK
heavily
Jr. talk about it, you're like,
into
this can't
overall
be, can't be telling the truth.
strategy that
Yeah, and then you
Hitler
find out
had
he is.
of
You're like,
pushing the
this is
envelope,
nuts.
as we will
This
discuss
is
in the
nuts.
next class.
Right, and then have you ever seen when they broke down how long it would actually take to make
Nevertheless,
like
this
5
is
billion
a very
vaccines
important
that they
date
wanted
in
for everybody?
understanding the
It would
Holocaust.
take 10. It was just the thing
Major
that it was
escalation of
that they had
attacks
done it in
and it
front
was
of
a
everybody and
harbinger
everybody
of
agreed to it. They
victory.
realized they agreed to it and they realized they got duped. They don't want to admit they got duped.
Yes. They want to be right, not do right.
Yeah, and then there's how many like really nutty, like Marxist, left-wing, lunatic like conferences do I see online where they're all
Thank you very much for coming. It's wonderful to have an audience here. I'm amazed that so many people have the same kind of passion for learning Jewish history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoy it as much as I enjoy doing the research on this. So let's go straight to the material. You're going to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the century of the first millennium. Like the zeros up to 100, and we'll just over a little bit into the second century. We'll cover the following events in this lightning tour of Jewish history. We're going to have the first Roman-Jewish war that began in the year 6 and extended by most scholars count to the year 74. Some will date it a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which it's certainly not a war. It's not exactly a rebellion either, but we'll get to it to try to understand what exactly happened at that point. Then we will continue to the incredible Bar Kokhba Rebellion, which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history. And I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival. And that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to the positive side of the ledger, and in all of those battles that I've described, the Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against the wall, tremendous barriers, the Romans were able to defeat us at any turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but never left in each one of those battles. But the one battle, the war in reality that we won, was one of the Battle of the Mind, expressed in the codification of the Mishnah. So we're going to look at what exactly it is and how it provided Jewish survival over the next centuries, and in fact millennia. I would like you to bear in mind some of the thought of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Whitmire Barron, who is generally regarded as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a towering intellect with multiple languages at his disposal and a phenomenal grasp of so many different cultures, difficult scholar to read. I mean, when you look at his massive 16-volume, unfinished social and religious history of the Jews,
yo, what up?
you really need a PhD
How you living?
to figure out what he's talking about.
What's good, son?
Isn't Lincoln another one they got rumors about? Yeah.
Nolan.
Yeah. Like closeted.
Cray.
Well, maybe like everybody did back then. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Back then. So they just fucked. The thing was that they were like, man, come over here, Bob. Together in the same bed. No, that's true. You know, it's probably not that weird for us, but back then it was like excommunicated. But yeah, airships. They're called airships. And there's a certain so was that supposedly a thing where a person could get in? Yeah. So the boats with airbags is what I've been seeing. Other flying machines here. Okay, so what that looks like is like sails, right? Can you show me that thing? Yeah. That's like sails, like a sailboat. But it's even attached to a base. So do you just jump off a cliff with that? How do you get that bitch off the ground? One of them I'm describing, I think it's this. There was a traveling gas thing that went along with it, so it could keep fueling. Right here, see a mobile gas generator. It was accompanied by a wagon consisting of necessary. Oh my God! See if you can look up. That's crazy. Tinfoil Hat 901. That's the episode, and there's a picture of the craft that they've made. So they're just refueling these balloons. These aren't even balloons, dude. It's like literal aircrafts that go 200 miles an hour.
In English, but nevertheless. Brilliant work. And in this regard, he warned us against what's been called the lachrymose school of Jewish history, the tearful vision of history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of indoctrination. It's very common in day schools. It's a great kind of model for Jewish history if you want to build Jewish identity, where the Jews are oppressed over and over again, and then nevertheless they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars call the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and control civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see the other end of the story, not even in our own lifetime. And there are times when the achievements are so phenomenal that we don't realize them in our own lifetimes. But I nevertheless would like to offer you some caution of the model that we will be using to theoretically understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We're going to, of course, rely on Josephus. We met him last week. We looked at the testimonial of Flavianus and his problematic relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here, because whereas in the previous period, Joseph was a chronicler. He was working with sources, he was working on archival documents. Now he's actually a first-person player in the story that he is describing, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are written large in this history. So he is a participant, observer in the history that we'll be studying today. We will also be relying on some Roman historians like Dio Cassius, some church historians who will look at this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective that we study. And we will be relying on the Talmud, which, although it is a reliable source for history, we said before, because it's not trying to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal, theological concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud view on some of the passages in Jewish history we discussed today. We'll also be looking at some great archaeological finds, most notably the amazing finds in mid-century of the Bar Kokhba tunnels. Here's one of my children here who is exploring some of the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open to, select who go through them. These are the tunnels that were dug by rebels in the 2nd century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them with tremendous efficacy. By the way, this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Costa River Boat Cruise. So if you want to do something fun this summer, yeah, okay. Anyways, okay. An example of the amazing documents we get from the archive or the archaeological finds are, for example, the Babata archive, which is a phenomenal trove of the most precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Babata, and she was hiding out with the rebels during the Bar Kokhba period, and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about the appearance of women from a woman's perspective, really, in the document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I
love this woman.
Get over the course of the next 15 minutes.
I love this woman.
Okay, so let's go right to our history. Where we left our heroes last week, we had just seen the death of Herod, and we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at early Christianity, the growth of this movement, and its impact on Jewish history in the 1st century. We will, of course, be coming back to this very significant movement over the century. But what about the political life in Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left such a major impact on the life of the region? So he had 3 sons, and he nominated one of them, Herod Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other 2 brothers were unsatisfied with this, and the Romans had actually said that the region should be divided into 3. You can see an color-coded map. Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of Herod, but the Romans, of course, did not allow the Jewish prime kings to designate the successors. They would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right? The regions of Judea and Samaria, Idumea, from the Mediterranean coast to the Jordan River. And they gave a second son, Herod Antipas, the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, Herod Philip took Gaulantes. The brothers were unsatisfied with the division, and so they all 3 of them went to Rome to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, they fell into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever-present offensive Roman soldiers and the Jews living in Jerusalem, and it actually broke out into violence that was actually taking place on the temple ground.
I love you, girl. I love this girl so much.
This is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100-odd years. Before it was completely destroyed, it was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government. Let's not forget that the Jews have been dutifully submitted.
I love this woman.
That it's mandated in the Torah that they should give every year towards the upkeep of the temple. These funds keep coming in, even through the Roman period, and even after the temple was destroyed, these will still be contributing this amount to shekel, which is quite a significant amount of money. After the temple was destroyed, of course, one of the punitive measures that the Romans would take is they say, you still have to contribute this Masaka, this Judaeus, but it is not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed, is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden. But nevertheless, it was a constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator lost the temple, which was a precedent that we would see would have dire consequences Jews afterwards. And what else? While the three would-be kings are in Rome, there are two other people who are standing up saying, we're actually the real king, and they're claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that region is descending into political chaos at this time. Varus, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this political infighting, and he captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends them off to the south of France to this town called Vienne, which is actually one of the places that made for the riverboat cruises. Okay, so now let's think a little bit about the political organization of the
Dude, she got rid of a bunch of them.
living under someone called a procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Hawaiian kings who are present throughout the first century.
Oh, no.
Procurators were based in Syria. You recall this is the city that specifically for the Romans.
She's so funny.
Amphitheaters and
this woman should have her own fucking movie.
Deep water ports, things like that.
And she's beautiful.
Syria was really known as a Roman center, even though there would be some important rabbis who would establish a foothold there, like Rabbi Rothschild, for example. But it's distinct from Jerusalem. This is a very, very Roman city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman gods, lots of Roman idolatry, and so on. The term procurator replaced a term that had been used up until the middle of the century, which was prefect, sometimes spelled with the A-E for the English spelling, or just with the E as you spell it in America. And it seems to indicate a decline in status of the prefect. The prefect had more authority. The procurator was primarily a financial figure, collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this time is Pilate, and in 1961, this stone discovered in Jerusalem that actually makes Pontius Pilate. You recall, he was the prefect who put Jesus to trial, and he wanted to substitute him for Barabbas, and when the huddled masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law behalf of the period, then Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, which is how we get the expression. Here he is, you can see the images that are kind of wiped out are from Augustus, which is from the Caesar, Tiberius, to Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews or Judea. This is dedicated. This is kind of like the first shul plaque in history. I thought that was funny, but I just made it up myself. Okay, so it's interesting though. Really, it's clear archaeological data through the existence of someone named Pontius Pilate, and one can, by extension, argue that many of the other stories have some history as well. The relationship of these prefects to Syria is not clear, and quite a bit of ink is spilled among Roman historians trying to figure out exactly who reported to whom. But in general, it seems that the Syrian governor, where the real military political power would come, and that's very significant, as we shall see during the First Roman-Jewish War. But what's well known is that for most of the first century history, the Romans were actually remarkably tolerant of this bizarre people they ruled in Judea. We were so different from every other culture they encountered. We worship an invisible God. We insisted that we would not worship any other gods. We would not bow down to idols, which in the civic religion of the time, you have to realize it's the moral equivalent of standing up while they play the national anthem at a ball game. Refusing to stand, which of course is in today's politics is the principal, very demonstrable act of defiance. And if today we're upset about it, you can imagine in the Roman Empire how much more so it would have been upset about. Nobody took, except for Caligula, we'll see him in a second, nobody took the religion really that seriously. Nobody thought that the emperor was actually a god. Nobody thought that the statues really had power. This is what you did. This is just normal Roman behavior. And we refused to do these things. We refused to work. One day out of 7 was considered incredibly lazy. We did circumcision was considered barbaric, considered mutilation of human form. All kinds of, and of course we refrained from very basic dietary elements of the Roman life force. So there were all these kinds of things that the Romans didn't understand about the Jews, but nevertheless, they gave us space to do what we wanted to do. As long as we came up with the money, our taxes, our tribute, as long as we were not rebelling openly, then the Romans were perfectly fine to do. We see a couple of examples of this. For example, here's one exception. The big exception is Caligula. He was really one of the most bizarre and awful of the Roman emperors. He ruled between the years 37 and 41 when he was assassinated, about 4 years too late. He actually believed he was a god and wanted everyone else to believe the same. And after there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered the first anti-Jewish pogrom in history, there was a demonstration in the city of Yavne. We'll come back to Yavne a little later today. It's a very important city in this period of time. Jews were demonstrating against the setting up of smaller idols in the city of Yavne, and so he said that's ridiculous. If the Jews in Yavne, this small provincial town, are going to be upset about a few statues, I will show them. I want a statue made of myself, and I want to plant it in the temple in Jerusalem. And he actually ordered the stone, he ordered it carved, it was actually carved in the city of Sidon in the north of Lebanon. And even the local Roman governors, the local Roman prefects are saying, please, the Jews, what's the point of this? You're just going to make a lot of trouble, and he really trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from this particular course of action. In the end, Caligula died before the icon could be installed in Jerusalem. It actually would have ended up being shipped somewhere else. But this is one of the major exceptions to the general rule that until the 60s, the Romans were generally fairly tolerant of Jewish idiosyncrasies. Other examples, if a Jew was called to court in a Roman court of law, they were exempted from attending on Shabbos. I'm not even sure if we can say that about many modern European countries. If they have courts of law on Saturday, would a Jew be exempted? I know that kids going to non-Jewish universities have difficulty getting out of classes on Shabbat. Can you imagine the Roman Empire would say, that's no problem for you? By the way, I'm a dean at an amazing college, Touro College. We have like anti-Semitism right on campus. We have precisely 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campus in Brooklyn. So the Romans were also satisfied with just token observances of their authority. Like, for example, they're perfectly okay knowing that Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifices and later. They said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down for a statue. You don't want to celebrate our feast. That's fine. You're doing a sacrifice thing, that'll be your assignment. So basically, they were willing to go along to get along as long as they got the money and as long as they do not fight back. They also made some really tremendous efforts not to display standards with the same living creature, within the boundaries of Jerusalem. This didn't apply to the rest of it, but they were very sensitive in general not to walk into Jerusalem, let's say, with military banners that had an eagle on it, things like that. They had instructions, depending on which emperor was in charge and which procurator was in power at the time. By and large, for much of the first century, they were really pretty good about these kinds of things, because Jews at the time were very, very particular about the graven image, which of course relates to the second commandment, which says you shall not make such graven images, and the interpretation that was common then was literally no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were observed. So for the most part, they were not really awful as oppressors go, but you will see that this is going to go down very rapidly in the 60s. So let us turn now briefly to the two major client kings of the first century. They're both named Agrippas. They're actually both named Herod Agrippas, but they're usually referred to simply as Agrippas or even Agrippa. Agrippas first, this is a coin minted by Agrippas the first. He ruled in Israel between years 37 and 41. You can see it's actually a puta. This is a cup. It is the smallest denomination of currency in the Messianic and Talmudic period. This is the minimum, it's about the size of a dime in real life. This is the minimum amount of money that it takes to seal a transaction or an agreement. Famously, in the Catholic Kiddushin, this is what it takes to get married. Getting unmarried is considerably more expensive, I understand. But you can see that on the left it says in Greek, Basileus, which means king, and there is a parasol, which I think is kind of like a symbol of protection, of shade, and on the right are sheaves of wheat, which are symbolic of cleansing, of harvest, so on. So Agrippas was an unusual figure. He was raised in Rome from the age of 6. You see this quite often with minor royalty, where they are raised in a kind of a hostage environment in the host city in order to learn the values of Rome, which he, of course, absorbed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character. He was frequently in debt, and he was moving from place to place, borrowing money, essentially against his family name. And at one point he was so heavily in debt, according to Josephus, he actually contemplated suicide. However, he fell in with the Emperor Caligula, who found in him a kindred spirit, and he actually traveled with Caligula's retinue. He was kind of like a Caligula groupie. And then when Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble now, because what is he supposed to do? He has tied his entire career to this individual. He makes his way to Israel, and he becomes something of a Baal, he actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism, that is the traditional rabbinic Judaism of the great rabbis that would later form the basis of the Judaism we know today. And the rabbis actually expressed some of their admiration for his support of Pharisaic ideals. For example, this famous passage in Tractate Sota, where Agrippa the king is given an aliyah within a particular context, and he's called up to read the Torah. And as he's reading the Torah, he begins to cry, because he reads the verse, "You may not appoint a foreigner over you." And he, of course, is from Herod, his grandfather, and Herod was an Idumean, and so he feels, as much as I like people, as much as I'd like to be appointed over them, I can never be those, because the Torah says I'm not. And as he's crying, the entire nation said to him, "Fear not, Agrippa, you are our brother, you are our brother." It's a very beautiful passage for which the Jews are all criticized, because, hey, it says in the Torah, the passage, the kingship would have come through the Father. So he's a kind of a complicated character, but he was not Isaiah Brooke. He was not so stark. We know, for example, that he sort of practiced kosher style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, he was really straight and narrow. He loved the rabbis. He showed up for Daf Yomi. He did everything. But when he was on the road, he was great with going to theaters and to the naked gymnastics and things like that. And we even have coins in which he printed images images of himself, which were totally verboten in Jerusalem, but outside of Israel, he had no problem with transgressing these Jewish norms. So a little bit of a complex character. His son, Agrippa II, who reigned from around the year 50 until possibly the year 92, there's a lot to say about that. He's an even more complicated character. This is amazing portrait from 1875. Nikolai Bogorevsky, the Apostle Paul on trial, because Agrippa II actually shows up in the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, where Paul is put on trial and defends Christianity before King Agrippa. So like his father, he was raised in Rome. He comes to Israel about the year 3. And just as his father was a Greek of Caligula, so too is the son of Ruby of Vespasian and later Titus. It's absolutely astonishing that while the temple is besieged by Titus, and while Jews are being killed by the Romans, he is enjoying banquets with the leader of the Roman generals. It is absolutely astonishing that he can simply be completely allied with the Romans, but that is the fact where he put himself on a political spectrum. He had a very scandalous relationship with his own sister, Berenice. Berenice is the queen of next to he corresponded with Josephus himself. Josephus reproduced some of his letters, so we get a sense of personality directly as a result. And he had some interesting curiosity about Christianity, as you see the passage that occurs in the book of Acts, where Paul defends the charges against Christianity to Agrippa, not successfully, but nevertheless, the fascinating correspondence of period. So those are the client things that are active at this time. Let us now turn to the war itself and try to understand the roots of this first Roman-Jewish war that ended in such disaster, so much so that we commemorate it every year with the fast on the 9th of August. The war lasts from about 66 to about the year 74. And what's going on is it begins in the north, where there are many, many people who are upset with Roman rule. They are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with the heavy taxation. They are upset with the traditions on their Jewish culture. And as we discussed last week, they coalesce into a group which are known in general as the zealots. In Josephus, he tends to call them not zealots, but bandits, because again, remember, he's writing for a Roman audience, and they see these people as kind of like, hoodlums who are wandering around north and attacking Roman caravans and stuff like that. Many of them have put together significant followings. There's Judas Al-Gamala, there's Jonathan Sala, Simon Betzioria. Many of them are very important figures in the actual fight against Rome later, especially concentrated in Jerusalem. Just to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere that was developing, Josephus describes as typical. He actually gives us half a dozen kinds of examples like this. Some Jew from Egypt who is known simply as the Egyptian. He claims to be the Messiah. He claims to be the new political savior of the Jews. This is happening a lot in the first century. And he wants all the Jews to meet him in a particular place on the other side of the Jordan. They'll gather together and they'll go back to Jerusalem and they will proclaim his messiahhood. The Romans hear about this and they simply take a group of ships over there and they massacre them all in the field. They don't even arrest them. They don't even give them a chance to explain. They just take care of it in one fell swoop. And although the Egyptian may have been, to use the technical term, a governor, to kill them all was seen as a very brutal and excessively harsh response, so it just accelerated the dissatisfaction with Roman rule. You also have the rise of a group called the Sicarii from the short knives called Sicarii that they carried. And these were essentially political assassins who murdered Jews who opposed their radical views. Their modus operandi, as recorded by Josephus, is they would, the Sicarii would, just like, they would go to some marketplace where there were a lot of people milling about, and then they would pull the knife out from their robes, and they would stab the person they wanted to kill, a moderate in particular, and when the body fell, they quickly put away the knives, and they feigned like horror and shock. So who did this? How was that possible? And then it was blended away into the crowds. The Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, but then they were very happy to give them back for ransoms, were, as it were, complicit in putting the shikari back out on the streets all the time, and this was just causing a tremendous amount of ferment within the Jewish community. Let us recall that their prime targets were not the Romans, but were moderate Jews. We also see this kind of thing happening in the Middle East with lots of cults, right, where moderates cannot speak out because the radicals are simply too violent. So society is rapidly evolving in the North in particular. So in order to deal with this, the Syrian legions are going to have to come down. And the spark of the flame is associated with a local procurator, particularly harsh individual named Gessius Florus. At one point, decides to raise the temple for a remarkably small amount of money, 17 talents of gold. Not exactly sure how much a talent is. That was not the term that was used when I read it in a 19th century source, but it's definitely a small amount of money. He goes in, he takes the money from the temple, and Jews of Jerusalem are upset, of course, because the temple has been raided, but even worse, they mock the procurator, passing around baskets, asking for collection for the poor procurator that he's so broke that he has to actually sack the temple for 17 talents. Gessius Florus is so insulted, he comes back, making fun of him and crucifies even those who would have Roman citizenship, not simply the rabble, but even prominent individuals. This is in the summer of 66. Jerusalem is very upset. They fight back, and Florus, because he doesn't have quite enough troops there to mandate his will, they actually retreat
Yo, dog.
this area, and they
How you living, pimp?
They call in the
Yo.
Syrian generals. It is at this point, by
Yo, can you hear me? Nolan Lost, how you living? Dog, do you talk? It's cool if you don't. We're just watching Jewish history lectures. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
If you are addicted to Instagram, you've probably seen this woman pop up on your feed. This is the Philly Mom, the character known for talking about all things Philly and a series of viral posts. And now she's teaming up with Visit Philadelphia to spotlight the city.
By the way, where we have the intersection of the accounts provided in Josephus and Roman historians with the accounts provided in the Talmud. Talmud has, and I won't go into great detail here because I'm looking at the clock and I want to be able to to the end of our period, but I'm sure you're all familiar with the story that we read about on Tisha B'Av of the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, right, where there are two people with very similar names and they're mortal enemies, and one of them is making a wedding, and so he sends his servant out to invite his relatives. I forget whether it's Kamsa or Bar Kamsa, but by accident, the servant invites his mortal enemy. The mortal enemy says, wow, I can't believe it. Let's say Kamsa is invited by Bar Kamsa. Kamsa invited me to his wedding. I feel so amazing. He wants to make it up. I'm going to go. I'm going to bury the hatchet. We're going to make friends again. He shows up at the wedding, and Bar Kamsa says, what are you doing here? He says, you sent me an invitation. And Bar Kamsa says, you can't be here. This is my wedding. I hate you. You're my mortal enemy. Get out. Kamsa says, look, don't kick me out while all these other dignitaries are here. I'm going to have a big wedding present for your children. He says, I don't care. He says, listen, you know what? I'll pay for half the wedding. Just let me stay. Don't embarrass me.
Good job, Neil Flowing Glass. That's an excellent idea.
The whole wedding. I would have taken him up on that.
Shout out to the Independence
But at that
Visitor
point,
Center.
he says no, and he sends them away. And the rabbis, the Talmud excoriates the rabbis for being there and not intervening and not saying at this point you should be there, you should compromise, let him stay already. Anyways, he goes off, and at that point he cooks up a plot that in the Talmudic version he submits a intentionally defiled animal to be sacrificed. And the rabbis are discussing what should we do about this animal, which is to be sacrificed on behalf of the Roman emperor. If we don't sacrifice it, then the Roman Empire is going to be more upset with us than the local procurator was. If we do sacrifice it, then of course we're compromising Jewish law and we're offering an illegal sacrifice. And even the possibility of killing the person who offered this blemish sacrifice was discussed and discarded because it said, we're not going to do this over a sacrifice. And at this point, the sacrifice. And by not offering that sacrifice, the reverberations are felt throughout the Roman Empire as well, because this was like a tremendous chutzpah, a tremendous slap in the face of the Romans, that the Jews will no longer even, as we do even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, we always read a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in the Mishnah that we have to pray for the welfare of the government. It's as if we're making a pointed statement of saying, you know what? This government we're not going to pray for. And so this is where the story in the Talmud, the story in Josephus intersect. Cestius Gallus, he brings down a legion and some associated troops, perhaps 6,000 battle-hardened soldiers. He brings them down to teach the Jews a lesson. He marches straight through the south. He goes to Jerusalem, and he burns a few of the suburbs of Jerusalem, but for reasons which are not entirely clear, when he can't get into Jerusalem on the front, he mysteriously retreats. Josephus cannot explain exactly why he retreated, but on the way back, he is attacked at the Bet Horon Pass. If I just go backwards here, you can see this is a drawing of Bet Horon. There is a fairly narrow pass from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, and there's a valley which is quite exposed. As they are coming through this fairly narrow pass, that's when the rebels attack, and they completely destroy the legion. Cestius Gallus, the leader, the governor of Syria, he manages to escape with his life, but he's completely humiliated because he went there 6,000 soldiers, and he's coming back just with a ragtag element of the original force. And this was at the hands of, totally dominated minority population that really should not even have the wherewithal to attack them. By the way, a lot of the war loot that the Jews took from the corpses of that legion.
Oh, this woman is so funny.
In the future war.
This woman is so funny. I can shit.
They were unarmed. The Jews didn't have anything other than pitchforks and things like that. The rebels returned back to Jerusalem, but everybody knew that, you can't take out a governor's legion and expect to be left alone. At this point, they prepared for war, and they appointed our Josephus to be in charge of defending the north. Thinking that correctly, the next attack would come from the north, and the governor was the front line. So Josephus marches up there to be, although he has, as he describes, a lot of hesitations about the cause because he really likes the Romans. Don't forget, he's writing this for the Romans, but he decides to take up the cause, and he happens to be an extremely brilliant general, the most effective general of his time, and we know this because, Josephus tells us just how great he was. At any rate, what happens is the Emperor Nero says, I can't believe those Jews destroyed an entire legion. That's incredible. We have to we're not sending Cestius Gallus back there because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. We're going to send a much more well-trained general, Vespasian, shown here in this picture. Vespasian is tasked with the charge of going back to Israel and destroying the rebel movement. He will invite his son, Titus.
Oh, fuck, this one is so funny.
And like Cestius Gallus, he takes a very methodical approach. He's not in a rush. He realizes that
this woman is so funny.
Jerusalem is going to be long and hard. It's circled by 3 walls. There is a sharp valley, and there's this important area of attack, and he's going to wear them down. He's not in a rush to attack Jerusalem, but he mops up the rest of Israel fairly quickly. In particular, the Battle of Yotapata, or Yotfat, which is in the north, where Josephus was active. the Jews there.
I love this
Josephus
movement.
describes, he really does sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, to try to make the Romans think they have no problems, they have lost lives inside the fortress of Yotzbat, they have plenty of water, and they don't. They're dying of thirst. He has the soldiers soak some of their laundry in the precious water they have left and hang dripping wet laundry inside walls. As if we've got so much water here, we're wasting it by washing our clothes like this. And in order to convince the Asian that we spent this for a long, long time. And many others, Josephus, in his very fertile imagination, provides for his readers. But ultimately, Yotzbat is forced to follow Vespasian's might, and Josephus finds himself alone with about 4 of their soldiers, and they all agree to enter into a suicide pact. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not really want to participate in the suicide pact, so he comes up with the idea, I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws, and the person who draws the shortest straw will kill everyone else, because the hard thing to kill, let's put one person in charge of it. And then after they're all dead, then he'll kill himself. And of course, he draws the shortest straw. Isn't it amazing, right? His idea, he's holding the straws. He managed to draw the shortest straw, kills all the others.
Oh, this is so funny. Philadelphia did such a great scene for this.
And that Vespasian puts him in chains, but again, his tremendous ability to think on his feet, Josephus reads Vespasian as Emperor Vespasian, which he is not. He's merely a general. And he says, why do you call me emperor? He says, because I have seen, I'm Jewish, we're connected with prophecy. I have seen that you will one day be emperor. And basically, as they're talking, they get a messenger that Emperor Nero, it's not Nero at this point, I guess it would be Nero, has died. I got my timing right. And Vespasian, you're called back to Rome.
Oh, this movement is so funny. This movement is so funny. I could shit myself.
Along with Titus, his son, who takes over charge of the attack on Jerusalem. This is, by the way, the monument at the city of Yotapata to Josephus and to the fighters there in this first battle 2,000 years ago. The attack turns to Jerusalem, and it is really awful. It is something that deserves a lot more meditation than we have time today, but it's really something to explore on Tishbat. The rebels in Jerusalem so phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery and wholeness in an incredible matter. In fact, at one point, when the Romans were encamped on Har HaTzofim, on Mount Scopus, the Jews actually mounted a surprise attack and nearly destroy a legion while teaching them, which is really incredible thing. They do things like when the Romans build these siege engines up close to the walls, the Jews tunnel underneath the road, put in lots of wood, and then when the big heavy engines are coming along the road, they set the wood on fire, collapsing the tunnels underneath and destroying the siege engine. Some amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold off the inevitable. But what is also true is they have a stunning inability to get along. You have in Jerusalem several different groups, Simon ben Peoria, John ben Giscala, who are fighting with each other in an incredible way. I mean, thank God we don't do that. Like now, when we have an election, we just decide, right? You don't have to do it over and over again. But they even this terrible depth in an attempt to try and weaken their rival Jewish zealot group, they actually burn their own grain stores to try and weaken the reserves of their rivals. And of course, this weakens the entire population living in Jerusalem. And we've already spoken about the moderates in Jerusalem who want to have none of this.
How haven't the Phillies made this woman like the new Philly?
Amazing warriors with tremendous strategy and tactics. Without leadership, they turn on each other in some ways and really are responsible for the devastation that would follow. Titus' siege, eventually they're able to break through, and the walls of the temple are destroyed in the summer of the year 70, some absolutely horrific massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the date of the 9th of the month in Av. So that represents the end of the main part of the First War. The last holdout, of course, Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years, and it's rather an amazing, dramatic story. And then, like the story that I described in Yotzbat, the rebels of Masada also commit suicide when it is clear to them that they will not be able to hold off the Romans anymore. The aftermath is also quite significant, and with a longer time to present, we can talk about how the Romans really made a tremendous amount of political hay out of a defeat. We should recall that although it was a long war, we're talking about 8 years, it was not the conquest of a new territory. It was merely putting down a local rebellion of a very insignificant people, and yet the Romans made a tremendous amount of political propaganda out of this victory for their own internal purposes. They built, among other things, this amazing arch dedicated to Titus, the general that brought the war to a close. And of course, as you go on the right-hand side of this arch, you see the famous bas-relief that shows the Jews being taken off into captivity with the spoils of the temple. My colleague Stephen Fine, who is a great historian at Yeshiva University, the other great university that has a very low anti-Semitism rate in this city, he did some phenomenal work.
I love this.
The remains of pigmentation that's buried deep in the bones, and he was able to actually recreate the way it would have looked to Romans in the first century, because the Romans actually painted their statues. This is what it would have looked like to Roman. It's rather garish, I think. I like it better with the monochrome. On the left, you can see in the standard it says, Leges Judeorum, the law of the Jews, which may have been a Torah scroll, or maybe even the Lukos, the tablets. And of course, you see the menorah, and then to the right it says Candelabrorum Judeorum, the candelabra of the Jews, and on the right it appears to be the Shulchan, the table used in the temple. It says Sacra Judeorum, the holy thing of the Jews, and they have they're carting away Hatzotzros, the long trumpets and things like that. And this was meant to be a monument that enshrined the victory of the Romans over the Jews. They also minted about 24 varieties of this coin, Judea Capta, which means Judea is captured, that invariably has on the left Vespasian, who was the emperor at the time, his son was, of course, the general, and on the right, the Judea Capta, Judea is captured, and usually there is a balsam tree, which was one of the principal exports of the region, and on the left you see a Roman soldier and a Jewish woman representing the fall in Jerusalem, who is sort of like in a Tachanun-like pose, clearly very sad. Some of them are quite a bit more brutal, like for example this version here, where she is bound. She actually has her hands tied behind her back, and quite a bit more to the state, and Vespasian looks even more ominous in this particular example. But these coins were incredibly popular, and they really seem to harp on this. It was so important to them to demonstrate to the wider Mediterranean basin that they had really put an end to Judea. Okay, so that's a quick lightning tour through the first Roman-Jewish War. I've only got about 5 or 7 minutes left, but I will take you briefly through the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is incredibly important. So we'll do it very quickly, though, so at least we can cover it. There's a lot of repercussions for the Jews. So the Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews are forced to pay that extra tax. There's hundreds of thousands of Jews killed. The numbers are hard to really comprehend. Josephus, I believe, cites 600,000 Jews murdered, which is a phenomenal number. Even if it's a fraction of it, it's still a huge portion of the population. And the Jews are still rested. The Jews are still angry about it. There is a flare-up in the so-called Titus Rebellion, sometimes called the Titus War, which is about 60 years later. It's in the context of
the Emperor Trajan or Trajan in his attack on the Parthian Empire, particularly in the region of Mesopotamia down here, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come close to each other, specifically the city of Ctesiphon, which you may know better by its Talmudic term, Mechoza, which is just across. It's a suburb of Ctesiphon. And basically the heartland of the Jewish civilization is in this region here. Not the heartland, but the Babylonian heartland, where the Talmud is revealed. And when Trajan came to the region, the Jewish minority are actually quite loyal.
Oh, this woman is so fucking funny. This woman is so funny. I gotta take such a shit.
Babylonian Jewish minorities are, of course, pushed back, and the Persians are able to maintain their independence. They become the Sasanians. But all across the Roman Empire, there are attacks on Jews, including in Israel, Lucius Quietus, which is where you get the term Kitos. And it's essentially these widespread little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by this individual. It occurs there's a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about this, but we don't know a lot of the details about how it unfolded overall. At any rate, it certainly did not do a war in the larger sense. It's more like so to speak, a police action, to use an American term. The Bar Kokhba, however, is quite a bit more significant. This is a coin minted by Bar Kokhba, the Jewish rebel of the 130s. It's actually, you might wonder, it's pretty amazing that this rebel, essentially living in caves in Judea, how did they get the wherewithal to actually set up a mint? Well, the truth is they took Roman drachms, like the coins made out of silver, they heated them up, and then they just stamped Jewish things on top of them. So you can see on the left, there's an evocation of the temple, reconstructed, as it were. They argue that Jerusalem would rise again. And on the right, you see a lulav, and this is kind of like their way of taking over the Roman coin system as best they could and forcing it to be Jewish. Basically, Bar Kokhba, a lot about him. We didn't even know exactly how to spell his name. He sometimes appears, for example, as Kosiba, which means the son of a lie, an untruth, or Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And it was only when some of the caves were just in the Judean desert that we know a lot more about exactly who he was. And in fact, the archaeologists actual letters written by Kokhba to his commanding officers, so we learn a lot more about what his personality was like. His revolt occurs in the context of some decrees passed by the Emperor Hadrian. And again, the record is a little fuzzy here. We're not exactly sure whether Bar Kokhba was reacting to Hadrian's decrees or whether Hadrian's decrees were a reaction to Bar Kokhba's rebellion. Most historians argue that, in fact, the rebellion came about as a result of a misunderstanding over Hadrian castration. He had placed an empire-wide ban that no society should be allowed to castrate young boys, but the Jews understood this to mean, as many other people did actually, that circumcision was now banned. And they rose up, this was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and began to fight back against Hadrian. Other possible interpretations of the chronology point to Hadrian's disastrous bans on the observance of Shabbat, the study of Torah, any other public exercise identity, and it could very well be that these were in place to cause the revolt, but they certainly make sense after the revolt as well. And this tremendous battle ensued. It took about 3 years, from about 132 to 135, where leading a band of rebels who literally living in caves in the Judean desert would attack guerrilla style the Roman legions, and they were incredibly effective. Dio Cassius speaks about 95 villages razed by the Romans in an attempt to extirpate the Kokhba movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Here's an example of one of the caves that they lived in. The archaeologists found one cave they called the Cave of Horrors because filled with the skeletons of rebels. This is the entrance to the Cave of Letters. You can see how inaccessible it is. There's a climber at the bottom you see coming up into it. But among the things found in the Cave of Letters, as I mentioned earlier, not only things about the development of the war, but also the phenomenal Balbatha archive. I got to just take a minute to tell you about that. It blows me away. And apparently, judging from the Cave of Horrors, for example, there were men, women, and children living with the Bar Kokhba rebels. These were not just soldiers. These were entire communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from the Romans and engaging in these rapid strike attacks. And there was this woman whose name was Bob, who had kept with her a cache of her most precious documents. Now, you can imagine that if, God forbid, you have to run out of your home and go live in a cave somewhere with rebels, which documents would take with you? You know, probably your passport, maybe your deed to your house, maybe marriage certificate. And that's exactly what Balbatha took with her. She grabbed all the most important documents she had, including her deeds to several date farms. She had orchards of date farms that she had inherited from her father. She kept her marriage, her ketubah, her marriage contracts. And she was also in a protracted child custody battle with her ex-husband, and she kept all the lawyer's documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents give you such a picture of what it was like to be a woman. We just on the surface, on what I've told you so far, you see that she could own property, that she did engage in legal disputes. She was a legal agent. We're not sure if she was literate, because many of these documents are written in other languages, but many say that, they're like letters, right? I can barely read what my lawyer writes anyways, right? Because it's all in boilerplate legal text. But these are phenomenal things, and scholars are still poring over the Balbatha archive to learn more about what it was like to be a woman at that time. The rebellion ended at a horrible massacre at Beitar, which is actually every time Jews say grace over meals, the bracha of Hatov V'Ameti was composed in memory of the Hruge Beitar, the Jews who were killed in one last great battle, shown here. But that's beyond our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the conclusion of the lecture, more or less on time. Now, I've described a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history, but I have skipped over a lot of the intellectual and religious history, which is incredibly important at this time. If we go back to the time that Jerusalem was taken under siege, there was one of the moderate rabbis, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who actually had family who were among the, and he felt that, you know what, their enterprise is clearly doomed. It's a matter of time before Jerusalem falls and we are all killed. So he concocted a plan to have himself appear dead and be smuggled out of the city to be buried. The zealots, including, I believe, was his nephew, were suspicious and wanted to confirm that, in fact, he was dead. And they proposed even stabbing the coffin with iron rods. But he managed to be nevertheless was taken out of the city in a coffin. When he got out of the city, he went up to Vespasian and he said, listen, this is going to stand it. But there's a whole story there in the Talmud, but I won't go into details. But essentially, Vespasian gives him three wishes. He says, okay, listen, I appreciate what you're doing. What do you want from me? And the first thing that he asks for is, Tein li Yavne. Let me have the city of Yavne, and
I'm a Giants fan.
let me have a little suburb close to the ocean where those religious scholars can gather and just study the Torah. Vespasian magnanimously grasped it, and in so doing makes the next 2,000 years of Judaism possible. Because there in Yavne, is the beginnings of the flourishing of the reconstituted religious body, which ultimately be the Sanhedrin. And in that place, they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an extremely important document that is the basis of the Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, and it basically discusses the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I would love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time. Here, these are the 6 orders, though. The first is seeds. It deals essentially with agricultural law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing, grafting, and things like that. Holidays, the second, we do a Sabbath and Yom Kippur and things like that. The first is women. As you can see from the very fact that there's an order named women, it indicates it's primarily written for men. And the section on how to relate to women. That's why it is the biggest section. Not just, but it's like the marriage and divorce and things like that. And then as the yeshiva goes, I'll probably cut this out of the internet. After you study women, you have to study damages. Right? So damages are like, someone's ox gored someone else's cow, and then the ox died, the poisoning, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last 2 sections deal with temple rituals and with personal laws of purity, like the mikvah, things like that. And this Mishnah was a document that suddenly made Judaism portable, because when it would be codified into a text, it actually took an oral body of teaching, which is a great risk of being lost forever. But when it was finally written down, right about a few decades after the Bar Kokhba revolt, it suddenly made it possible for Judaism to survive despite the intense persecution that would follow. So, in conclusion, we should meditate just a little bit on Jewish survival. What we've seen in these last 3 lectures are a steady decline since the Maccabean era of Jewish authority. Even when Jews had political authority, they frequently messed it in fighting. They were slavishly imitative of foreign values, so much so that it betrayed the actual elements of what would keep them Jewish in identity. However, there's always a saving remnant of people who want to focus on the core values. In the case of what we're seeing today, is essentially those rabbis later who had moved to Tiberias and other cities who wanted to really focus on what was essential about Judaism, and they laid the foundation for the future growth of the people and their religion. Next week, I want to remind you, we will not have a class, shul event scheduled, I believe, so we will pick up this series, God willing, with Sustaining Persia and the Talmud on Wednesday, February 26th. Thank you very much for your attention.
Let me tell you something. When me teaching, the kids get me 2 things, okay? A hope and a prayer. Thanks.
Coming up on Jerusalem Dateline, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pushes back against the international outcry over one of his ministers walked around the Temple Mount. Plus, saber rattling from China as it beats up its military. And a rabbi reports on religious persecutions around the world. And an archaeologist discovered sacrificial altar dating from 4,000 years ago, the time of Genesis. All this and more on this edition of Jerusalem Dateline. Hello and welcome to this edition of Jerusalem Dateline. I'm Chris Mitchell. Last week, the United Nations Security Council met in an emergency session following the visit of a prominent minister in Benjamin Netanyahu's government to the Temple Mount. Critics of the UN say the emergency meeting was another attempt to put the blame on Israel for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Incoming Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir sparked the meeting when he spent 13 minutes on the Temple Mount, the first visit by an Israeli minister in almost 5 years. During the emergency session in New York, when in a parade of nations, including the U.S., criticized Israel for the visit.
Secretary Blinken has said very clearly, absolutely critical for all sides to exercise restraint, refrain from provocative actions and rhetoric at the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount and other sites in Jerusalem, both in word and in practice. In the spirit, he opposed any and all unilateral actions that require historic status quo, which are unacceptable.
Israel's ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, slammed the meeting and said he was shocked.
And why? Because there is absolutely no reason that this emergency session today should be held. None. A Security Council session on a non-event is truly absurd. To claim that this brief and completely legitimate visit should spark an emergency Security Council session is pathetic. Security Council session on what?
Former Israeli ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, served 5 years at the UN and told CBN News the Palestinian Authority was behind the emergency meeting.
So there is good pressure on the representative in the Security Council to call for a meeting. They will come, spread light, it's not going to be the Palestinians, it's not going to be the peace process. It's part of the blame game.
For his part, Yitzhak Ben-Gvir maintained his visit, did not violate the status quo on the Temple Mount.
The Temple Mount is open to all. Muslims and Christians come up here, and yes, also Jews. In the government I'm a member of, there will be no discrimination, and Jews will come up and visit the Temple Mount.
After Ben-Gvir's visit to the temple, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a statement saying that the status quo would not change. That's where Israelis prevent anyone other than Muslims from praying the Temple Mount for fear of disturbances. The mosque on Jerusalem's Temple Mount is one of Islam's holiest sites, and from the international outcry over Ben-Gvir's visit, even the perception of the Israeli threatening the mosque escalates tensions in the Muslim community. We explored this perceived threat in a story we did a few years ago. Critics say it's a dishonest tactic aimed at undermining not only Israel, but Judeo-Christian values as well. It's one of the most holy and contested pieces of real estate on earth, the Temple Mount. Islamic leaders have incited Muslims to violence, telling them that the Al-Aqsa Mosque is in danger. First, they claim that the Israelis were undermining its foundation to make it collapse. Now they also say it's a threat even for Jews who pray on the sacred plateau.
Extreme movement believes that Israel is planning to build the third temple and to destroy their holy shrine.
As the Haram al-Sharif, or noble sanctuary, it's the place where 2 consecutive Jewish temples once stood. The second destroyed in 70 AD by the Romans. Now, Muslim mosques occupy the site. The Golden Dome of the Al-Aqsa is the most identifiable Muslim shrine on the Temple Mount. But the Great Dome Al-Aqsa Mosque to my left, that Muslims consider the third holiest site in Islam. It was first built in 705 AD. Muslim theology, the site precedes the Jews and goes back to creation.
Adam, when he descended from the heaven, he came here and he was here.
No difference between Solomon and King David and all the prophets of the same. They're all here in Al-Aqsa Mosque. Today, the entire plateau is referred to as Al-Aqsa. The Dashra guy wrote the Al-Aqsa is in danger Bible, the history of a lie. He says when Muslim leaders want to unite the masses, they claim it's in danger.
The match that ignites the people and brings them to the streets and causes violence is liable. Allah says it's in danger, and this is baseless.
Archaeologist Dr. Gabri Barkai says there have been excavations near the Mount, but never under it.
One of the cornerstones of Western civilization was never touched by the state of the archaeologists.
Barkai says it was Muslims, not Jews, who began digging in an attempt to rewrite history.
Since the 90s, there were many digging going on in the Temple Mount, which were not for archaeological purposes, but the contrary, for destroying archaeological data.
Shragai, then Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Amin al-Hussein started the libel against Israel in the 1930s. He accused the Jews of wanting to collapse the mosque on the Temple Mount. That was a Muslim rivalry and murder of the Jews, just the first of many incidents. Islamic expert Dr. Yitzhak Leiter says the tactic hasn't lost its potency.
We believe in what they think that Al-Aqsa is in danger as Israel is controlling the eastern part of Jerusalem.
In 1969, the Muslim world blamed Israel for the arson attack on the Al-Aqsa Mosque by a visiting Australian Christian. That lie continues today. Well, in 1996, the worst Israeli-Palestinian violence in 30 years broke out when Israel opened an exit for visitors to the Western Wall tunnel half a mile from Al-Aqsa. And in 2004, rain, snow, and a minor earthquake toppled the entrance ramp to the Temple Mount. That provoked an international Islamic uproar when Israel tried to rebuild it. We asked Muslims in Jerusalem what they think.
To destroy them, to took the place. It's in danger. They are digging and digging and digging and they don't find anything. God would say
Experts say it's important the West takes notice now because Muslims believe the lie is true. They say if it brought violence in the past, it will do so in the future. Up next, is the U.S. asleep at the switch while China is busy building its military might? What this could mean for the world when we come back.
Now, for a limited time, get 5 CBN's critically acclaimed documentaries. Experience the rebirth of the modern state of Israel.
The historic book between the Jewish people and the land of Israel is not broken.
Relive the battle for Jerusalem in the 6-Day War.
Jerusalem is yours forever.
Discover how Israeli volunteers are changing the world.
When people need us, volunteer and come and help.
Explore the world of Israeli technological innovation.
The big dreams. God gives us dreams. And that's really the roots, I think, of
and understand the biggest land dispute in history.
Many Palestinian Arabs claim that the Jews stole Arab land, but is that the real story?
This exclusive Israel DVD collection yours for a gift of $29.99 or more. Call now or go online to get your DVD bundle, which includes streaming access. The CBN News app, 24/7 news from a Christian perspective at home or on the road. One place for all of your news. Breaking news alerts. Set daily prayer goals and pray for news stories. The most important news. And watch CBN News Channel Live. CBN News, because truth matters. Go to cbnnewsapp.com to get the app today. Now is the time for Christians to oppose the anti-Israel boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. In CBN's free guide, Stop the Boycott of Israel, you'll learn about this malicious economic warfare against the Jewish nation, and you'll find out how you can stand beside Israel, the birthplace of our Bible, faith, and Jewish Savior. Get me today. Call 1-800-700-7000 or go to cbn.com/BS.
A recent Pentagon report is shedding light on a military buildup in the country considered to be the greatest national security threat in the United States. China has long worked to outpace the U.S. economically. Now its sights are set on the military front. If America doesn't act now, the communist regime could become the top power in the world. National Security correspondent Caitlin Burke has that story.
The Chinese Communist Party is conducting the largest military modernization effort in the country's history, a move the Pentagon believes is not only in preparation for taking Taiwan, but also for overtaking the United States as the world's leading superpower.
I see the United States as the world's leading democratic power, and China is the world's authoritarian powers. If we don't realize that we're in a competition, we're going to lose that competition, and our core national security, economic interests will be at stake.
The newly released DoD report on China's military strength includes some significant findings. In 2021, Beijing tested 135 ballistic missiles, more than the rest of the world combined. Their nuclear stockpile sits at around 400 warheads, but is expected to grow to about 1,500 by 2035. PRC is stealing stealing technology from the United States and sending it directly to military. They have strategic partnerships with Iran and Russia, and they're looking to build new military bases around the world.
Beijing is sprinting to build the capability to carry out their words. They're matching actions with words. That's, to me, the bottom line.
Bradley Bowman, the senior director of the Center on Military and Political Power at Freedom for Defense of Democracies, says China is clearly preparing to take Taiwan, even if it means a direct military conflict with the U.S. He believes how we respond could determine whether or not China displaces America in the power competition.
If you don't like what you're seeing in Xinjiang, with what I would call crimes against humanity and some have called genocide, if you don't like what you've seen in Hong Kong with the extinguishment of freedom there, if you don't like what you see with the bullying in the South China Sea, and if you don't like the saber rattle in the Taiwan, if America stands down and becomes insular and stares at our belly button and thinks we can get away with ignoring them, we're going to see a heck of a lot more of that globally.
Some believe Beijing's military buildup is simply to match the economic power they've become. But Bowman argues without transparent strategic dialogue with the U.S., the Pentagon is right to sound the alarm.
And when we don't have that transparency, we don't know exactly what's going on, it forces the Pentagon to assume the worst. And when both sides are assuming the worst about the other, it leads to calculations.
Bowman says the U.S. has what it takes for Chinese aggression, but there needs to be more of a sense of urgency coming from Washington. He says that would involve immediate funding to ramp up our own military modernization and to start acquiring the weapons needed to defend democracies worldwide. Caitlin Burke, CBN News.
Coming up, human rights activists raise alarms about religious persecution around the world. The Simon Wiesenthal Center presents alarming new findings.
Names from the Old Testament are being unearthed all over the city of Jerusalem.
This was amazing. Come as close as you can get to personalities that are known for the Bible.
Astonishing discoveries made today. The jaw-dropping moment of Bible archaeology. This is much more than a thrill. This actual history that took place here on the site where we see that. Confirm the kings and prophets of the Bible left real evidence of their life in the right place with the right people. And one of the most significant finds in history.
Exactly as the Bible tells us happened in the days of King Hezekiah.
Written in stone, kings and prophets.
We have the Bible and archaeology.
In stories mentioned, the Old Testament is a reliable history book. Get your copy today for a gift of any dollar amount. Call now or go to cbn.com/written-in-stone.
Here, we're committed to a heritage of rigorous scholarship, dating back over 1,000 and to a faith tradition dating back 1,000 years.
This is how we create a culture of inquiry where no topic is off limits, and a culture of hope.
This Christian leadership is changing the world for the better. It's higher level.
It's greater knowing.
It's what makes us whole.
It's what makes us region. Experience God on a new level. Empowering the believer is what this podcast is really all about. Discover insights into scriptures. Be encouraged by inspired teaching.
Everyone listen.
Everyone.
You can see it so stuff.
The lesson with Gordon and Ashley.
What did Jesus get?
Everything that the Father has. Learn more about what God has for you. The lesson on cbnfamily.com and YouTube.
You may not be surprised to hear that religious persecution is on the rise around the world. Rabbi Abraham Cooper from the Simon Wiesenthal Center has battled anti-Semitism for decades. Village correspondent Judy Stell spoke with Rabbi Cooper about his expanded role working with the youth agency, taking on persecution of other religious minorities.
Rabbi Cooper, thank you for joining us. We know you from the Simon Wiesenthal Center, and now you also, in addition to that, have taken on another task. Can you tell us what that is?
You serve the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom. It's your commission actually is the internal critic of American policies and push
and more changes among the 27 countries that are in the area of religious freedom. We're now up to like 2,000 prisoners of conscience around the world. That means people who are paying a heavy price for their being faithful. Christians, Muslims, Hindus, and others. We look at about 27 countries, and unfortunately, leading the pack among religious minorities that are Christians around the world, starting with China, and conflicts, mentioned just now Nicaragua, Nigeria, but it's a long list, and I consider it to be an honor as the Senator's worked at the police center for 45 years to represent my commitment as an American to the broader goal of freedom.
Can you say what the worst thing is that you've seen? And also, if you've seen anything that has corrected itself and been challenged and
so just talk about some of the positive things. It's not necessarily because it's research. When you see that Saudi Arabia made a U-turn in terms of not allowing Islam to be weaponized on Americans and hatred against Jews, there's been significant progress in the book. Movement, the negative side. The Vietnamese regime understands the movement, and what they've done is basically created the false sense that there's religious freedom because they essentially co-opt all the leadership and they dictate what has to take place. They're almost using China to be a Christian leader. Basically, you got to sign on to the political agenda. If you don't, they'll knock your church down and probably put you away. And when you think about it, religious is your right to pray to God, to believe. That's what it is best for you to do. Probably for the health of any society. When we're looking about who we should be backing in the world, you have a regime that weaponizes religion or throws people in jail or worse. Because they look a little bit different, pray differently. Those are not the things that the United States would be allies. I'm not saying a lot, it's there, but at least we have the opportunity to put forth what was and is a central tenet of America, which is freedom of religion.
Up next, a stone altar from the time of Abraham and Melchizedek sheds light about ancient Jewish worship and what it means for our faith today.
Hello, everyone. So happy we are together for one of my most favorite times of the year, Thanksgiving.
My friends have so much to be thankful for.
I'm thankful for my family, my friends.
For God and all that He has created. We have resources to be able to live and the Holy Spirit. Those are wonderful things to thank God for.
Always be thankful to God for the things people in your life.
Join the CBN Animation Club and get the great Thanksgiving turkey test. Plus, 2 copies to share with others. All for your gift of only $25. This special holiday program features ways of showing thankfulness through days. Activities.
This is my first time going to be eating candy corn. President Abraham Lincoln declared a national day of Thanksgiving to be celebrated every November.
The great Thanksgiving turkey test. Yours when you join the CBN Animation Club.
The more we practice being thankful, the easier it is to be thankful for everything.
Home to the sounds of Southern Gospel from CBN Radio. You'll enjoy a rich Southern blend of bluegrass, classic gospel, and Southern gospel favorites like the Gamers, the Crab Band, and bluegrass sounds like Mount Faith. So make yourself at home with all new CBN Southern Gospel. Now available at cbnradio.com.
Introducing a brand new way to start your morning. Get your daily quick start from CBN News. A quick on the important news of the day, delivered right to your inbox. Stay current on breaking news, politics, and entertainment. Discover how God is moving around the world and hear it all. Plus, get exclusive stories and daily scripture encouragement just for you. Stay warm. Go to quickstart.news and subscribe today.
In Jerusalem, an Israeli archaeologist discovered the remains of an altar dating back to the book of Genesis. He believes it dates from around the time Abraham met the high priest Melchizedek. Take a look. Archaeologist Eli Shukro spent much of his life looking for Bible history in the city of David. He showed us an area he believes dates back 4,000 years and includes everything necessary for animal sacrifice and worship.
In addition to what we have the platform, on that platform it was an altar, and the channel taking all the blood and all the other going out from the altar and we collected here in this place.
In this series, he gave CBN News and what he feels is one of his most important discoveries, kept under lock and key.
If you came here, you can see that this is very, very important finding because this is the heart of the place. This is the pillar.
Sukrun says this stone pillar, just like the one described in Genesis 28, when Jacob had a dream of a ladder reaching up to heaven in Bethel. After the dream, Jacob said, "How awesome is this place? This is none other than the house of God. This is the gate of heaven." Jacob rose early in the morning and took the stone that he had put at his head, set it up as a pillar, put oil on top of it. One believes Melchizedek set this stone up in Jerusalem, just like Jacob did in
Say, worshiping God the same way like Jacob. Or Jacob worshiping God the same way like Melchizedek. We are the important place. Understand which way these people worshiping God in the beginning.
Contrast with ancient and other places.
If you're going back to other places in the world, in Egypt or Mesopotamia, you see temples, gold, idols, and I don't know, pillars, and the stone, animals, sacrifice. The stone is the house of God, not the gold and diamond. That's what this one God wants us to listen. It's fantastic. It's the one. What do you do?
Sukran says the combination of the altar for sacrifice, the blood channel, the olive press for anointing oil, plates to tie up the sacrificial line of the sacrifice, lead him to believe this was the place where Melchizedek met Abraham. Genesis 14 describes the meeting. Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was the priest of God Most High. And he blessed him and said, "Blessed be Abraham of God Most High, of heaven and earth. God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand." And he gave them a tithe of all.
He blessed Abraham with bread and wine. And Abraham gave him a tithe. Why Abraham gave him a tithe?
A tradition and way of life that continues some 4,000 years later.
What do you bring to this? The Jewish blessing the bread and wine. Different way, but blessing the bread and wine. And we are anointed. What all that started. In the temple of Melchizedek. This is the place.
Sukran says this area was closed. They grew for another place of worship.
The village. Why? Because no more worshiping area. Let's go to Mount Moriah, to the temple that Solomon built at Mount Moriah.
Sukran sees this area as predating the temples of Solomon on the Temple Mount by hundreds of years. Before we go, we want to honor a giant of the Christian faith who's gone to be with the Lord. Jack Hayford died at the age of 80 Sunday, January 8th. For 3 decades, Hayford pastored the Church on the Way, a congregation of the Foursquare denomination in Van Nuys, California. It grew from 20 members to more than 12,000 at the time he passed on the mantle of senior pastor in 1999. Hayford's influence spread worldwide through his Bible teaching and the more than 50 books he authored. He also composed some 500 hymns and choruses, including the popular and much recorded Majesty. In his later years, he served as chancellor of the King's University, a Pentecostal seminary he founded in 1997. Hayford was a leading Christian Zionist and shared his deep love for Israel and the church.
The church's ministry in this time
is to become embracing in our hearts toward Israel. First and foremost, praying for the peace of Jerusalem, loved ones, is not simply saying, "Oh God, bring peace to Jerusalem," or praying, "Lord, come again so there can be peace in Jerusalem." It's praying for the health of the situation there. It's praying for the betterment of people there. It's praying for the resolution of situations of confusion.
We also talk frequently about Israel's role in world events, foretold in biblical prophecy.
But in our present era, the gathering of the nations against Israel, the Bible says all nations against them. That scenario is so frightfully incredible right now. And it's clear that precipitates an explosion globally that, at the very least, will have a dramatic intervention of God to defend
A post on the King's University Facebook page says Pastor Jack Hayford died peacefully in his sleep. Plans for his memorial will be announced soon. We at CBN have many fond memories of Jack and his ministry and saw firsthand how the Lord used him to encourage and bless the body of Christ. And as they say in Israel, may his memory be a blessing. And I personally had the opportunity to interview Pastor Hayford many times, and I was impressed with his grace and his character. Well, that's all for this edition of Jerusalem Dateline. Thanks for joining us. Remember, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. You can also access CBN content through our CBN News and other CBN apps. Don't forget to sign up for our email blast so you can continue to receive all of our exciting CBN content. I'm Chris Mitchell. We'll see you next time on Jerusalem Dateline.
Who took the marker? Let me try it. It's a school.
The synagogue was a special place for Jews in Jesus' day. We read a lot in the Bible about people like Jesus, Paul, visiting the synagogue to teach. So it probably goes without saying that the synagogue in Nazareth is a very familiar place for Jews. However, when he stood up to read on one Sabbath day, he did it respond.
Don't you have something for you or something? Come on. Years. So much work. Where could you possibly afford that? Come on.
A synagogue is a building where Jews meet to learn God. Jesus was raised a Jew, and the Bible tells us in Luke chapter 4 that Jesus taught in synagogues all over Galilee.
If you didn't watch, they take the shirt right off your back.
These are the ancient ruins of a synagogue in the town of Magdala, close to the Sea of Galilee. Notice the columns and the step seating around the outside. If you were sitting in a synagogue, you would sit on these seats around the outside, not in long benches or pews like we sit in when we worship on Sunday. See the beautiful tile work on the floor? Synagogues were very beautiful places. This synagogue in Magdala was discovered in 2009. A coin found in the synagogue while they were digging dates back to the time of Jesus. So these ruins are over 2,000 years old. You're looking at one of only a few synagogues from the first century that have been discovered. Now, let's go down the road and visit another synagogue in Nazareth.
Oh my fucking word. Lady Olivia E. Herman, you are so fucking funny, woman. You should be on Saturday Night Live or something. You are so funny.
Now you can see the walls and columns. Remember that step seating?
Oh man, you're hot. Funny chicks are so fucking hot. Funny. That is so fucking funny. I'm like crying. I'm laughing so hard. Oh. What is this bullshit?
After he finished reading, he rolled it up and gave it to someone to put away.
Dog, what is this bullshit? They're talking about that bullshit.
Coming up on Jerusalem Dateline, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu pushes
So
back.
the only Dateline I want is the one where they fucking blame the fucking husband. Anyway, dog,
Thank you for coming.
what is this
Wonderful to have an
bullshit?
audience
They
here.
were
I know
talking
some
about that
people
fucking shit.
Have the same
Stupid
kind of
ass
passion for learning Jewish
boards.
history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can do that in 1 hour. I will do my best to do that. I hope that you enjoy it as much as I enjoy doing the research on this. So let's go straight.
Is that woman funny as fuck?
Focus on the
And she's hot.
first century of
She
Jewish
can
history
get it.
in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the
That
first century
bitch is
of
so
the first
funny.
millennium, right?
Did you see this athleticism?
And we'll just edge over a little
That
bit.
was
into
so
the century.
funny.
We'll cover the
Olivia
following
Herman
events in this lightning
is so
tour
funny.
of Jewish history. We're going to look at the
There's-
first Roman
that-
Jewish
that-
War.
There's that chick
began
and
in
that Kardashian
66 and
bitch.
extended
They
by
are
most
so
scholars
fucking
count the year
They are
74,
so
some will
fucking
date it a
funny.
little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War.
They are
which
so.
it's
I haven't watched that
certainly
one
not war. It's
in
not
like a
exactly
year.
rebellion either, but
Oh,
we'll get to it to try to understand what
It
exactly
was worth
happened
it.
at that
Oh,
point.
she is so
Then
funny.
we will continue to the
That
incredible
bitch has me
Bar
fucking
Kokhba
screaming.
Rebellion, which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history. And
She
I
is
hope
so
to
funny.
share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival.
Oh, you're so sick of me hearing men talk about women's basketball?
Our
Well,
schedule
go
for
pound
today.
sand, you
We're
stupid
also
bitch.
going to look at the positive side of the ledger.
Why?
meaning
Because
all
I
of
like
those
talking about
battles that I
women's
described,
basketball.
The Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against a wall. Tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn.
Oh,
We
that is
inflicted
so
on the Roman
fucking
occupying powers,
funny.
but nevertheless, we were defeated in each one of those
So
battles.
fucking
But the
funny.
one battle, the war in reality that we won, was one. It was a battle of the mind, and it's expressed
Oh,
in the codification of the
so
Mishnah. So we're going to look
fucking
at what exactly
funny.
the Mishnah, how
That
it
woman is
provided for Jewish
springs to my eyes.
over
She's
the
so
next
funny.
centuries and in fact millennia.
And the
I would
editing.
like you to bear in mind
Oh,
the
Mayor,
thought
it's
of this
just the
great
best.
historian, the phenomenal Salo
It's
Whitmire
the
Barrett,
best.
who is
That
generally
shit
regarded
is so fucking funny. It is
greatest
off the
Jewish
chain.
historian of
That
the
woman
20th
is so
century.
fucking
He was
funny.
A towering intellect with multiple languages.
That
at his
shit
disposal
is
and a
so funny.
phenomenal grasp of so many
I
different
generally
cultures.
only hear bad
He's a
things
very
about
different
Philadelphia because of its
scholar
fans,
to read.
but
I mean,
that
you look
woman
at his massive
makes the
16-volume
city
unfinished
sound
social and
fucking
religious history of the Jews.
amazing.
You really need a PhD
I
just
love
to figure
her.
out what
She's
he's
so
talking
funny.
about. And it is written in English.
That
but
bitch
nevertheless,
is
it's
so
brilliant,
fucking
brilliant
funny.
work. And in this regard, he warned us against what's been called the lachrymose
There needs to
school
be a
of
new for that.
the tearful vision
I
of
could
Jewish
do it.
history. The lachrymose view of Jewish
Oh
history is
my
this kind
God.
of
All right, are you done?
indoctrination. It's very common in day
Are you?
schools.
Oh my!
It's a
In
great
a
kind of
Chicago
model for
version
Jewish
of
history
it,
if you want to build
and an
Jewish
LA
identity,
version of it.
where
That woman
the
should
Jews
just.
oppressed over and over
Oh
again, and
my
nevertheless
God.
they managed not only to survive but to
Oh
thrive.
my
and they
God.
have a heroic
That shit
kind
is
of
so
renaissance
fucking.
to the most awful suffering. There is
Dog.
remarkably a lot of truth
That
to
shit
that
is
vision of Jewish
so
history, which
fucking
other scholars have
funny.
called the books and pogroms and books view of
That
Jewish
shit
history,
is so
where
funny.
Jews
I
are
could
creating
shit.
tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly
That
clearly
is the
in
funny
today's lecture.
fucking thing.
But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't
And
see
that bitch is
the other end
attractive.
of the story.
She's hilarious. I
Not
feel
even
like
in
I
our
know
own
my whole
lifetimes.
fucking
And there are
family.
times when the achievements are so
There's-
phenomenal that we
and
don't realize them in our own lifetimes. But I nevertheless
There's
would like to offer you some caution about the
something
model
else,
that we
and
will be
little
using
Joey,
to theoretically
and there's
understand the
Ron.
theory. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history.
Oh
We're going to,
my
of course, rely heavily on Josephus. We met
That
him
shit
last
is so
week.
fucking
We
funny.
looked at the Testimonium Flavianum
Olivia E.
and, his
Herman,
problematic relationship
you are
to period. We're going to see that
so
problematic
fucking
relationship
funny.
actually occur here because
Whereas
I don't know how I found you.
Period, Josephus
I don't
was a
ever look for anything
chronicler.
online.
He was working
There's
with
two
sources.
things
He was
I
working
think
with
are funny on
archival
Instagram.
Now
That
he's
bitch
actually a first
and that other
person
bitch,
to
Kim
claim the
Kardashian.
story that he is
Those two bitches
describing,
are funny
and
as
he
fuck.
corresponds with many
Everything
of
else
the
on Instagram
figures who
sucks.
are writ large in
Everything.
history. So he is
It
a
all sucks.
participant observer
Everything
in the
sucks.
history that we'll be studying today.
Everything
We will
sucks.
also be relying
Kids, if
on
you ever
some
learn
Roman
anything
historians
from
like Dio
everybody's
Cassius,
rabbi,
some church
it's
historians who
everything
look at
sucks.
this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective on the material
Everything.
that we see.
But that
And
woman
we will
is
be
funny
relying
as
on the
fuck.
Talmud, which not
That
very
is the
reliable
funniest
source
shit.
for history, as we said before,
I
because
feel like I
it's
know
not
that
trying
woman.
to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal,
Have you ever been to
theological
Philadelphia?
concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud view on some of the passages in Jewish history discussed today.
Close.
We'll also have some great
Like
archaeological
maybe
finds.
I've not been
Most
to
notably,
the
amazing
city
finds in
proper,
mid-century of the
but I've
bronze
been a
Khufra
couple of
tunnels.
times
Here's
to.
one of my children here who's
Maybe
exploring
3
some of
times.
the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open
I've been to places
select groups to go
close
through
to it.
them. These are
I've
the
been to
tunnels that were
Pennsylvania.
dug by the
Have you ever been to
rebels in the
Pittsburgh?
2nd century to evade the
No.
Romans as they were mounting attacks on them with tremendous efficacy.
You've never been to
By the way,
Philadelphia?
if ever that's
Maybe like in the
this is sort
general
of a product
vicinity.
placement. He's wearing a cap.
Oh man, that shit is so fucking funny. Shit is so fucking funny.
Anyway,
Oh, that woman is so fucking funny.
one of the,
Olivia
example
E.
of the
Herman.
amazing documents we get from the
She
archive
is.
or the archaeological
Make this
finds
woman a
are,
fucking
for example, the
trillionaire.
Bavata archive,
She is
which
so
is a phenomenal trove
fucking
of the most
funny.
precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Bavata and was
She
hiding
is
out
so
with the
funny.
rebels during the
Oh man,
period,
dude.
and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about.
They should
the
have like
experience
more
of
Saturday
women
Night Lives.
from a women's
That woman is so
perspective.
fucking
Really
funny.
quite an amazing document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I look forward to.
Oh, what is this sub?
Or so. Okay.
I don't have that many subs. You're not hurting me, dog.
Last week,
I didn't even know if anybody, everyone unsubbed.
and we took a few minutes to leap forward in
Like
time to
what?
look at
4
early
people?
Christianity, the growth of this movement,
Oh, you're
and
really
its
hurting
impact
me.
on Jewish history
It's
in
like
the first century, and
Helen.
coming back to this very significant movement over the centuries.
A block of
What about
Swiss
the
cheese
political
to
life
get
in
another
Israel
hole. It's
after
like,
the death
okay,
of such a major impact
wake
on,
it up.
the
Wake
life of
up.
the region. So he had
Everyone
3
unsub.
sons,
I mean,
and he
come on.
nominated one of them,
Is that's what you're,
Archelaus,
that's
as his
supposed to
successor.
hurt me?
However, once he died,
Dog.
the other 2 brothers
That woman is so fucking funny.
with